Chapter 1, Her Fate Sealed. Knaqin welcomed its first snowfall of the winter. Snowflakes danced gracefully through the air, accompanied by a gentle drizzle, creating a soft, whispering sound as the chilly breeze swept through the exceptionally quiet night. Li Qiqi, without an umbrella, tightly wrapped her scarf around her neck, covering most of her face, while the speed of her electric scooter gradually increased. Knaqin was a relatively prosperous town in northern Myanmar, often marred by chaos, with gunfire and homicides occurring frequently, particularly in the abandoned factory on the eastern outskirts. Every time Li Qiqi passed by after work, she could hear the eerie cold wind howling through the disordered ruins. Creak, as she turned a corner, blinding white lights forced Li Qiqi to halt, squinting as she gazed ahead. Less than 15 meters away, on the gravel road, an imposing military SUV was parked, with a languidly charismatic man leaning against the front. Dressed in a black shirt and wearing a flat cap, his features were partially obscured. The white light emanating from the headlights enveloped his somewhat surreal silhouette, flickering and shadowy. Just as Li Qiqi was about to twist the throttle and move forward, two men emerged behind the SUV, clad in identical black jackets, one on each side, hoisting a deep brown sack. Crimson droplets trickled from the sack, splattering onto the thin layer of snow beneath her feet. The pristine white of the first snow mingled with the vivid red intertwining within her limited view. Li Qiqi's heart raced in a frenzy. Truly, it seems that what one fears most often comes to pass. She stared at the heavy sack in the men's hands, swallowing hard as realization dawned upon her. They were disposing of a body. The man in the flat cap adjusted his hat with one hand, lifting his gaze slightly until his eyes met Li Qiqi's. His cold, piercing blue eyes resembled those of a lurking wolf in the night, dark, sharp, and bloodthirsty, exuding a chilling indifference that seemed to penetrate the silent air. With just one glance, Li Qiqi shivered uncontrollably several times. A mocking, contemptuous chuckle echoed from behind her, carried by the icy wind into her ears. Her grip on the scooter tightened involuntarily, causing the vehicle to skid. Then came a loud bang. A bullet pierced the skin of Li Qiqi's shoulder, accompanied by agonizing pain. She let out a wail before tumbling off her scooter onto the roadside. She left a long trail along the gravel path. The man's marksmanship was unnervingly precise. Had it not been for the skidding of her scooter, that bullet would have likely struck her heart. Gritting her teeth, Li Qiqi curled into a ball, racked with pain. In the profound silence of the night, three pairs of footsteps approached, crunching through the thin layer of snow, ominous and chilling. They drew closer to Li Qiqi. Their strides were steady, and their pace unhurried. As if they were certain she could not escape, the man refrained from firing again, instead choosing to suffocate her nerves with this oppressive silence, forcing her ever closer to death. Three dark figures loomed in the headlights, gradually overshadowing Li Qiqi's petite form. An overwhelming wave of terror engulfed her. No longer daring to delay, she couldn't even spare a glance at her bloodied shoulder. She tightened her scarf to further conceal her face. Then, she pushed herself off the ground and swiftly dashed into the thicket to her right. Master Qi, pursue her. Li Qiqi was not a native of Myanmar, but having grown up in Knaqin, she was intimately familiar with every blade of grass and tree. The prominent figures in Knaqin were widely known. The brazen ones were called brothers, while the reserved were referred to as bosses. Various factions pretended to befriend one another on the surface while secretly vying for dominance, maintaining a delicate balance until matters escalated. In this place, few could be addressed as master, and Master Qi was a name she had never heard before. For a man so young to dare claim such a title, he must either wield immense power capable of commanding Knaqin or be an outsider ignorant of the rules. And those who are overly arrogant as outsiders are destined to be consumed by this den of vice. Li Qiqi's mind raced, her feet moving relentlessly, the complex knowledge etched in her mind becoming her greatest advantage. She ran forward with abandon as she weaved through the trees. Not a single snowflake fell from the branches, and the blood seeping from her shoulder was absorbed by her heavy outerwear, leaving no trace behind. While Li Qiqi advanced smoothly, the three men struggled to follow, forced to trace the disordered footprints left behind until they finally halted by a pool of icy water. Qi Xiaoye gazed coldly at the suddenly vanished footprints by the lake, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. His companions, Atai and Lin Qiqi, stopped beside him, glancing around before frowning and simultaneously speaking. Master Qi, she got away. Having followed Qi Xiaoye for years, few could escape under his watchful gaze, especially a wounded woman. Though it was possible Qi Xiaoye had merely chosen not to fire again out of whim, wanting to toy with her, allowing her an opportunity. Yet, despite their relentless pursuit, the woman had inexplicably vanished, which was truly uncanny. Could it be a ghost? Tai gasped. Lin Qiqi smacked him on the head. What kind of ghost rides an electric scooter? Just as they were about to bicker, Qi Xiaoye opened his eyes slightly, casting a cold glance at them, causing both to straighten up. An alarmed Master Qi, what should we do next? She witnessed everything. A gentle plume of smoke lazily escaped the man's lips, his pale blue eyes peering through the night mist towards the distant, brilliantly illuminated city. An intriguing city, filled with intriguing people. With a soft chuckle, the man remarked, find a way to locate her, and ensure she is dealt with. Understood. Chapter 2, A Redemption, Yet a Shackle. Li Qiqi took an extended leave from her job, hiding in her rented room in the eastern outskirts for a full 10 days. Her emergency medical kit contained readily available alcohol and gauze, items that every household in Knaqin kept on hand, negating the need for shopping trips she hadn't even ventured to the market for meals. When hungry, she drank water, nibbled on dry bread, and had a few buckets of instant noodles and eggs as her food supply. By the end of 10 days, Li Qiqi had lost a significant amount of weight. She was unaware of Master Qi's influence, but finding someone in Knaqin didn't require power. All one needed was money, making it rather simple. Fortunately, her scarf and clothing were all common styles, and her electric scooter was purchased on the black market to save costs, leaving no traceable information behind. Li Qiqi tossed her scarf and outerwear into the fire pit until they were consumed entirely. When her phone rang, checking the caller ID, she saw it was Sasha, the manager of the Yinpui High-Class Club. The Yinpui High-Class Club was the most extravagant nightlife venue in Knaqin, where Li Qiqi worked selling alcohol, earning no base salary but receiving commissions based on sales. As soon as the call connected, Sasha launched into a tirade before Li Qiqi could utter a word. Qiqi, if you're not planning to continue working, just say so, and I'll offer the opportunity to someone else. Don't just occupy the space without contributing. Earning money was of utmost importance to Li Qiqi, but having narrowly escaped death and now evading pursuers, she was too terrified to show her face at work. With a soft sigh, Li Qiqi pondered her predicament. Sister Sa, let's wait a few more days. You know my sales are poor, and the liquor isn't moving. It doesn't matter whether I go or not. Sasha clenched her teeth, and her voice carried an undertone of exasperation when she spoke again. A prominent figure has arrived at the venue today. You can earn money without uttering a word. If you're still alive, hurry over here and make sure you fill in this month's commission for me. Li Qiqi hesitated, contemplating a refusal, but Sasha's calm tone interrupted her thoughts. Li Qiqi froze. The boss Su that Sasha mentioned, whose full name is Su Nantian, is the founder of the Yinpui Club and is 14 years her senior. When Li Qiqi was 6, her adoptive father brought her to Myanmar, where she fell into the hands of human traffickers. She nearly lost her life during her escape, but it was Su Nantian who saved her. Having no memory of her biological parents, she was homeless and aimless, and Su Nantian took her in. From the age of 6 until 18, this man was her salvation during her darkest days, yet he also represented an inescapable bondage. Meanwhile, Sasha continued to persuade her, disrupting Li Qiqi's train of thought. Suddenly, Li Qiqi's grip on her phone trembled, her heart heavy with pain. She lowered her gaze to the ashes swirling and dancing in the fire pit under the dimming twilight. After a long pause, she managed to nod in agreement. I will come tonight. Her little electric scooter had broken down, leaving Li Qiqi without transportation. She hailed a motorcycle taxi downstairs, and after much negotiation, the driver reluctantly agreed to take her into the city for 3,000 baht. She wandered around the dimly lit shop, selecting a delicately patterned, shimmering light blue butterfly design from the myriad of photographs adorning the walls. Next, she removed her outer clothing, tugging at her inner lining to expose her left shoulder. The gunshot wound had scabbed over and healed, leaving a faint pink scar. The bullet had grazed her shoulder, buffered by her clothing, resulting in heavy bleeding but no serious injury, allowing for a swift recovery. However, the scar remained a lingering concern that could not be overlooked. Li Qiqi turned her face toward the tattoo shop owner, who lay back on a rattan chair, eyes closed, listening to music. Boss, I want this butterfly tattooed on my left shoulder, extending to my collarbone, seamlessly covering this scar. The owner glanced at her lazily and pointed to a low stool in front of him. 6,000 for the design, take a seat. By the time Li Qiqi returned to the Yinpui Club, it was already past 8. The entire establishment had lost its usual vibrancy. From the first floor to the second, the dance floor, booths, and private rooms were eerily silent, devoid of any guests. It seemed the venue had been reserved, confirming Sasha's assertion that a significant figure was indeed present tonight. Li Qiqi retrieved a tray of drinks from the bar and took the elevator to the largest private room on the 3rd floor, where a line of beverage salespeople awaited outside. She quickly stepped forward, joining the others, all of them anxiously anticipating the opening of the room's door. Sasha, the lead, cleared her throat and instructed them in a serious tone. Steady the drinks, hold your trays high, yes, above your heads. Remember, when we enter, we must kneel. Li Qiqi frowned. We are here to sell liquor, not to be treated like livestock. Sasha chuckled lightly as she glanced over. If you're unwilling, you don't have to do it. But I must warn you, the person who reserved the venue tonight is Brother Qiao. A small tip from him could sustain you for months. With that final remark, Sasha locked her gaze onto Li Qiqi's eyes, deliberately emphasizing her point. Brother Qiao, whose full name is Qiao, is the notorious heir of the Black Water Gang, infamous for his promiscuity and extravagant lifestyle. In a fit of joy, he might treat someone to a meal, but in displeasure, he could just as easily take a life. In Knaqin, no one dares to offend him. The crowd fell into silence. All the salespeople instinctively lowered their heads, raising their trays high, except for Li Qiqi, who remained unmoved, quietly turning to leave. As she took a step, Sasha's ghostly voice floated into her ear. Qiqi, Boss Su is in the private office on the top floor. Once you're done here, go find him immediately. Li Qiqi's heart quivered, she stared blankly at the brightly lit corridor ahead, a glimmer of tears pooling in her eyes. Noticing Li Qiqi's hesitation, Sasha hurried over. Qiqi, it's the end of the month. I've kindly given you 10 days off, you can't let me down. What if I end up in that place too? Sister Sa, don't worry. I will ensure this month's commission for you. I won't leave. Alright, Sasha let out a sigh of relief, her gaze lingering on Li Qiqi's porcelain-like neck before drifting to her heavily made-up face. With exaggerated eyeshadow, crimson lips, and a foundation thick enough to resemble paint, she had never seen Li Qiqi without makeup. In this place, every woman pursued beauty, striving for a natural allure. Yet this girl, at merely 18 years, exuded an air of cool detachment while adorning herself in garish and vulgar fashion. She did not know how to be coy or flattering, possessing a backbone of unwavering pride. She was simply not cut out for this line of work. Click, the door to the private room swung open, and the raucous music, mingled with the heavy scent of perfume, rushed out. Sasha had no time to spare for Li Qiqi, instantly switching into her role, her hands gracefully holding the tray as she entered with a flirtatious smile. I've come to bring you drinks, Brother Xiao. Her hips swayed sensuously as she walked, quickly disappearing into the room awash in scarlet light. Come in. At Xiao's command, the first salesperson dropped to her knees, her tray raised above her head, advancing on her knees to deliver the drinks. Li Qiqi could not see what transpired inside. She did not share the same curiosity as the others, craning her neck to peek. Instead, she stood apart like a solitary soul, head bowed, quietly waiting. The first salesperson returned in less than 5 minutes, clutching a thick stack of cash that appeared to be in US dollars. Her face radiated excitement as she kissed the bills repeatedly. The second salesperson cast an envious glance her way before kneeling down without hesitation. In Knaqin, the disparity between wealth and poverty is stark, with riches held tightly by the elite while ordinary citizens struggle for mere survival, leading to an ingrained servility among the lower classes. In this realm, wealth and power reign supreme. Dignity is nothing but a fleeting notion. As more people entered, those at the front dwindled, leaving only Li Qiqi standing outside the door. She gazed numbly into the room. On the small stage in the center, the club's most renowned pole dancer was performing. Xiao Xiao lounged casually in a leather sofa, legs crossed, surrounded by a throng of women, drinking from a glass held by a beauty who leaned in close. He wore a black jacket over a cropped knitted hoodie, unzipped to reveal a well-defined torso and several chunky gold chains around his neck. His fingers adorned with 3 large rings glittered painfully bright. Behind him stood a row of 8 bodyguards wearing sunglasses. To his left, Sasha bowed respectfully, pouring him a drink, her face a mask of flattery, her sly eyes occasionally darting to the glass table overflowing with cash. The entire private room was filled with a cacophony of revelry and exuberance. Those who served well were rewarded by Xiao Xiao, who would smile warmly as he slipped a stack of $100 bills into their clothing, casually caressing them, inciting a chorus of laughter from the women akin to the clucking of hens. As Li Qiqi glanced over, she noticed the beverage attendant in front of her had already knelt before Xiao Xiao. Enthralled by beauty, he paid her no mind. However, the lady beside him, who was diligently massaging his legs, thoughtfully extended her hand to retrieve the bottles of liquor from the tray, placing them upon the table one after another. The drinks have arrived. May brothers shall be blessed with safety and prosperity. The attendant cleared her throat and raised the tray higher. Only then did Xiao Xiao divert his gaze from the alluring lips of the woman beside him to glance at the attendant, his shoe tip nudging her chin, compelling her to lift her head as his eyes explored the contours of her features. Leave, thank you, Brother Xiao. It was her turn. Li Qiqi took a deep breath, but her knees felt as though they were laden with lead, refusing to bend. She could not comprehend why, given her current status and situation. She clung desperately to that meager and absurd sense of pride. As she hesitated, a robust and respectful voice suddenly resounded from behind her. Master Qi, please. Chapter 3, The Unsightly One, Master Qi. A sudden jolt surged through Li Qiqi's heart as she turned towards the source of the sound. There, at the far end of the corridor, stood a man, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, approaching her with a steady gait. Towering at no less than 6 feet 3 inches, he possessed broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his posture exuding an air of elegance. His long legs moved in a rhythmic stride, and under the glow of the corridor's neon lights, the already exquisite contours of his facial features appeared even more profound. He donned a black shirt, the collar slightly unbuttoned, revealing a glimpse of his strong jawline and neck, hinting at the robust chest muscles beneath. Though his attire suggested a rogue, he emanated an effortless air of nobility. coupled with his haughty demeanor and an indifference that commanded attention. His gaze seemed to convey that all should bow before him. Even the typically arrogant manager Yao subdued his usual bravado, bowing and scraping as he personally led this esteemed Mr. Qi. 2 bodyguards followed closely behind. One was impeccably dressed, exuding a fresh and polished look, his wrist adorned with an obviously expensive metal timepiece. The other sported a buzz cut, his dark complexion accentuated by elaborate tattoos on his muscular arms. Draped in a long black coat and a scarf, slightly dampened by the melting snowflakes, Li Qiqi's heart raced fiercely. It seemed that the saying fate brings enemies together was truly apt in this situation. These 3 men were the very ones who had committed murder and disposed of a body 10 days prior, and now they were relentlessly pursuing her killer. Master Qi, we have arrived. Brother Shao is inside. Manager Yao stood beside Li Qiqi, bowing slightly to gesture towards Qi Xiaoye with an inviting demeanor. Li Qiqi attempted to leave, only to be firmly restrained by Manager Yao. Bow your head. Manager Yao's voice was thunderous, causing Li Qiqi to tremble and hurriedly lower her gaze even further. In the private room, Xiao glanced over, grinning mischievously while embracing 2 beautiful women, directing his laughter at Qi Xiaoye. You truly are a busy man, Qi. After countless days of anticipation, I finally get to see you today. Tai hung his coat and scarf on the coat rack in the corner of the room, standing solemnly beside Lin Ku, flanking Qi Xiaoye. Xiao continued, it has been years, and the sense of oppression emanating from you, Qi, has intensified. It appears that the tides in Knaqin are soon to change. You too, Qi Xiaoye languidly reclined on the sofa, hardly lifting his eyelids as he replied indifferently. After all these years, you remain as inept as ever, unable to conquer even a modest place like Dongjiao. Qi Xiaoye's arrogance was palpable, he regarded everyone with disdain, often confronting whoever crossed his path. Xiao, accustomed to his brashness, shrugged nonchalantly and began to explain, though the sparrow is small, it possesses all its organs. In addition to our Heishui faction, there is the Qingmu gang eyeing Dongjiao, not to mention the small companies waiting to reap the benefits. The waters of Knaqin run deep. After speaking, Xiao exchanged glances with Sasha, who understood immediately and rose, swaying her hips as she approached to pour wine for Qi Xiaoye. Sir, Qi Xiaoye pinched the bridge of his nose in irritation. Everyone, leave. As his words fell, the extravagant atmosphere within the private room significantly diminished. Even the woman on the small stage ceased her dance, one hand resting on the steel pole while the other covered her partially exposed chest, breathing heavily as she looked to Xiao, unwilling to abandon the lively performance. Xiao tentatively interjected, Sir, she hasn't even finished, we haven't reached the pivotal moment yet, Then I shall wait for you to finish before I join. Qi Xiaoye feigned rising, prompting Xiao to leap to his feet, blocking Qi Xiaoye's movement while frantically waving at the group of women. Leave, all of you, get out. He then subtly gestured for the leading bodyguard behind him to step forward and pour a drink for Qi Xiaoye. Please, don't be angry. I just wanted you to relax a bit. If you dislike it, then we shan't continue. Sasha, accompanied by a throng of women, gradually exited the private room. As they passed by Li Qiqi, who stood with her head bowed in an air of disquiet, seemingly lost in thought, Sasha, in a fit of anger, slapped her forehead. What are you still doing here? You've lost your chance, leave. Oh. Li Qiqi nodded, her breath caught in her throat, yearning to escape this place at once. Yet, just as she took a step forward, Xiao's voice suddenly echoed from behind her. You, that hideous creature. Li Qiqi noticed Xiao staring in her direction, and uncertainly raised her hand to point at the tip of her nose. Me? Yes, indeed, you, ugly creature, Xiao reiterated without reservation. Go fetch us a new fruit platter, and be swift about it. This, Li Qiqi struggled to find her voice, as a wave of unabashed mockery echoed from behind her. Ha, what an eyesore. Indeed, dressing like a wild chicken all day. She wouldn't attract a buyer even if she were peddling herself. Who says that being unattractive renders one useless? Perhaps she excels in other ways. Ha ha ha. Oh dear, look at you. Speaking such blatant truths. The harsh, piercing laughter persisted, drawing the attention of Qi Xiaoye in the private room. The man's dark and icy gaze sent a chill through Li Qiqi, causing her heart to momentarily halt. fearing that her hesitation would betray her. She chose not to engage with the raucous and disrespectful women, quickly turning to move forward. Upon returning to the VIP room, the door was firmly shut. Li Qiqi pressed her hand to her chest, taking a deep breath, and gently tapped on the door. "Boss, the fruit platter you ordered." "Come in." Li Qiqi pushed the door open. "Ah!" A piercing and mournful scream pierced her ears, followed by a warm spray of crimson blood splattering across Li Qiqi's face. Li Qiqi's entire body trembled, and the fruit platter in her hands nearly slipped from her shaking grasp. Qi Xiaoye crouched before her, less than 2 meters away. His back turned towards her. In his right hand, he held a dagger with a razor-sharp edge, droplets of crimson blood dripping from its tip. His left hand clutched a transparent glass wine cup, the original amber liquid within now tainted with blood, gradually transforming into a vivid scarlet. Li Qiqi could distinctly see an ear floating in the wine. The revulsion and terror surged within her like a venomous snake, sending shivers down her spine. Before Qi Xiaoye knelt a man she had never seen, clutching his bleeding right cheek, begging for mercy while repeatedly bowing his head to Qi Xiaoye. "Master Qi. I know I was wrong, Master Qi. I dare not eavesdrop again. Please spare me, I beseech you, let me go." Qi Xiaoye smirked lightly, tapping the man's face with the wine cup in a nonchalant manner, the wine swirling around the submerged ear and blood within. "Spare you? That's easily arranged, drink this cup of wine." Ma Lu's heart, already on the verge of collapse, raced uncontrollably, fixating on the ear that belonged to him within the cup. His body trembled violently, an involuntary reaction, yet he dared not hesitate as he accepted the cup. She could no longer withstand the harrowing sight and, trembling, turned to leave. "Stop." Qi Xiaoye, having watched the unfolding scene from the couch, lifted his gaze towards Li Qiqi, grinning as he gestured with his chin. "Where do you think you're going?" Chapter 4, Her Lifeline. "Xiaoge, the fruit platter is dirty, I'll get you a new one." "It's fine. The bloodied ones are more thrilling to eat." Qi Xiaoye scrutinized Li Qiqi from head to toe, noting her heavy makeup and lackluster fashion sense. Other beauties, in their attempts to promote themselves, would wear short skirts even in winter, exposing their thighs. Yet here she was, clad in a long white down jacket, wrapped tightly from the neck down, resembling a dumpling or a snowball, leaving nothing to the imagination. "How dull. Ugly creature, can you sing?" Li Qiqi could not bring herself to deny it and obediently nodded her head. Her trembling, fearful demeanor, coupled with her dejected appearance, inexplicably amused Xiao Xiao, leading him to question whether this woman was indeed an employee here. He raised his right hand slightly and beckoned Li Qiqi with a flick of his finger. "Come here," he said as the door closed behind her. Li Qiqi obediently followed suit. As she passed by Qi Xiaoye, Ma Lu had already emptied his glass and was now chewing on a piece of material with a pained expression, producing a crunching sound with each bite. Li Qiqi took hesitant steps, her fear rendering her breath shallow. Just then, Qi Xiaoye stood up. The maness brought in sturdy back brushed against the edge of the fruit platter that Li Qiqi held, sending her already frayed nerves into utter disarray. She fixated on the bloodied dagger in Qi Xiaoye's grasp, recalling the nightmarish scene of the blood-soaked sack, and her legs weakened, unable to support her any longer. With a thud, she collapsed onto the floor, the fruit platter slipping from her hands and scattering vibrant fruits across the ground. The nauseating scent of blood mingled with the sweet fragrance of the fruits, filling the room with an overwhelming presence. Qi Xiaoye averted his gaze momentarily, casting a glance at Li Qiqi. Her trembling eyes, somewhat unfocused, could not conceal the beautiful clarity within them, her tear-streaked orbs sparkled like a deer's, radiant and bright. There was something oddly familiar about her. A smirk curled at the corners of Qi Xiaoye's lips as he crouched beside her. The glinting dagger twirled in his palm before he gripped it tightly again, directing it toward her shoulder with a swift, decisive motion. The sharp tip effortlessly sliced through the fabric of her down jacket, sending the inferior white stuffing billowing between them like cotton fluff. With a dismissive flick of his wrist, he continued his motion, cutting through the pristine white lining and the straps of her inner garments with ruthless precision. The vividly lifelike butterfly tattoo on Li Qiqi's shoulder was fully revealed, exuding an exquisite beauty. Qi Xiaoye squinted his eyes, the tip of his knife gently tracing the delicate contours of the butterfly tattoo. From her shoulder to her collarbone, the skin concealed beneath the fabric was pale and tender, smooth and exquisite, reminiscent of fragrant mutton fat jade. The lines of her collarbone were perfectly fluid, with the butterfly perched upon it, strikingly beautiful. Noticing the deepening hue in Qi Xiaoye's eyes and the involuntary movement of his pronounced Adam's apple, a surge of fiery restlessness erupted within him, awakening a hidden beast. This sensation was both fresh and intriguing, bringing Qi Xiaoye a sense of pleasure, while Li Qiqi was engulfed in terror. The cold metallic feel of the knife's tip heightened Li Qiqi's already fragile nerves. Trembling uncontrollably, her gaze remained fixated on the dagger as it roamed freely in Qi Xiaoye's hand. After tracing the butterfly tattoo in a complete circle, the sharp tip halted at the spot on her shoulder where a scar should have been. The terror within Li Qiqi reached its zenith. Perhaps in less than a second, Qi Xiaoye would unmask her disguise, swiftly plunging a dagger into her throat, claiming her life. Instinctively, she shifted to the side. Her right hand cautiously lifted, clutching her down jacket to conceal the tattoo, trembling with fear to the point where her teeth began to chatter. The man's cold voice resonated from above. "Are you afraid of me? Witnessing murder for the first time, witnessing the severing of ears, how could you not be afraid?" Li Qiqi dared to think but hesitated to express her thoughts, her pale face lifting to meet Qi Xiaoye's gaze. The man, tall and imposing, nearly obscured her entire field of vision, and the shadows cast by the overhead light enveloped her completely. The icy blade approached once more. This time, Qi Xiaoye did not tear open her clothing. Instead, he maneuvered the knife, gliding it slowly, gently across her delicate neck, evoking a chilling sensation that sent shivers down her spine. His voice grew increasingly icy. "Speak. You're going to die." Fear gripped her. Moments ago, she had severed his ear, and still, she compelled him to drink. "Master Qi, I'm terrified." Li Qiqi feigned a pitiful cry, her tears washing away the heavy foundation on her face, mingling with the stains of blood, while the dark eyeliner and eyeshadow blurred into a chaotic mess. She appeared both unattractive and disheveled. Yet, despite this, the girl's almond-shaped eyes retained their brightness, her eyelashes damp and quivering, easily shedding tears that could evoke the darker desires of those with nefarious intentions, wishing to crush her delicately in their hands. Qi Xiaoye observed her closely, inexplicably reminded of the term ugly cute. With a subtle smile, the man exhibited an unusual patience, gently elucidating to Li Qiqi. He had heard things he ought not to have, but his ears remained unburdened. After speaking, Qi Xiaoye paused for a few seconds, fixating on Li Qiqi's eyes, and asked meaningfully, "By the same token, what do you think? If someone witnessed what they should not have, or spoke what they ought not to have, how should I administer punishment?" Li Qiqi was unable to discern whether Qi Xiaoye's inquiry was a test or if he had already recognized her. She pursed her lips and spoke, "Dig out the eyes, cut the tongue?" The man smiled with delight, yet his tone was frigid, and a chilling ruthlessness flickered in the depths of his gaze. Li Qiqi felt a slight heaviness in her heart. She understood that once a remorseless murderer harbored intentions of killing, any pretense of ignorance or weakness before him would be utterly futile. The hour of death approached, with no avenue for escape. Li Qiqi stifled her sobs, resignedly closing her eyes, quietly awaiting the impending torment. However, Qi Xiaoye did not proceed to inflict upon her the cruel fate she had anticipated, gouging out her eyes or severing her tongue. Instead, the man reached for a tissue from the table, gently prying her tightly clenched hands from her down jacket, and tenderly wiped away the bloodstains from her neck, collarbone, and cheeks. Behind them, Lin Ke stepped forward, bending down to fetch a new glass, pouring another drink for Qi Xiaoye. Li Qiqi found herself unable to comprehend. Raising her gaze, Qi Xiaoye, with his long legs splayed, looked down at her with an air of superiority. His right arm languidly rested on the armrest of the sofa, his long, powerful fingers idly swirling the glass in his hand. The ice cubes within the drink collided, producing a melodic clinking sound. The man tilted his head back, his throat subtly shifting as he gulped down a mouthful, allowing a piece of ice to rest upon his tongue. Noticing Li Qiqi standing there in a daze, he crunched the ice in his mouth, offering her a faint smile while kindly reminding her, "Xiaogu is still waiting for you." Accustomed to encountering demons of the most malevolent kind, Li Qiqi had never before witnessed someone as strikingly handsome as Qi Xiaoye, whose mere words or fleeting glances exuded an aura of ferocity and wildness. She gazed at him, momentarily entranced. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao observed Li Qiqi sprawled on the floor, Having just moments ago sobbed uncontrollably, trembling like a leaf, only to now appear dazed and fixated on Qi Xiaoye, which brought him immense joy. He leaned forward, beckoning to her with a wave. "Ah, this is truly amusing. Ugly duckling, come here quickly." "Yes," Qi Xiaoye replied, directing his attention to Ma Lu with an indifferent tone. With a slight closure of his eyes, he added, "Scram." Li Qiqi circumvented Ma Lu and sat obediently beside Xiao Xiao, her hands neatly folded upon her knees, exuding a demeanor of decorum. She raised her gaze to observe Ma Lu, who was covered in blood, scrambling out of the private room in a frantic manner. Yet her peripheral vision could not help but steal glances at the languidly charismatic man bathed in the crimson glow of the lights. Li Qiqi was uncertain whether Qi Xiaoye had truly recognized her, and she certainly could not believe that he would show her any leniency. If Qi Xiaoye had indeed identified her yet refrained from taking action, the only plausible explanation would be the presence of Xiao Xiao. Clearly, the individual Qi Xiaoye had killed that night must have been connected to Xiao Xiao, and he was intent on keeping this matter from him. The heir of the Blackwater gang, her talisman of survival. Chapter 5. What melody would you like to hear? Xiaoge, what melody would you like to hear? Li Qiqi swiftly organized her chaotic thoughts, reached for the microphone on the table, and confidently activated the electronic screen in her hand to introduce Xiao Xiao. "I can sing folk songs, pop music, classical melodies, and foreign tunes." It may not be apparent, but Xiao Xiao has moved a little closer to Li Qiqi, revealing that this seemingly awkward individual possesses a remarkable versatility. From a young age, Li Qiqi accompanied Su Nantian as they frequented various venues, absorbing the atmosphere like a sponge, becoming a veritable mobile repository of melodies. When the drinks failed to sell, she often entertained guests in the lobby with her full performances. Not to mention, she truly excelled in the art of singing. Brother Zhao's praise was misplaced. Xiao Xiao rubbed his arm, which was breaking out in goosebumps. "Damn it! I'm such a visual person. Don't smile at me with that ghostly face, you've startled me awake. My apologies, Brother Xiao." Fortunately, Xiao Xiao was in a good mood and chose not to dwell on Li Qiqi's antics. He lifted his chin slightly, directing her attention towards the circular lift chair to the left front. "Go, select a spicy, alluring Western song, and sing over there. No eavesdropping. And do not turn to look at me." "All right." Li Qiqi stood up with utmost grace, her back turned to Xiao Xiao, who was seated on a rising chair before the large screen. The song blazed with fervor, and the music video was equally electrifying. The suffocating atmosphere of the private room was suddenly ignited by Li Qiqi's remarkably infectious voice, drawing the attention of all the men present, including Xiao Xiao. The girl's delicate figure was shrouded in the crimson light, her cool yet subtly sweet demeanor poised and composed. It was hard for Xiao Xiao to fathom that the passionate, fiery sound enveloping his ears emanated from someone like Li Qiqi, a girl seemingly untouched by desire. How peculiar. He leaned closer to Qi Xiaoye, raising his glass to lightly clink against the one in Qi Xiaoye's hand, a triumphant eyebrow arched in delight. "What do you think, Qi? The girl I've taken a liking to sings quite well, doesn't she? What would you like her to perform?" He downed his drink with indifference, stating flatly, "Shall we not discuss business?" Business. Xiao Xiao hesitated to meet Qi Xiaoye's gaze, the man's commanding presence too overwhelming, his temper as fierce as ever. Most notably, despite being of similar age and equal standing in their collaboration, Qi Xiaoye's condescending glance made Xiao Xiao feel as though he were the one seeking favors. Unwilling to concede, Xiao Xiao pressed his tongue against his cheek. With a light chuckle, Qi Xiaoye replied, "Then we shall wait." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and Linka stepped forward to present a cigarette case and lighter. Struggling to light it, Qi Xiaoye held the cigarette between his lips and ignited it. The standing of Lord Xiao remained unshakable within the circle, and they would ensure that all formalities were properly observed. The rest, he entrusted to Xiao Xiao. As white smoke billowed from the burning tip of the cigarette, Qi Xiaoye gazed indifferently at the girl on the screen, who had just finished her song. Lowering her head, she hesitated for a moment, waiting until their conversation ceased before she gracefully approached. Sensing his gaze upon her, she glanced up briefly but quickly averted her eyes in fluster, folding her hands demurely as she stood beside Xiao Xiao like a timid little rabbit. This little rabbit was both foolish and adorable, her long, thick eyelashes curling distinctly, fluttering enticingly when she lowered her lids, provoking an irresistible yearning. Qi Xiaoye observed her lazily through half-closed eyes, as if assessing prey that had strayed from the pack. The white smoke curling slowly from the slight opening of his lips. Li Qiqi spoke softly, "Xiaoge, I have finished singing. Should I continue?" The matter at hand was of utmost importance, and Xiao Xiao had no intention of making things difficult for Li Qiqi. Yet, it was indeed remarkable that a girl with such a pure demeanor could sing such provocative songs, perfectly aligning with his tastes. With a flourish of his hand, Xiao Xiao tossed 2 stacks of $100 bills into Li Qiqi's embrace. "Well done. I shall seek you out again next time." Li Qiqi, having acquired both wealth and a pardon, squinted her eyes in delight and bowed deeply to Xiao Xiao, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother Xiao." Without pausing for a moment, she swiftly dashed away on her slender legs. Xiao Xiao watched her cheerful figure retreat with a light chuckle. "Ah, still a little money enthusiast. Quite amusing. Qi, this young lady may not be particularly striking in appearance, but she is undeniably entertaining, wouldn't you agree?" Behind him, Tai retrieved a long black coat and scarf from the coat rack, stepping forward to drape the coat over Qi Xiaoye's shoulders. Qi Xiaoye adjusted the collar and took a step forward. Xiao Xiao finally grasped the situation, his roguish smile freezing in an instant. "Qi, are you leaving?" Qi Xiaoye remained non-committal, glancing sideways at Lin Ke, who understood and promptly dialed Manager Yao on his phone. Once the call ended, Qi Xiaoye finally spoke. "Brother Xiao enjoys playing, you can stay and indulge in that. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." What on earth was this man up to? Xiao Xiao found Qi Xiaoye's temperament increasingly inscrutable, furrowing his brows as he stood up alongside him. "Whether to play or not is irrelevant. I have a plethora of plans to discuss with you, and you want to leave just like that? How can we negotiate?" Qi Xiaoye paused, lowering his gaze. "I will assist you in dealing with the Qingmu gang and securing the eastern suburb territory, with only a 30% share of the profits for myself. However, you must help me investigate a perfume formula known as Nai Luo Xiang. What could be so extraordinary about this perfume that it warranted Qi Xiaoye's personal involvement and the relinquishing of a portion of profits?" Xiao Xiao became intrigued, nodding in agreement. "It's merely a perfume formula, no problem. Send me the information, and I'll dispatch someone to investigate immediately. Now, shall we first discuss my plans?" "You need not concern yourself with that," Qi Xiaoye retorted curtly, striding purposefully towards the exit. Brushing past the stream of beautiful women heading to the private room, his gaze fixed ahead. At the end of the corridor, Li Qiqi stood in the elevator, clutching a stack of $100 bills, and as he glanced over, the elevator doors closed with barely a sliver of space remaining. "Brother Xiao, let us continue." Xiao Xiao wanted to say more, but Qi Xiaoye had already vanished from view. In mere moments, Xiao Xiao found himself once again enveloped by the throng of alluring women. Observing the exquisitely made-up, alluring figures before him, he felt an inexplicable sense of irritation, his enthusiasm for merriment waning. "Damn it, still so arrogant. Can you manage without me? Pour the drinks, pour the drinks. I want to drink." After a pause, Xiao Xiao scanned the crowd with a challenging glare. "Who can sing?" One of the beauties cautiously spoke up, "Brother Xiao, I can sing." "What genre would you like to hear?" Xiao Xiao looked down at the bashful beauty before him, feeling considerably more at ease. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised an eyebrow. "Something risque," the beauty replied. Chapter 6, Then Wait for Me to Grow Up. Li Qiqi arrived at the top floor of the club, standing for a considerable time at the entrance of Su Nanshan's private office. The corridor was utterly deserted, the silence palpable. She clutched the doorknob with her right hand, hesitating to turn it for an extended period. This office, once a source of comfort and reliance for Li Qiqi during her childhood, was a refuge during her frequent nightmares, which compelled her to cling to Su Nantian, forbidding him from attending his night shifts. Su Nantian, unable to refuse her, would bring her along to the club. She would remain quiet and composed, like a little glutinous rice dumpling, nestled on the leather sofa of the office, waiting in a state between dreams and wakefulness for Su Nantian to finish his tasks. When did everything begin to change? Li Qiqi's palm tightened, and with a faint click, the doorknob emitted a subtle sound. Su Nanshan's rich voice resonated from within the office. "Qiqi?" "Whom?" As Li Qiqi entered, Su Nantian sat in the center of the office on his chair, adorned with half-rimmed, lensless golden glasses, a cigar delicately held between his fingers. A faint aroma of tobacco wafted through the air. At 32, Su Nantian was the youngest nightclub owner in Kenshin, possessing striking features and a fair complexion. Every gesture exuded the unique charm of a mature man, his demeanor both cultured and distinguished. Before encountering Qi Xiaoye, Li Qiqi had always believed that the most handsome men in the world were akin to Su Nantian. She closed the door and hurried over, carefully placing the stack of $100 bills on the desk before him, and took out a ledger to begin her entries. "Uncle, this is my commission for this month, totaling $18,000, in addition to the previous." Su Nantian interrupted her with an ambiguous cold snort, dismissing her words. He reached for the money on the desk, casting a scornful glance before casually tossing it aside. "Why move away?" Li Qiqi tightened her grip on the signature pen. Her gaze lowered. "I am already 18, I can support myself and no longer wish to trouble my uncle." "Trouble? I have never found you to be a burden." Su Nantian set down his cigar and approached her. "You need not repay me, I am more than willing to support you. If you desire, you may reside in the pear orchard for the rest of your life." The man's imposing figure left Li Qiqi struggling to breathe, and she instinctively took a step back. "A lifetime is far too long, uncle, I do not wish for that." "Do not wish." Su Nantian's fingers trembled slightly. His hand poised to ruffle Li Qiqi's hair suddenly froze in midair. He gazed down at the frail yet stubborn girl before him, his eyes tracing the remnants of her disheveled state before alighting upon her left shoulder. The outer down jacket and its lining bore evident scars from a knife, exposing her shoulder, where a butterfly tattoo adorned her collarbone. "Is this the girl I have cherished and nurtured for 12 years? Barely of age?" She hastened to declare her independence, expressing a desire to repay me, seeking an escape from my side. Tattoos, selling liquor, and being subjected to the advances of patrons? A cold light flashed in Su Nantian's already somber eyes as he grasped Li Qiqi by the nape of her neck, forcefully slamming her against the desk. "I have long stated that I do not require repayment, nor will I allow you to leave the pear orchard. Have I indulged you for so many years, fostering such unruliness that you no longer heed my words?" The tremendous impact brought forth a disorienting wave, and Li Qiqi, caught off guard, felt a bruise form at her temple from the desk. Leaning against the table, she turned her head after a brief stupor, staring incredulously at Su Nantian. This was the first time he had struck her previously, even when she shattered his most cherished, invaluable porcelain vase from the Xia nation. He merely smiled at her and reprimanded her with a stern expression. He often scolded her, threatened her with a fierce countenance, and frightened her. Yet he had never brought himself to strike her. Now, he resorts to violence simply because she wishes to leave his home? Yet it was he who had cast her aside first. Li Qiqi's emotions surged within her, tears breaking through her defenses and cascading down her cheeks. She opened her mouth weakly, yet no words escaped her lips. Perhaps sensing her overreaction, Su Nantian, after a few moments of shared silence, suppressed the relentless tide of anger within him and took the initiative to shatter the stillness. Had it been 3 months prior? Li Qiqi would have rushed forward the moment she entered, pouring out her troubles to Su Nantian, confiding in him about the unnecessary troubles she had encountered, and awaiting his assistance to resolve them. But now, she no longer required that. Li Qiqi lowered her eyelashes, and while serving the fruit platter, she stumbled, provoking the ire of the guests who used this incident to issue a warning to me. "Who? Xiao Xiao?" Li Qiqi remained silent, while Su Nantian furrowed his brows and continued to inquire, "Did he touch you?" "No," Li Qiqi shook her head. "Xiao Xiao is notoriously vain. He would consider me ugly and wouldn't even spare me a second glance." This was indeed the truth, and Su Nantian's tightly knit brows relaxed somewhat. "Then why the tattoo?" he pressed. "Because I think it looks good." "Looks good?" Su Nantian scoffed, loosening his grip on her neck only to seize her chin with a fierce hold, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints on her face. His sharp gaze, concealed behind his glasses, pierced through Li Qiqi's heavy makeup, quietly scrutinizing her exquisitely beautiful features beneath. "Have you so quickly forgotten what I told you? In Knaqin, beauty is of no consequence, and you must ensure no one discovers your attractiveness. At 18, a time when beauty blossoms, there isn't a girl who does not cherish her appearance, and Li Qiqi was no exception. Yet, she dared not embrace it. Since she turned 16, Su Nantian had forbidden her from revealing her true self. This man had warned her repeatedly that beautiful girls would be devoured by the demons of Knaqin, leaving nothing but bones behind. He had even taken her to special occasions, forcing her to witness the entire process through one-way glass. Terrified, Li Qiqi had vomited uncontrollably and suffered from a high fever for days on end. "I haven't forgotten. I swear. I'm sorry, uncle, there won't be a next time. I don't want to be beautiful, I don't want to be beautiful." A profound fear tore through her repressed memories, slithering like a venomous snake around her fragile heart, her trembling voice barely concealing a sob. Finally, Su Nantian relented. He lifted Li Qiqi from the table, cradling her gently, softening his tone to explain, "Qiqi, there have been some issues with my business abroad. And I've been away for the past 3 months handling them. I understand you've been upset with me about this. It's my fault for making you wait so long." The sudden embrace, accompanied by the familiar scent of tobacco, enveloped Li Qiqi. And the warmth of his breath against her ear sent a shiver down her spine, causing her accounting book and pen to clatter to the floor. Without allowing Su Nantian to finish his words, she instinctively raised her hand and forcefully pushed him away. "I am not causing a scene." The current Li Qiqi was no longer the little girl who would throw a tantrum over a piece of dessert or a soft cake. Su Nantian had saved her and provided for her well. Even if he neglected her while abroad, scolded, frightened, or struck her, this man could do no wrong in her eyes. She felt she deserved whatever fate he dealt her. She had no right to quarrel with Su Nantian. With a decisive and forceful push, she staggered Su Nantian, causing his glasses to slip to the tip of his nose. He did not reach to adjust them, maintaining his calm demeanor as he advanced steadily. "If you aren't causing a scene, then why did you move out and run to the eastern suburbs? Do you have any idea how chaotic it is there? The 2 major factions of Knaqin are in fierce competition, living there could cost you your life. Li Qiqi, what do you truly want? You are getting engaged." Li Qiqi choked on her sobs, gently wiping away the tears that lingered on her chin with the back of her right hand. "Miss Qiao will become your wife. The pear garden shall be your home. In the future, you will have children of your own. I simply wish to distance myself from you." Su Nantian was taken aback. The thought of being with her. The man hesitated, his words hanging in the air. Li Qiqi raised her gaze, locking eyes with Su Nantian. Each word she uttered floated lightly through the air, yet struck Su Nantian's heart with the force of a hammer. "Uncle, I have grown up." As their eyes met, the office fell into a profound silence. When Su Nantian rescued Li Qiqi, he was nearly 20 years old, thriving in Knaqin through sheer determination, bolstered by his striking appearance which attracted the attention of many beautiful women. In the brief span of 3 years, Li Qiqi had encountered a total of 8 lovers, none of whom could remain by Su Nantian's side for more than 3 months. The reasons for their dismissal were, however, quite simple. Li Qiqi harbored a deep-seated aversion. Su Nantian, known for his irritable temperament, indeed lavished affection upon her, treating her as a cherished trinket, prioritizing her in all matters. This devotion prompted Su Nantian's 9th lover, Min Mo, to shower Li Qiqi with kindness, referring to her affectionately as little niece and bestowing upon her an array of fluffy toys to elicit joy. Yet, Li Qiqi understood that Min Mo's benevolence stemmed from her desire to marry Su Nantian. At the tender age of 9, Li Qiqi grappled with the complexities of romantic entanglements. Grasping only that should Su Nantian wed and establish a family of his own, her presence might fade into insignificance. Abandoned by her biological parents and subsequently sold by her adoptive father, she could scarcely fathom the torment that awaited her in Knaqin if she were to lose Su Nantian's protection. Thus, Li Qiqi once more ventured into Su Nantian's study, cautiously inquiring, "Uncle, will you marry Sister Min Mo?" Su Nantian, aware of her innocent musings, retrieved a storybook from the shelf, settling on the sofa with her as they perused its pages, responding with indifference, "If you do not wish it, it shall not come to pass." Nevertheless, Su Nantian would inevitably marry. If not Min Mo, then another would surely follow. The naive Li Qiqi conceived a seemingly foolproof solution. She closed the book and, with her wide, innocent eyes sparkling with sincerity, blinked at Su Nantian, asking, "Could you marry me?" Su Nantian erupted into laughter, a joyous sound. playfully pinching Li Qiqi's nose, causing her to squirm in his embrace. "You little rascal, what nonsense you speak! Then wait for me, until I grow up." Li Qiqi spoke with sincerity. As a child, she did not comprehend the significance of those words. She merely wished to firmly grasp the protective umbrella that Su Nantian provided, desiring nothing more than to live a peaceful life. Life continued as usual, and Su Nantian's affection for her remained unchanged. The only difference being that he no longer sought the company of other lovers. This state persisted until the day of Li Qiqi's 18th birthday, when Su Nantian, with a gentle smile, wrapped his arm around the waist of a woman and delivered a profound blow to Li Qiqi, who was joyfully preparing to embrace adulthood. "Qiqi, this is Xiaolina, my girlfriend. We plan to get engaged in 6 months. This necklace is her gift to you. Happy birthday." Li Qiqi was far from happy. Chapter 7, Obediently, Wait for me at home. "Boss Su, Miss Qiao has arrived." Manager Yao's voice echoed from outside the office, shattering the silence that enveloped the two. Su Nantian instinctively shouted, "Tell her to go away. Let her in." Seeing this, Li Qiqi bent down to pick up the fallen pen and ledger. As she attempted to bypass Su Nantian and leave, he grasped her arm firmly. Li Qiqi cast a pale glance at Su Nantian, remaining silent. Su Nantian was aware of Li Qiqi's stubborn temperament. He gritted his teeth and sighed, his gaze drifting once more over the girl's porcelain shoulders. He removed his suit jacket and draped it over her, lowering his voice in an attempt to coax her. "Be a little good." Suddenly, the office door swung open. Xiaolina entered with a smile, raising her hand to halt Su Nantian's actions. She took the suit from his hands and placed it on the desk, then proceeded to remove her own shawl. "Tiangu, young girls love to be beautiful. How could you have her wear a man's coat? Here, wear mine." Outside, the snow continued to fall, and Li Qiqi, feeling the chill, looked at Su Nantian, who returned her gaze, perhaps fearing she might throw Xiaolina's shawl out the window in a fit of temper. Akin to when she had discarded her necklace on her birthday, Su Nantian subtly gestured for her to comply. Even without his reminder, she would not act so impulsively. From a young age, she had learned to read the room, and all her caprices fell well within the bounds Su Nantian deemed acceptable. Li Qiqi lowered her head, observing Qialina's delicate fingers gracefully maneuvering before her chest. She patiently awaited until Xiaolina had tied her shawl neatly, before politely expressing her gratitude. Xiaolina gazed at Li Qiqi's slightly reddened, tear-filled eyes and her vividly colored face, letting out an exaggerated and lengthy "oh." She pointed her manicured index finger at the tip of Li Qiqi's nose, exclaiming, "Isn't this the ugly monster my brother mentioned? Qiqi, one must never use inferior cosmetics for makeup. Prolonged use can ruin your complexion. I shall present you with a new set in a few days." "That sounds wonderful." Li Qiqi nodded, unperturbed by the scolding, displaying a demeanor of submissive compliance. She obediently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and, through this simple gesture, gently brushed aside the finger that Xiaolina had pointed at her nose. With a sweet voice, she continued, "Thank you, dear aunt." This address was crisp and decisive, unequivocally signaling her stance. Xntin opposite her was momentarily taken aback, yet it lasted but a fleeting second before he resumed his calm composure. Meanwhile, Xiaolina was visibly flustered by the simplicity of Li Qiqi's words, her previously subtle hostility dissipating as she leaned into Xntin, laughing playfully and tilting her head to kiss his cheek. "It's my fault, the money for the cosmetics can be charged to me. I always knew Brother Tian dotes on me." Li Qiqi felt a pang in her heart, instinctively tightening the hem of her garment. Deep down, she was acutely aware that if Su Nantian desired marriage, Xiaolina would be the most suitable choice. This woman was intellectually mature, strikingly beautiful, and possessed an air of grace. Most importantly, she was the eldest daughter of the Qiao family, the sister of Xiao Xiao. In terms of both appearance and lineage, Xiaolina was a perfect match for Su Nantian, capable of propelling him to great heights. Observing the couple's evident affection, Li Qiqi felt there was no reason to linger any longer. She turned and swiftly exited the office. However, just before closing the door, curiosity got the better of her, and she peered through the crack. Xiaolina was coquettishly draping herself around Su Nantian's neck. Having just arrived, it was too late, she had missed her chance. Sunantian was seated in the office chair, cradling Xiaolina, his right hand gently caressing her silken hair. A playful smile gracing his lips as he raised an eyebrow at her.
Have you missed me in these 3 months?
Of course.
How much?
Everywhere. As they drew closer, Sunantian's broad hand began to traverse Xiaolina's alluring figure, slowly slipping beneath the hem of her blouse.
Tian Gu.
Don't, Xiaolina sighed softly, tilting her swan-like neck as she removed his glasses with one hand while gently pushing him away with the other.
Aren't you in a hurry?
Let us take a shower first.
Together.
With a swift motion, Sunantian tore open the zipper of Xiaolina's dress. And the shocking sight overwhelmed Li Qiqi, causing her heart to race. Unable to bear witnessing any more, she hastily closed the office door and fled in a panic. Li Qiqi handed the remaining $2,000 to Sasha.
Sasha, this is the commission I owe you for this month, all settled. With a beaming smile, Sasha accepted the money and leaned closer to whisper in Li Qiqi's ear, Qiqi, did you just plead with Boss Su on their behalf?
Those sisters are locked up because you angered him, and now they are caught in the crossfire.
What does that have to do with me? Li Qiqi, feeling discontented,
retorted sharply, they were imprisoned for failing to meet their performance targets.
While that was true, the decision to imprison them ultimately rested on Boss Su's whims.
We are all struggling to survive in the same environment, we are sisters after all. Surely, you cannot just stand by and watch them suffer.
Li Qiqi chuckled self-deprecatingly.
I am merely an ordinary beverage salesperson, not a benevolent savior. You are well aware of Boss Su's temperament, he will not heed my words.
You won't know until you try, Qiqi. Boss Su's attitude towards you is ultimately distinct.
There is no distinction.
I can devise a way to assist them. But this favor cannot come without recompense. In a few days, it will be the 70th birthday of Master Qiao. Could you find a way to bring me in? Sasha furrowed her brow. What do you intend to do?
I wish to earn money, Li Qiqi raised her right hand in a vow.
I aspire to amass a great fortune.
I promise to comply with Sister Sasha's arrangements and will not cause any trouble. Although Li Qiqi's efforts in selling alcohol may not have been commendable, she was generally obedient and sang quite well. Her earnings also ensured that her supervisor received a considerable commission.
After a moment of contemplation, Sasha nodded. Very well, I can help you earn money.
As long as you can rescue them from the clutches of the cage, these matters are trivial.
Thank you, Sister Sasha. With a newfound avenue.
Li Qiqi's troubled heart was finally alleviated, and as she stepped back outside, her footsteps felt considerably lighter. The bustling street of Fengqing was always lively. As Li Qiqi stepped outside, she was greeted by a throng of onlookers, each craning their necks to point and whisper about a sleek, black, extended,
bulletproof Bentley Mulsanne parked by the roadside.
Li Qiqi stood on tiptoe to gaze ahead. The vehicle before her boasted an elongated body, fortified to a B7 level of protection,
capable of withstanding even 15 kilograms of TNT explosives with ease.
Those who ventured out in such a car were undoubtedly individuals of considerable danger. Just as she contemplated circumventing it, the rear window of the car suddenly descended, revealing Qi Xiaoye, who languidly regarded her from within. The vibrant neon signs of the bustling street cast a kaleidoscope of brilliant hues, illuminating the contours of his profile in a dance of light and shadow, both exquisite and captivating.
Get in the car? Only a fool would do so.
Li Qiqi understood that Qi Xiaoye was calling her, but she chose to ignore him completely. She averted her gaze, feigning ignorance, and turned to walk briskly towards Grapefruit Street, pulling out her phone to call a motorcycle taxi. Just as she was about to connect the call, her hand suddenly felt empty, her phone was snatched away, and a cold, hard object pressed against her lower back. Startled, her entire body tensed, and from the encroaching darkness behind her, a man's face gradually emerged, his eyes a pale hue. Though his features were quite handsome, they emanated an unsettling chill. Li Qiqi felt an eerie chill, as if some sticky, living entity had fixed its gaze upon her.
In the next moment,
Lin Ke slowly leaned closer to her ear.
Master Qi calls for you, get in the car.
His voice was gentle, almost impossibly soft. Were it not for the gun that Lin Ke held pointed at her lower back, she might have believed this man to be the epitome of courtesy and humility. Resistance would lead to death, and so would escape. Li Qiqi raised her hands above her shoulders in a gesture of surrender, earnestly nodding towards Lin Ke.
All right. Chapter 8, Do Not Follow Xiao Xiao, Come With Me. Li Qiqi opened the door and stepped into the car, ushering in a gust of chilly wind intermingled with delicate snowflakes. Fortunately, the interior was blissfully warmed by the ample heating. She brushed off the scattered snow from her shoulders and deftly closed the door behind her. The rear seats were the epitome of luxury, providing an unparalleled comfort. Li Qiqi sat upright, carefully rubbing her hands together as she greeted Qi Xiaoye with a gentle smile. Mr. Qi, what a coincidence, we meet again. Unfortunately. I have been waiting for you, Qi Xiaoye replied, casting a sidelong glance at Li Qiqi, whose delicate hands blushed softly even at the caress of the cold wind. He placed a pure white hand warmer shaped like a small rabbit into her palm. How adorable. Li Qiqi held the hand warmer and glanced at Qi Xiaoye. It was truly astonishing that such a fierce and formidable man would have an affinity for such a fluffy object. How peculiar. Thank you, Master Qi. Li Qiqi cradled the hand warmer in her embrace, feeling the piercing gaze of Qi Xiaoye's icy blue eyes fixed upon her without so much as a blink. Instinctively, she shifted closer to the car door, a chilling thought crossing her mind. He wouldn't resort to silencing her, would he? What did you just say? Wait for me? Indeed. Qi Xiaoye affirmed, his gaze lingering on her face for a fleeting moment. He noticed the bruise marring her forehead, a blemish that even the thickest foundation could not conceal, causing a shadow to fall over his eyes. This deepening expression brought forth an overwhelming sense of pressure that enveloped the car's interior. In a flurry, Li Qiqi grasped the car door handle, contemplating whether to make a hasty escape. Qi Xiaoye lowered his gaze, observing her delicate, lily-white hand resting on the handle. I must kindly advise you, he remarked, the vehicle's current speed exceeds 200 kilometers per hour. Should you leap from the car? The ensuing inertia and tremendous impact could lead to grievous injury or even death. Ha ha. I merely wished to ascertain whether the door was securely closed. See? Qi, it is indeed tightly shut, very, very safe. As she spoke, they drove past Grapefruit Street, heading eastward, and alarm bells rang within her mind. With no time to further engage Qi Xiaoye, she leaned forward and tapped the backrest of the driver's seat. Oh, brother Atai, please call me Atai. Atai gripped the steering wheel without making any movement, while Lin Ku, seated in the passenger seat, asked with profound curiosity, Aren't you residing in the eastern suburbs? How is it that you are here? Li Qiqi shook her head in denial, casting a furtive glance at the enigmatic man beside her, and smiled as she jested with Lin Ku. With such chaos in the eastern suburbs, how could I possibly risk my life living there? My home is in Liyuan, Liyuan. She urged, Atai, turn around and take me to Liyuan. Atai glanced at Qi Xiaoye through the rearview mirror. The man offered no words or indications, which was tacit approval. Atai swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel, executing a quick U-turn. Li Qiqi let out a gentle sigh. Qi Xiaoye gazed at the girl's startled face, the corners of his lips curling into a sinister smile as he couldn't help but tease, You seem rather familiar, daring to command my people? Of course. Qi Xiaoye did not deny it, but he was curious, since you possess the ability to reside in the pear orchard. Why do you still need to earn a living by singing? Just a temporary stay, Li Qiqi replied, narrowing her eyes shyly. That is my uncle's home. I cannot possibly impose on him for food and shelter every day, can I? That is a valid point. Qi Xiaoye nodded, his gaze softening as he looked at Li Qiqi's exceptionally bright eyes, which curved into crescent moons when she smiled, sparkling beautifully. Her long, thick hair cascaded down, slightly curled at the ends, giving her a doll-like appearance. Her lips were exquisitely shaped. The man's eyes twinkled with mirth. I will personally see you into the pear orchard later. Otherwise, you will have to obediently accompany me. That sounds perfectly fine. Li Qiqi replied decisively, with no hint of fear. She even hoped that Qi Xiaoye would watch her enter, to dispel any doubts he might have about her. She continued, Mr. She is truly kind. There are often other prominent figures at the club who offer me a ride home, such as Xiao Gu. What is your relationship with Xiao Xiao? Qi Xiaoye, following the thread of Li Qiqi's words, interrupted her directly and spoke candidly, As for my relationship with him. Li Qiqi hesitated, carefully observing Qi Xiaoye's expression. Her heart increasingly convinced her that the man had not harmed her.
Aside from his uncertainty about whether she was a witness that night, there was a more significant reason: his regard for Xiao Xiao. Thus, she feigned shyness and bit her lip.
It's all right. However, I am quite fond of Xiao Gu. He, well, also seems to have a liking for me.
But he hasn't had his fill of fun yet. I am waiting for him to settle down.
To like you, yet call you an ugly monster? Cough, cough, cough.
Qi Xiaoye bluntly exposed Li Qiqi's pretense, leaving her embarrassed to the point of coughing several times. She wished for a crack in the ground to hide in, her face flushed even more intensely. Yet, her little mouth continued to chatter incessantly, unabashedly persisting in her pretense.
Master Qi, Xiao Gu must have mentioned me in the private room, right? I am the one he has set his sights on. Ugly monster is the nickname Xiao Gu gave me. He calls it playful affection.
Li Qiqi wore an expression of innocence, boldly blinking several times at Qi Xiaoye, emphasizing the word interest with a notable weight.
Qi Xiaoye visibly choked.
Although the awkwardness of the moment was palpable, the persona of a brawny yet dim-witted individual seemed to hold firm.
Observing Qi Xiaoye's expression of bewilderment, Li Qiqi could easily surmise that he might consider shooting her as a blatant insult to weaponry itself. The man scoffed lightly. Interest? How foolish.
These simple 4 words resonated like a celestial melody, softly reverberating in Li Qiqi's ears. With her life at stake, she leaned against the window, her gaze lost in the flurry of snowflakes cascading outside. How splendid Qi Gu was: tall, handsome, wealthy, and powerful, he tipped without a flicker of his eyes. As long as she was with him, she could stride confidently through Knaqin.
The girl murmured softly, devoid of any emotion,
diligently playing the role of a lovesick fool, consumed by greed for wealth and power. She remained oblivious to the surging malice emanating from the man beside her. His gaze seemingly intent on shattering her, peeling away her skin and bones, and devouring her whole. Even the driver and Lin Ku in the front seat could not help but shiver, stealing a glance at Qi Xiaoye through the rearview mirror. The nights in Knaqin were exquisite, bathed in the pure, radiant moonlight that mingled seamlessly with the snowy landscape, yet this devilish little town hardly deserved such beauty. If she could escape this perilous situation and manage to earn enough money to repay Su Nanshan's life-saving grace and nurturing affection, she would undoubtedly leave Knaqin and venture into the outside world.
What is your name?
Qi Xiaoye's voice, cold and detached, interrupted Li Qiqi's reverie, suppressing the chill at the corners of his lips.
I didn't ask for your nickname,
he replied with a hint of dissatisfaction, leaning slightly closer to Li Qiqi.
His gaze fixated on her eyes, now glistening with unshed tears, as he inquired again, what is your real name?
The proximity was unnerving. The man's obscure gaze enveloped her like a vast net, easily ensnaring her.
Li Qiqi could even sense the fervent and restless breath of Qi Xiaoye,
each exhalation brushing against the tip of her nose, imbued with a uniquely masculine and potent fragrance.
I am Li Qiqi, with Li symbolizing dawn and Qi referring to the lush grass.
Qi Xiaoye finally appeared somewhat satisfied, a hint of wildness gradually tinting the depths of his profound gaze.
I am Qi Xiaoye. Li Qiqi was entirely disinterested. Even if she were to learn the other party's name, what difference would it make? A person whom even Xiao Xiao must refer to with utmost respect.
She would need to pay homage for several lifetimes to dare to utter his name directly.
Li Qiqi remained silent, and so did Qi Xiaoye.
The man gazed into the delicate azure eyes of the petite girl nestled in his arms, quietly feeling a flicker of warmth igniting within him.
Once again, this girl,
without any provocation, simply by drawing closer, effortlessly stirred his emotions. The source of this restlessness and excitement lay in the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped Li Qiqi. It was a scent unlike any other, not from a bottle of perfume, but rather a natural essence, reminiscent of a young girl's innate aroma. It was akin to an orchid blooming in a frigid wilderness, faint yet distant, cool and sweet, as chilling as a snowy night, yet capable of igniting a fiery desire deep within his heart. Then, as if compelled by some unseen force, Qi Xiaoye's warm fingertip unexpectedly pressed against Li Qiqi's tender, full lips, tracing the delicate curve of her mouth with a gentle, meticulous touch.
The sensation was exquisite and soft, truly delightful.
The man's brow arched slightly, saying,
"Don't follow Xiao Xiao, follow me." Li Qiqi, what on earth is happening? Chapter 9, This is her first kiss. Li Qiqi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at the car window.
The blurred reflection revealed her face, shrouded in an eerie haze, adorned with a makeup so heavy it could terrify anyone. It was grotesque. With a few false eyelashes clinging awkwardly to the right side of her face, and her lips, painted a vivid red, resembled those of a vampire. Xiao Zhao's description of her as a ghostly visage was far from exaggerated. What level of desperation must this man possess to utter such ludicrous words to someone bearing a countenance that could painfully assault the eyes? Li Qiqi brushed aside the false eyelashes adorning her face and, with determination, pinched her own cheek. The pain was undeniable. This was no dream. Thus, Qi Xiaoye's deliberate wait for her was not to investigate her identity or silence her, but rather to pursue her? What a ridiculous notion! Li Qiqi rubbed her eyes, casting a glance at her fingers stained with eyeliner and shimmering purple eyeshadow. Such a dazzling sight! It was truly overwhelming. In the next moment, the strikingly handsome face of Qi Xiaoye loomed large before her. His gaze drifted lazily across Li Qiqi's face, wearing an expression that suggested he found her utterly foolish. "What are you doing?" Li Qiqi crossed her arms defensively over her chest, retreating slightly. "Yi, if you have any needs. There are professionals for that at the club. I sell drinks and sing, but I do not sell myself." Qi Xiaoye appeared to be in a rather jovial mood. With each step she took back, he advanced with a sly smile. It was only when Li Qiqi curled herself into a tight ball, resembling a frightened little rabbit in the corner of the chair, that the man gently lifted her chin. His imposing figure loomed over her like a mountain, exuding an irresistible aura of masculine dominance that was both dangerously alluring and hard to resist. The scent of musk emanating from him was intoxicatingly powerful. Li Qiqi yearned to escape, yet her back was firmly pressed against the car door, leaving her with no avenue for retreat. She could only watch helplessly as Qi Xiaoye, resembling a deranged individual, buried his face into the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply. "I desire no one but you." "But why?" Li Qiqi found herself utterly perplexed, her question slipping out before she could restrain it. Her heart racing like a fawn in playful bounds. Qi Xiaoye's magnetic voice resonated softly. "Because of you, it is fragrant." Li Qiqi? Pfft, Lin Ku, who was sitting in the passenger seat and tilting his head back to drink water, choked violently as a mouthful of water lodged in his throat, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. The driver, Tai, was no better off, his face flushed crimson as he stifled laughter, still remembering to kindly hand Lin Ku a tissue. After accepting the tissue, Lin Ku dabbed at his lips and then wiped the water stains on his trousers before incredulously stealing a glance through the rearview mirror. What had he just heard? His superior, Qi Xiaoye. A man so formidable that none in the Asia-Pacific region would dare to offend him. His might, influence, wealth, and prestigious lineage all reached their zenith. To a mere liquor saleswoman, her looks aside, had it been him, he wouldn't have been able to act upon such an invitation with his eyes closed. As for her figure, the thick down jacket concealed it well. However, judging by Li Qiqi's audacious ensemble of a down jacket paired with a shawl, it was evident that she likely did not prioritize her appearance. Thus, her physique was probably not much to boast about either. Therefore, for his superior to utter such frivolous courtship words as "stay with me, just you are delightful," to a woman who was utterly mismatched with him in body, temperament, and appearance, was utterly absurd. It would have been better to just shoot her. The vehicle continued to move, and in the fleeting light, Qi Xiaoye's imposing figure cast a substantial shadow over the petite Li Qiqi. His heated breath lingered around her neck, smooth and prolonged. The man's prominent nose glided along her elegant neck, occasionally brushing against her skin. Li Qiqi instinctively inhaled softly and cast a sidelong glance. At that moment, her gaze locked with Qi Xiaoye's. The man raised his head from the crook of her neck, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized her. Noticing the delicate flush of her small face, tinged with a hint of melancholy crimson in the dark, a stir of emotion flickered within Qi Xiaoye, an irrepressible warmth swiftly enveloping his entire being. A surge of excitement coursed through him as his large hand, which had been propped against the backrest, shifted slightly, fingers gliding through Li Qiqi's thick, gently curling locks, reaching to the nape of her neck, where he languidly grasped her. Applying a subtle pressure, Li Qiqi was compelled to tilt her head upward. In the next moment, seizing the opportunity while she was still in a daze, Qi Xiaoye leaned in with his profile and directly pressed his lips against hers.
What? What? What on earth is happening?
Li Qiqi's large eyes blinked rapidly. By the time she realized what was happening and raised her hand to push him away, he had already taken his time savoring the entirety of her lips with evident pleasure. So sweet, so soft.
Qi Xiaoye tightened his grip around her neck,
forcefully halting Li Qiqi's desperate attempts to evade him, as if issuing a silent threat.
Do not move.
The man spoke against her lips, his voice deep and husky, laced with a hint of ferocity and coldness. His eyes, slightly narrowed, cast a fleeting glance, their pale blue hue deceptively serene, yet profoundly deep,
as if capable of consuming everything within their gaze. Where could Li Qiqi dare to move?
She forced herself to remain calm, repeatedly reminding herself not to resist. This man was a lunatic, a ruthless killer, a beastly pervert and a rogue. Do not provoke him, under no circumstances provoke him.
It was merely a kiss. A kiss was just a kiss.
Her life was at stake, her life was at stake. But this was her first kiss. Li Qiqi was on the verge of tears, silently lamenting within her heart, her lips trembling uncontrollably.
This did not escape the notice of Qi Xiaoye, who,
satisfied with her submissiveness, allowed a subtle smirk to grace his exquisitely defined lips, growing increasingly audacious. Suddenly, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt.
And Atai hesitantly scratched his head and spoke softly, "Qi, Master Qi, we have arrived at the pear orchard."
As he slightly parted his lips to respond,
Li Qiqi seized the opportunity, thrusting a hand warmer into Qi Xiaoye's embrace.
With great effort, she pushed him away and flung the car door open. The petite girl tumbled backward like a fallen radish, her face plunging into the snow, leaving only the soles of her dirty boots visible to Qi Xiaoye. Before he could reach out to help her, Li Qiqi, using both hands and feet, shoved aside the surrounding snow and scrambled to her feet,
stumbling and fleeing with every few steps. How adorable! Qi Xiaoye chuckled at Li Qiqi's comical antics,
his gaze fixated on the crooked trail of footprints she left behind.
Tai, if you can't drive, then get lost. Master Qi?
Tai stared blankly at the red lipstick staining Qi Xiaoye's lips, slowly realizing that he had unwittingly interrupted his boss's affair.
However, with Qi Xiaoye's capabilities,
if he wished to pursue it further, that girl would be unable to escape, even if she had 8 legs. He had clearly let her go on purpose.
As Qi Xiaoye's expression darkened, Lin Ku, sitting in the passenger seat, could no longer tolerate the tension.
He extended his long leg and kicked Tai hard,
signaling him discreetly.
How could you be so oblivious?
The subtle exchanges did not go unnoticed by Qi Xiaoye, who turned his gaze coldly towards Lin Ku.
You get out too.
Understood.
Both Tai and Lin Ku exited the vehicle, standing in the icy expanse, feeling desolate as they watched the Bentley drive away, leaving them with nothing but a trail of exhaust.
The pear orchard lay approximately 40 kilometers from Qi Xiaoye's villa in Knaqin. After exchanging glances,
Tai and Lin Ku stretched their limbs briefly and began to run against the biting wind and snow.
Tai expressed his confusion. Didn't the boss say to find this woman and do something with her?
Why has he kissed her? Lin Ku dismissed him with a roll of his eyes. Kissing is merely a step before doing.
The boss's logic is sound. Tai. Chapter 10, How could he possibly let her go?
Li Qiqi rushed into the main house of the pear orchard, hiding behind the door of the living room, her heart pounding as she peered outside. Once she confirmed that Qi Xiaoye had not followed her inside, she took a deep breath and collapsed onto the floor like a ragdoll. The enormous crystal chandelier above radiated a brilliant light, akin to the brightest star captured within the night sky.
The halo swayed gently by the window,
intertwining with the occasional moonlight that seeped in, forming a dreamlike tapestry. At the center of this tapestry stood a line of unfamiliar servants. Upon noticing Li Qiqi glance their way, they all bowed in unison, greeting her with a resounding, "Miss Li." The volume startled her, causing her to flinch again. She brushed the snowflakes off her clothes and steadied herself against the doorframe.
"Who are you, and where is Aunt May?"
The head maid stepped forward with a smile. "Miss Li, my name is Annie, the new housekeeper of the pear orchard."
Aunt May and the other servants were dismissed by Mr. Su 10 hours ago. Dismissed? Why? Was it because of me? Annie did not deny it. She gestured to the others to resume their duties before gently explaining, Miss Li, Mr. Su mentioned that Aunt May and her team did not attend to you well, which led to your decision to leave home. From now on, we will take care of you, and we hope you can be understanding and refrain from being willful. Willful. Li Qiqi felt a suffocating weight in her chest. Mei Yi, a veteran of the Pear Garden, had devoted nearly 8 years of her life to this place and was the person closest to Li Qiqi, aside from Su Nantian. Yet, despite this bond, Su Nantian showed no mercy as he ordered her to leave, intending to instill a sense of guilt in her to ensure her compliance, serving as a veiled warning. Li Qiqi suddenly realized that she seemed to know very little about Su Nantian, and she had never anticipated that a mere act of running away from home would provoke such anger in him, affecting so many others in the process. Noticing Li Qiqi standing there in a daze, Annie craned her neck and whispered, Miss Li, you are not planning to leave again, are you? Outside. The cold wind gently caressed, swirling delicate wisps of snow, obscuring the distant scenery. Li Qiqi's heart was a tumult of emotions. She had originally intended to leave as soon as Qi Xiaoye departed, but it now seemed that the moment she dared to step through the door, the group of servants would undoubtedly swarm around her, forcibly preventing her escape. More importantly, she needed to have a conversation with Su Nantian. Deciding against leaving, Li Qiqi ascended the staircase and instructed, Please bring me a cup of warmed milk. Certainly. The room remained unchanged from when Li Qiqi had left. Even the arrangement of items had not been disturbed. A pristine white cashmere carpet now adorned the floor, spotless and inviting, offering a soft and comforting sensation underfoot. Li Qiqi is sensitive to the cold and often falls ill when bathing in winter. The carpet was specially chosen for her by Su Nantian, and it will cover her entire room as winter arrives. Li Qiqi removed her coat and, reminiscent of her childhood, threw herself onto the carpet, rolling several times. A fleeting glance caught the half-open door. In a moment of reverie, she seemed to see the 22-year-old Su Nantian, leaning against the doorframe, frowning at her. The delicate afternoon sunlight pierced through the cool air of early snow, glimmering in the tousled hair on the man's forehead, tracing the contours of his handsome nose and captivating eyes. Be good and change your clothes first, look at you, all dirty and covered in mud. Just as Li Qiqi was about to speak, Su Nantian's deep voice suddenly rose, becoming anxious and sharp. Oh dear, Miss Su, please get up and change your clothes. Look. They are all damp with water. Li Qiqi blinked in surprise, it was Annie. Holding a steaming cup of milk, she stood at the door, gazing down at her with eyes full of astonishment and helplessness. Having encountered many children from wealthy families, Annie was accustomed to either their exceptional poise or their myriad talents. However, she had never before encountered someone so immature and unruly at the tender age of 18. Annie placed the milk on the dressing table and bent down to pick up the down jacket and shawl that had fallen to the floor. Li Qiqi stood obediently in place. Annie felt a mix of anger and amusement as she remarked, Miss Li, this down jacket is already torn. And the duck down inside is also a fake. Li Qiqi was undoubtedly aware of the fade. With a nod, she remarked, just throw it away. However, the shawl was exquisite. Annie examined it closely, noting, Miss Li has a keen eye, this shawl is one of Dior's most sought-after pieces for the autumn and winter collection. But pairing it with this down jacket seems rather. Annie hesitated, the implication unmistakable. Frustrated, Li Qiqi's expression fell instantly. She gulped down the remainder of her milk and turned towards the bathroom. And throw the shawl away. Toss it outside. After her bath, Li Qiqi emerged clad in a creamy white robe, taking her seat at the vanity. The girl in the mirror, devoid of makeup, still retained a youthful innocence. Yet she was remarkably beautiful. Her eyebrows arched like distant mountains, her nose elegantly defined, and her luscious lips were enticingly plump. Most striking were her eyes, which sparkled with a glimmer reminiscent of a tranquil moonlit pond. Li Qiqi pressed her lips together, feeling numb and wooden. Despite having washed her lips countless times, they still seemed to bear the lingering warmth and fragrance of Qi Xiaoye. The man's reckless demeanor during their kiss and the delightful glimmer in his eyes gradually surfaced in her mind, refusing to dissipate. Damn it! Her cherished first kiss, treasured for 18 years, was inexplicably taken away. Li Qiqi grew increasingly frustrated, murmuring curses under her breath as she burrowed into her blankets, enveloping herself snugly. In her youth,
She had longed for the day she would grow up, yet now that she had finally achieved adulthood, she sorrowfully realized that maturity was merely a confinement of freedom. She had lost the privilege to act as she pleased, rendering her childhood far more liberating. "Mr. Su, Miss Li has already retired for the night."
Su Nantian nodded, signaling Annie to take her leave, while he continued his strides towards Li Qiqi's room.
A soft click echoed as the door lock engaged,
and Su Nantian gently pushed the door open.
Li Qiqi slept soundly, curled up in her blanket, her silken hair cascading gently over the pillow. The moonlight filtered through the half-drawn curtains, casting dappled shadows that enveloped the girl in a soft veil of silvery light.
"Qi? Su Nantian softly called from the edge of the bed.
The bruise at his temple, under the gentle hues of the scene, was not jarring. Instead,
it lent him an air of fragile beauty that evoked tenderness. Su Nanshan's gaze lingered warmly on Li Qiqi's face,
his usually calm and composed eyes now infused with an indescribable emotion. He refrained from calling her again,
extending his right hand to gently brush against the blush on Li Qiqi's cheek.
The touch was soft and delicate, causing him to unconsciously slow his breath, fearing that any disturbance might awaken her and shatter this serene moment. Li Qiqi, the girl he raised with his own hands, was unlike the superficial women outside.
She possessed a breathtaking beauty.
Every inch of her skin and every waft of fragrance emanated from her perfectly aligned with his preferences. She was akin to a flawless masterpiece, one that only he was worthy of holding in his palm and cherishing.
She belonged to him, and they were a family. How could he ever marry another or allow her to leave? "Wait for me, Qiqi."
Su Nanshan's voice dropped to a husky whisper.
"Once I utilize Qialina to eliminate all obstacles posed by Knaqin and seize control of this land, I will grant you everything you desire."
The man murmured to himself,
his previously noble and aloof aura dissipating, his eyes now brimming with unmasked sinister intensity.
His warm fingertips continuously caressed Li Qiqi's exquisite features,
gliding down her nose to linger upon her tender lips.
Li Qiqi's long eyelashes fluttered gently, casting a faint shadow upon her eyelids,
reminiscent of the delicate fluttering of butterfly wings. Each subtle tremor tugged at Su Nanshan's heartstrings,
almost simultaneously with the closing of the door. Li Qiqi on the bed abruptly lifted her eyelids.
Chapter 11, The Little Fox. Li Qiqi tossed and turned, unable to find rest throughout the night.
When she descended the stairs in the morning, bearing the weight of severe dark circles under her eyes, Su Nantian had already been waiting for her at the dining table for quite some time.
The man stood tall like a pine, his well-tailored dark suit accentuating his slender physique to perfection. The tie, a deep navy blue, harmonized beautifully with his suit,
while the slightly unbuttoned collar exuded an air of effortless elegance and nonchalance.
Sunlight cascaded upon his shoulders,
casting a golden glow that highlighted the frames of his glasses perched upon his nose, bestowing upon him an undeniable aura of dignified nobility. Su Nantian patiently awaited Li Qiqi to sit opposite him, her demeanor soft and obedient, before he spoke in a gentle tone.
"Are you still upset?" In truth,
she was not truly angry about any particular matter. Rather, she felt that Su Nantian had changed, especially after the words he had spoken to her last night.
Once she had fallen asleep.
Each word he uttered conveyed a profound ambition, revealing that he was not content with merely a handful of nightlife venues. Nor was he inclined to indulge in fleeting romantic sentiments. Li Qiqi was born in the Summer Kingdom but grew up in Knaqin. She understood that in order to survive here, one must continually strive to ascend.
Su Nantian was not mistaken. He worked tirelessly, pursuing fame and fortune,
instructing her to wait for him. He had never truly regarded Xiaolina, she was merely a pawn he controlled in his game.
Li Qiqi should be joyful. Yet she finds herself unable to embrace happiness.
Perhaps it is because, in her eyes, the world is steeped in filth, with love being the sole entity that remains pristine and untainted, and it ought not to be wielded as a tool for manipulation and power. The thought of Su Nanshan's tender gaze directed at Xiaolina, filled with uncontrollable desire, all of it a fade meticulously crafted by him, sends a chill down Li Qiqi's spine.
This version of Su Nantian feels utterly foreign to her.
"I shall not harbor anger towards my uncle." Li Qiqi shook her head and scooped herself a bowl of congee, her emotion subdued, lacking the vivacity she once possessed. She caught a glimpse of Su Nantian, and an inexplicable anger surged within him. In that fleeting moment, he would have preferred her to overturn the dishes scattered across the table, to cry and quarrel with him, expressing her disdain for Xiaolina and her wish against their engagement. Alas! What both relieved and troubled him about Li Qiqi was her exceptional talent for pleasing others and her ability to mask her emotions. She could swiftly and accurately embody the persona that others favored, uttering words they wished to hear. This was the manner in which Li Qiqi navigated her existence.
Sunantian took a napkin and meticulously wiped his hands, reminding himself not to rush.
She had only been wronged for a few months. Now was not the time to indulge her whims. Suddenly, the phone on the table chimed, and Sunantian glanced down to see it was Xiaolina, inviting him to the mall to select a birthday gift for Master Qiao. He turned to Li Qiqi. "I must step out for a while. I won't be going to the club tonight. You are to remain at home, and I forbid you to go anywhere." "I wish to go to work," Li Qiqi replied earnestly, swallowing the kanji. "Uncle, the day after you left for abroad, Miss Qiao came to see me, presenting herself as the future mistress of the Pear Garden." Sunantian paused, the phone in his hand momentarily still.
"So, it was she who drove you away?"
"Yes." Li Qiqi nodded, anticipating the man to uncover the truth. Sunantian did not disappoint her. He furrowed his brow and questioned, "Why mention it now?" The answer was evident. She had no desire to disrupt the relationship between Sunantian and Xiaolina, now that she realized Sunanshan's feelings were insincere. She found herself devoid of any reservations. Li Qiqi set down the spoon in her hand, lifting her gaze to meet the man's eyes, her delicate face awash with grievance. "I merely wish to fulfill your happiness, yet you are angry with me, dismissing Aunt May and the servants, striking me last night, and now intending to confine me." Sunantian gazed steadily at Li Qiqi for 3 seconds, comprehending her true intentions. Aunt May, being of advanced age, was no longer suited to remain in the pear orchard. The compensation upon her dismissal, along with her earnings over the years, would suffice to ensure her comfort for the remainder of her life. As for the others, they would find their own paths, and there is no need for you to worry.
Li Qiqi pouted, remaining silent, and Sunantian took a seat beside her.
Gently, he lifted a spoonful of kanji to her lips, softening his tone.
"It was my fault to hit you, and I apologize.
Besides that, whatever you desire is yours."
"Whatever I desire?"
she echoed.
"Yes, anything." "Then you cannot keep me locked away.
I need to go to the club to work and earn money to repay you."
Sunantian couldn't suppress a laugh. "You intend to go to my club, earn my money, and then return it to me?"
"No," Li Qiqi boldly corrected him. "I will help you make money, become your cash cow. Miss Qiao is right, I cannot continue to depend on you after your marriage." Her words struck a chord with Sunantian, who was already inclined to seek an excuse to delay her departure. After feeding her nearly half a bowl of kanji, he smiled faintly, acquiescing to her wishes. "If you wish to repay me, fine.
5 million. Help me earn that sum, and you may leave." "I meant in US dollars."
Sunantian gazed down at Li Qiqi's bright eyes, mercilessly shattering her dreams.
$5 million.
You may leave once you've earned enough.
But until then,
you must obediently stay at Li Yuan.
Ah.
As soon as Li Qiqi's lips began to curve upwards, they abruptly fell. Her brows and eyes drooped as she pushed away Sunanshan's hand.
"I won't eat. $5 million, how long must I toil for that?"
"That's your concern.
You figure it out.
I shall take my leave."
"Uncle."
Li Qiqi raised her hand to grasp the corner of Sunanshan's suit jacket. "The people you locked away yesterday. Could you possibly release them?" From the moment the girl entered the dining hall, she had made 3 requests, one of which he had declined, another indefinitely postponed. And this one seemed the simplest of all. Sunantian observed the bruise on Li Qiqi's temple, along with her pitiful, pleading eyes that seemed on the verge of tears if he did not acquiesce. He narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. "Very well, I shall call Bata shortly. The key is in the study, on the 1st floor of Building A, you may retrieve it yourself."
"Thank you, uncle."
With her goal achieved, the shadows in Li Qiqi's heart dissipated, and her smile transformed her eyes into crescent moons. Her light brown irises shimmering with a crystalline glow that slowly unfolded in Sunanshan's heart. The man successfully caught a fleeting glimpse of mischief in Li Qiqi's eyes but chose not to expose it, his gaze trailing down her lovely face to admire her exquisite silhouette.
Little fox.
Su Nantian felt a heat rising in his throat, his lips igniting with a fervor. He bit down on his molars, suppressing the urge to caress Li Qiqi's cheek and the restless desire to draw closer to her.
Instead, he reached for the phone on the table and sent a message to Xiaolina, "I am coming to fetch you." Chapter 12, Klein Blue Rose. The confinement facility
Li Qiqi had visited once was a mid-rise residential building rented by Su Nantian in the Old Street, managed by a dark-skinned man named Batu. The buildings clustered together like a typical neighborhood, surrounded by an electrified fence, with security personnel stationed at every entrance, each armed.
Inside,
not only were underperforming salespeople from the Yinpui Club held captive, but also individuals from the underground casinos of Knaqin, along with smugglers or gamblers who owed debts.
As long as the individuals brought in remained silent, Su Nantian would not release them.
Li Qiqi had witnessed the harrowing sight of individuals being threatened and beaten within those walls. Once trapped in the cage, it was akin to being confined within a filthy,
contemptible dog kennel, enduring a life more lamentable than death itself.
Accompanying Su Nantian, she had been indoctrinated with the principles of repaying debts, accepting punishment for transgressions,
and the survival of the fittest.
In Li Qiqi's eyes, those forcibly sent to the cage were all guilty. Yet, despite being repeatedly brainwashed by Su Nantian, she still felt trepidation at the thought of stepping into that inferno.
Sasha, holding the keys, nodded with a beaming smile. "Qiqi, I knew you could do it.
Although my time at the club has been brief and I am unaware of the nature of your relationship with Boss Su, the way he looks at you."
"Go on now, Sister Sa, night is falling, and I still have to work later." Li Qiqi nudged Sasha, who, understanding the cue, promptly fell silent. Before departing,
Sasha raised her hand and pointed towards the locker beside the front desk.
"Your belongings are inside, they were left in a boss's car last night. You might want to take a look." Last night,
Li Qiqi had not misplaced anything. The only person she could think of was Qi Xiaoye. She hastened towards the locker and opened it.
How adorable.
Before Li Qiqi could take action,
Qiqi at the front desk had already retrieved the small white rabbit hand warmer from the cabinet.
Beside her was a large bouquet of vividly vibrant blue roses,
with crystalline droplets of water gently cascading down the petals.
Qiqi beamed at the roses and completed her earlier unfinished thought.
"Qiqi, the owner of the flower shop is pursuing you. The Klein blue roses symbolize pure love, the yearning for freedom, and the stars we dream of. How romantic." He.
Li Qiqi was burdened with unspoken anguish, her lips curling into an exceedingly awkward smile directed at Qiqi. To be pursued by a murderer was indeed a peculiar kind of romance. Perhaps due to the heavy layer of makeup on her face,
Qiqi remained blissfully unaware of the unease and turmoil lurking in Li Qiqi's eyes. With unabashed curiosity, she leaned in and asked, "Which boss is it?" "I missed yesterday's thrilling revelation due to prior commitments." As the newly appointed receptionist, Qiqi was both inquisitive and well-meaning.
In less than 2 months, she had managed to uncover a multitude of gossip within the establishment, inadvertently offending several individuals along the way.
Nevertheless, her demeanor was forthright.
She spoke plainly and never resorted to duplicity or deceit. She treated Li Qiqi with kindness, sharing her keen insights about which patrons were amiable and which should be approached with caution, thereby discreetly safeguarding Li Qiqi's interests.
In fact, Qiqi was Li Qiqi's sole companion. Li Qiqi had no intention of concealing anything from Qiqi. After taking a deep breath, she quietly inquired, "Qiqi, do you know Qi Xiaoye?" "Qi Xiaoye?"
Qiqi's expression instantly darkened, her eyes widening in disbelief.
"The one pursuing you is Qi Yi?"
Noticing Li Qiqi's wry smile and her silence, Qiqi began to piece things together. After glancing around cautiously, she continued, "Qi Yi is not someone from the Knaqin circle, very few individuals are familiar with him.
However, his stature.
Let me put it this way, even Xiao Sire from the Heishui gang would show him some respect, addressing him as Yi."
"Ah?" Li Qiqi's eyes widened in disbelief.
She could scarcely fathom the notion of a formidable gang leader in Knaqin addressing a young man as grandfather.
"How peculiar." "Why, you may ask?" "Because he possesses this."
Coco raised her right hand, mimicking the gesture of a firearm, yet Li Qiqi remained perplexed. After all, the presence of armed forces in Knaqin was hardly unusual.
"But there is more to it, isn't there?"
Cleverly, Coco leaned closer to Li Qiqi's ear and whispered softly. He does not engage in the power struggles among the various factions in Knaqin. Although he appears to have no official authority, his associates control the port and the surrounding timberlands.
Do you understand now?
Li Qiqi nodded. If Knaqin were a sealed bottle, then Qi Xiaoye would be the cork.
Regardless of the fermentation and decay occurring within, it bore no relevance to him, yet entry and exit were contingent upon his approval. Qi.
Qiqi set down the small white rabbit hand warmer, her expression turning grave. Being noticed by him was hardly a favorable circumstance. I understand, Li Qiqi shrugged her nose. I only met Qi yesterday, it was a mere chance encounter, a fleeting whim, not pursuit.
Qiqi opened her mouth to say more.
But a stream of guests began to arrive at the entrance, with the waitstaff bowing respectfully on either side.
Qiqi instantly donned a cheerful fade, signaling Li Qiqi to prepare drinks in the bar area.
The venue was bustling with patrons awaiting their meals, and with Sasha absent, it was hardly Li Qiqi's turn. Another day of no profit loomed ahead, prompting Li Qiqi to consider resting in Su Nanshan's office for a while. As the elevator doors opened on the third floor, a group of inebriated men awaited outside. The leader, a bald man, spotted Li Qiqi and a lascivious grin spread across his face. Hey! A beautiful one is out of my league, but I could certainly have a go at this ugly one, right? He licked his thick, pouty lips and reached out to block Li Qiqi's path, his gaze fixated on the plaid woolen coat that Annette had deliberately chosen for her.
Not much to look at.
But the clothing is rather lovely, I wonder if she would appear more attractive without it.
As the bald man advanced, one of his lackeys stammered, Brother Dao.
That outfit is clearly a designer piece, and she is dressed so conservatively, she may not belong to this place.
Ma Lu had his ear sliced off yesterday.
Let us not stir trouble while seeking peace. Brother Scar disregarded this, extending his hand to grope Li Qiqi's chest. Seizing the moment, Li Qiqi fiercely grasped his eye, catching Brother Scar off guard, who howled in pain, clutching his eye in agony.
Damn it, you filthy woman!
How dare you be so ungrateful?
Capture her now!
Li Qiqi hurriedly exited the elevator, making her way down the corridor illuminated by flickering lights.
Negotiation and appeasement. If her instincts were accurate.
The individuals she encountered were certainly seeking to negotiate with Qi Xiaoye, who was situated in one of the private rooms on this floor. Li Qiqi fixed her gaze on a private room where no waitstaff were present, and without hesitation, she pushed the door open and attempted to rush inside. Only to feel a sudden grip tighten around her neck. Are you looking to throw your life away, girl? Where do you think you're running off to? Scarface seized Li Qiqi by the collar, halting her advance and forcefully throwing her to the ground. The conversation within the room ceased abruptly, as Qi Xiaoye, seated at the center, lifted his gaze and, upon recognizing the figure on the floor, his expression darkened instantaneously. He leaned back subtly, half of his face shrouded in shadow. His demeanor fierce as he spat out a few ominous words through clenched teeth. Scarface expectorated onto the ground. Forgive me, Master Qi, this girl has grown too bold. Daring to provoke me and disturbing your peace. I shall take her outside to deal with. A peculiar smile crept across Qi Xiaoye's face as he exchanged glances with Atai and Lin Ku, signaling them not to intervene. Let her in. I will handle this personally. As his words lingered in the air, Scarface attempted to retort, but Atai and Lin Ku simultaneously rose, swiftly drawing their pistols. The dark muzzles aimed directly at Scarface's forehead. Come in. Chapter 13, My Woman, Do You Dare? The door to the private room was shut. Qi Xiaoye cast a casual glance at the bloodied scratches on Scarface's face, then spoke softly to Li Qiqi behind him. Come here. Li Qiqi rose to her feet and gracefully navigated past several men with rigid expressions, obediently making her way towards Qi Xiaoye. She was acutely aware of the principle that every creature meets its match. Moreover, when faced with the choice between the alluringly charming rogue and the bald, lecherous old man, any individual would undoubtedly opt for the former. Li Qiqi sat beside Qi Xiaoye and took the initiative to explain to the man. Master Qi, I was unaware of your presence inside, and it was not my intention to intrude, it was him. Li Qiqi pointed at Scarface, indicating his intent to touch her and take advantage of her, even suggesting he would do something inappropriate. Upon hearing this, Li Qiqi crossed her arms protectively over her chest, cautiously observing Qi Xiaoye's expression.
The man remained relatively calm, sipping his drink slowly, a dangerous aura hidden between his brows. Noticing that Li Qiqi still had the audacity to report him, it seemed she had not suffered any loss. Qi Xiaoye suppressed his emotions and replied indifferently. "What do you want me to do?" Scarface, feeling belittled, retorted, "You filthy woman. With looks like yours, it's a blessing that I even have my eyes on you. Do you dare?" Just as he took a few steps, the trigger in Atai's hand was pulled, and Lin Ke smiled at Scarface. "Scarface? If you wish to uphold the terms we just discussed, I advise you to speak less." Scarface clenched his teeth in frustration. He was the third in command of the Qingmu gang, with their leader, Wen Zhou, known in the underworld as Brother Shui. Last night, Ma Lu's ear was severed by Qi Xiaoye, and instead of standing up for Ma Lu, Brother Shui sent his men to Qi Xiaoye, humbly seeking peace. Scarface had been simmering with anger over this for an entire night, and now, while desiring to sleep with an unattractive woman, he found himself at gunpoint by Qi Xiaoye's men. Qi Xiaoye was merely a foreigner in his early 20s. Why should he act so arrogantly in Knaqin? Scarface was not afraid of him, even if Brother Shui was. He raised his hand to touch his bald head, casting aside his earlier submissive demeanor, now speaking with impatience. "I want this woman, Qi Yi. Just one word, will you give her to me or not?" It was evident that Scarface was not intimidated by Qi Xiaoye, if Qi Xiaoye protected her and refused to hand her over. The peace talks between the Qingmu gang and Qi Xiaoye would likely collapse. Li Qiqi was not so vain as to believe that a mere handwarmer or a bouquet could surpass her worth in Qi Xiaoye's ambitions regarding the negotiations. Furthermore, she was aware of Qi Xiaoye's dark secret of murder and disposal of bodies, presenting an excellent opportunity for him to eliminate her without drawing attention. As Li Qiqi's thoughts spiraled into a deeper fear, her pupils trembled violently. Instinctively, she raised her hand to grasp Qi Xiaoye's strong, powerful arm, drawing closer to him. Qi Xiaoye cast a sidelong glance at her trembling gaze, as if amused by something entertaining. A subtle smile graced his exquisitely defined features, and with a swift motion, he turned his hand, gripping Li Qiqi's wrist and pulling her into his embrace. Ah! Li Qiqi was caught off guard, her entire face buried in the robust and heated chest of Qi Xiaoye. Perhaps it was the aftereffects of excessive drinking that surged through her, as most of the buttons on Qi Xiaoye's shirt were already undone. As Li Qiqi leaned in, her soft lips grazed the nearly flawless left side of his chest, leaving behind a vivid crimson kiss. Another peck followed, rendering Li Qiqi somewhat speechless. Qi Xiaoye raised his gaze towards Scar, a chilling glimmer emanating from the depths of his eyes, freezing the air around them. With a sardonic smile, Qi Xiaoye mused, "My woman, do you think you are worthy?" This was an unexpected turn for Scar. Since their first encounter, Qi Xiaoye had exhibited a profound indifference towards women. During their negotiations, not a single companion was present in the private room, rendering the atmosphere utterly dull. Scar had assumed that Qi Xiaoye simply dismissed the women in the establishment as lacking allure, or perhaps had kept a stunning beauty hidden away. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Qi Xiaoye's taste was evidently flawed, as he seemed to prefer unattractive women. Had he known this earlier, he would have refrained from even glancing at Li Qiqi, let alone touching a single strand of her hair. Unfortunately, he had already spoken, and to withdraw now would be tantamount to disgracefully retreating, thus tarnishing the reputation of the Qingmu gang. "Our sincerity has been acknowledged by you, Master Qi," Scar said, his tongue flicking over his front teeth. "Yet you remain unresponsive. Cooperation thrives on mutual benefit. I merely wish for your woman to accompany me for one night. Surely, you wouldn't be unwilling to part with her, would you?" "Correct." Qi Xiaoye replied with a smile, placing his glass on the table, producing a gentle chime. "I am unwilling." His voice, calm yet exuding immense pressure, swept over the room, causing Atai and Lin Ke to immediately tense up, gripping their weapons, ready for action. Scar as subordinates, not to be underestimated, sensed the escalating tension and considered retaliating, seeking to avenge Ma Lu as well. Without hesitation, they drew their guns. Suddenly, Scar's phone rang, shattering the oppressive silence of the private room. He glanced at the caller ID, suppressing his voice as he answered, "Brother Shui." After a brief exchange, Scar's eyes darkened, and he begrudgingly nodded in agreement. "Understood, I understand, rest assured, Brother Shui."
Once the call ended, he clenched his jaw,
reluctantly signaling his subordinates to lower their weapons. Stand down.
He stepped forward, pouring a drink for both himself and Qi Xiaoye.
He extended the glass toward Qi Xiaoye, who showed no inclination to accept it, remaining silent. Scar set down the glass, wearing a forced smile. I apologize for my rudeness.
I hope Master Qi can forgive my insolence. This drink is a gesture of goodwill. I shall drink it, you may do as you wish. Tilting his head back, he gulped down the drink in several swigs, slamming the glass down with a force that made the glass table reverberate. He turned to leave.
Stop.
The subordinate who had reached for the door handle was halted by Qi Xiaoye's voice, cool and steady. The man glared at Scar, who had just touched Li Qiqi and callously discarded her. You may leave, but that hand stays.
What do you mean? Do you really think you are someone of importance? This is Knaqin, my territory. I will deal with you, Qi Xiaoye. I have long wanted to take you down. Scar shouted. Brother Scar. A bullet suddenly sliced through the air, fired from Atai's gun.
Scar's right hand was struck, blood gushing forth, staining his sleeve and fingertips. The impact mangled his wrist, and the excruciating pain contorted his face into a grotesque mask. He staggered, nearly collapsing, but his subordinates managed to steady him just in time. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, intertwining with the suffocating atmosphere of the room. Scar's breathing grew ragged, punctuated by anguished cries. At this juncture, the facade had been irrevocably shattered.
Scar's subordinates exchanged glances, reaching for their guns once more.
But this time, Atai and Lin Qiqi acted swiftly, stepping forward in unison to intercept them before they could draw their weapons.
With a swift, synchronized motion, they executed a series of kicks, subduing the 6 subordinates in an instant, leaving them writhing on the ground in agony.
In the next moment, pistols appeared in Atai and Lin Qiqi's hands, their barrels aimed squarely at the faces of their foes. The sudden shift occurred too rapidly. Scar, despite his numerical advantage, found himself at a significant disadvantage. He began to comprehend why Brother Shui chose to endure rather than provoke Qi Xiaoye. This group had grown accustomed to their brazen behavior in Knaqin,
yet they dared not act openly in violence.
This man was utterly unhinged. As Scar groaned in pain, his eyes remained fixated on the languid figure on the sofa, his dark pupils reflecting the man's cold indifference. He had no doubt that should Qi Xiaoye give the command, his 2 armed bodyguards would unhesitatingly pull the trigger, turning them into Swiss cheese. Faced with death, the primal instinct for survival surged forth, breathing an overwhelming fear deep within. Scar's previous bravado dissipated entirely. Blood mixed with sweat dripped from his crimson fingertips onto the floor, splattering and shattering the remnants of his arrogance. He had wronged the man, thus. It was only fitting that he take responsibility. Trembling, Scar parted his lips, his voice fragile and fragmented. Master Qi, I have been blind to your greatness.
I have offended you and your woman.
I shall leave this hand for you. Please, show mercy and grant me and my brothers a chance at life. Drawing his sidearm, he aimed it at his own palm.
Bang! The sound echoed, shattering the bones in his right hand.
A sound as piercing as the humiliation that now engulfed him. Qi Xiaoye silently observed for a few seconds, noticing the trembling form beside him. He looked down to see Li Qiqi subconsciously wrapping her arms around his waist, her face buried in his chest, too frightened to look up. With a flick of his wrist, he commanded, "Leave." A flurry of bodies scrambled out of the room. Atai and Lin Qiqi lowered their weapons, casting a final glance at the 2 entwined figures on the sofa before stepping outside and closing the door behind them.
Have you had enough kisses?
Qi Xiaoye suddenly inquired, his fingers lightly caressing Li Qiqi's tender ear. A shiver ran through her, momentarily dispelling her fear as she lifted her head. Who kissed you? Qi Xiaoye's gaze dropped, indicating the left side of his chest, now adorned with a plethora of her lipstick marks, mingled with traces of powder. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll clean it up right away. Li Qiqi's cheeks flushed crimson as she delicately reached for a tissue from the table, carefully wiping Qi Xiaoye's skin. The man's clearly defined pectoral muscles were robust and fluid, exuding a primal, untamed strength. Each contour resembled a meticulously sculpted masterpiece, glimmering with a healthy sheen beneath the dim light. Below, a perfectly chiseled six-pack and subtly discernible V-shaped lines radiated an intoxicating, quintessential masculinity. As the tissue glided over his skin, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against him, causing her to bite her lip in discomfort, the flush on her cheeks deepening. And her heart began to race. She felt as if she could hear the thunderous beats of her heart, desperately trying to suppress this peculiar flutter. Yet her gaze was irresistibly drawn to him. Her ears also turned crimson, akin to the luscious cherries of late spring, playfully kneaded and toyed with by the man. How adorable! Qi Xiaoye chuckled softly, his already deep voice taking on a husky timbre, transforming into a gentle murmur that caressed her eardrums. Li Qiqi felt paralyzed with trepidation, allowing Qi Xiaoye to seize the opportunity to encircle her slender waist, compelling her upper body to press against his. He released her gradually warming earlobe with his right hand and gently lifted her chin. The girl's bashful gaze met the man's profound eyes. A broader smile graced Qi Xiaoye's lips. You are blushing. Li Qiqi swallowed hard. It was only natural to feel a flush when in such close proximity to a stranger. She averted her face, attempting to escape the intense gaze of Qi Xiaoye, who had no intention of letting her off easily. With a mischievous grin, he prepared to confront her. I saved you, yet you have jeopardized my business. Li Qiqi's chaotic thoughts momentarily aligned as she recalled the gruesome sight of the scarred man severing his own right hand. At this moment, feigning ignorance was no longer an option. Thank you, Qi. I will repay you in the future. Forget the future, Qi Xiaoye stated. His gaze fixated on Li Qiqi's enchanting lips. Repay me now. How shall I repay you? Li Qiqi weakly opened her mouth. Noticing the man gazing at her in a trance, his eyes filled with an intense desire that was utterly unabashed, an ominous premonition suddenly surged within her heart. He couldn't possibly expect her to offer herself, could he? That would be akin to stepping out of the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's lair. No. No. Absolutely not. Such a heartless proposition? Qi Xiaoye, inexplicably rejected, felt a surge of displeasure. He firmly grasped Li Qiqi's chin, halting her shaking head, causing her to draw several sharp breaths in pain. Is a simple kiss too much to ask? Just a kiss, how uncomplicated. Li Qiqi opened her eyes in disbelief, her long lashes fluttering, rendering her both dazed and endearing. Yes, Qi Xiaoye nodded, if you obediently grant me a kiss. We shall be even. A kiss, on the lips? Naturally, Qi Xiaoye bent down, leaning close to Li Qiqi's ear, whispering softly, but I want it to involve my tongue. Li Qiqi's heart suddenly contracted, as if grasped tightly by an invisible hand. She gazed at Qi Xiaoye's extraordinarily handsome visage. The man's brow and the corners of his eyes radiating an irresistible allure. In that moment, the air became still, leaving only the sound of their slightly hurried breaths. Li Qiqi could discern that Qi Xiaoye was rapidly losing his patience. If she hesitated any longer, this man would indeed cruelly hand her over to the scarred figure. Alas! A lost kiss is far preferable to a lost life. Li Qiqi sniffled and nodded with a trembling voice. Dear, I will kiss. The timid rabbit. Qi Xiaoye chuckled softly, leaning in, his cool lips gently grazing Li Qiqi's. The moment their lips met, she shivered slightly. The man's eyes fluttered closed as his hand, which had been gripping Li Qiqi's chin, slowly shifted to lazily encircle her delicate neck. His thin lips brushed lightly, the tender petals of her youth stained by the dense, gentle rain, leaving a luminous trail of moisture, while the ethereal shadows of blossoms became delicately fragmented, blooming gracefully. A tipsy cool breeze seized the moment to weave in. A flicker of panic flashed through Li Qiqi's eyes, swiftly replaced by an inexplicable emotion, a sensation she had never encountered before. This feeling was both shameful and exhilarating. Chapter 15, How much is it worth? Li Qiqi felt herself becoming utterly languid. Qi Xiaoye, having indulged in wine, exhaled a breath imbued with a sweet, tipsy fragrance. As their lips met, the crisp aroma of alcohol danced between them, rendering their breaths gentle and prolonged. The man, insatiable in his pursuit, kissed her deeply, leaving Li Qiqi gasping for air, yet Qi Xiaoye held her firmly by the back of her head, leaving her with no means of escape. The potent scent of hormones permeated the quiet private room unabashedly. Just as Li Qiqi's brain began to lack oxygen, reaching a new threshold, Qi Xiaoye finally released her. Li Qiqi supported Qi Xiaoye's chest as she rose, straightening herself and clutching her heart while gasping for breath, greedily inhaling the precious air she had managed to capture.
Was it enjoyable kissing me?
Qi Xiaoye lazily glanced at Li Qiqi's face, which was flushed to the point of resembling a ripe fruit, and shamelessly inquired.
How could it be enjoyable when I was nearly suffocating?
Li Qiqi pressed her lips together in frustration, yet she dared not speak the truth.
With a disingenuous smile, she nodded at Qi Xiaoye. Comforting, indeed, so obedient. Qi Xiaoye raised an eyebrow.
Compared to the mere taste of last night,
he preferred to engage in a more profound and intimate embrace with Li Qiqi.
Particularly, he reveled in the sensation of passionately claiming her during their kisses, while she was left to acquiesce to his desires. Li Qiqi was the polar opposite of him. Qi Xiaoye, with no intention of exposing Li Qiqi, raised his right hand slightly, using the pad of his thumb to gently caress the girl's slightly swollen lips, wiping away the moisture that clung to them.
As for the blue rose, did she like it?
It was indeed a gift from him.
Li Qiqi frowned.
She would never acquiesce to Qi Xiaoye's affections. Nor did she wish to be branded once more by the man before her with the label of my woman, shaking her head resolutely.
I do not like it. Why?
Li Qiqi turned her little head and began to ramble. She asserted that roses, though beautiful in bloom, are ultimately superficial, destined to wither and devoid of true value. It seemed rather petty for a prominent figure like Qi to pursue a girl with mere hand-warmers and roses.
Petty? Qi Xiaoye chuckled,
a smile playing on his lips as he lifted his chin slightly towards Li Qiqi, inquiring, then what about this?
Is it also petty?
Li Qiqi followed Qi Xiaoye's gaze and lowered her head to glance at her left chest.
It was then that she discovered an unexpected addition to her woolen coat, a delicate and exquisite sapphire butterfly brooch.
Its wings were intricately adorned with meticulously selected diamonds,
each cut to perfection, neither overly ostentatious nor lacking in brilliance.
The central sapphire was deep and mysterious, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky, emanating a soft,
ethereal blue glow.
Most remarkably, the patterns and colors of the brooch mirrored precisely the butterfly tattoo on her shoulder, down to the finest detail.
In just a day.
Qi Xiaoye had merely cast a fleeting glance. How had he accomplished this? Li Qiqi involuntarily extended her hand to touch it. The icy tip of the brooch brushed against her fingers, yet inexplicably pierced her heart. Li Qiqi took a deep breath, maintaining her composure.
Speaking softly,
Qi Xiaoye lazily propped his eyelids up, leaning closer to Li Qiqi's ear. His right arm casually draped over the backrest behind her, enveloping her in a gentle embrace. The brooch is quite valuable, do you like it?
Li Qiqi instinctively inquired, how much is it worth?
Worth? Qi Xiaoye glanced at Li Qiqi's sparkling eyes.
Momentarily taken aback, 300,000.
Observing Li Qiqi's expressionless face, which even bore a hint of disdain as she seemed inclined to remove the brooch, Qi Xiaoye suppressed his emotions and added, in US dollars. Li Qiqi paused in her motion of retrieving the brooch, transforming it into a gentle caress as she meticulously traced her fingers over the entire butterfly brooch, murmuring to herself,
Ah, this is splendid. $300,000. How delightful it would be to convert it into cash.
Her eyes sparkled with joy, her brows arching in delight. Wealthy individuals abhor gold digging, power-hungry women. And she relished the idea of perpetuating her persona as a source of both wealth and annoyance for Qi Xiaoye.
With this thought in mind,
Li Qiqi unhesitatingly turned her face, tilted her neck, and planted a kiss on the left cheek of Qi Xiaoye, winking playfully at him.
Thank you, Master Qi.
His generous spirit elicited a smile from him, and as he met her gaze, it was evident she was indeed a little money-obsessed.
Indeed?
Li Qiqi found herself somewhat perplexed but nodded with a calm demeanor.
Rather than a tilting umbrella,
she preferred a luxurious car that could shield her from the wind and rain, along with an inexhaustible supply of money to indulge in feasting, drinking, and merriment. Li Qiqi spoke earnestly, her heart racing with both fear and excitement as she gazed into the man's increasingly profound blue eyes.
Yes, indeed, this was the moment. Be angry.
Erupt in fury, call me vulgar, and then immediately demand that I leave. As Li Qiqi pondered, she nearly succumbed to laughter, yet the man remained composed, silent as ever. Growing somewhat exasperated, she tentatively inquired, Mr. Qi, the desire for wealth is a universal sentiment, am I not correct?
Indeed, replied Qi Xiaoye,
a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, he leaned in closer, his warm breath caressing Li Qiqi's ear as he playfully nipped at it.
Miss Li. If there is one thing I am never short of, it is money.
A shiver ran through Li Qiqi's heart, signifying a silent understanding.
It meant simply this: name your price.
The man's lips glided over Li Qiqi's tender earlobe, brushing against her neck, as he inhaled the intoxicating fragrance of the girl.
How much, he inquired, would it take for you to become mine? Li Qiqi could never have imagined that Qi Xiaoye would act so unpredictably.
Observing the desire swirling in his eyes, she felt the heat of his breath cascading over her neck.
It was as if, the moment she spoke, this beast would immediately acquiesce and then overpower her on the spot.
Li Qiqi forced a smile as she gently nudged Qi Xiaoye's shoulder.
Master Qi. I am quite valuable. I have not yet made a decision. Please grant me a moment to contemplate. How long do you require? My patience is rather limited. Just a moment. Master Qi.
At that moment, a voice from outside the door interrupted her thoughts.
It was Ah Tai, cautiously tapping on the door. The Qingmu gang, a call from Wenzhou.
Li Qiqi was filled with joy, as if she had grasped a life-saving straw, and eagerly called out towards the door of the private room.
Come in.
She then turned her gaze to Qi Xiaoye. Master Qi, Brother Shuwei is looking for you. It must be regarding the matter of the scar-faced man. He has been entrenched in Knaqin for over a decade, ruthless and cunning, and everyone fears him there. It is best to seek peace rather than enmity. I shall not delay you any further. I will take my leave now. Without waiting for Qi Xiaoye to respond, Li Qiqi swiftly pushed the man aside and stood up.
Just as Ah Tai opened the door, she swiftly bent down and slipped through under his arm. Chapter 16, Who is he? Li Qiqi intentionally avoided Qi Xiaoye and refrained from returning to work at the club. Every evening, the receptionist, Coco, would send her messages.
Accompanied by an adorable emoji, she would also attach a photograph of blue roses.
Qiqi, tonight features blue roses as well.
I inquired on your behalf, and Master Qi has ordered blue roses for you for a total of 6 months.
If you do not return, my home is bound to transform into a flower shop. Oh, come on, who is Master Qi?
He is elusive, rarely seen, and perched in his position.
How could he possibly have the time to revolve around a young lady like you? Understood.
Li Qiqi turned off her phone and retrieved the butterfly brooch from her vanity box, examining it closely under the light.
The gem's transparency and luster were exquisite, with tiny specks of light and reflections within.
It was a naturally sourced sapphire, priced at $300,000. This sum brought her one step closer to her goal of $5 million. Filled with elation, Li Qiqi clutched the brooch and hurried outside,
intending to convert it directly into cash.
The man removed his suit jacket, casually tossing it onto the sofa, while Annie, who had been waiting patiently by the side, approached with a basin of water. Sunantian washed his hands leisurely, casting a casual glance at Li Qiqi, who was skipping with enthusiasm. Where could she possibly be heading? Li Qiqi stood still and opened her mouth, ready to go to work.
It was truly unjust. With a dissatisfied pout,
Li Qiqi took a few strides to stand before Sunantian, playfully tilting her head and giving him a teasing nudge with her nose.
Sunantian,
drying his hands with a white towel, gestured for Annie to leave with a side glance. He then raised his right hand, gently pinching Li Qiqi's cheek with a light squeeze.
Are you feeling jealous?
Li Qiqi felt a flush on her cheeks. She awkwardly pushed away Sunantian's arm,
stammering in response.
I could never be jealous. Uncle and Miss Qiao are inseparable. I wish them nothing but blessings. Her words belied her true feelings. Sunantian chuckled softly.
Li Qiqi did not hear clearly and leaned forward. Uncle, what did you just say?
I said.
Sunantian, in a delightful mood,
deliberately slowed his tone, bending down to approach Li Qiqi, his dark eyes glimmering beneath the golden frames. For reasons unknown, as his relationship with Xiaolina grew increasingly intimate, his desire to capture Li Qiqi intensified. Each time that woman lay beneath him, playfully whining and acting coy, he could not help but envision Li Qiqi's face.
Imagining the girl in the throes of passion.
Her eyes would shimmer, cheeks would flush, the corners of her eyes would be graced with tears, and her slightly parted lips would repeatedly call his name.
Perhaps she would even cry.
Li Qiqi, when she weeps, possesses a beauty that surpasses even her laughter. Her tears delicately adorn her long, slender eyelashes, cascading down like tender water lilies or shattered jade. Her gaze is shimmering, filled with poignant sorrow.
Su Nantian is enamored.
So deeply that he yearns to envelop her in his embrace, to cherish her fragility. Yet, he seldom brings her to tears, for his heart aches at the thought. As they draw closer together, Su Nantian's voice deepens. Do not go to work tonight, stay with me. Li Qiqi did not hesitate to refuse, stating.
Qiqi and I have already made plans to stroll through Grapefruit Street after work.
Uncle, tomorrow marks Master Chow's birthday, so please rest early. Upon finishing her words, Li Qiqi attempted to leave, only to be swiftly detained by Su Nantian, who grasped her wrist with remarkable force. The pressure of his grip was so intense that the brooch pierced into the delicate flesh of her palm, causing her to wince and emit a soft groan.
What is this? Su Nantian pried open her tightly clenched fingers, revealing the sapphire brooch resting within her palm.
His eyes flickered momentarily, and a subtle tension tightened his lips.
Where did this brooch come from?
He cradled the icy back of Li Qiqi's hand, his fingers hovering just above the radiant gem. His tone laced with a barely perceptible hint of menace. It was a gift from a guest.
As soon as Li Qiqi's voice faded, Su Nantian's expression darkened like ink. He lightly caressed the brooch, feeling its coolness beneath his fingertips.
As if it could penetrate his skin and reach the depths of his heart.
A gift from a guest?
You struggle to sell wine.
What kind of generous patron would bestow upon you a natural sapphire?
Su Nantian scoffed coldly, pressing closer until he cornered Li Qiqi against the wall. With a swift motion, he tore the fabric from her left shoulder. He then grasped her delicate hand, comparing the brooch she held with the butterfly tattoo adorning her collarbone.
Identical.
Su Nantian found it hard to breathe as countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Leaning towards the notion that the man who gifted the brooch had not only seen her tattoo but had perhaps touched her.
Did she intend to go to work simply to rendezvous with that wild man?
Li Qiqi. Su Nantian called her full name in anger, causing her to instinctively shiver. She looked up in fear, witnessing the once composed and icy gaze of Su Nantian gradually turn crimson. The man leaned closer, his hot breath whispering dangerously possessive words in her ear.
Tell me, who is he? It's Qi Xiaoye. Su Nantian laughed in fury.
Li Qiqi. How many times have I told you that if you're going to lie, at least think it through? I would have believed you if you said Xiao Xiao.
But you say Qi Xiaoye. He is notoriously uninterested in women, how could he possibly be attracted to you? Uninterested in women? That man is insatiably lustful.
Li Qiqi bit her lip, recalling how she had never encountered such a lecherous man, one who would kiss and smell her so intimately.
Noticing her dazed expression, Su Nantian's face grew increasingly grim.
With force, he pressed the sharp end of the brooch into the tender flesh of her palm.
Ah!
A cry pierced the air. Yet, this time, Su Nantian did not relent. Instead, he applied more pressure, causing blood to slowly seep from Li Qiqi's palm, staining the brooch. A drop fell to the floor with a soft thud. Su Nantian regarded her coldly, devoid of any compassion, his anger intensifying.
Disobedient children deserve punishment. Lest she don a mask and venture out to entice others.
It hurts, uncle, it hurts. Li Qiqi felt as though her bones were being pierced, and the pain caused her to cry out, leaving no room for concealment. She confided in Su Nantian. I did not lie, it was Qi Xiaoye. The brooch was a gift from him, he desires for me to be his woman, but I did not acquiesce. I did not agree, dear uncle. I merely wish to exchange the brooch for money, a total of $300,000.
Which I will return to you entirely. Please do not be angry.
Li Qiqi wept with a tremulous voice, each word imbued with sincerity.
As Su Nantian slightly loosened his grip,
the blood-stained brooch slipped from Li Qiqi's palm and fell to the ground with a sharp clink.
Su Nantian remained silent,
his gaze steady, for an extended period. The atmosphere was thick and oppressive, laden with an unsettling tension. Neither Su Nantian nor Li Qiqi dared to break the silence. In that moment, she realized she had perhaps underestimated Su Nantian's ruthlessness and brutality. It was at this juncture that she truly grasped the extent of his terror. The men capable of establishing a foothold in Knaqin were far from benign, yet, over the years, she had lost herself in the fate of Su Nantian's gentleness. Unwilling to acknowledge the truth,
I'm sorry, uncle. Li Qiqi was unaware of the reason behind her apology, yet she allowed Su Nanshan's anger to fester, knowing that she would be the one to suffer.
As expected, the man's furious expression began to soften slightly. He took Li Qiqi's hand, holding her bloodied palm,
and led her towards the room on the second floor.
Given Qi Xiaoye's arrogant and domineering nature, his downfall in Knaqin was inevitable. It was best for her to keep her distance from him. Li Qiqi obediently nodded, and Su Nantian continued, since this brooch was gifted to you by him, it should never be exchanged for money.
Whoever dares to cash it in will pay dearly.
Keep it well, this brooch.
Su Nantian paused for a moment,
his fingertip gently gliding across the girl's palm, feeling the warm, smooth blood upon it. A fleeting glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes, accompanied by a sinister smile.
It will prove to be quite useful in the future. Chapter 17, I have always remembered the promise you made when you were 9. Li Qiqi anticipated that Su Nantian would likely confine her, yet the man did not.
The icy sting of the alcohol exacerbated the wound on Li Qiqi's palm, causing her to shiver slightly. Tears, glistening at the corners of her eyes, cascaded down her cheeks, landing softly on Su Nanshan's hand. Drip. Su Nantian lifted his gaze to glance at her. The girl's cherubic lips were slightly puckered, her tear-filled eyes radiating a sense of grievance. He leaned down closer to Li Qiqi's palm and gently blew on it.
Does it still hurt?
Li Qiqi shook her head.
I have a bad temper, you know.
Su Nantian delicately wrapped gauze around her palm, saying, I just want you to be obedient, Qiqi.
As long as you listen to me, I can give you anything you desire.
As he spoke,
Su Nantian retrieved a finely crafted box from his shirt pocket. Upon opening it,
he revealed a graceful and exquisite silver bracelet adorned with diamonds, with a teardrop-shaped light pink crystal dangling at the end. Su Nantian gently fastened the bracelet around Li Qiqi's delicate and fair wrist. I spotted this while selecting a gift for Master Qiao. I thought it would suit you perfectly.
And indeed.
Su Nantian gazed at it, captivated by its beauty.
Li Qiqi cast her gaze downward, remaining silent as ever.
Su Nantian had never gifted her expensive jewelry, likely because he always treated her like a child. Besides an abundance of plush toys scattered throughout the room, the most he had ever bought for her were fairy tale books, allowing her to witness the surrounding malevolent forces while striving to preserve her innocence and kindness.
The man's expression darkened slightly.
He released Li Qiqi and rose, placing his arms on either side of the bed as he leaned forward.
Are you angry? No.
Li Qiqi turned her face away, yet the man advanced a step closer, his warm breath enveloping her visage, his gaze so profound it seemed capable of drawing one in.
Then why won't you look at me?
Su Nantian murmured, a hint of barely concealed anger lacing his tone. Li Qiqi's lashes fluttered gently as she slowly raised her gaze, locking eyes with Su Nanshan's bottomless pupils. In that moment of connection, a warmth surged within Su Nanshan's throat. Instinctively, he leaned closer, nearly brushing his nose against hers. The girl's warm and sweet breath intertwined, forming a delicate web that enveloped him tightly.
Su Nanshan's lips quivered slightly,
as if hesitating yet also restraining himself, but ultimately, that restraint was shattered by the emotions surging from within, and he inclined his face, yearning to cover hers.
Uncle!
Li Qiqi trembled as she spoke, raising her hand to shield herself just before Su Nanshan's lips could meet hers. The warmth of his damp lips brushed against the bandage on her hand, causing her to instinctively retreat backward against the bed. The raw surprise and resistance reflected in her eyes seemed to provoke Su Nantian, whose gaze darkened slightly.
What is this reaction?
You already have Miss Qiao, he remarked.
Flustered. Li Qiqi stammered, you cannot treat me this way, we cannot. Why can't we?
Su Nantian interjected, his desire palpable as he leaned closer,
gradually pressing his body against hers.
I raised you, every part of your body belongs to me.
Qiqi, I have always remembered the promise you made when you were 9.
Upon realizing Su Nantian intended to open his heart to her, Li Qiqi's heart raced. She bit her lip, desperately seeking a thread of rationality amidst his overpowering presence.
You remember?
Yes,
Su Nantian affirmed, nodding.
As they drew nearer, he ceased to speak further. Li Qiqi glanced down at the bracelet on her wrist, took a deep breath,
and directly asked, if you remember, then why did you choose to get engaged to Miss Qiao?
Su Nantian paused, the impulse that had just surged within him instantly cooling. He could see that this question had nearly exhausted all of Li Qiqi's courage. Time ticked away, and with each moment Su Nantian pondered. The light in Li Qiqi's eyes dimmed a fraction more, until the taut string of her heart snapped with a resounding silence. Li Qiqi's crimson lips parted slightly. But Su Nantian spoke first, driven by ambition. Li Qiqi gazed at Su Nantian in disbelief, remaining momentarily speechless. Rather than excitement or joy, a profound sense of incredulity enveloped her. With wide, expressive eyes, she listened as Su Nantian poured out his heart to her. I harbor no feelings for Qiaolina. I merely intend to utilize her to contend against the two formidable forces of Knaqin, ultimately reaping the benefits for myself. If this displeases you, I can withdraw immediately. Forsaking power and profit, as long as I have you. As he spoke, Su Nantian gently brushed his fingers against Li Qiqi's cheek. His touch tender yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. But you must promise me, from this moment forth, to allow no one else to intrude upon your world. You are to belong solely to me, untouchable by others. Qiqi, shall we fulfill our pact? Li Qiqi lowered her eyelashes. And a sudden vision of Qi Xiaoye's exquisitely handsome face flashed through her mind. She recalled how he liked to nestle into the crook of her neck, gazing up at her with those enchanting eyes. She found it bewildering that he should occupy her thoughts at this moment. Could it be that the man's touch had ignited a sense of guilt within her? Yet, Su Nantian had also been close to Qiaolina, if anyone should feel remorse. It ought to be him. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon her. Hesitatingly, she responded, her eyes glistening with tears that lent a captivating blush to their corners. Su Nantian, watching intently, was unable to resist the urge to lean in and kiss her eyes. But Li Qiqi instinctively recoiled. Observing the darkening expression on Su Nantian's face, she anxiously explained, but I cannot right now. It is all right, I shall respect your wishes. Su Nantian replied with a profound smile, straightening his posture and adjusting his spectacles as he looked down at the obedient and beautiful girl on the bed. I will find a way to cancel the wedding with Qiaolina, and when that time comes, please do not reject me again. Silence enveloped the air once more. She recalled the moment at 6 years old when the man had descended upon her like a celestial being. Reflecting on the years of his affection and care, under the intense scrutiny of Su Nantian's piercing gaze, she struggled for what felt like an eternity before finally nodding. Her emotions a tangled web. All right. Su Nantian took a step towards the door. Tomorrow is the birthday celebration of Lord Xiao, accompany me there. Then, as before, remain in the pear garden, content to be the mistress of the pear garden. There is no need for heavy makeup or to sell drinks at the club. The door clicked shut behind him. Li Qiqi found herself unable to extricate her emotions from Su Nantian's gentle words. This beautiful dream, which had begun at the tender age of 9 and extended to 18, had finally materialized, yet, she felt no exhilaration as she had imagined. Perhaps the pure anticipation and fantasy had gradually shifted in nature, requiring her more time to adapt and accept? From the moment they met, her relationship with Su Nantian had never been equitable. She owed him a life, a debt spanning 12 long years. Between them, it was always his desires that mattered. His willingness that prevailed. She had never had a choice. Fortunately, Su Nantian remained the same Su Nantian, the caring uncle who always prioritized her, doting upon and cherishing her. He would still forsake the distractions surrounding him for her sake, even relinquishing the relentless pursuit of power. He had never changed. It was she who lacked confidence. Li Qiqi raised her hand to wipe away the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. She took out her phone from her pocket and sent a message to Sasha. Sister Sa, I have other commitments tomorrow for Master Qiao's birthday banquet, so you need not wait for me. Just as the message was successfully sent, the notification tone chimed. Li Qiqi mistakenly thought it was Sasha and, without paying attention to the number, pressed the answer key. Miss Li, came Qi Xiaoye's deep and melodious voice from the other end, possessing an enchanting allure. She did not mishear. Li Qiqi hesitated to hang up, allowing the call to remain connected, while the other side also did not end the call. Thus, they remained in a stalemate for a full 2 minutes, until Li Qiqi ultimately succumbed first, holding the phone to her ear and softly speaking. Master Qi? Chapter 18, I miss you. Qi Xiaoye's emotions were palpable as he let out a light chuckle. Miss Li, after 3 days apart.
Have you found yourself longing for me as I have for you? Indeed, she replied, emboldened by the distance of the phone. With a mischievous smile, she bit her lip and said, I think of you every day. Li Qiqi deliberately paused for a second, waiting until she heard the man's muffled laughter before completing her sentence. Every day, she pondered what it would take for Qiyi to finally let her go. As the other side fell silent, the sound of the howling snowstorm filled her ears, and the man, with a deepened tone, commanded her to rise and draw back the curtains. Li Qiqi was somewhat perplexed, yet she obediently approached the window, cautiously parting the curtains just enough to steal a glance below. Why draw the curtains? Li Qiqi's words were lodged in her throat. She appeared as if immobilized, staring blankly through the slightly parted curtains at the familiar black extended Bentley Mulsanne parked at the entrance of the pear garden. Qi Xiaoye, clad in a gray overcoat, stood with one leg bent against the bright glow of the streetlight, leaning against the car, with his left hand gripping a phone and his right hand holding a cigarette. A wisp of smoke gracefully spiraled along his elongated fingers. Behind him lay an unbroken expanse of pristine snow. Each snowflake, suspended in the air, resembled a delicate sprite, drifting gently downwards, leaving faint traces upon the man's overcoat before being dispersed by the night breeze. As if sensing her gaze, the man suddenly lifted his eyes towards her direction, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. The haze of smoke and snow blurred Qi Xiaoye's features, yet his deep blue eyes remained piercingly clear, cutting through the silent night and unexpectedly penetrating Li Qiqi's vision. Knowing you are by the window, I shall draw closer. Li Qiqi remained motionless, and Qi Xiaoye let out a derisive laugh. My dear, I simply missed you. I heard you haven't been at work for 3 days, so I came to check on you. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she raised her hand to draw back the curtains, leaning her upper body against the windowsill to gaze at Qi Xiaoye from afar. You have seen me. I'm well. Can I leave now? Qi Xiaoye took a drag from his cigarette, lingering for a moment longer. Su Nanshan's room was merely separated from Li Qiqi's boudoir by a wall. Standing by the window afforded him the same view of Qi Xiaoye below. Recalling that her uncle had just lost his temper over the issue of the brooch, Li Qiqi felt the need to dispel any misunderstandings Su Nantian might harbor and issued an unequivocal dismissal. With the conditions of Qi Yi, he must be surrounded by countless beautiful admirers. I am merely a seller of wine, unworthy of Qi Yi. It would be best for him to seek someone else. What? Unable to forget Xiao Xiao? Li Qiqi awkwardly coughed, on the verge of denial, but then recalled that Su Nantian had yet to formally annul his engagement with Xiao Lina. Announcing their relationship at this juncture would undoubtedly bring unnecessary complications for Su Nantian. Thus, she skillfully shifted the conversation, declaring, My heart belongs solely to Xiao Gu. It cannot accommodate anyone else. Qi Yi, I will return the brooch you gifted me tomorrow. Have you thought it through? Yes. The brooch need not be returned to me. Qi Xiaoye turned away, while Atai exited the driver's seat, bending to open the car door for him. As Qi Xiaoye entered the vehicle, he cast one last glance at the petite figure before him through the night. Regardless of where Miss Li's heart may reside, I shall devise a way to claim it for myself. Li Qiqi yearned to continue the conversation, yet the call had already been disconnected. The following morning, she stood before a full-length mirror, adorned in a meticulously tailored black gown, its hem gracefully brushing against her ankles, akin to the most elegant undercurrents in the night. As she gently turned her body, the subtle shimmer of the fabric glistened softly in the morning light. How exquisite! At that moment, Annie entered the room, momentarily entranced upon catching sight of Li Qiqi. Miss Li's beauty was striking, and her makeup skills were simply a revelation. Li Qiqi shyly smiled at her. That's why I asked you to help me with my makeup, Annie. The occasion I am attending today is quite significant, so just a light makeup will suffice. All right. Especially after the makeup was done, even Annie, a woman herself, found it hard to look away. You are truly stunning. Annie couldn't help but repeat, gently holding Li Qiqi's delicate hand as they slowly walked out of the room. Li Qiqi was unaccustomed to walking in high heels, each step causing her to stagger slightly. She advanced slowly, taking a considerable amount of time to reach the staircase. Su Nantian awaited her in the living room, clad in an elegant, tailored black suit.
Upon seeing Li Qiqi descend, a smile graced his lips, and a flicker of astonishment ignited in his gaze. He was well aware of her beauty, and understood that when this girl adorned herself with care, she would undoubtedly become the most resplendent sight at any gathering. So striking that any ordinary man would be utterly enchanted by her. Su Nantian remained composed, biding his time until Annie assisted Li Qiqi to his side. At which point he extended his right hand in a most gentlemanly manner, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Truly exquisite. Li Qiqi blushed, and Annie extended her small hand to Su Nantian, her eyes darting between the two. The handsome man and the beautiful woman were indeed a perfect match. Mr. Su. Miss Li has never worn high heels, so you must support her on this journey to prevent any falls. Rest assured, Su Nantian replied with a radiant smile, guiding Li Qiqi outside. Li Qiqi could not help but stumble, colliding with Su Nantian after every few steps. After much effort, she finally managed to get into the car. Her face contorted in discomfort as she pouted and complained. My feet hurt so much, uncle, can I not wear these shoes? Su Nantian raised his hand and playfully tapped her nose. This is merely the beginning. You will often accompany me to such events in the future. High heels and formal dresses are essential. Just endure a little, consider it a preparatory adjustment. Li Qiqi found herself unable to refute his words. With a soft sigh, she bent down to massage her painfully throbbing ankle, having only taken a few steps. It was you who insisted that I could not appear attractive in Knaqin, relegating me to the role of an unattractive girl for 2 long years. Now, you suddenly expect me to dress up. Who could possibly adapt to such a drastic change? Her murmured complaints, though barely audible, reached Su Nantian's ears. He reached out to gently brush aside the stray hair from her forehead, gazing at her exquisite profile with a detached expression. When a fade fails to shield one from the predatory gaze of a wolf, it inevitably loses its purpose. It would be far more advantageous to reveal her true potential, allowing her to wield greater influence. Su Nantian's lips curled into a faint smile as he feigned ignorance, shifting the conversation with a soft admonition directed at Li Qiqi. Mr. Qiao is Qiaolina's grandfather. Today, I must attend the birthday banquet as her fiancé. Once we arrive, you must behave and refrain from causing any disturbances. Li Qiqi was acutely aware of the stakes involved and certainly would not act recklessly. However, Su Nantian's deliberate reminder caused her previously buoyant spirits to plummet. She turned her gaze towards the window, pondering. Why did my uncle bring me out if he fears I might cause trouble? Su Nantian smiled indulgently. Though this is merely a charade, I worry you might overthink things if left alone at home. Thus, I brought you along, allowing you to witness everything firsthand, which should ease your mind. Her uncle sought power and had myriad ways to achieve it. From the outset, he should not have exploited Qiaolina's affections. It is my fault. Su Nantian maintained his composure, gazing out the window, where an elusive glimmer flickered in his eyes, concealed from Li Qiqi's view. It will not happen again. Chapter 19, Darling Qiqi. The birthday banquet was arranged at the Qiao family estate. A red carpet was laid from the grand entrance, winding its way to the main banquet hall, flanked by meticulously trimmed shrubs blanketed in a thin layer of snow. As Li Qiqi and Su Nantian alighted from the vehicle, Qiaolina, who had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time, approached with a playful smile. She raised her hand to link it with Su Nantian's arm. Tian Gu. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Li Qiqi peeking from behind Su Nantian, timidly clutching the corner of his suit. A fresh face, exuding an air of shyness, yet remarkably exquisite in beauty. Qiaolina furrowed her brow, questioning, who might this be? After scrutinizing for a few seconds, she recognized Li Qiqi without waiting for Su Nantian to make an introduction. Qiqi? Yes. Li Qiqi nodded and, under Su Nantian's subtle gaze, sweetly called out to Qiaolina as auntie. Qiaolina tugged at the corners of her mouth, her smile devoid of genuine warmth. The exquisite cosmetics were indeed unparalleled. Just look at our Qiqi, she appears stunning when she diligently applies her makeup. Thank you, auntie. What is there to thank? We are all family. In the future, don't hesitate to ask for cosmetics, clothing, or handbags. As long as Qiqi likes it, feel free to tell auntie. I will take care of the selection, and uncle will handle the payment.
Su Nantian pinched the soft flesh at Qialina's waist. You certainly know how to scheme. Isn't it up to you if you're happy about it?
Qialina pouted playfully, feigning anger as she teased Su Nantian.
Of course. Su Nantian looked over Qialina's head.
His gaze lingering on Li Qiqi's gradually dimming eyes, intentionally adding, I would be delighted to purchase anything for Qiqi. Li Qiqi felt a sense of discomfort under Su Nantian's fervent and unreserved gaze. Suddenly overwhelmed by an ignoble feeling as if she and Su Nantian were clandestinely engaging in an affair behind Xiaolina's back. She detested this sensation and attempted to withdraw her hand from Xiaolina's grasp, contemplating that it might be prudent to keep her distance from them for the day. Just then, a glint of silver flashed in Xiaolina's eyes. Lowering her gaze, Xiaolina noticed the silver chain adorning Li Qiqi's wrist, and her formerly radiant and enchanting smile abruptly froze on her face. This bracelet had been purchased by Su Nantian under the pretense of selecting a birthday gift for his grandfather, and she had secretly followed him. Overhearing the sales assistant explain that the silver teardrop necklace symbolized pure and eternal love. The man had purchased it without hesitation, and in the subsequent days, he had not mentioned it, leading her to believe that Su Nantian intended to surprise her on a special occasion, hence her decision not to inquire about it. However, this bracelet. Xiaolina clenched her teeth. From the moment she first met Li Qiqi, especially when the latter discarded the necklace she had gifted, she understood that this girl was anything but docile. Otherwise, why had she initially promised to leave the pear garden and now remained so close to Su Nantian? Xiaolina had investigated Su Nantian. Aside from Li Qiqi, whom he kept in the pear garden, his private life was impeccably pristine. Thus, she had never doubted Su Nantian's sincerity towards her. After all, if he harbored feelings for Li Qiqi, he would not have devoted so much effort to pursue her. This left only one possibility: the bracelet was something Li Qiqi had actively requested from Su Nantian, who was known to never refuse her. Brother Tian, grandfather is waiting for you in the pavilion at the backyard. You mentioned wanting to take over the casino at Xinjiku. He has yet to relent. But now he intends to discuss it with you. Su Nantian cast a casual glance at the silver chain on Li Qiqi's wrist and caught a fleeting flash of anger in Xiaolina's eyes, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. He gently raised his hand, embracing Xiaolina's waist, and whispered in her ear, I will handle the discussion with grandfather myself. Qiqi is timid and shy, please look after her and ensure she is not bullied. Xiaolina remained silent, seemingly reluctant. Su Nantian's hand, tender and indulgent, patted her waist gently as he urged her to move several steps forward, ensuring Li Qiqi couldn't overhear them before he continued. She is still young and has been spoiled by me. She is quite naive. Unlike you, who is serene and gracious, be more accommodating with her. Once we are engaged, we shall not reside in the pear garden. Less than 5 meters away, Li Qiqi struggled to walk in her high heels, her gait awkward and peculiar. Reminiscent of a child attempting to wear adult shoes, more like a comical clown. She nodded at Su Nantian and pushed closer to him. Qiqi, when walking in high heels, keep your legs straight and avoid pointing your toes. Come, I shall assist you. Xiaolina's instructions were meticulous, and Li Qiqi absorbed them earnestly. As they made their way from the outer gate to the main villa of the estate, Li Qiqi had begun to walk with a semblance of grace, even managing to exude a certain charm. What a natural enchantress! Xiaolina couldn't help but smirk inwardly. She guided Li Qiqi through the corridor and into the spacious and brightly lit hall. The celebration for the 4th Master Chao's birthday attracted nearly all the prominent figures from Knaqin. The first floor was abuzz with clinking glasses and a myriad of guests engaging in conversation, predominantly affluent businessmen. Those unable to make their appearances would be escorted to the more serene and exquisite private rooms on the 2nd floor. Li Qiqi, lacking in social skills and suffering from foot pain, yearned for a tranquil space to rest, with no intention of lingering. Fortunately, Xiaolina seemed to share this sentiment. Her steps unyielding as she guided Li Qiqi through the hall and into the indoor heated swimming pool at the rear of the villa. This place was a veritable paradise for the youth. As Li Qiqi stepped into the swimming pool, she beheld Xiao Xiao at the edge. His upper body bared and adorned with sunglasses, reclining on a beach chair, surrounded by a throng of beautiful women in swimsuits. To his left, one was kneading his shoulders, while another to his right fed him fruit, and behind him, yet another offered a back massage. Besides Xiao Xiao, a group of young gentlemen, sharing his tastes.
unabashedly embraced their companions, engaging in public displays of affection, their hands wandering without restraint. Above and below the water, a scene of opulent debauchery unfolded. Li Qiqi furrowed her brow and turned to leave when Xiao Xiao's voice emerged from the crowd. "Sister!" Xiao Xiao waved at Xiao Lina, his gaze landing on Li Qiqi. And his eyes suddenly sparkled. He pushed aside the beautiful woman beside him, stood up, adjusted his loose blue beach shorts, and took a few strides to block Li Qiqi's path. "Wow, what a stunning lady! Sister, where did you find her? Don't you recognize her?" Xiao Lina smiled enigmatically. Xiao Xiao squinted slightly. He had been with too many women, each with their own charm and allure, and he could not recall them all. However, a beauty of this caliber should have left a lasting impression. How could he have forgotten? Xiao Lina kindly reminded him, a few days ago. "My brother called Qiqi an ugly duckling. I disagreed, so I brought her here to prove him wrong." With a thoughtful expression, Xiao Xiao stroked his chin and scrutinized Li Qiqi. It finally dawned on him that she was the girl who had sung with abandon in the private room. His gaze dropped to her low-cut evening gown, which was complemented by a warm mink shawl due to the winter chill. Yet, even with the added layer, it failed to conceal her alluring figure. With a curvaceous and pert silhouette, a delicate waist, and a beautiful face, she was indeed a sight to behold. Xiao Xiao grinned mischievously, playfully slapping his own face. What a slap in the face! Ha, indeed, it is a slap in the face. My dear Qiqi is far from an ugly duckling. It seems I misjudged her. Li Qiqi was startled by Xiao Xiao's affectionate address, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. She cautiously bent down and offered him a polite smile, intending to circumvent the man and hastily depart from the scene. However, Xiao Xiao swiftly grasped her wrist just as she was about to take a step, halting her movement while casting a glance at Xiao Lina. His eyes clearly conveying a question: does this girl have a partner? The sibling duo shared an unspoken understanding. And Xiao Lina subtly shook her head before turning her gaze back to Li Qiqi. "Qiqi, I need to go to the hall to attend to the guests. Please spend some time playing with my brother by the pool. Once your uncle is finished with his duties, he and I will come to fetch you." "I don't." Li Qiqi felt an overwhelming sense of panic and dread at the thought of being with Xiao Xiao. Shaking her head in refusal, she forcefully pushed him away and fled in haste. With a mere glance, Xiao Lina signaled to Xiao Xiao, who immediately understood. As Li Qiqi stepped onto the staircase, the man rushed to her side, bent down, and effortlessly hoisted her onto his shoulder, cradling her knees with one arm. Whistling cheerfully, he strode toward the edge of the swimming pool. "Xiao Gu! No, please don't do this. Put me down, I'm scared." Li Qiqi clenched her fists, incessantly patting Xiao Xiao's back, yet her petite strikes resembled delicate drumbeats, lacking any semblance of force. This only elicited a mischievous grin from Xiao Xiao as he paused, lifting her legs with a playful malice. "Do not fidget, or you might tumble." Li Qiqi trembled violently, turning her face to cast a pleading glance at Xiao Lina, who merely smiled back at her. "Fear not, my brother knows how to handle himself. Relax, you young people will surely find common ground." Chapter 20, The Perfect Match. The ideal pair, celestial couple. With her desperate attempts for help yielding no results, Li Qiqi could only watch helplessly as Xiao Lina abandoned her and turned to leave. Not far behind, a man emerged from the water, leaning against the edge of the pool and teasing Xiao Xiao. "Isn't it true that you dislike forcing someone? Yet it appears this young lady is rather reluctant." Xiao Xiao shot him a fierce glare. "Shut your mouth. This is a precious gem I specifically brought to deal with you lot. She was just watching me get cozy with someone else and got jealous, taking it out on me." The man laughed heartily. "How intriguing. Brother Xiao, you must treat her well. None of us have ever seen you woo a woman." Xiao Xiao leaned closer, whispering softly into her ear. "Darling, I've already put my cards on the table. You wouldn't dare to embarrass me, would you?" The proximity caused the man's warm lips to brush against Li Qiqi's ear, startling her and making her instinctively curl up. Everyone knew that Xiao Xiao was a notorious flirt. To be chosen by him was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Li Qiqi evaded the increasingly close visage of Xiao Xiao, striving to steady her breath as she tentatively inquired. "What do you wish for me to do?" Xiao Xiao replied, "Do you drink?" Li Qiqi nodded, affirming her proficiency. This was no exaggeration, not only was she skilled, but her capacity was immense. She had reached a point where she herself could not discern her limits with alcohol. Except for that one occasion at the tender age of 8 when she mistakenly consumed liquor thinking it was a beverage and inadvertently bumped her nose while intoxicated. Since then, she had never found herself inebriated again. Indeed, she could drink, and quite impressively. Xiao Xiao chuckled with delight. Once everyone arrives, we shall engage in a game. The men will contribute, while the women will blow into a bottle. 1 second will yield 1 million Myanmar Chat. Should one emerge victorious, the prize is theirs. However, if one should falter. Xiao Xiao removed his sunglasses, casting a gaze upon Li Qiqi's delicate dress, his expression playful as he raised an eyebrow at her. Then you must remove your clothing. He deliberately elongated the last 3 words, hoping to witness the flustered and fearful expression on Li Qiqi's face. Yet to his surprise, the fear in her eyes dissipated entirely. Li Qiqi raised her gaze, locking eyes with Xiao Xiao. In this drinking contest, if I win, how much will you give me, Xiao Ge? She asked with a laugh. Xiao Xiao chuckled heartily, reaching out to touzle Li Qiqi's hair. I almost forgot, my dear. You are quite the little money enthusiast. If you win, I shall give you all that you desire. Really? Li Qiqi gazed at Xiao Xiao in disbelief. Entirely forgetting her fear, she instinctively disregarded the man's overly affectionate terms and asked once more, all of it? Yes, Xiao Xiao replied. His eyes fixed intently upon her delicate face, which he found increasingly endearing. He playfully flicked his tongue and nudged his cheek. All for you. But you must spend the night with me. Indeed. Li Qiqi's brows furrowed, and her enthusiasm swiftly waned. She pushed against Xiao Xiao's chest, attempting to rise. But he caught her hands with remarkable speed. Darling, don't be in such a hurry, we can enjoy ourselves more later. Li Qiqi's left hand bore an injury, concealed beneath a velvet black glove. However, when Xiao Xiao squeezed it, the pain caused her to leap instinctively, her forehead colliding forcefully with Xiao Xiao's chin. A frown creased Xiao Xiao's brow, and before he could vocalize his discomfort, a wave of laughter erupted from the poolside. Xiao Ge, are you even capable? Choosing such a fiery woman. One must never indulge a lady. Just as the words faded, an unexpected silence enveloped the surroundings. Li Qiqi followed the gazes of those around her and looked outside, where a tall man stood at the entrance. His indifferent and clear blue eyes were slightly raised. Although he said nothing and made no move, a single glance exuded an overwhelming and daunting pressure, causing the temperature in the room to suddenly drop by several degrees. Qi Xiaoye's gaze swept over the beach chairs and landed on the girl firmly locked in Xiao Xiao's embrace. From his perspective, Xiao Xiao was tightly gripping Li Qiqi's hand and had even kissed her forehead. Qi Xiaoye's eyes darkened slightly as he stepped across the threshold. The group of idle rich kids by the pool promptly rose, calling out to him with varying degrees of deference. Xiao Xiao inquired. Isn't Qi discussing matters on the 2nd floor? Why is he interested in me? Qi Xiaoye replied with a faint smile. I came to ask you about the perfume formula. How is the investigation going? Such a trivial matter hardly warrants your personal inquiry, Qi. How about this? I'll come find you after my game and report back to you in detail? Xiao Xiao, rarely lowering his posture on his own turf, did so not out of fear of Qi Xiaoye, but because he found him too cold and uninteresting. He would not leave. No one present would dare to indulge in merriment while Qi Xiaoye remained. Qi Xiaoye casually removed his windbreaker, which was taken by Atai standing behind him. His piercing and somber gaze never left Li Qiqi, leaving her startled and glancing around, too afraid to turn and meet his eyes. What game? I would like to join in. Xiao Xiao scratched his head, uncertain if he should speak. However, a man named Ong Shan, who was just leaning against the pool, eagerly explained the rules to Qi Xiaoye, even cheerfully asking, Qi, how about it? Isn't Xiao Ji's gathering exciting? Would you like to join us? Qi Xiaoye's brows furrowed slightly, and he remained silent. Tai and Lin Ku instinctively stepped back. Their years of understanding Qi Xiaoye telling them that a lack of a smile does not necessarily indicate anger, and a smile does not always mean happiness. However, if he smiles and then suddenly stops, it surely means he is on the verge of exploding with rage. The consequences of his fury were too terrifying to contemplate. They gritted their teeth and shivered before instinctively reaching for their sidearms, waiting for a command from the man blood would spill into the pool. Yet, Qi Xiaoye had no intention of resorting to violence. He turned slightly, signaling for them to holster their weapons, and stepped forward. He languidly leaned against the glass table at the end of the beach chair, surveying the men and women before him, who dared not breathe too heavily. Play, Lin Ku. Go fetch the money. At his words, the previously oppressive atmosphere around the pool instantly ignited with excitement. Qi Xiaoye leisurely retrieved a cigarette from his case, placing it between his fingers. Not far away, Angshan hurried over with a lighter, eagerly lighting it for him. Qi Xiaoye watched as Li Qiqi stood up at Xiao Zhao's request, obediently sitting beside him at the glass table. He turned to Angshan, saying, "Lend me your woman. If I lose, I'll pay. If I win, she is all yours." Qi Yi is generous. Angshan laughed heartily, beckoning a bikini-clad beauty over to sit beside Qi Xiaoye, introducing her with a flattering smile. "Qi Yi, this is Dana. The best drinker I could find after searching all the nightclubs in Knaqin for days." The best drinker. Qi Xiaoye remained unresponsive. He did not wish for Dana to win, for her victory would mean Li Qiqi would have to undress in public. His fingers holding the cigarette trembled slightly. He was curious to see how low this woman, who professed to love Xiao Xiao and claimed he occupied her heart, would stoop for him. Other participants in the game gradually arrived with their female companions. A few who recognized Qi Xiaoye paused momentarily upon seeing him. And upon noticing the beauty in a swimsuit beside him, they could surmise he was joining the game and exchanged knowing glances with Xiao Xiao, giving him a thumbs up. Truly, Xiao Xiao was impressive. Even Qi Yi was drawn into the fray, making him a role model for their generation. Xiao Xiao, delighted by the admiration, playfully raised an eyebrow at Li Qiqi, but found her with her head down, resembling an ostrich trying to hide beneath the table. "Baby, don't be scared." Xiao Xiao mimicked her earlier posture, burying his head alongside hers, then turned his face toward her, meeting her gaze. "Qi Yi is not as fearsome as rumored. If we win, nothing will happen. In the end, the money will be yours, but do not forget our agreement." "Who agreed to anything with you?" Li Qiqi gritted her teeth, her delicate face etched with despair. She stealthily raised her gaze to glance at Qi Xiaoye. The man finally met her eyes, curling his lips as he silently uttered two words that no one else could hear. Yet, Li Qiqi understood, Qi Xiaoye had called her baby. He had heard everything. A sense of heaviness settled in her heart, and fear caused tears to well up in her eyes, while before her, Xiao Xiao continued to smile and coax her. "My baby sings beautifully, looks stunning, we are truly a perfect match, a match made in heaven." Li Qiqi was on the verge of tears, mustering her courage to cover Xiao Zhao's mouth with her hand. "Could you, please be quiet?" Chapter 21, May I withdraw? In addition to Xiao Xiao and Qi Xiaoye, 6 young scions had also arrived to partake in this game. Once everyone was present, the specially concocted beverages for the game began to be served, arranged in a colorful array around the perimeter of the glass table. The vibrant bottles sparkled alluringly under the bright white lights. Xiao Xiao reached out, selecting a pink bottle and handing it to Li Qiqi. "Darling, I worry that you might get tipsy, so I had the bartender prepare this fruit wine just for you." "How considerate of me, don't you think?" Li Qiqi showed him no mercy. Could Xiaogu possibly foresee my arrival? Even when his deception was uncovered, Xiao Xiao remained unperturbed. He had encountered many compliant women. Yet it was rare to find someone like Li Qiqi, who neither flinched in his presence nor indulged in playful affection. He cherished her uniqueness immensely, graciously unscrewing the bottle cap for her, his tone softening. Although it was fruit wine, its potency was considerable. "Take your time savoring it, little one. If you lose, it matters not, Xiaogu will always have your back." Li Qiqi was skeptical. Did Xiaogu truly not wish to win? Xiao Xiao lounged casually, resting his left arm on the back of Li Qiqi's chair, his posture relaxed as he leaned back. In a hushed tone, he whispered to her, "Winning is not my desire, I am solely interested in pursuing you." Li Qiqi was increasingly at a loss for words, rolling her eyes at Xiao Xiao. "But I desire to win." All right, victory it is." Xiao Xiao chuckled, asking, "Why is the baby so adorable? Are we playing or not?" Opposite him,
Qi Xiaoye held a cigarette in his right hand, his index finger leisurely tapping against the table. The man's cold, piercing gaze, shrouded in smoke, became inscrutable. Each tap of his finger resembling an invisible sword, as if at any moment he would rend the two amicably conversing individuals before him into pieces. Sensing Qi Xiaoye's simmering anger, the wealthy young men who had just taken their seats hastily urged, "Indeed. Xiaoge, let us get started already. What endless conversation and love do you two have? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to wait until the girl is intoxicated?" It was only then that Xiao Xiao belatedly recognized that something was amiss with Qi Xiaoye's mood. He smirked, clicking his tongue. It's him who wants to join. And it's also him who wears a dark expression. One might think I owe him a fortune. Such a temper, truly difficult to please. Li Qiqi hesitated to join in, clutching the wine bottle in her hands as she awaited Xiao Xiao's command. Xiao Xiao gestured to the attendant responsible for timing behind him, signaling for her to step forward. "Let us commence," he proclaimed. 1 second equals 1 million, the ultimate victor shall reap the rewards. The slowest to disrobe in each round will be eliminated. Upon hearing this, the ladies eagerly reached for their chosen bottles, and, prompted by the attendant's signal to start the timer, tilted their heads back to drink. Li Qiqi, unwilling to be outdone, possessed a commendable tolerance for alcohol. Yet her pace was far from swift. The challenge of the game lay not only in the volume consumed but also in the rapidity of consumption. None wished to find themselves in the last position. The first to finish was Dana, the companion borrowed from Angshan by Qi Xiaoye, who completed an entire bottle in a mere 17 seconds, her expression betraying not the slightest sign of strain. Li Qiqi was the third to finish her drink. The specially crafted fruit wine was delightful, yet the alcohol had a sharp sting. She took 32 seconds to complete it, only to clutch her chest and cough several times afterward. Xiao Xiao, ever considerate, gently patted her back, while a bodyguard stepped forward, dramatically pushing a stack of chips worth 30 million shots onto the table. Together with the others, the first round had already amassed over 100 million shots. Qi Xiaoye crushed his cigarette but, idly playing with a chip in his hand as he observed Li Qiqi, whose face flushed crimson after downing a bottle of wine. Showing no sign of retreat, her brows furrowed slightly. The man on her right, who finished last, was surprisingly cheerful despite his loss. He recognized Dana's prowess, which far surpassed that of the other women. This group typically followed Xiao Xiao for entertainment, experiencing both wins and losses, but Aung San was different. It seemed he was ensnared by the lure of money, taking the time to select women, aiming to make a significant profit in today's round. Given the outcome was all but certain, the longer one participated, the more one would inevitably lose. It would be wiser to exit early and enjoy the view as a spectator. The man, with a pleased expression, placed his chips down and lightly patted his companion's lower back. Yuan, go over there and undress." Li Qiqi's gaze followed Yuan's movements. She had likely grown accustomed to such occasions. Without any hint of resistance, Yuan responded and directly approached the swimming pool. At the center of the pool stood a petite stone platform adorned with a fountain. As Li Qiqi stepped through the door, she found herself perplexed by the peculiar design of the swimming pool. It was, in fact, intended for a performance. Even the lights above shifted, a cascade of vibrant colors intertwining, transforming the entire pool into a scene of ethereal beauty. The garments adorning the woman began to fall away, one by one. As her enchanting dance captivated the audience, the air filled with the sounds of whistles and cheers, elevating the atmosphere to a euphoric climax. Nearly every pair of eyes, including Li Qiqi's, were fixated on the center of the pool, where Yuan performed, except for Qi Xiaoye. The man regarded Li Qiqi with a complex gaze. Amidst her astonishment and curiosity, a flicker of disdain and aversion began to surface in his eyes. At that moment, should Li Qiqi utter a word, he could whisk her away in an instant. Was she intending to continue? Qi Xiaoye scoffed. The leverage he once held had transformed in his grasp, and he crushed it, splitting it into 2 fragments. Meanwhile, Yuan had just completed her act, and the indoor lights abruptly returned to a glaring white, illuminating her exquisite alabaster form with piercing clarity. Despite her preparedness, the sudden rush of stimulation and humiliation left Yuan's cheeks pale, her legs weakened, and she tumbled into the pool. Xiao Xiao casually pointed to someone to retrieve her, gesturing to the remaining 7 men at the table. Come, let us proceed." Noticing Li Qiqi with her head bowed in an anxious demeanor, likely overwhelmed by witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, he tentatively inquired, "My dear,
Have you never experienced a night of revelry in a bar without a boss to guide you?"
Li Qiqi shook her head earnestly. "I have only sold liquor for 3 months, and my makeup skills are lacking. The customers find me unappealing and refuse to let me accompany them. I do not have a fixed employer. The nightlife in Knaqin diverges significantly from the formal establishments found in other countries. Here, selling drinks without providing companionship is akin to courtesans offering their talents without surrendering themselves."
Thus, she remains.
Xiao Zhao's gaze shifted slightly.
Are you untainted?
Li Qiqi did not anticipate such a straightforward question from Xiao Xiao. She averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed with an intense crimson, yet she gently murmured her assent.
Then I find it somewhat difficult to part with it.
Li Qiqi was perplexed as she lifted her gaze to Xiao Xiao.
Xiao Xiao bit his cheek and continued. I cannot bear to give them up, look at my darling.
His unexpected demeanor made Li Qiqi's eyes brighten with intrigue, and she tentatively whispered her request, then, Xiao Gu.
May I withdraw?
Chapter 22, I have won again. For a brief moment, the smile on Xiao Zhao's face froze. It is permissible to withdraw midway, but subsequently, I must bear the total amount lost by everyone, that is the rule.
Darling, do you have any idea how much it costs to reserve the entire venue?
Li Qiqi fell silent. Xiao Xiao, having traversed the realm of revelry for many years, regarded her with nothing more than a playful intent. His sweet nothings comprising 3 parts deceit to 7 parts truth. His claim of reluctance was not genuine, he would never squander a fortune merely to escort her away. Victory or defeat was a burden she could only bear alone. Suddenly, an awkward tension enveloped their relationship, and the once ambiguous atmosphere grew decidedly frigid. Xiao Xiao gazed upon the innocent girl before him, watching as the light that had just ignited in her eyes slowly diminished. He gently tapped the wine bottle in her hand, tempering his affection. The competition resumed.
In the subsequent rounds, the event transformed into a personal showcase for Dana. While other participants faced ruthless elimination with trepidation.
The chips on the glass table amassed into a small mountain, fiery music resonated through the air. And the electrifying performances on the stone stage stirred the emotions of all present, unfolding and concluding in a relentless cycle. Li Qiqi remained steadfastly in 3rd place. 5 bottles of liquor had been consumed in succession, leaving only Qi Xiaoye, Xiao Xiao, and an unfamiliar nobleman at the table. Based on the previous standings, it was likely that Li Qiqi would be the next to be eliminated. Her hand tightened around the bottle, trembling slightly, even with her head bowed. She could distinctly feel the collective gaze of those around her fixated on her. Whispers and catcalls began to echo before the competition had even commenced. A few audacious souls ventured closer, ingratiatingly flattering Xiao Xiao. Brother Zhao's woman is truly a paragon of beauty. Today, we are graced with her presence. I would serve you loyally in the future without complaint. With such an exquisite beauty, should Brother Xiao tire of her, might he allow me a taste of her charm? The cacophony of voices rose and fell, and Xiao Xiao accepted their remarks without reservation, emboldening the men to unleash increasingly vulgar and indecent comments. Li Qiqi tightened her grip around the wine bottle, the wound on her palm sending forth a sharp pang of pain. Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself and slammed the bottle onto the table.
The resounding crash startled everyone into silence.
The little one has finally lost her temper. At that moment, Qi Xiaoye raised his gaze, a sly smile playing on his lips as he looked at Li Qiqi, his tone laced with playful intrigue.
Miss Li, do you no longer wish to play?
His inquiry was veiled, yet Li Qiqi could discern the mockery glimmering in his eyes, as if he were questioning her.
Is this truly the man you have yearned for?
Li Qiqi understood that Qi Xiaoye had been waiting for her all along, anticipating her utterance of the word no.
She was acutely aware that should she express her unwillingness, Qi Xiaoye would undoubtedly whisk her away.
Although the man had exhibited no indication of his feelings throughout,
she felt an undeniable certainty. However, if she were to accept Qi Xiaoye's assistance and depart with him in front of everyone,
it would be tantamount to publicly declaring her rejection of Xiao Xiao, revealing an undisclosed connection with Qi Xiaoye.
Such a decision would irrevocably entwine their fates thereafter.
Li Qiqi suppressed her emotions, pursing her lips, and shyly offered a smile to Qi Xiaoye. Master Qi has misunderstood, I am merely a tad inebriated and momentarily unsteady.
Brother Shao indulges me and has even permitted me to lose at will. How could I possibly falter at such a critical juncture? Let us proceed. She cast a glance at the steadfast and composed Diana beside Qi Xiaoye, then turned her gaze to the woman on her right, whose form swayed precariously and whose eyes began to glaze over. The fruit wine prepared by Xiao Xiao indeed possessed a high alcohol content. A typical individual would certainly struggle to consume more than a few bottles. Having imbibed all the way to this point, Li Qiqi's advantage was finally manifesting. Among the remaining trio, she was the sole one who had managed to drink several bottles without exhibiting any signs of intoxication. Thus, it remained uncertain who would ultimately place third in this contest. Li Qiqi leisurely grasped the bottle once more. The waiter activated the timer, and Diana's performance remained formidable, albeit slightly slower than in previous rounds. She consumed the bottle in 21 seconds, maintaining her position at the top. The gaze of the onlookers naturally shifted to Li Qiqi and another woman. Li Qiqi's speed had not changed much compared to before, and the gap with the woman was merely 4 or 5 seconds. They pursued each other closely, one in front and the other behind. As she approached the bottom of a bottle of wine, Li Qiqi still could not catch up. Qi Xiaoye's gaze darkened, and he abruptly rose from his seat. Almost simultaneously, the woman, with a pained expression, rolled her eyes and, loosening her grip on the bottle, vomited all over the gentleman beside her with a loud sound. The gentleman's face turned ashen in an instant. Ah! Damn it! Get away from me with that vomit! Ugh! Somebody! Somebody! Quickly drag this woman away! It stinks! The scene descended into chaos, and taking advantage of the moment, Li Qiqi finished the remaining wine, bent down to pick up the woman's unfinished bottle that had fallen to the ground, and raised her arm triumphantly in front of the crowd. I have one! Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Qi Xiaoye, who had risen at some point, his expression darkened to the point of losing all composure. The man stood frozen, looking at her, his eyes filled with anger, surprise, disappointment, and a hint of pity. Li Qiqi's heart clenched tightly. Do not be afraid. Qiqi. It will soon be over. At this rate, Qi Xiaoye will quickly lose interest in you. Li Qiqi continuously consoled herself, feigning ease as she turned her face towards Xiao Xiao, beaming sweetly at him. Brother Xiao, there's only one match left. You're doing wonderfully. Xiao Xiao's interest in Li Qiqi's physical prowess far surpassed his concern for the outcome of the competition. He held little expectation for her, yet was taken aback by her tenacity to persevere until the end. The previously nonchalant mood was inexplicably altered, as Xiao Xiao found himself increasingly intrigued by the competition's result. Reclining against the chair and gazing at Li Qiqi. It seems you always manage to surprise me. I anticipate further astonishment. Behind him, Lin Ke stepped forward, bending slightly. The man, with a shadowed expression, relayed a series of instructions that left Lin Ke feeling alarmed. Instinctively, he glanced at Li Qiqi and Xiao Xiao, suppressing any hesitation as he nodded. Yes, Master Qi, I shall make the arrangements immediately. Meanwhile, the woman who secured third place had succumbed to intoxication. Yet the group remained relentless in their pursuit of her. At Xiao Xiao's signal, several bodyguards forcibly dragged the woman onto the stone platform. 2 men, one on either side, comfortably compelled her to complete the performance. As the soiree reached its climactic showdown, the typically aloof Diana finally broke her silence. This lady has remarkable capacity, perhaps surpassing mine. Alas, our contest involves not just drinking ability, but also speed. Encountering someone equally adept, you must accept your misfortune. Li Qiqi, weary of idle chatter with Diana, refrained from disclosing that, after enduring the eliminations and reaching the final round, it was, for her, the most effortless stage. Let us commence directly. Li Qiqi raised her bottle, signaling to the waiter, who nodded and pressed the timer. Li Qiqi did not hasten to drink. Instead, she grasped the bottle and swiftly swirled it counterclockwise for a fleeting second, creating a vigorous vortex within. She tilted her head back to imbibe, aligning her mouth and esophagus vertically, as the liquid poured down at an astonishing speed. In merely 6 seconds, the entire contents of the bottle were consumed. Li Qiqi, slightly bypassing the crowd, could not contain her exuberant cheers. She gently set down the wine bottle, casting a casual glance at the half bottle of liquor in Dana's hand, and chuckled softly. I have won again. Chapter 23, I will carry you away. Wow. The unexpected outcome sent the entire venue into a frenzy. At this moment,
the audience's interest in Dana's striptease paled in comparison to the ethereal beauty of Li Qiqi's cold visage.
Xiao Xiao, resting his chin on his hand, raised an eyebrow at Qi Xiaoye. What do you think, Qi? The girl I have my eye on is quite remarkable, isn't she? A complete triumph. Indeed, impressive.
Qi Xiaoye replied indifferently, his expression inscrutable, yet his deep-set eyes concealed a smoldering resentment. Master Qi, the cautious Shan began to inquire about the financial matters, only to be discreetly pulled aside by a tie. A punch like a sandbag struck Shan's chest, nearly causing him to retch.
Why did you hit me? A tie, in a tone of benevolent warning, replied, the money you lost will be covered by Master Qi.
If you wish to live, refrain from speaking.
Is it really a matter of life and death over a mere game and some lost money? Is Master Qi truly that petty? Just wait.
Startled, Shan flinched,
his expression frantic as he waved his hands toward Qi Xiaoye.
Master Qi, you speak first. Discuss the money later, I'm not in a rush.
Noticing the commotion,
Xiao Xiao rose from his seat, leaning slightly forward with arms resting on his knees.
Master Qi, what do you mean by this?
Qi Xiaoye lifted his gaze,
casting a cold stare at Li Qiqi. My woman is here, humbly entertaining you in this game. What do you think I mean?
The man's words detonated like a bomb within the crowd, shattering Li Qiqi's heart into a million pieces in an instant. The only conclusion she could draw was that Qi Xiaoye would loathe her, for in her understanding, no esteemed individual would be drawn to a woman who was greedy and vulgar, nor would they compete with acquaintances. This man had never adhered to conventional norms, leading her to never truly see through Qi Xiaoye. I didn't. Li Qiqi shook her head, I did not agree.
She did not agree to me.
Qi Xiaoye said, his eyes fixed coldly on Li Qiqi, effortlessly picking up from her words, it is I who is competing for her.
Chuckling,
Xiao Xiao's presence suddenly intensified. He had always shown deference to Qi Xiaoye because the latter offered no regard for anyone's favor.
Their early acquaintance and the profits from their collaboration far outweighed any rivalry. Yet, Qi Xiaoye was no local from Miandian, as the saying goes. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake.
In this place, when it came to sheer influence, Qi Xiaoye could never overshadow him.
Still wishing to contend for a woman?
Xiao Xiao boldly seized Li Qiqi's wrist, pulling her towards himself.
Li Qiqi, unsteady on her feet,
was compelled to sit down while propping herself against the armrest of Xiao Xiao's chair to prevent herself from falling into his embrace. Xiao Xiao, through his black velvet gloves, gently and leisurely caressed the back of Li Qiqi's hand, speaking in an indifferent tone. In all matters, there should be a sense of order and mutual consent. Leaving aside whether I can accommodate Qi's late arrival, shouldn't we also consider my dear one's willingness to be with you? Li Qiqi shook her head,
unable to voice her dissent in time.
A bodyguard, clad in an imposing uniform, hurriedly approached Xiao Xiao, bending down to whisper urgently in his ear.
Brother Qiao, there's been an incident at the casino on Xinjiku.
Xiao Xiao's flirtatious demeanor faltered momentarily as he instinctively glanced at Qi Xiaoye, whose piercing blue eyes were filled with a frosty intensity.
The bodyguard, not daring to waste a second, began to relay the details in a hurried manner.
A group of clients who had signed irrevocable contracts was supposed to be sent to Carla for debt collection, but midway, they were intercepted by a gang from an unknown faction. Impatient, Xiao Xiao interrupted the bodyguard.
Get to the point. The clients have fled,
and the situation at the venue has descended into chaos.
The police.
Xiao Xiao shot a sharp glare at the bodyguard, who hastily shifted his tone.
Brother Qiao,
the old master has always intended to hand the casino over to Su Nantian.
If this incident escalates and reaches his ears, it would solidify matters beyond remedy. Su Nantian.
Xiao Xiao ground his teeth. Carla was under Su Nantian's purview, and no one knew the route from the casino to Carla better than he did. Just moments ago, he had presumed that Qi Xiaoye was covertly sabotaging him for a woman, but now it seemed much more likely that Su Nantian was the orchestrator. Xiao Xiao tightened his grip on Li Qiqi's wrist, causing her to wince in pain and exclaim softly, sensing the fury in his eyes. She attempted to speak on behalf of Su Nantian.
Brother Qiao, it's not Su. However, Xiao Xiao, eager to depart,
had no interest in hearing her complete her thought. He released Li Qiqi and rose, nodding slightly toward Qi Xiaoye.
No problem.
Qi Xiaoye lowered his gaze with a faint smile. Brother Qiao, take care.
Brother Qiao.
Li Qiqi and Xiao Xiao stood up one after the other. Ignoring the pain inflicted by her high heels, she made an effort to catch up with Xiao Xiao in order to explain on behalf of Sunan Tian. At the far end of the glass table, Qi Xiaoye let out a light scoff, intertwining his fingers as he leaned forward, speaking deliberately and unhurriedly.
Stop.
The simplicity of those two words effortlessly compelled Li Qiqi to halt in her tracks. Surrounding her were varied breaths from different individuals, each marked by urgency and tension. Despite the numerous onlookers by the pool, none dared to utter a sound in light of the unexpected turn of events. As she remained still, Qi Xiaoye took the initiative to approach her. With the sound of his steady and measured footsteps, Li Qiqi could distinctly sense a formidable pressure emanating from behind,
completely ensnaring her. Miss Li, are you intoxicated?
Qi Xiaoye inquired as he positioned himself behind her, his question seemingly random.
Li Qiqi, perplexed, shook her head in response.
Not intoxicated, then why does your walking appear so peculiar, taking one step and veering three ways? Li Qiqi had been wearing high heels for far too long, and her soles were already in excruciating pain. After a sudden dash, the sharp, needle-like discomfort intensified manifold, radiating from her feet throughout her entire body. Amidst the throbbing agony, a sense of inexplicable grievance welled up within her, her voice tinged with a subtle tremor of vulnerability. I have never worn high heels, my feet ache. The man scoffed derisively, you've never worn them yet you insist on wearing them.
All dressed up just to meet Xiao Xiao?
Li Qiqi, filled with indignation, turned her face and shot him a fierce glare before reluctantly conceding.
Indeed. Does Master Qi inquire despite already knowing? Do you take pleasure in making yourself look foolish?
Qi Xiaoye was indeed infuriated. He suppressed his emotions, closed his eyes momentarily.
Then opened them again, taking a step forward and bending down to extend his hand. What are you trying to do?
The sudden movement startled Li Qiqi, causing her to shiver. The man glanced at her with indifference.
I am going to carry you away. Chapter 24, will you coax me?
On the second floor of the Qiao family villa, in a serene and exquisite private room, Li Qiqi sat on the pear-wood bench, anxiously gazing at the man before her who had removed her shoes and was cradling her feet in his hands, gently massaging them.
That. Master Qi, I don't smell.
Li Qiqi choked momentarily. She turned her face to glance at Atai outside the screen, who stood with his back to them, his posture impeccably straight. This bodyguard, as long as he refrained from uttering a word, could intimidate a multitude merely with his imposing physique. Qi Xiaoye was unlike those other wealthy gentlemen. He had only 2 bodyguards, yet they were equivalent to a whole entourage.
2.
Li Qiqi's eyes shimmered with curiosity as she instinctively inquired, Master Qi, where is your other bodyguard?
You mean Lin Ko?
Qi Xiaoye lifted his gaze. And seeing Li Qiqi's silence, he smiled at her with a depth of meaning before continuing, he has gone to Xinjiku on business.
Is he there to rob someone?
She asked, recalling that it was Lin Ko who had intercepted the batch of clients at the casino who had signed a death contract. Qi Xiaoye did not conceal the truth from her and nodded.
Yes, what of it? What of it?
Li Qiqi gazed at Qi Xiaoye, whose demeanor was as calm as a clear sky, and her frustration mounted uncontrollably. She yearned to charge at this detestable man and strangle him, yet found herself paralyzed by her thoughts, resulting in a notable swelling on her cheek.
The misdeeds you committed have unjustly implicated my uncle. The casino on Xin Street bears no connection to you. Why would you act in such a manner?
It is because of you. Qi Xiaoye leaned closer,
propping himself up on the chair, suggesting that without making any effort to remove Xiao Xiao, you both could indulge in your romantic entanglement, basking in the pleasures of life?
Indeed, Li Qiqi's forehead furrowed even deeper. Li Qiqi turned her face away in dissatisfaction.
Once this matter escalates,
it will either lead to a rift between you and Xiao Gu, or it will sour the relationship between my uncle and Xiao Gu.
And so what?
Qi Xiaoye regarded her with indifference, his expression dripping with disdain. My collaboration with Xiao Xiao can be terminated at any moment. I am not reliant on him. As for your uncle, having married Xiaolina, the day will inevitably come when tensions rise between him and Xiao Xiao. This is merely an early eruption.
Your uncle would never, only for you.
Qi Xiaoye wrapped an arm around Li Qiqi's waist, assertively securing her in his embrace. He gazed down as she squirmed like a little rabbit in his hold, and upon realizing her struggles were futile, she rolled her eyes in resignation, allowing herself to be cradled. He continued to gaze into her eyes, coaxing her further.
Miss Li.
You are the first woman for whom I have expended such effort to win, and the first I am willing to serve wholeheartedly.
Does your foot still ache?
Li Qiqi's heartstrings trembled slightly as she gazed in a daze at Qi Xiaoye's clear and profound eyes. The man was so close that their gazes intertwined tenderly. With each gentle breath, he resonated with her, causing her heartbeat to involuntarily quicken.
Li Qiqi feigned calmness. If I say it hurts, will you still massage me? With the utmost willingness, Qi Xiaoye replied, nodding.
His left hand glided over her slender, delicate ankle, deftly locating the source of her discomfort. And with the pat of his thumb, he began to knead gently and slowly. The pressure was perfectly calibrated, it alleviated the pain while imparting a subtle, indescribable tingling sensation that surged from the soles of her feet, spreading throughout her limbs, quietly dissolving the resistance in her heart. Her taut body unconsciously relaxed, allowing Qi Xiaoye's warm palm to envelop her small foot. The warm, delicate touch ignited a faint blush upon Li Qiqi's cheeks, stirring gentle ripples in her heart's lake. Noticing this, the man brushed his nose against hers.
You're blushing again. Damn it, Li Qiqi dreaded such an awkward and ambiguous atmosphere. Seeking to shatter the tension,
she racked her brain for a topic and, almost thoughtlessly, blurted out, "Your massage technique is remarkable. If you ever go bankrupt, you could work in a massage parlor."
You would surely.
Li Qiqi felt a chill run down her spine under Qi Xiaoye's unwavering gaze. Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Yet she fearlessly completed her sentence.
The guests filled the room. What a splendid idea!
Instead of anger, Qi Xiaoye responded with a smile, pressing his profile against her lips. Having enjoyed my services, it is only fitting that you pay, my esteemed guest.
Again?
She knew all too well that this man would never behave seriously in her presence, a lecher,
a rogue. Li Qiqi had no intention of indulging him any longer.
She swiftly turned her face away and, using both hands, pushed against Qi Xiaoye's chest, attempting to escape.
However, Qi Xiaoye had anticipated her move, with a rough motion.
He seized her waist and pressed her down onto the sofa. The disparity in height, build, and strength between the two was glaringly evident,
rendering Li Qiqi's feeble resistance utterly inconsequential to Qi Xiaoye. No, no, no. Please.
Li Qiqi pleaded in panic. The wooden bench beneath her was devoid of any cushioning. And just a second away from a painful collision, Qi Xiaoye swiftly raised his hand around her waist, protecting her head from the impending impact. The sudden jolt caused her small head to bob slightly. As she gazed at Qi Xiaoye's relatively unchanged expression, she speculated that he must be in pain, merely feigning calmness. And mischievously mouthed two words, "Serves you right." In perfect sync, Qi Xiaoye furrowed his brow, lowering his face to nestle into the side of Li Qiqi's neck. Inhaling her delicate fragrance like a perverse admirer tracing the contours of her fair, fragrant skin. "Miss Li, your mischievousness has left me in a state of vexation all morning, building up a reservoir of frustration.
If you wish to avoid the consequences of my displeasure, perhaps you should appease me?" "Appease you?"
Li Qiqi furrowed her brows as she spoke. "Indeed," he replied, his breath warm against her skin. His hands, which had been gently massaging her, began to rise with a distinctly evident and dangerously aggressive intent. Li Qiqi found herself utterly unable to maintain her composure. Yet Qi Xiaoye's grip on her left her with no escape. In the end, she could only weakly push against his head.
"How do you want me to coax you?"
"Like this." Qi Xiaoye lifted his gaze to her, his lips slowly descending to gently envelop her soft, tender mouth. It was as if he were savoring the sweetest nectar of this world, and the contentment washed over him as he traced her lips, lingering at the corners. The kiss was tender and exquisite, filled with an intoxicating intimacy. His fingertips brushed almost imperceptibly against the delicate skin of her neck, igniting a searing warmth that deepened the shadows in his eyes. He lifted his long, feathery lashes, unabashedly observing as Li Qiqi's snow-white cheeks gradually blushed a vibrant crimson. The girl's underlying resistance and struggle were gradually crushed beneath his relentless advance, and with a satisfied expression, he leaned closer to her ear,
planting a gentle kiss upon her earlobe.
Li Qiqi softly murmured, causing a slight tremor. This tremor ignited a tangible flame of malevolence deep within the man's heart. He suppressed his emotions while reveling in delight, letting out a low chuckle, his voice imbued with a muted intensity that ensnared Li Qiqi's very reason. Li Qiqi heard the devil whispering in her ear, urging her to part her lips.
Chapter 25, I am not in want of money.
Although she was reluctant to admit it, Li Qiqi found herself compelled to acknowledge that Qi Xiaoye's kiss was far more intoxicating than Xiao Zhao's wine.
Not far away.
A wooden window in a private room was ajar, and as she was forced into this kiss, Li Qiqi squinted to gaze outside. The sunlight beyond the window was blindingly white, illuminating a plum tree in the courtyard, its cold fragrance enveloping the delicate blossoms, as branches unfurled new leaves. And tender petals blushed in varying shades of red. The plum branches resembled her slender arms, clinging to the sturdy pine tree, while the morning breeze danced freely among the flowers. The interplay of light and shadow among the petals was enchanting, as snowflakes of blossoms gently fell. Qi Xiaoye lifted his neck slightly, his eyes barely opening, casting a glance at her through lowered lids, his voice husky and barely contained, brimming with restless fervor. A plum blossom has fallen into Miss Li's gaze. Li Qiqi, incensed, held her breath, her cheeks flushed with increasing intensity, ultimately opting to close her eyes.
Feigning ignorance.
Qi Xiaoye cast a sidelong glance, his throat subtly shifting as his left hand, having lingered long upon the girl's delicate ankle like frost-laden snow, was about to venture into the layers of her cascading skirt when a voice called from outside, Master Qi, it's Su Nantian. Li Qiqi suddenly regained her senses. Her eyes filled with a flurry of panic as she gazed at Qi Xiaoye, her arms gently encircling his neck as she whispered a plea.
Please. Don't let him come in.
Qi Xiaoye halted his movements, a playful smile gracing his lips.
We are not engaged in an affair, are we? What? Are you afraid your little uncle might see us? But isn't this precisely what it is?
Li Qiqi was taken aback by her sudden thought. She struggled to calm her agitated breathing, her eyes wide with desperation, nearly on the verge of tears.
My uncle is very strict with me.
He would not allow it, he would never permit it. As she noticed the man's gaze darkening, Li Qiqi averted her eyes, striving to evade Qi Xiaoye's probing gaze, stammering, I do not want him to know. A chill ran through Qi Xiaoye's heart, and in an instant, his blue eyes regained their clarity, as if he had suddenly grasped something profound. However, he refrained from voicing his inquiries, instead casting a scrutinizing glance at Li Qiqi. After several seconds, he coldly raised his brows and stood up, enveloping her once more in his embrace.
Tai.
Yes. Outside the screen, Tai nodded in understanding, taking a few steps forward before decisively opening the wooden door with a creak.
Master Qi.
Li Qiqi trembled, tears cascading from the corners of her flushed eyes,
gently wiped away by Qi Xiaoye with a deliberate calmness. Do not fear, he cannot see you, nor dares he to look. Outside the door,
Su Nantian adjusted his suit and tie, stepping in only to be halted by Tai's raised hand.
Mr. Su, any matters to discuss should be addressed outside.
Master Qi is engaged in important affairs and cannot be disturbed. Su Nantian adjusted his glasses, a simple gesture that startled Li Qiqi,
causing her to bury her entire face into Qi Xiaoye's neck.
Fortunately, the screen's transparency was inadequate, and indeed, as Qi Xiaoye had stated, Su Nantian refrained from peering in, even kindly averting his gaze. Qi Xiaoye deftly loosened Li Qiqi's already unkempt hair, allowing her cascading, slightly wavy dark tresses to fall freely. He playfully entwined a lock around his finger.
Once the dock workers have thoroughly inspected, they will naturally allow entry, Su Nantian remarked with a wry smile.
Rest assured.
Master Qi, this batch of goods has all been procured through legitimate channels.
I have operated night venues in Knaqin for many years without issue regarding beverages.
The previous routes have always been reliable. Is it not somewhat inhumane to detain me without cause?
Su Nantian, maintaining a silent standoff with him,
eventually broke the silence.
Master Qi, the stock of ink prints is dwindling, this shipment is crucial for me.
Perhaps. Would you consider allowing it to pass for double the inspection fee?
I merely wish for your leniency to expedite the process.
I am not in need of money.
Qi Xiaoye replied coolly. Su Nantian lifted his gaze, coldly scrutinizing the intertwined figures on the bench through the screen, his eyes behind the golden frames flickering with indecipherable emotions. He continued, "Then speak your desires, as long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall find a way." Qi Xiaoye, not one to mince words, responded directly. "I hear that Mr. Su has been nurturing a young lady in the pear garden, as beautiful as oh." Before he could finish, Li Qiqi clutched Qi Xiaoye's sturdy waist fiercely, pinching him hard enough that he nearly lost his composure and flung her away. Li Qiqi dared not utter a sound. Merely furrowing her brow and glaring at him, her expression of feeble threat devoid of any real menace. Qi Xiaoye, with a mischievous grin, raised his hand and, as if in retaliation, pinched her slightly reddened nose, stifling her breath. "Be good, we are discussing serious matters, no mischief allowed," he teased, his face alight with amusement, which only incited Li Qiqi to clench her fists and strike at his chest. Yet, Qi Xiaoye swiftly caught her hand. A sharp pain coursed through her palm, prompting a soft, involuntary moan from her lips, an alluring sound that darkened Qi Xiaoye's gaze, startling Li Qiqi into a momentary stupor. Embarrassed, she squinted at him, biting her lip tightly in fear of being overheard by Su Nantian. Su Nantian remained silent. Qi Xiaoye, suppressing his inner turmoil, unceremoniously removed Li Qiqi's black velvet gloves, casting his gaze down upon her bandaged left hand. The vivid crimson stains were unmistakably clear, having seeped through to the outer layer, spreading across her delicate, pale palm like a mist. She despised being treated as a mere bargaining chip. The commotion they caused was undeniably significant, resembling the flirtatious banter of lovers to the onlookers. Even the solemn-faced Atai raised his eyebrows at the moment Li Qiqi made a sound, instinctively casting a furtive glance at Su Nantian. Su Nantian showed no reaction. But the prolonged neglect and waiting gradually wore down his patience, prompting him to break the silence. With a beauty by Qi Ye's side, he ought to treat her well. "My little niece is still young and quite headstrong. Should she inadvertently offend Qi Yi, it would not bode well." "Not to worry," Qi Xiaoye responded slowly, his eyes fixed on Li Qiqi's enchanting gaze as he unwound the bandage from her left hand. "I take pleasure in taming disobedient women." The air thickened momentarily, and Su Nantian let out a cold snort. "I cannot comply. If Qi Yi is so determined, consider that batch of liquor at the docks as my gift to you. Qi Yi. Enjoy it leisurely, I bid you farewell." "You are being unreasonable." As soon as Su Nantian departed, Li Qiqi pushed Qi Xiaoye and exclaimed in frustration, prompting him to look towards Atai. "Atai, fetch the medical kit." "Yes." While tending to her wounds, Qi Xiaoye observed the furious expression on Li Qiqi's face and offered a calm smile. "Rest assured, your uncle would never trade you for that batch of liquor." "Of course," Li Qiqi retorted vehemently, "only you would be so." "No, you know why you are doing this?" "What if he is willing?" Qi Xiaoye chuckled, showing no intention of enlightening Li Qiqi, instead continuing to tease her. "If he is willing, I gain a person. If he is unwilling, I acquire goods without loss." "Qi Xiaoye, you are shameless." At that moment, Lin Ke strode in, having overheard Li Qiqi fiercely cursing within, even naming her targets, herself, no less. Whoever it was, they might as well have dropped their tongues. No one, not even a woman, could escape such a fate. Lin Ke's brow twitched. He had just emerged from a violent encounter and wished to avoid such bloody scenes, yet his body betrayed him as he stepped forward and peeked around the screen. Inside, Qi Xiaoye bore no sign of annoyance, his lips curling into a smile as he cradled Li Qiqi's left hand with utmost care, diligently wrapping her bandage. It was utterly surreal. Lin Ke frowned and retreated several steps, eventually standing outside the door, glancing towards the private room. "Not mistaken." Tai, seeing Lin Ke enter and exit, silently mouthed, "Are you ill?" Lin Ke shrugged, "Not ill, but the boss is." Tai, confused, inquired, "What illness?" Lin Ke slowly formed a heart shape with his hands, signifying love and brain. Tai, has the matter been resolved?" Qi Xiaoye's voice resonated from within, prompting Lin Ke to suppress his smile, hastening to stand before the man, speaking softly. "Qi Yi, all matters have been satisfactorily addressed." He paused, glancing at Li Qiqi, and upon seeing Qi Xiaoye's lack of intention to shield her, he continued, "The covert operation was executed flawlessly, with no exposure."
Xiao will only suspect Sunantian and will not trace it back to us. The man nodded.
Finishing the bandaging for Li Qiqi before retrieving the black velvet gloves from the back of the chair, displaying them before her.
The banquet is about to commence. Would you like to seek out your uncle, or accompany me? Li Qiqi unhesitatingly accepted the gloves, exclaiming, "Who wishes to accompany you? Step aside."
Qi Xiaoye leaned against the wall, creating space for Li Qiqi, observing as she swiftly escaped from his embrace.
She donned the gloves and slipped on her shoes in one fluid motion, clearly eager to depart without lingering for even a moment. He reached out and ruffled her hair, saying, "Follow me, you need not walk on your own."
To which she retorted, "Then I shall not."
Li Qiqi pushed away Qi Xiaoye's malicious hand, her little mind sparking with a sudden idea.
She discreetly raised her gaze to observe the man's expression, hesitating before speaking.
"Master Qi, do you not want Xiaoge to know that it was you behind the incident at Xinjiku?" "Of course not, why would you think so?"
A glimmer of cunning suddenly flickered in Li Qiqi's eyes. Biting her lower lip, she summoned her courage to threaten, "If you release my uncle's cargo,
then Xiaoge will remain oblivious, otherwise, I will." "What will you do?"
Qi Xiaoye interrupted her coldly. The man's lack of a smile was truly fearsome, effortlessly evoking a sense of dread within Li Qiqi. The fleeting courage that had just begun to swell within her dissipated in an instant.
However,
Sunantian had been troubled by Qi Xiaoye on one occasion and subsequently wronged, which bore significant relation to her. Her uncle was innocent, and the only thing she could do for him was this. Li Qiqi clenched her fists tightly, exclaiming, "I will inform Brother Xiao. You can handle the rest as you see fit." Her tone was laced with a hint of indignation. The innocent little rabbit was indeed pure and harmless. Even her anger appeared endearing. Qi Xiaoye narrowed his eyes and scoffed softly, "I abhor being threatened by others." As he spoke, Lin Ke discreetly edged away, retreating behind the screen to stand shoulder to shoulder with Atai, wary of being entangled by the fearless Li Qiqi. Subsequently, Atai and Lin Ke shared a tacit understanding, both pricking up their ears to catch Qi Xiaoye's words, "But Miss Li is different, I find her threats quite appealing. However, you need not complicate matters for that shipment you desire. Simply express your request, and I shall oblige." "Simply express my request, and you will oblige me?" Li Qiqi blinked in confusion, several times in succession. Confirming that Qi Xiaoye was not jesting, her heart soared with joy as she seized the opportunity to speak. "Sir Qi, I wish to acquire that shipment." "Very well," Qi Xiaoye nodded. "Let us set a time for you to collect it in person." The notion of retrieving it in person felt akin to stepping into a carefully laid trap. Li Qiqi sighed deeply, aware that the initiative lay firmly in Qi Xiaoye's hands. Despite this knowledge, she found herself devoid of any alternative, and could only acquiesce with a nod. "Then, I shall arrive 3 days hence. I trust you will honor your word, Sir Qi. Furthermore, please refrain from mentioning this to my uncle." "Not a problem," Qi Xiaoye replied succinctly, tapping his wristwatch to remind Li Qiqi that time was of the essence. Li Qiqi was fully aware of the situation. In a huff, she turned on her heel, lifting her skirt and striding away. Once she had descended the stairs, Atai and Lin Ke exchanged glances, then maneuvered around the screen to stand before Qi Xiaoye, one on the left and the other on the right. "Master Qi," Lin Ke began, "I possess a keen sense of smell. The batch of liquor from Sunantian is decidedly off. There must be something amiss, we cannot allow it entry." Atai, though simple-minded, had unwavering faith in his leader's acumen. If Qi Xiaoye deemed the goods acceptable, then they must be so. Turning to Lin Ke, Atai boldly retorted, "You may have a nose for trouble, but you're no connoisseur of wine. It could very well be a new variety you've yet to encounter." "Who are you calling a bumpkin?" Lin Ke shot back, his brow furrowing as he raised a fist, only to be halted by a mere glance from Qi Xiaoye. With a deep breath, he began to reason with him. "Master Qi, I understand you have feelings for Miss Li, and Sunantian is her only kin. It is perfectly natural to wish to please a woman, but you must not compromise your principles." The final statement was delivered with an air of audacity. As Lin Ke finished speaking, Atai felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. They often joked around, but when it came to serious matters, it was crucial to intervene before things escalated. You keep insisting there's something wrong with the wine, yet you fail to specify the nature of the problem. This shipment has already been held for 3 days. Su Nantian just came to inquire, and when you tested him, he didn't seem particularly concerned.
It appears to be just ordinary liquor, perhaps you're overthinking it. Not at all. Lin Qiqi replied, surveying the surroundings as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. I admit I couldn't pinpoint the exact issue earlier, perhaps because I have yet to experience the company of a woman.
Atai stared at him, bewildered.
Are you out of your mind?
Ignoring Atai, Lin Qiqi approached a wooden table nearby, extinguishing the burning sandalwood incense with an inverted censer. He closed his eyes,
inhaling the faint, lingering scent reminiscent of snow.
His conviction deepened. The assortment of liquor from Su Nantian featured diverse flavors, including the familiar scents of malt, fruits, and flowers. Among them was a feminine fragrance. More precisely, it bore the essence of a young maiden, akin to that of Miss Li. Chapter 27. Her protective color is also her greatest weakness. This is becoming increasingly absurd, Atai exclaimed, slapping Lin Qiqi across the face.
Regardless of how the body fragrance was manufactured, that was the producer's concern.
It merely indicated that Su Nantian's establishment attracted peculiar patrons with such bizarre tastes.
Could you really control them?
Lin Qiqi faltered. The docks have their regulations, Qi Xiaoye finally interjected.
Su Nantian has been in this business long enough.
And the liquor has never posed an issue. There is no reason for such a prolonged hold.
Then why not simply release it? Why involve Miss Li and complicate matters?
Tai chuckled.
Oh, I see.
Master Qi is seeking an excuse to court Miss Li. Qi Xiaoye cast a fleeting glance toward the direction in which Li Qiqi had stumbled away, the depth of his gaze intensifying as a smile graced his lips. Regardless of Su Nantian's intentions, I must take the initiative to ensnare him, only then will his true motives be revealed.
Intentions? Ensnare him?
Tai and Lin Qiqi exchanged puzzled looks, both struggling to comprehend.
Indeed, the man affirmed. Lin Qiqi furrowed his brow. The individuals at Xinjiku were apprehended by us.
Su Nantian, while outwardly at odds with Xiao Xiao, has emerged as the biggest beneficiary.
The crux of the matter is that with this incident, he can easily extricate himself,
leaving us to tread carefully around Xiao Xiao.
Are we not being used as pawns in Su Nantian's game? Master Qi, Tai interjected.
The pursuit of desire is fraught with peril.
If Miss Li and Su Nantian are allies, how can you proceed without caution? They are not allies, Qi Xiaoye replied,
leaning back against the sofa with his eyes closed.
She knows nothing. Does this imply that Miss Li is also being manipulated by Su Nantian?
Tai scratched his head. Qi Xiaoye remained noncommittal.
Tai clenched his teeth. That scoundrel! Master Qi, should we take action against him?
Tai stood upright, acknowledging that such trivial matters were beneath Qi Xiaoye's notice, and there was no need for him to exert effort. This mission takes precedence, you can rest assured, Master Qi.
With his eyes still closed, Qi Xiaoye reclined, murmuring an acknowledgement.
Li Qiqi hurriedly made her way to the banquet hall specifically designated at the rear of the villa. Before even stepping through the door, she noticed guests inside huddled in small groups, whispering and pointing at her. After Qiao Zhao's event concluded, the rumors began to circulate. Everyone attending the birthday celebration was aware that Qi Xiaoye had taken a formidable woman in a black evening gown from Xiao Xiao. If she were to attend the banquet alongside Su Nantian at this moment, and was recognized,
would Su Nantian not discover that the woman Qi Xiaoye had taken was indeed her?
She had just been concealed behind the screen with Qi Xiaoye. Li Qiqi instinctively touched her lips, feeling increasingly guilty. She took out her phone and sent a message to Su Nantian.
Just as the message was sent,
a man dressed as a waiter hurriedly approached and stood before Li Qiqi, bowing slightly.
Miss Li, this is the money you helped brother Xiao win. He said to round it up for you, totaling 800 million chat, and asked me to convey a message. What message? The waiter glanced around the hall, noticing that many eyes were upon them. He kindly pulled Li Qiqi aside before continuing. He said you may follow Master Qi, but you must still fulfill your agreement with him. He wants you to wait for his call. The waiter intended to persist, but the moment he saw the sorrowful and pleading look in Li Qiqi's eyes, he hesitated. Brother, it's so nice to call me that. I'm just an ordinary bartender.
Brother Xiao and Master Qi are influential, I can't afford to offend either of them.
Please, do me this favor and say you haven't seen me, would you?
The young woman was strikingly beautiful, and her charming demeanor was utterly disarming. The waiter, captivated by her sparkling eyes, found himself inexplicably nodding in agreement.
All right, then.
Before he could finish his sentence, Su Nanshan's call came through.
Li Qiqi glanced at the caller ID and, before the waiter could turn around, waved her hand at him.
Speaking casually, "It's Master Qi, please take care of it."
Su Nantian was the first to speak, inquiring, "What seems to be the problem?"
Li Qiqi sighed, "Alas.
My foot still hurts, uncle. I can hardly walk." Su Nantian fell silent for a moment. "I shall escort you."
"No, no," she replied. Li Qiqi rejected him decisively. Her hair disheveled and her lipstick smudged. If Su Nantian were to see her like this, it would undoubtedly arouse his suspicions. And she would have to devise a way to explain herself. "Be good," Su Nantian said gently, calling out to her before she hung up, "Qiqi."
I apologize.
It was my fault for being too eager to have you understand my world without considering your feelings." Li Qiqi's hand trembled as she grasped her phone.
Su Nantian continued. "I genuinely wish to be with you, and I will handle everything, but could you grant me a little more time?"
These simple words, imbued with an indescribable solace, effortlessly shattered the strings of guilt that had long engulfed Li Qiqi's heart. Qi Xiaoye had clandestinely withheld Su Nanshan's goods at the dock and, due to her interception of Xiao Zhao's casino patrons, had caused a rift between Xiao Xiao and Su Nantian. Su Nantian could have leveraged her to exchange for the goods and secure a partnership with Qi Xiaoye for a means of survival. Yet, he chose to relinquish that opportunity. A batch of goods was hardly a significant matter, it was merely a succession of unfortunate events that led to Su Nantian, at present, having offended Xiao Xiao for no reason and also disrespected Qi Xiaoye. Given Su Nanshan's current predicament, should he decide to sever the engagement with Xiao Lina,
he would irrevocably lose the support of the Qiao family, plunging his uncle into dire straits.
Thus, he implored for a little more time. "Uncle," Li Qiqi softly ventured.
"Are you encountering difficulties?"
"No," Su Nantian replied with a husky chuckle.
Hearing a soft sound,
Li Qiqi realized that Su Nantian had likely opened a floor-to-ceiling window somewhere. She covered her lips and raised her gaze.
Indeed. Su Nantian stood serenely on the balcony of the second floor, looking down at her.
His eyes, hidden behind the frame, were dark and unfathomable.
Yet they could not conceal the tenderness within.
The man held his phone, articulating every word with care.
"Do not worry, little one. Even if challenges arise, I will surmount them.
My only concern is that you may grow impatient, change your mind, and dismiss our promise made at 9 years old as mere folly.
That would deeply sadden me."
Su Nantian understood that the more he feigned nonchalance and reassured Li Qiqi that there were no difficulties and everything was proceeding smoothly, the more he concealed the truth from her. The guilt within Li Qiqi's heart grew ever more burdensome. The child he had raised with his own hands was known to him better than anyone else in this world. The girl's intelligence and kindness, along with her stubborn determination, served as her finest armor. Yet, paradoxically, they also constituted her greatest vulnerability. Li Qiqi gazed at Su Nanshan's earnest face through the softly drifting snowflakes. Her feelings of guilt gradually dissipated under the gentle gaze of the man, akin to autumn waters. "That is good," Su Nantian replied with a contented smile, effortlessly interrupting the remainder of Li Qiqi's words.
Chapter 28, I will reluctantly part. Uncle is still at the banquet.
As Li Qiqi stepped through the door, Annie promptly approached her, extending her hand to take the paper shopping bag from Li Qiqi. Upon opening it, she glanced inside to discover an array of ingredients: red beans,
lilies, millet, and tremella. "Miss Li, are you perhaps planning to make porridge?"
"There is truly no need for you to personally venture out for these. It is a nourishing congee for the stomach." Li Qiqi smiled gently as she helped Annie correct herself, gesturing for her to accompany her to the kitchen.
Over the years,
her uncle had indulged in social gatherings, resulting in a troublesome stomach ailment. Previously, Aunt May had prepared nourishing congee for him, but now that she was gone,
the new cook's offerings did not suit his palate.
"I noticed he barely touched his breakfast, and over time, his stomach would inevitably suffer.
Annie nodded and took out her phone. I understand.
Miss Li, I will call immediately to hire a new cook.
There is no need, Li Qiqi sighed.
Aunt May's congee was meticulously crafted, from the selection of ingredients to the precise control of heat. No one, apart from myself, could replicate it in such a short span.
So, are you planning to? Annie hesitated to speak. I will take on the task, Li Qiqi declared. Tonight, let my uncle sample the flavor.
If all goes well, I shall assume this responsibility for the time being. Li Qiqi adored sleeping in, and each time breakfast was served,
Su Nantian would have to wait for her.
Annie could hardly fathom what it would be like for her to rise at 3 or 4 in the morning to prepare congee.
Upon seeing Li Qiqi's serious expression, which indicated she was not jesting, Annie could not help but inquire, Miss Li, have you found yourself in trouble again?
She continued, given Miss Li's temperament, it seems she would frequently cause Mr. Su some trouble.
Is it that obvious? Li Qiqi scratched her head.
Mustering the courage to maintain eye contact with Annie for several seconds, feeling guilty yet refusing to confess.
How could that be? I haven't caused any trouble.
Indeed. No trouble at all, merely concern, Annie replied, shaking her head, choosing not to press further.
Shall I assist Miss Li with these red beans? Do they need soaking?
No need, Li Qiqi raised her hand to stop Annie's movements. Just help me organize the ingredients, I can manage the rest myself.
Understood.
She wrapped herself in a small blanket, a petite figure perched on the sofa, cradling a plush little lamb in her arms, her right hand clutching the remote control. Her once bright eyes appeared somewhat dazed, fluttering shut before snapping open again. Ultimately, she could not resist the overwhelming tide of drowsiness, her eyelids grew heavy, and her body leaned forward. In that fleeting moment before she fell, she tumbled into a broad, sturdy embrace, along with her little lamb. The familiar scent of tobacco mingled with the strong aroma of alcohol enveloped her, accompanied by an unmistakable hint of blood that was both jarring and palpable. Li Qiqi was most terrified by the scent of blood, and she was almost instantaneously roused from her stupor. She lifted her gaze to the man before her. Su Nanshan's complexion was as pale as a stone cloaked in the first snow of winter, wisps of hair at his temples were dampened by cold sweat, and his lips were tightly pressed together, revealing a trace of blood that was barely perceptible. His suit jacket was in disarray, with the bloodstains on the lapel particularly pronounced. He held her close with his left arm, while she followed the descent of his right arm. She noticed a trickle of fresh blood silently slipping through Su Nanshan's fingers, dripping onto the lavish carpet, blooming like glaring crimson plum blossoms, a sight that was nothing short of shocking. This scene could only be described as one drenched in blood.
Uncle!
Li Qiqi's heart raced with trepidation as she hurriedly extricated herself from Su Nanshan's embrace.
Steadying herself against the man's arm, she cautiously laid him down upon the sofa.
I will fetch the medical kit, please wait for me.
Su Nantian had sustained injuries before.
It was not uncommon for men entangled in the underworld of Knaqin to bear scars, yet never had he been wounded as grievously as this time. The copious blood loss rendered him nearly speechless, as if his very breath were on the verge of extinguishment.
With practiced hands, she deftly opened the kit, revealing antiseptic, gauze, and bandages.
Stifling a gasp, she wasted no time in assisting the man by removing his shirt. Su Nantian bore gunshot wounds on his right chest and arm, the injuries so severe that bone was visible. Blood continued to seep from the wounds, starkly contrasting against his pallid skin, and the sight pierced Li Qiqi's heart, evoking a torrent of tears. Do not cry, Su Nantian urged with great difficulty. It is not the first time I've been treated, every time you weep like this.
What if I sustain further injuries when the bullet is extracted?
She recalled a time when she was merely 12. Compelled by Su Nantian to assist in removing a bullet from his calf, followed by cleaning and bandaging the wound. He had chosen her over others, claiming to trust her. Yet she had utterly betrayed that trust, botching the procedure and nearly incapacitating his leg. Now, faced with a situation far graver than before, the memories resurfaced,
casting a shadow over the present. Li Qiqi's heart tightened suddenly.
She wiped away her tears, her eyes reddened, and picked up the tweezers and disinfecting forceps. Taking a deep breath to steady her hand, she gently inserted the tweezers into the wound, searching for the bullet lodged within the flesh. Each touch was accompanied by Su Nanshan's slight tremors and muffled groans. Yet, Li Qiqi dared not hesitate. She was no longer the 12-year-old child she once was. With experience now, she understood that any moment of uncertainty would only cause Su Nantian to endure more suffering. Uncle. As Li Qiqi extracted the bullet, she endeavored to divert Su Nantian's attention through conversation. How did you get injured? Who did this to you? Su Nantian grimaced in pain, uttering, Xiao, Xiao. The outcome aligned precisely with Li Qiqi's conjecture. Xiao Xiao's most prominent trait was his clear-cut distinctions between love and hate. When he favored someone, he was amiable and accommodating. But when he despised someone, he would wish for their demise. Throughout the years, the lives taken by his hand could not be counted on both hands. Why? Li Qiqi feigned ignorance, fully aware of the truth. But it clearly wasn't you. What did you say? Su Nantian, unable to comprehend, lowered his gaze, observing the girl's eyes gradually glistening with restrained tears. It's nothing. Li Qiqi focused on disinfection, her voice trembling with emotion. She dared not reveal the truth to Su Nantian, exposing the connection between her and Qi Xiaoye, and bit her lip, struggling to speak. There will inevitably come a day when the truth is unveiled. And Xiao Xiao cannot keep you cornered forever, can he? Certainly not, with Xiao Sire presiding over the situation, until irrefutable evidence is presented. Xiao Xiao can only act with such arrogance this once. However, the moment has arrived. Su Nantian gently lifted Li Qiqi's chin with his left hand, gazing intently into her eyes, eager to speak yet feigning uncertainty. Yet, if I were to suddenly call off my engagement with Xiao Lina at this moment, provoking Xiao Sire, it would not only be Xiao Xiao, Xiao Sire would also devise a way to take your life. Li Qiqi picked up on Su Nantian's words. Therefore, uncle, you should not hastily annul your engagement with Miss Xiao. As for our agreement, let us revisit it once you have resolved all of this. Qiqi, I apologize for putting you in this position. I am fine. This had been a decision that Li Qiqi had made during the day, and now, as she voiced it, she felt a slight pang in her heart, but more than that, it was a sense of relief. Li Qiqi exhaled softly, her gaze cast downward as she continued to dress Su Nantian's wounds. Once she confirmed there were no lingering issues, she rose, supporting herself against the edge of the sofa, and flashed a smile at Su Nantian. Uncle, I have prepared some nourishing porridge for your stomach. Wait for me to bring it over so you can taste it. It's just as good as Aunt May's, let us see if you like it. Her disheveled, slightly curled ebony hair cascaded down either side of her face, obscuring half of it in the dim light's shadow. Li Qiqi nodded. You need not trouble yourself with this. Su Nantian attempted to rise but was thwarted by the pain from his injury, swallowing back the discomfort lodged in his throat. Such matters can be left to the servants. You need not do anything for me, focus on what you enjoy. Otherwise, I fear I may. What may you fear? I may. Su Nantian's eyes shimmered, and after a brief pause, he added, I may find it hard to let go. Li Qiqi smiled, a smile tinged with a hint of pride. Her slightly raised lips resembled the gentle light of dawn, flowing like a clear spring, weaving through Su Nantian's cold heart. The girl he had raised was so beautiful, so obedient, and she trusted him unconditionally. She relied on him, admired him, and always thought of him. She had never once questioned his intentions. Su Nantian gazed up at her, his emotions growing increasingly complicated, leaving him momentarily speechless. Then, with a tone that could incapacitate him, Li Qiqi, grasping his inexplicable ambitions, softly spoke. Uncle, you are my only family in this world. Preparing nourishing porridge for you, wishing for your health and longevity, is something I truly enjoy doing. Chapter 29, I want to see you. As night fell, the darkness deepened. The lights in the adjacent bedroom had already been extinguished. Li Qiqi was startled and fatigued throughout the day. One need not look to envision how the girl curled up in her cocoon of blankets, occasionally trembling with clenched fists. Over the past 12 years, the places Li Qiqi frequented the most were the Inpu Club and the Liyuan Theater. She was akin to a small princess confined within an ivory tower, having never attended school or made friends. All her knowledge and understanding stemmed from Su Nantian's teachings and the few simple fairy tales on her bookshelf. She yearned for freedom, desiring to connect with the outside world, often sneaking out in secret. She longed for a pure and eternal love, dreaming of a prince who would propose to her on a white horse, refusing to tolerate even the slightest betrayal from him.
Yet, she found herself dependent on Su Nanshan's provisions, fearing abandonment once more.
Unable to break free from the thorny grasp surrounding her, she repeatedly compromised.
This was something Su Nantian understood better than anyone else. Qiqi, we shall always be a family. You will surely forgive my ambition and selfishness, and we will never part, will we? Su Nantian exhaled a gentle puff of smoke,
the mist condensing on the glass before dissipating swiftly. He lowered his gaze to the bandages on his chest and right arm, reminiscent of his childhood when, after tending to his wounds, Li Qiqi would unnecessarily tie the end into a delicate bow.
How childish!
Su Nantian chuckled softly.
In the following 3 days,
Su Nantian remained indoors, rarely pausing in his busy life, choosing instead to stay at Li Yuan with Li Qiqi. During the day, he worked in the study while Li Qiqi entertained herself with dramas in the living room. When boredom struck, she would sneak into the study, chattering by his ear, only to be playfully ushered out by him shortly thereafter. Yet, as dusk approached, Su Nantian would invite Li Qiqi to recline together on the balcony's lounge chairs,
sipping drinks and admiring the sunset's snowy vista. Even the household staff could not help but exclaim how much they resembled a newlywed couple. When Jelena stepped through the door,
Annie was teasing the other servants about Miss Li's delicate beauty and Mr. Su's refined elegance, remarking on their perfect match. Suddenly, she caught sight of a tall woman, adorned with oversized sunglasses, striding into the courtyard with a dark expression, her red high heels clicking audibly against the ground.
Having never met Jelena, Annie stepped forward to intercept her. May I ask who you are?
Jelena huffed, elegantly raising her right hand to wave the Li Qiqi in front of Annie.
I am your so-called refined and elegant Mr. Su's fiancée. Fiancée?
Annie had never heard Su Nantian mention a fiancée. However, the Li Qiqi in Jelena's hand was undeniably real.
If she was indeed Mr. Su's fiancée, then what did that make Miss Li?
Unable to wait for Annie to piece together the implications, Jelena brusquely shoved her aside.
Step aside.
This scene was witnessed by Li Qiqi on the balcony, who glanced at Su Nantian before sweetly calling out to Jelena, "Auntie."
Annie stood there, taken aback. Jelena sashayed inside, just as Li Qiqi and Su Nantian descended the stairs simultaneously. Li Qiqi waved to Annie. "Annie, why are you still dawdling? Come over here.
Brew some tea and prepare the fruit platter." In the kitchen, Annie handed the sliced fruit platter to a nearby servant and took a few steps to Li Qiqi's side. The girl sat on the island counter, her feet dangling in the air, happily indulging in a bowl of strawberries, taking bites with delight. Annie snatched the strawberry that Li Qiqi was about to feed herself and, with a look of astonishment on her face, popped it into her own mouth.
"Miss Li, how can you still eat?" Annie interrupted. "Is that what you meant? Then what did you wish to convey?"
Annie leaned in closer, her profile fixated on the vibrant eyes of Li Qiqi.
"I meant, how come you're not feeling jealous?" "Jealous?" Li Qiqi finally caught on. "You mean Miss Qiao? She is indeed my uncle's fiancée. What is there for me to be jealous about?" "So, you and Mr. Su are not a couple?" "Not at all."
Li Qiqi shook her head. "I am merely the orphan he adopted." Annie stared intently at Li Qiqi for several seconds, observing the clarity in her eyes, devoid of emotional turmoil, before she smacked her forehead in frustration.
"Oh no, oh no, oh no. What is wrong?"
Annie, feeling embarrassed, fidgeted with the hem of her clothes. "We started a bet on whether you and Mr. Su are a couple, and I wagered quite a sum on you.
Now, it seems I might lose everything. Even my undergarments. I'm sorry."
Li Qiqi should have been angry that the servants dared to gamble on her and Su Nantian, yet at that moment, a strange sense of melancholy washed over her, compelling her to smile helplessly at Annie.
"I have bad luck, and you have bad luck in gambling.
It's best to steer clear of such things in the future."
Unconvinced, Annie muttered as she walked away, "How could this be? Mr. Su and Miss Li seem so harmonious. It drives me mad, drives me mad. My money."
As Annie faded into the distance, Li Qiqi set down the strawberries in her lap, retrieved her phone, found Qi Xiaoye's number, and sent him a message. "Mr. Qi,
may I come to collect the goods we agreed upon last time?
As soon as the message was sent, her phone chimed, the crisp and melodious ringtone startling her. She quickly silenced it and tiptoed to the kitchen door, peering through the crack to look outside. Su Nantian and Xiao Lina seemed to have gone upstairs, leaving the living room empty, with only a few figures occasionally visible outside, sweeping the snow. Li Qiqi calmed her incessantly racing heart, gingerly held her phone to her ear,
and listened as Qi Xiaoye's magnetic, languid voice resonated. Miss Li and I have arranged to meet tomorrow. Li Qiqi was certainly aware of the situation. Yet Su Nantian had stayed indoors for 3 consecutive days, forbidding her from venturing outside. Now that an opportunity had finally presented itself, how could she possibly let it slip away? Could we perhaps advance our meeting by a day? I happen to have some free time today.
The man chuckled softly in response. Miss Li wishes to reschedule, but it requires me to rearrange my plans.
The business world is ever-changing, and every moment counts. Do you have any idea how much I stand to lose?
Although their acquaintance was still relatively recent, Li Qiqi had managed to grasp the nuances of this man's temperament. With a deep breath and a determined heart, she adopted a voice so sweetly soft it could drown anyone in affection.
Mr. Qi. It's just that I wish to see you.
As soon as her words fell, the call was abruptly terminated, leaving her standing there in a state of bewilderment.
Caught mid-plea. Was it in vain?
She sighed in frustration, and just then, her phone buzzed again. This time it was a text message, containing an address.
Almost immediately, another message followed, laden with a sense of menace.
Li Qiqi could easily envision Qi Xiaoye's expression, his jaw clenched as he typed, "You'd better be speaking the truth."
Chapter 30, Jealousy?
She selected a soft white fleece coat from her wardrobe, paired it with matching snow boots, and topped off her look with a knitted beanie, allowing a few strands of hair to escape from under the brim. Once today passed, she and Qi Xiaoye would finally sever all ties.
How splendid!
Li Qiqi felt a surge of joy as she stood before the dressing mirror, making a playful grimace at the charming girl reflected within. She hastened to the door of Su Nantian's room and heard Xiao Lina emit a soft, teasing murmur.
Ah, a delicate sound. So faint it vanished in less than half a second, perhaps she misheard. Li Qiqi scratched her neck. Uncle. Su Nantian did not open the door.
His deep voice resonated from within, tinged with a hint of hoarseness.
What is it?
Li Qiqi continued, last time, I made plans with Qiqi to stroll around Grapefruit Street.
But you didn't agree. Today, I go ahead. It seemed as though Xu Nantian was enduring some form of torment,
for he granted his consent before she could finish her sentence.
Uncle, are you all right?
The silence lingered for a considerable time within the room.
When Xu Nantian spoke again,
his voice was even more hoarse, accompanied by a slight breathlessness. Li Qiqi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Su Nantian had been taking good care of himself these past few days, significantly reducing the likelihood of infection in his wounds. However, she dared not dwell further on that thought. Turning on her heel, she hurried down the stairs in a swift flurry. The address provided by Qi Xiaoye was conveniently located on Grapefruit Street, at a tea house of summer-style architecture.
Li Qiqi alighted from the vehicle.
The attendant, who had been eagerly awaiting at the entrance, immediately straightened his posture, adjusted his bow tie, and approached her with a bright smile.
You must be Miss Li, am I correct?
Master Qi instructed me to wait for you here, please allow me to escort you.
Li Qiqi followed in the footsteps of the waiter, asking, how do you know it's me? Have we met before? The waiter offered her a professional smile and replied, no.
But Master Qi has mentioned you, describing Miss Li as soft, adorable, and dressed like a little rabbit, easily recognizable at first glance.
Li Qiqi was momentarily taken aback, gazing in astonishment at her white fur coat and snow boots. How could someone deduce so much from merely her casual attire?
The attendant guided Li Qiqi to the top floor, pointing towards a particular room. Miss Li, Master Qi is still in a meeting and instructed you to wait here.
He will come to find you once he has finished. All right.
Li Qiqi pushed the door open and stepped inside. It was a moderately sized tea room, featuring a long table intricately carved, adorned with a delightful array of tea utensils. The blue-on-white porcelain teapot and the white teacups appeared even more lustrous under the interplay of light and shadow. Surrounding the room were several pots of seasonal greenery, and the air was suffused with a subtle fragrance of tea mingled with floral notes. Li Qiqi sat upright at the tea table, her demeanor proper and composed. Lacking knowledge of the art of tea, she had only observed Su Nanshan's attempts a few times, which had left her bewildered. Nevertheless, she reasoned that no matter how intricate or refined the brewing methods might be, the essence remained the same: hot water steeping the tea leaves. Unable to discern the subtleties, she simply grabbed a handful of tea leaves and tossed them into the teapot, pouring in hot water. And that was that. Li Qiqi crossed her legs and, feigning understanding, poured herself a generous cup of tea. With her right hand supporting the base of the cup, her left hand delicately pinched the lid, gently stirring the tea within. She slightly lowered her head, pretending to savor the aroma while surveying the room with a playful gaze. She was thoroughly enjoying herself. In the background, she faintly heard Qi Xiaoye's voice, though it was indistinct. Li Qiqi set down her teacup and leaned her half-body against the window, craning her neck to peer outside. Indeed, it was Qi Xiaoye, situated in the adjacent tea room. She could intermittently catch words like perfume, auction, and astronomical prices. Straining to eavesdrop, she realized that the sound quality through the paper cup was rather poor, yet it was an improvement compared to earlier. A stranger's voice conversed with Qi Xiaoye, discussing matters unrelated to Su Nantian. It appeared they were negotiating the sale of a particular fragrance. Qi Xiaoye spoke very little, while the man persistently urged him to give it a try. Master Qi, the essence of Nai Luo fragrance can only be grasped through experience. Perhaps you might consider giving it a try? Li Qiqi felt a sense of helplessness. The sale of a mere bottle of perfume had become shrouded in such mystery that one might mistakenly believe they were trading in a priceless treasure. It was utterly perplexing. She leaned in closer, only to hear Qi Xiaoye languidly utter, "Come here." A sudden jolt of anxiety coursed through Li Qiqi's heart, leaving her momentarily unable to discern whether Qi Xiaoye was referring to her or someone else. However, given this man's heightened vigilance, the likelihood of him detecting her eavesdropping loomed large. Hesitation gripped her, rendering her immobile, while Qi Xiaoye, on the other side, impatiently reiterated his demand. "Hurry up. I have no patience." In that moment, Li Qiqi could nearly ascertain that she had indeed been discovered. Li Qiqi straightened up, tossing the paper cup into the trash bin, and cautiously made her way outside. A thought struck her: she was privy to far more of Qi Xiaoye's secrets, the kind that were truly unspeakable. What she had just overheard hardly qualified as confidential, and even if Qi Xiaoye were to discover it, he likely would not make things difficult for her. Thus, emboldened, she quickened her pace, halting just outside the tea room. Raising her hand, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. In the next moment, she was frozen in place. The tea room housed only two men, the imposing Qi Xiaoye seated in the center on an ebony chair, and a middle-aged man in his 40s, his face glistening. However, there was also a woman clad in a cheongsam. She knelt before Qi Xiaoye, maintaining a respectful distance, her delicate swan-like neck arched gracefully as she leaned toward him. Qi Xiaoye, slightly bending forward, lifted his gaze to meet hers, mere inches from the woman's neck. Upon noticing the newcomer, his cold, dark eyes suddenly sharpened. He leaned back against the chair behind him, raising his left hand to gesture for the woman to rise and step aside. "Miss Li, weren't you instructed to wait on the side? Why have you come in so suddenly?" Li Qiqi found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Realizing that Qi Xiaoye's visit was likely a commentary on her own impatience regarding the woman clad in a qipao. However, she could not possibly admit to eavesdropping on their conversation and misinterpreting it. That would be akin to revealing her own indiscretion. But wait. If Qi Xiaoye had indeed been issuing commands to this woman, could it be that the term Nai Luo Xiang, mentioned by the middle-aged man, was an obscure reference she had not previously encountered, perhaps referring to this very woman? Was Qi Xiaoye in the process of selecting a companion? Li Qiqi grew increasingly vexed, her brows knitting together in distress. Everyone claimed that Qi Yi was indifferent to women. Previously, when he had seduced her, Qi Xiaoye had also remarked that she was the first woman for whom he had exerted such effort to win. Thus, she was the first, but certainly not the last. A man's words can be deceiving. Having entered the opulent realm of Knaqin and indulged in its extravagant lifestyle, what normal man could possibly maintain his integrity? Indeed, she had not misjudged him.
He was nothing but a lecher, a scoundrel. A rogue.
Li Qiqi silently glared at Qi Xiaoye, her small fists tightening with each passing moment. Qi Xiaoye could distinctly observe the pale knuckles of Li Qiqi, the delicate skin of her neck nearly translucent, with veins visibly protruding.
Is the little bunny feeling jealous?
A smirk graced Qi Xiaoye's lips as he lazily beckoned Li Qiqi to approach with a gentle curl of his finger, while simultaneously casting a glance at the middle-aged man. Take a whiff. It won't elicit much of a reaction, the middle-aged man suggested, licking his lips. You must lean in closer, preferably make contact. Had he mentioned such a requirement earlier, he would not have needed to involve himself. Qi Xiaoye's amusement grew as he embraced the still pouting girl who had stepped up to him, placing a bottle of exquisite, luxurious perfume into her hands. Without lifting his gaze, he dismissed the middle-aged man. I shall keep the perfume, you may take the money. Chapter 31. Accompany me for a trial. Was this truly a transaction for perfume? Li Qiqi held the perfume bottle close to her eyes, scrutinizing it with great care. The bottle was modest in size, roughly the length of her 2 fingers, shaped like a teardrop, and crafted from exquisite crystal that shimmered in delicate shades of pale pink and red. Intricate patterns were etched upon its surface. This particular fragrance was named Nai Luo Xiang, with a staggering price tag of $30 million, and even then, its availability was uncertain. 30 million? Li Qiqi's eyes widened in disbelief, her speech faltering in astonishment. Is this truly a perfume? A single drop of this liquid eclipses the value of diamonds and gold. How utterly absurd. Li Qiqi's heart raced intensely as she cherished the delicate bottle, cradling it in her hands, afraid to breathe too forcefully. She feared that a moment's carelessness might shatter the vessel, resulting in financial reparation at the hands of Qi Xiaoye. Miss Li, Qi Xiaoye murmured, drawing her close by the waist, resting his chin upon her shoulder, and whispering softly in her ear. In the Sanskrit of Buddhist scriptures, Nai Luo refers to the unredeemable hell of endless suffering. I am quite curious about what such a hell entails. Would you accompany me to explore it? Explore? How so? By letting it spray upon you, so that I may inhale its essence. Li Qiqi furrowed her brow, clearly reluctant. This perfume was extraordinarily expensive, and its name was rather peculiar. Moreover, according to the middle-aged gentleman selling the fragrance, one would need to inhale it at close range for it to take effect. What that effect entailed eluded her, but she was certain it was not anything pleasant. She hastily shook her head in refusal. Mr. Qi, perhaps you should find someone else to try it. Or, you could apply it on yourself. I certainly cannot, as I am allergic to perfumes. Qi Xiaoye chuckled softly, showing no mercy as he exposed her contradiction. Allergic to perfumes, yet you wore one at Lord Xiao's birthday banquet? He continued, Elan grass, fresh and crisp. But it pales in comparison to the natural fragrance of snow that you possess. How do you know that? Li Qiqi was utterly taken aback. She rarely indulged in perfume, and that one occasion she had chosen a scent closely resembling her own body fragrance, applying only a modest amount. How could a man remember such a detail? Because I care for you, I notice even the slightest changes about you. Qi Xiaoye's words flowed effortlessly, wrapped in tenderness. This perfume only reveals its effects when worn by a woman. If Miss Li does not wish for me to touch others, then I must humbly request your company to experiment with it, lest you become jealous and upset later. When have I ever been jealous? Li Qiqi denied with a few words, her side glance meeting Qi Xiaoye's unwavering gaze. How infuriating. This man was exceedingly handsome, beyond what one could even imagine. He exuded an intensely dangerous and aggressive aura, reminiscent of a formidable wolf king. Particularly striking were his deep, light blue eyes, once locked in a gaze it was impossible for anyone to resist. Most notably, this wolf, who looked down upon all, was unexpectedly gentle with her. In a daze, Li Qiqi fancied she saw the man wagging his tail in a charming manner. What an odd sight. Unable to contain herself, she smiled, her eyes curving in delight, but in barely a second, under Qi Xiaoye's perplexed and intense stare, she gradually reined in her smile. She obediently nodded. Very well. Li Qiqi sprayed the perfume on her wrist, bringing her nose closer to take a deep inhalation. It was reminiscent of delicate roses, imparting a lingering sweetness that evoked a sense of intimacy and connection. Beyond that, there was nothing extraordinary, it bore no distinction from any ordinary fragrance. Were it not for the exquisitely beautiful design of the bottle, she would have hesitated to voice her thoughts but felt compelled to remark that it hardly qualified as luxurious. Qi, could it be that you have been deceived? Although the scent of this Nai Luo perfume is indeed unique, it hardly justifies the extravagant price tag. Surely, they must be wealthy enough to indulge recklessly. Or perhaps, like you, they have fallen victim to deception. Li Qiqi reached her conclusion without hesitation. No. Qi Xiaoye shook his head. Although Xiao Xiao was unable to uncover the formula of the perfume, he did trace its origins to a mysterious woman who provided it, delivering 1 bottle each month. Aside from the day of the transaction, she remained elusive, with both seller and buyer information shrouded in secrecy. Li Qiqi tugged at the corners of her mouth, remarking on the rarity of such treasures. How did you manage to acquire it then? She inquired. I have my own methods, Qi Xiaoye replied, lifting his hand to grasp her cheek, compelling her to turn and meet his gaze. His grip was firm, causing her delicate lips to pout slightly. The man raised an eyebrow at her, teasingly questioning her curiosity about testing its effects. Why not spray it on your neck? Isn't spraying it on your hand just as effective? Li Qiqi lifted her wrist before Qi Xiaoye's eyes, urging him to take a whiff. It's different. I prefer it on the neck, he asserted. Such a lecherous nature. Li Qiqi cast a glance at Qi Xiaoye, reluctantly directing the perfume nozzle towards her right neck and spraying a small amount. Impatiently urged, just smell it. Just smell it. The girl's lips, pinched and pouting, appeared irresistibly moist and inviting, exuding a warmth and sweetness with each breath she took. Unable to resist, Qi Xiaoye gently pressed his lips against Li Qiqi's tender mouth before swiftly releasing her just as she began to react and push him away. He leaned his profile against her neck, closing his eyes to inhale deeply. A delicate, sweet fragrance intertwined with Li Qiqi's natural scent erupted in Qi Xiaoye's mind like a thunderclap. He gazed down at the girl in his embrace, utterly entranced. She was stunning, never had he encountered such exquisite beauty. Her every gesture, every smile, captivated him profoundly. Merely observing her filled him with an ethereal euphoria. In that moment, his world transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. He momentarily lost the capacity for rational thought, overwhelmed by an irresistible allure emanating from her. Holding her close, he pressed kisses against her neck, a wave of bliss making him tremble with delight. A fragment of his remaining reason incessantly warned him that this sensation was amiss. Yet he struggled to restrain himself. This feeling was distinct from the tender affection burgeoning within him, and far removed from the crude effects of an aphrodisiac. It was an exquisite sensation, akin to a forceful invasion of his senses, stripping him of all reason and igniting an uncontrollable impulse of self-destruction. This urge clamored within his mind, urging him to draw closer to Li Qiqi, to possess her. He felt an overwhelming humility. Convinced that if he could win Li Qiqi's favor, even if it was just a simple, fleeting smile, he would sacrifice everything, power, wealth, even his life. Whatever she desired, whatever she wished for, he would provide. Master Qi, Master Qi? The anxious and ethereal voice of Li Qiqi floated into his ears, resonating like a melodious silver bell. With each utterance of her name, the yearning within Qi Xiaoye intensified. Then, sensing Li Qiqi's attempt to rise, he instinctively tightened his embrace around her. No! Do not leave me. Ha! Li Qiqi was perplexed, feeling as though she was being suffocated by Qi Xiaoye's relentless grasp. Instinctively, she exerted force with her hands, attempting to push the man away. This push startled him, causing him to tighten his embrace around her waist even more. As long as you don't leave me, I will give you everything you desire, anything at all, just don't leave me. Li Qiqi let out a muffled groan. Qi Xiaoye's grip was so forceful that it felt as though her bones were on the verge of breaking. The overwhelming instinct for survival, ignited by suffocation, compelled her to struggle desperately. Yet, Qi Xiaoye remained indifferent. The more fiercely she fought, the tighter his hold became, resembling a playful husky as he incessantly sniffed and rubbed against her. Li Qiqi, feeling utterly defeated, lost her composure first. With a sense of weakness, she gently patted Qi Xiaoye's back, her voice coming out in fragmented whispers. No, I want to leave, Qi, I cannot leave you. But could you please let go?
I feel like I'm suffocating. As the pressure of his embrace eased, Qi Xiaoye smiled.
Reminiscent of a child who had just received a sweet treat. He tenderly kissed Li Qiqi's cheek, their noses brushing together, and with a brazen demeanor, he nuzzled against her.
Really?
Yes, truly, indeed. Li Qiqi's petite head nodded rapidly. She was utterly perplexed by the unfolding events, fully aware only that Qi Xiaoye had gone mad.
What kind of perfume was it that was so terrifying?
Then, with a sudden crashing sound, the upper garment and lining of Li Qiqi were forcefully torn apart, the white buttons flying off one by one before the two individuals. A chill enveloped her as she belatedly lowered her gaze, her eyes widening in shock. Arms crossed defensively over her chest, and she let out a piercing scream.
Ah! Chapter 32, Do Not Leave Me.
Li Qiqi tilted her head back. Qi Xiaoye pressed his lips against the elegant curve of her neck, his fingertips tracing the delicate blue butterfly resting upon her collarbone. The humid mist enveloped the teahouse, as the butterfly strained to flutter its damp wings, yet remained grounded.
Qi, please.
Qi Xiaoye lifted his gaze slightly from the nape of Li Qiqi's neck. He reached for the teacup on the table,
taking a gentle sip before leaning back down to caress the girl's butterfly bone. Slowly descending. She was on the brink of madness. Qi? Soon.
The voice of Atai drifted in from outside the door. Li Qiqi had been submerged for far too long, and at this moment, she finally grasped a lifeline. Stretching her neck to shout towards the door. Help! Help!
Atai, Qi has gone mad, he
Mid-sentence, her lips were swiftly covered by Qi Xiaoye, who wore an irritable expression, frowning at her. In the next instant, Atai pushed the door open, casting a cold glare at the bewildered figure in the doorway.
Get out! I'm sorry. Qi. Atai shielded his eyes, desperately retreating, but tripped over the threshold and fell with a thud.
Quickly flipping himself up with one hand.
With a bang, he shut the door to the tea room.
Lin Ku, arriving shortly after, noticed Atai's ghostly pallor and incessantly gestured at him. He hasn't lost his mind, he is.
Atai hesitated for half a second,
forming the words with great difficulty through lip movements. Lin Ku's heart skipped a beat as he issued a direct command, "This is serious, lock the door." The distinct sound of the door lock clicking into place echoed in her ears, and Li Qiqi's despair reached an ultimate peak. Despite being close to Qi Xiaoye, they failed to discern the changes in their leader. It was utterly unreliable. Li Qiqi glanced around, her gaze fixating on the wooden table to the right of Qi Xiaoye, where a porcelain teapot rested. Gathering her resolve, she wrapped her arms around Qi Xiaoye's neck, rising to her knees. Her elbows propped against his shoulders as she leaned towards the table, almost simultaneously with Qi Xiaoye tilting his head to kiss her chin. Li Qiqi seized the teapot's handle and brought it crashing down upon the back of his head. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed as the teapot exploded atop Qi Xiaoye's head, shards scattering alongside the warm tea that trickled down the elegant line of his jaw. A closer inspection revealed a hint of crimson mingled within. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Qiqi slipped away from Qi Xiaoye's embrace. She observed the disbelief etched on his face as he raised his hand to cover the incessantly bleeding wound, then pressed his blood-stained palm against his eyes, searching for understanding. Overcome by fear, she trembled and stammered, it was you who took advantage of me first.
Yeah, this is self-defense.
The man remained silent, slowly rising to approach her, his towering figure obscuring Li Qiqi's entire line of sight. With each step he took, she retreated too, resembling a frightened little rabbit. The girl quivered, clutching her clothes tightly as her back collided with the wooden door of the tea room. Li Qiqi swiftly turned around, desperately pushing against the door, pleading for help. Open the door. Atai, please open the door. Qi has gone mad, he is truly insane. Hurry, open the door. The door remained unyielding. And outside, there was an eerie silence. Li Qiqi found herself cornered, gazing at the shadow of Qi Xiaoye looming near the doorframe, which had completely ensnared her. Unable to maintain her composure any longer, she burst into tears. I realize my errors now, Qi. I was wrong, please do not kill me. Please, huh? Qi Xiaoye stepped forward from behind and gently embraced her, whispering apologies into her ear. It is my fault, I frightened you. Please do not be angry. And do not leave me.
What? It is my fault, I can give you whatever you desire, just do not abandon me.
Li Qiqi gradually comprehended the function of the Naraku incense. Taking a deep breath, she tentatively spoke, "Qi, I will not leave you, I promise."
Could you perhaps let me go for now? Absolutely not.
Qi Xiaoye firmly rejected her, tightening his grip until she coughed several times, struggling to regain her composure.
The pressure was nearly overwhelming.
Nevertheless, in order to validate her inner suspicions, Li Qiqi patiently patted Qi Xiaoye's arm.
Then, will you hold me, please? Very well. You are injured, and it pains me greatly. Allow them to come in and tend to your wounds.
I will not leave, I will stay beside you.
Painful? Yes. Qi Xiaoye's mind went blank, how could he allow her to feel pain?
Without hesitation, he commanded towards the doorway, "Fetch the medical kit and come in."
Understood.
A few minutes later, the door to the tea room reopened, and Atai entered, carrying the medical kit, followed closely by Lin Ku.
As they attended to Qi Xiaoye's wounds, they finally recognized something was amiss with their leader. Is this truly their boss? Bloodied and battered yet showing no signs of anger.
He cradled Li Qiqi tenderly in his arms, speaking to her in a gentle, almost bewildered manner.
With the medicine applied, you should no longer feel pain, correct? He. Li Qiqi offered a wry smile and nodded.
Atai, utterly perplexed, furrowed his brow and exchanged glances with Lin Ku, before both simultaneously turned their attention toward Li Qiqi. Li Qiqi shrugged at them, raising her hand to gesture towards Qi Xiaoye's head, silently mouthing, "He has lost his mind."
Atai and Lin Ku exchanged bewildered glances.
In a mere 5 seconds of communication, Qi Xiaoye turned his sharp, penetrating gaze towards Atai and Lin Ku.
What about the task I assigned you? He inquired. Isn't it quite normal?
Atai and Lin Ku were at a loss, instinctively choosing silence, prompting an impatient click of the tongue from Qi Xiaoye. Lin Ku hurriedly spoke up. When Zhou is indeed feigning a truce, he has mobilized a group in the eastern suburbs, planning a night raid this evening.
Qi Xiaoye snorted coldly. Let us go meet him.
Young Master Qi, Li Qiqi said weakly, you promised me the goods.
Not an issue, the goods can be provided to you, Atai. Atai nodded.
I will arrange it immediately. With the objective achieved, Li Qiqi let out a sigh of relief, eager to depart.
Then, young Master Qi,
if you have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. Before she could finish her sentence, Qi Xiaoye's cold demeanor shifted as he suddenly transformed into a playful puppy, tightly wrapping his arms around Li Qiqi's waist and nuzzling against her chest.
You shall not leave. Do not abandon me.
Li Qiqi, Chapter 33. No speaking with others. The boss truly lives up to his title. Observing Qi Xiaoye carrying Li Qiqi down the stairs, Lin Ku couldn't help but shake his head in awe.
Atai chimed in, what can I say?
Look at him, he strives for excellence in everything. Even in matters of the heart, he is nothing short of a top-tier romantic.
Atai chuckled.
Watching Qi Xiaoye's proud yet delightfully content silhouette vanish through the doorway, nodding in agreement. As the car departed from the tea house, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Qi Xiaoye sat closely beside Li Qiqi in the back seat, wrapping his arms around her waist, burying his face into her neck, alternating between kissing and inhaling her scent.
He was utterly enamored.
Lin Ku could hardly endure such a display. Discreetly, he lowered the partition between the front and back seats, preferring not to witness the intimate scene. Li Qiqi shifted uncomfortably, attempting to evade the restless hands of the man beside her, struggling to articulate her thoughts.
Qi.
It is the scent of the netherworld that has caused this transformation, he. Before she could finish her sentence, Qi Xiaoye silenced her with a kiss, capturing her lips and stifling her words. With a swift motion, he slapped the partition and issued a low command to Lin Ku.
Get out. Lin Ku responded with confusion.
Yet the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, prompting him to sigh and exit the car.
Taking advantage of the moment,
Li Qiqi hurled the perfume bottle of Nai Luoxian out of the car window, casting a glance towards Lin Ku, signaling him to investigate. As she watched Lin Ku's tall figure vanish into the distant street, Qi Xiaoye finally released Li Qiqi, whispering to her in a tone that carried an air of menace.
Do not speak to anyone else. Oh. Li Qiqi forced a smile and nodded, gesturing an OK sign to Qi Xiaoye,
tightly sealing her lips as she allowed the man to continue to toy with her. The vehicle traversed from the narrow path into the outskirts of a mine in the eastern suburbs. Along the way, the ground was blanketed in ice and snow, while the trees flanking the road were heavily adorned with frost, occasionally shedding the weight of accumulated snow, which fell in a delicate cascade, producing a faint rustling sound. This very mine was the territory fiercely contended by Xiao Xiao and Wenzhou, the treasure trove of Knaqin's wealth. The stalemate that had persisted for so long shifted in favor of Xiao Xiao due to Qi Xiaoye's intervention, while Wenzhou appeared to concede, yet secretly bided his time, preparing to strike. Had it not been for Qi Xiaoye's foresight, this night could have heralded a change of ownership for the mine. The vehicle meandered through winding paths before finally halting in a dimly lit, inconspicuous corner. Atop alighted first, ensuring that no one was following before opening the door for Qi Xiaoye. Li Qiqi wished to walk on her own, but Qi Xiaoye would not permit it. The man embraced her waist, and with Atop preceding them, they entered a seemingly abandoned wooden cabin. Inside, 10 armed personnel stood ready, clad in identical black combat uniforms, fully equipped. Upon witnessing Qi Xiaoye carrying a woman through the door, the group momentarily froze before promptly standing at attention in salute. "Master Qi," they uttered, their voices subdued. Yet the commanding aura they exuded was overwhelming. Despite their unwavering gaze, Li Qiqi instinctively nestled closer into Qi Xiaoye's embrace. The sole window of the cabin was ajar, allowing the howling wind and snow to sweep inside, directly facing the entrance of the mine. "Have they arrived?" Atop inquired. "Not yet," came the response. Atop took the binoculars from the squad leader's hands, scrutinizing the movements across the way. During this time of year, miners would typically gather in small groups to indulge in drinks, making it the ideal moment for an ambush. Yet, the people of Wenzhou remained eerily quiet. Time trickled by, and the lights within the cabin gradually dimmed, shrouded in the hazy moonlight. Standing by the window, Atop raised his right hand. "They've arrived, all units prepare." Qi Xiaoye took a few steps forward, holding Li Qiqi as he peered into the darkness. She followed suit, gazing outside alongside him. Suddenly, over 100 shadowy figures armed with guns surged forth from the mountain path, methodically gathering before splitting into groups to infiltrate the mine. Atop watched intently. Lowering his voice to report to Qi Xiaoye, "The Wenzhou faction is cunning, they employ both overt and covert tactics, making it difficult to grasp any evidence against them. It is said he flows like water, seamless and elusive, earning him the moniker Brother Shui in just a few short years. He has elevated the Qingmu gang to parity with the Heishui party, proving he is no ordinary adversary." Li Qiqi seamlessly picked up on Atai's words, skillfully flattering Qi Xiaoye in due course. Qi's ability to anticipate Shui Gong's actions and save hundreds of lives at the mine speaks volumes of his prowess. He surpasses Shui Gong, and I hold the utmost admiration for Qi Yi. Qi Xiaoye raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that it was you who brought this matter to my attention. Indeed. Qi Xiaoye shifted to embrace her with one arm, gently touching her lips with his index finger, recalling the day at the Inpu Club when we shared our first kiss. Li Qiqi felt a flush rise to her cheeks. The atmosphere grew still, they were ostensibly on a mission, yet one could not fathom what had come over Qi Yi, who, instead of focusing on their task, was flirting with her in public. What was the difference between this and a fallen monarch entranced by a performer? Before she could collect her thoughts, Qi Xiaoye's sharp gaze swept over the crowd, and everyone instinctively straightened, averting their eyes. In a cold tone, Qi Xiaoye checked the time, 10:52 p.m. 10:52 p.m. The time was confirmed without error. He glanced at his wristwatch, noting the urgency to resolve the situation within 20 minutes, with the site to be managed by 11:12 p.m. "Action!" he commanded. The door of the cabin swung open, and 10 mercenaries simultaneously raised their weapons, slipping into the darkness where snow and night intertwined, their footsteps barely making a sound. Soon, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, and bursts of flame from the gun muzzles pierced the night silence, composing a grim symphony of death. Although Wenzhou's men were numerous, they were no match for Qi Xiaoye's well-trained mercenaries, caught in a sudden ambush and at a significant disadvantage. Most of Wenzhou's men could only watch helplessly as bullets whistled through the air, stirring up flurries of snow, and before they could discern their attackers, bullets struck true to their foreheads, one by one falling silently. Blood mingled with white snow, a harrowing sight. On Qi Xiaoye's side, victory was assured. He held Li Qiqi and stepped outside when she suddenly leaned closer to his ear, her voice trembling as she confided, "Qi, I'm scared. I don't want to go out. I'll wait for you here until you arrange everything and bring the car to fetch me, alright?"
"No."
Qi Xiaoye rejected her instantly, without a hint of hesitation. He could not bear to be apart from Li Qiqi, wishing for her presence in every moment.
"Even for a mere second. But I am truly frightened.
I fear the blood, there are bodies and blood everywhere outside. You will need to direct them in managing the scene later, it won't be convenient to hold me.
I promise I will wait for you. Please just agree to my request."
Li Qiqi wrapped her arms around Qi Xiaoye's neck, planting several kisses on his chin. The man's nerves were in a state of extreme exhilaration due to the influence of the perfume. Whenever Li Qiqi acted coyly and affectionately towards him, his intelligence would plummet. He found himself at a loss with Li Qiqi, utterly convinced by her words, pondering that he might genuinely frighten her later, considering how timid the little rabbit was.
Should he leave Li Qiqi alone or allow her to be alone with Atai? Without hesitation, Qi Xiaoye chose the former.
He shifted the conversation, commanding, "Atai.
Let us go."
Li Qiqi's lips suddenly curled into a smile. Indeed, the Naraku fragrance, valued at 30 million per bottle, was truly remarkable. It could make a man like Qi Xiaoye uncontrollably oscillate between a wild wolf and a playful husky, obediently following her every word. What a marvel! The silhouettes of the two gradually faded into the distance.
Under the cover of night, they raced desperately down the mountainside. Chapter 34, Let us see how you run.
Li Qiqi chose a quiet and secluded path, running as she took out her phone to call Annie.
"Annie, has my uncle fallen asleep? Could you please check what he is doing? Mr. Su and Miss Qiao have gone out."
It was evident that Annie harbored a strong dislike for Qiaolina.
Likely still reeling from a recent financial loss. Thus, whenever Qiaolina's name was mentioned, her teeth clenched in irritation.
Annie continued. Li Qiqi lowered her eyelashes. Li Qiqi found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel despondent or relieved. She and Su Nantian had made a pact,
promising that patience would usher in the blissful outcome they both desired. Yet, she sensed an ever-widening chasm between them, exacerbated by Qiaolina and Qi Xiaoye.
They were being led astray by different individuals. Su Nantian remained tethered to Qiaolina, while she could not elude Qi Xiaoye.
That man, both perilous and captivating,
invaded her life without warning, persistently encroaching upon her space. With his candor and fervor, he introduced an unparalleled freshness and thrill into her existence.
Bit by bit,
he was chipping away at her heart. The fissures deepened with each encounter between her and Qi Xiaoye, soothing her unease while simultaneously consuming her rationality. She began to waver, her resolve faltering. If she did not escape soon, he would undoubtedly prevail. Fear gripped her at the thought of encountering Wen Zhou in the car. A collision with him at this moment would spell certain doom.
The lead vehicle's headlights flickered, and in the next instant, the door swung open,
revealing a casually dressed man who approached her slowly, silhouetted against the light. Li Qiqi struggled to discern his features, cautiously retreating as her peripheral vision caught sight of the dazzling gold chain glistening around the man's neck. She halted in her tracks.
"Xiaoge? Baby?"
It truly was Qiao Xiao. The taut tension in Li Qiqi's heart suddenly eased. She speculated that Qiao Xiao must have rushed over after receiving news of the incident at the mine. Qiao Xiao approached with a jovial smile, striding toward her.
"Baby? What brings you here?"
His tone remained as roguish as ever. In the wake of such a significant event, had it not been for Qi Xiaoye shielding him, the people at the mine would have perished.
Yet, he still had the leisure to flirt with women along the way?
Li Qiqi scoffed. "I am lost.
Have I wandered all the way to the eastern suburbs? Or is this my territory? Are you missing me?"
Li Qiqi remained silent as Qiao Xiao drew closer. The bodyguard trailing closely behind could not contain himself and spoke up.
"Xiaoge, time is of the essence. Shall we ascend the mountain first?"
The appearance of this woman at such a moment raises suspicions that she might be affiliated with Wen Zhou.
Perhaps it would be prudent to detain her for now and conduct a personal interrogation once the matter is resolved? An excellent suggestion, Xiao Xiao nodded. Moreover,
I have an unfinished transaction involving 800 million shot with my partner, which leaves me feeling quite unsettled.
Let us get in the car. Li Qiqi refused to enter the vehicle.
She had just descended from the mountain, and now, upon getting into Xiao Zhao's car, she would soon find herself in the hands of Qi Xiaoye once again. Qi Xiaoye, under the influence of perfume's poison, was in a state of confusion. Who could predict how that man would torment her in his wrath? Thus, without hesitation, she sprinted away. A gunshot rang out, and a bullet whizzed through the air, striking the ground just before her right foot as she had taken a step. In a country where firearms are freely accessible, she found little solace as an ordinary citizen. In the presence of anyone, she could only submit meekly. Li Qiqi, filled with indignation, turned around and locked eyes with Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, with a pistol in hand, playfully blew on the muzzle and cocked an eyebrow at Li Qiqi in a teasing manner. "Are you still going to run?" "No," Li Qiqi shook her head. "But I cannot accompany you, Xiao Gu. It was Qi Yi who brought me here." Xiao Zhao's brows furrowed slightly. "Qi Xiaoye? How did he come to be here?" Li Qiqi pressed her lips together lightly. Xiao Xiao and Qi Xiaoye shared a collaborative relationship, and Qi Xiaoye's presence here was evidently to assist Xiao Xiao. Was Xiao Zhao's seemingly innocent inquiry a form of probing? It seemed that Master Qi had anticipated that Brother Shu Wei would launch a nocturnal assault on the mine tonight. Hence he brought his men. Li Qiqi hesitated to speak, when suddenly, a silenced gunshot pierced the cold, crisp air. A bullet grazed past Xiao Zhao's right ear, barely brushing against Li Qiqi's dark hair as it flew by, a blatant warning that rendered Li Qiqi instantly silent. From the darkness behind Xiao Xiao, 12 figures slowly emerged, led by Qi Xiaoye. Unlike their earlier attire in the small cabin, the 10 men, who had been fully armed, now donned commonplace local clothing, with a red ribbon tied around their arms. The menacing aura that had once surrounded them had vanished entirely, and their gun-holding posture appeared casual, indistinguishable from that of ruffians in various gangs. What was this situation? Li Qiqi felt perplexed and dared not speak recklessly, cautiously shrinking towards the roadside to minimize her presence. Qi Xiaoye cast a detached glance at Xiao Xiao, questioning him silently. "Who grants you the audacity to point your gun at my woman?" Xiao Xiao furrowed his brow, his phone rang, and upon pressing the answer button, his voice turned gravely serious after listening to the report. "They are all dead? What about the others? How many have perished among those with the red scarves?" "Many. Several dozens," came the reply. Xiao Xiao licked his lips, and after ending the call, he turned to Qi Xiaoye, his tone tinged with a hint of hostility. "I was unaware that Qi Yi assists others in seizing territory while providing after-sales service." "How considerate." Qi Xiaoye's gaze lightly brushed over Li Qiqi, and in that moment, she comprehended that Qi Xiaoye intended to keep Xiao Xiao uninformed about this operation. Although the reasons eluded her, she was certain of one thing: she had landed herself in trouble once more. Willingly, Xiao Xiao nodded. However, Qi Yi has always refrained from intervening in gang disputes. The mining rights were obtained through legitimate means. Now, confronting the Aoki gang head-on while losing so many brothers for my sake, what does it signify? Ingratitude. I present you with this woman. Qi Xiaoye stepped around Xiao Xiao, positioning himself before Li Qiqi. He bent down, lifting her effortlessly into his arms, leaving without a hint of concession from Xiao Xiao. Qi Xiaoye reassured him, "Rest assured, I harbor no interest in Knaqin." "Let it be so," Xiao Xiao replied. "Having known Qi Yi for many years, sharing a mutual respect, I genuinely hope that one day we do not find ourselves adversaries." Qi Xiaoye chuckled softly. "That day shall never come." Once in the car, Li Qiqi remained bewildered. "Qi Yi, you assisted Brother Xiao. Why is he still angry with you?" Qi Xiaoye patiently explained. "I did not aid him. Had it not been for you, he would have had no inkling that this was my doing." "I'm sorry." Li Qiqi lowered her gaze. "He mentioned you lost many brothers. Do you have any idea how many men I brought?" He retorted. 10, she replied, her expression darkening. "Excluding Atai, you only brought 10 men, and not a single one perished while you annihilated over 100 from the Aoki gang. Qi Yi. What exactly are you?" Before she could finish her sentence, a chill coursed through her ankle. She stared in shock as the man produced a chain from seemingly nowhere, bending down to secure her feet tightly. The man, filled with fervor, sought to settle accounts with the disobedient little rabbit. With a mischievous grin, he waved the chain before her eyes.
Now, let us see how you escape. Li Qiqi? Chapter 35, The Skewers. The vehicle glided into Qi Xiaoye's villa in Knaqin.
The castle-like structure, modest in size, was nestled within a forest shrouded in moonlight, embraced by towering ancient trees. Its off-white exterior harmoniously blended with the surrounding snow-laden pines.
How beautiful!
Li Qiqi pressed her face against the car window, gazing outside as if she were in a fairy tale castle.
Qi Xiaoye cast a sidelong glance at her,
remarking that this place was but a fraction of the grandeur found in Liyuan.
Do you like it? Li Qiqi nodded, affirming her fondness.
Perhaps every girl harbors a princess within her heart, and Qi Xiaoye completely understood, nodding softly in agreement.
Ha!
She knew that Qi Xiaoye was not from Myanmar. According to his words, he was likely Indonesian. However, the man's appearance, particularly his eyes, bore no resemblance to those typically found in Asia.
Are you a skewered dish? What?
Li Qiqi covered her lips, recalling the dog she once raised, a mixed breed.
Sunantian referred to mixed breeds as Chuan Chuan,
a name she affectionately adopted for her pet. Chuan Chuan was her sole companion during a gray childhood, robust in stature, always protective of her.
Tragically,
it sacrificed itself to save her by biting someone, only to be brutally beaten to death. That day, Li Qiqi wept until she fainted. And she never raised another dog thereafter. She saw no issue with the term, yet upon noticing Qi Xiaoye's grim expression, she realized that using Chuan Chuan for a person might be deemed impolite. With great tact, she rephrased her inquiry.
What I meant was, are you of mixed heritage?
He pondered for a moment, then cautiously followed her lead, softly responding, yes, I am a Chuan Chuan, a blend of Indian and American heritage.
4 nations in total. What of it?
She was uncertain how long the effects of the incense would last, but at that moment, Qi Xiaoye's outward ferocity contrasted sharply with his tender demeanor towards her, reminiscent of her Chuan Chuan.
In a moment of impulsiveness, she embraced Qi Xiaoye,
leaning close to whisper softly in his ear, Chuan Chuan. Immediately regretting her words, she found no opportunity to retract them, for Qi Xiaoye relished her initiative.
To him,
her embrace was a wondrous gift, a delightful blessing.
Li Qiqi.
With a sharp screech, Atai forcefully slammed on the brakes, abruptly halting the vehicle and interrupting the conversation between the two.
His superior, Qi Xiaoye,
the man he had admired and followed since childhood,
the heir of Southeast Asia's most prominent financial conglomerate.
Though of noble birth, he did not rely on his family's influence. Instead, he carved his own path through sheer capability. Ruthless and decisive, he ascended rapidly within a mere 7 years, adeptly navigating both the underworld and the legitimate world. He secretly organized an elite task force that answered solely to him, possessing a hidden arsenal capable of obliterating a small nation with ease.
Such a man,
who foolishly succumbed to the whims of love, was tolerable enough, as one might consider it merely a taste of romance, difficult to resist.
However,
for him to become subservient to love, now that was utterly unacceptable.
Absolutely unthinkable.
Atai, fuming with frustration, exited the vehicle without waiting for Qi Xiaoye's command to depart. Bending slightly, he held the car door while addressing Li Qiqi. Miss Li, please take care of Lord Qi. I shall seek out the man selling perfume and inquire about the antidote.
Li Qiqi nodded in agreement.
Her acquaintance with Qi Xiaoye had not been extensive, and she found it challenging to adapt to his transformation. As his steadfast brother who had shared countless trials with him, Atai watched in exasperation as Qi Xiaoye lost his senses for the sake of a woman, to the point where he seemed on the verge of an explosion of frustration.
Atai then turned and departed.
Li Qiqi gently supported Qi Xiaoye's shoulder, signaling him to alight from the vehicle, yet he continued to embrace her tightly.
Chuan Chuan.
How truly one can be their own worst enemy. Li Qiqi felt an overwhelming sense of despair, struggling to voice her thoughts.
Chuan, Chuan. Shall we get off?
You adore Chuan Chuan. Qi Xiaoye rose while still holding Li Qiqi, leaning down to place a tender kiss upon her forehead, the ethereal moonlight casting a silvery veil over his finely chiseled features. He stood beneath the moon, enveloping the girl in his warm embrace. I know you cherish it. Your eyes betray no falsehood. If you love it, just say so, and I shall not be displeased.
Li Qiqi's heart trembled, and she fell into silence. Uncontrollably.
She inched closer, pressing against Qi Xiaoye's neck, distinctly feeling the warmth of his breath caressing her cheek.
Time seemed to stand still in that fleeting moment.
If the essence of Naruoxiang serves to manipulate a person's reason and nerves, compelling them to give selflessly and without complaint,
then how much resilience and courage must the recipient possess to willingly awaken from this dream? Fortunately,
it soon became clear to Li Qiqi that neither resilience nor courage was required.
Click.
Li Qiqi casually surveyed her surroundings. Her movements were confined solely to the space between the bathroom and the bed.
What do you intend to do? His bathrobe was rather oversized for her.
But she would make do with it for now, planning to acquire a new one for her by tomorrow.
Qi Xiaoye tossed the garment into Li Qiqi's embrace. Go take a shower. I shall lock you away, to be with you at night, to hold you by day, to never part from you, day in and day out. For a lifetime. Indeed, it was both ardent and twisted.
She should have anticipated his intentions when he brazenly stripped her of her clothing at the tea house that evening, bullying her without restraint.
Qi Xiaoye, ensnared by the allure of her fragrance, sought possession of her that transcended mere kisses and caresses. He desired her. Li Qiqi instinctively took a step back.
The chains beneath her feet sliding across the floor, producing a chilling clatter that sent shivers down her spine. Qi Xiaoye narrowed his eyes slightly. His little rabbit was beautiful yet unruly. She conversed with other men and dared to escape on her own.
It would be prudent to confine her, ensuring she could not wander away.
Keeping her caged was far better than allowing her to be displayed for others.
The man bent down,
picked up the bathrobe from the floor, and instead of tossing it to her, gestured for Li Qiqi to come and retrieve it herself.
Would she obediently wash up? Or would she join me instead? Chapter 36, I am hungry. Remain calm.
Li Qiqi forced herself to regain her composure. Lin Ke had already set out to investigate, and Atai was on the path to finding the antidote. There is a saying that the more remote and underdeveloped a place is, the more peculiar and inexplicable phenomena it harbors.
Even if it meant killing Qi Xiaoye,
she would never again indulge in such dubious escapades with him. Noticing Li Qiqi lost in thought, Qi Xiaoye tossed his bathrobe onto the bed, drawing closer to assist her in making a choice.
Say nothing, just be with me. No.
Qi, I can wash myself.
I'm not accustomed to being so open with you so soon. Unaccustomed?
When you were coaxing and deceiving me, you were all sweetness and affection.
Now,
faced with the reality of our intimacy, you find it difficult?
The man scoffed.
It's not like you haven't seen it before, why the fear? I recall vividly how much you enjoyed it at the tea house in the evening, especially when I kissed you.
Stop.
Li Qiqi swiftly raised her hand to cover Qi Xiaoye's mouth, her cheeks flushed as she playfully pouted.
But that's different. You've seen it, yet I haven't.
I need to mentally prepare myself.
This is just shyness.
Qi Xiaoye raised an eyebrow, seizing her hand and placing it on his chiseled abdomen, silently urging her to explore further. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you.
Ha.
She had no intention of looking.
Not even if it were an unparalleled masterpiece.
Yet, despite her protests, Li Qiqi's eyes betrayed her, stealing a glance that sent her mind reeling, leaving her momentarily stunned. Qi Xiaoye noticed her reaction, a smirk playing on his lips as he stepped closer, bending down to lift Li Qiqi into his arms. He turned and began striding toward the bathroom.
Ah, no. Put me down.
As she felt his steady pace quicken, a frown creased her forehead, and tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes glistening with a hint of red.
It hurts so much. Qi.
What is wrong? At the mention of her pain, Qi Xiaoye's demeanor shifted to one of concern.
Where does it hurt? I'll call a doctor. No, that won't do. Calling a doctor would expose everything.
Li Qiqi grasped Qi Xiaoye's large hand, exerting herself to squeeze out tears, presenting a facade of weakness as though she might perish at any moment. There is no need to call a doctor, I primarily. Li Qiqi frantically revisited all the various ailments in her mind. Given Qi Xiaoye's current level of tension, it seemed that even the slightest discomfort on her part would prompt him to summon a doctor.
Thus, only remained. Li Qiqi sighed softly.
Resting her forehead on her hand, I am hungry. Qi Xiaoye remained silent, the two exchanged a wordless gaze across the expanse of air between them. Li Qiqi, with her gaze cast down in unease, observed Qi Xiaoye's eyes filled with indignation and sorrow. She felt an overwhelming sense that he might erupt at any moment. Shouting furiously, "You profess to love me and claim you will not leave, was it all merely deception? Why do you resist? Why do you refuse my touch? Why? Why is this so?" Such scenes are often portrayed in dramas. The male lead would lose his composure, tossing the female lead onto the bed as if she were a mere toy, shedding his shirt and pressing himself against her. Only for the scene to abruptly shift to the following morning, leaving all anticipated moments unseen. "What are you thinking about?" Qi Xiaoye suddenly inquired, pulling her from her reverie. Lost in thought, Li Qiqi had forgotten that tears still streamed down her cheeks, managing to force a smile at him despite her distress. It was all his fault for possessing the countenance of a leading man. Just as she was about to speak, her stomach audibly protested with a growl, prompting her to lean against the bedside with a grin. "I am truly famished, I haven't tea eaten all day. Not only am I hungry, but I also feel immense pain, and I am nauseous." She feigned helplessness, so pitiful that Qi Xiaoye's concern for her surged, momentarily eclipsing his desires. The man swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed, "Dia, please prepare a dinner and deliver it." Mastering the situation, he navigated it with ease. Li Qiqi was utterly delighted. And when one is engulfed in delight, it is easy to lose composure. She raised her hand and playfully tousled Qi Xiaoye's hair. "My skewers are truly delightful." Qi Xiaoye regarded her with an unperturbed expression, indeed as he had promised, without a hint of anger. For his mind assured him that this was a term of endearment bestowed upon him by Li Qiqi. A term of endearment is something reserved solely for those who share love. Qi Xiaoye's spirits lifted once more, and in his joy, he felt an irresistible urge to draw closer to Li Qiqi. He propped himself up on the edge of the bed, encircling her in his embrace, and leaned in to capture her lips with a kiss. Li Qiqi deliberately covered her lips and turned away, yet she still softly explained to Qi Xiaoye, "I feel nauseous. Please wait until I have finished eating before you kiss me." The meal was promptly delivered to the door. Dia observed the man who received the tray with a complex expression. Something felt amiss, though she could not pinpoint what it was. This villa was not frequently inhabited by Qi Xiaoye, and there were few servants. Apart from her, there was an old farmer responsible for tailoring. They were unfamiliar with Qi Xiaoye, yet their impressions of him were profoundly etched in their minds. He spoke little and exuded a strong sense of pressure. Moreover, there were rules. Yes. Dia realized what was unsettling about Qi Xiaoye. He adhered to a multitude of rules that everyone was expected to follow strictly. It was unprecedented to bring food to the room. Instinctively, she glanced inside, catching sight of a long, gleaming chain dragging across the floor, shifting its position as it followed the shadow of a figure at its end. Kidnapping? Imprisonment? Dia's brow twitched. "You should leave," the man stated coldly, his ominous presence nearly choking Dia with fear. "Yes." She nodded hastily, retreating as she heard the door close. Cautiously, she retrieved her phone. Knaqin was a city of vice, teeming with both scoundrels and the innocent who dared not declare themselves virtuous. Dia's hand trembled as she gripped her phone. Wrestling with her indecision for what felt like an eternity, ultimately, she chose not to report it. "Mind your own business, mind your own business." In the bedroom, Qi Xiaoye bent down to place the tray on the nightstand and then sat on the edge of the bed. Without waiting for Li Qiqi to make a move, he lifted a porcelain bowl filled with rice and, using chopsticks, picked up a succulent piece of chicken, bringing it to her lips. "Open your mouth." Li Qiqi delightedly enjoyed being pampered, her cherry-red lips slightly parted. The man gazed at her petite mouth, which was not large. Yet a piece of chicken could make her cheeks puff up adorably, as she savored each morsel for a considerable time before swallowing. Her rosy lips glistened with savory juices, which she delicately licked with her tongue. The man lowered his gaze, his throat tightening with desire. "Is it delicious?" "Indeed," Li Qiqi nodded. Qi Xiaoye moved closer. Holding the bowl, and under the eager gaze of the girl, he picked up some white rice but did not hasten to feed her. Instead, he wickedly curled his lips. "Kiss me." "What?" Li Qiqi tugged at the corners of her mouth. "Not again." Qi Xiaoye fixed his eyes on her lips, his impatience growing more intense. Unable to restrain himself as he frowned and urged, "You kiss me once, and I will feed you a bite."
Chapter 37, The dishes you prepare are exquisite.
Li Qiqi was rendered speechless for quite some time. However, she was undeniably hungry, after running halfway up the mountain and consuming only a piece of chicken. Her energy was limited. She did not wish to engage in a battle of wits with Qi Xiaoye any longer.
Reluctant to be at a disadvantage,
she leaned closer to Qi Xiaoye's ear with a smile and cheerfully called out to him, affectionately addressing him as Chuan Chuan, before planting a kiss on his cheek. As they exchanged playful banter, one calling out Chuan Chuan and the other sharing a tender kiss, along with a bite of food, they delighted in each other's company, savoring the moment. Li Qiqi swiftly devoured an entire tray of delectable dishes, then gently caressed her round belly.
"Oh, I feel so full and drowsy.
I've heard that being overly satiated and sleepy is not conducive to engaging in certain activities, which may lead to disappointment.
Qi, would you kindly spare me this evening?"
After speaking, she playfully winked at Qi Xiaoye, noticing a hint of despondency in his expression.
Without hesitation,
she wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss on his lips. With a series of soft pecks, she then preemptively bid him farewell.
"Good night."
Li Qiqi executed her movements with unparalleled grace, yet a sense of unease gnawed at her, apprehensive that Qi Xiaoye might confront her directly. Her large eyes remained fixed,
keenly observing the man's reactions.
"Very well, I shall comply with your wishes."
The following day, Li Qiqi was jolted awake by the urgent ringing of her phone.
Nestled deep under her blankets, she extended an arm to retrieve her phone from the bedside table.
It was an unfamiliar number. "Hello? Is this Miss Li Qiqi?"
"Yes.
This is she." "Miss Li, it is I, Batu."
Batu, a subordinate of Sun Antian, was a dark-skinned man responsible for overseeing the operations of the card prison. He and Li Qiqi had only crossed paths a few times. Had it not been for the affairs of Sun Antian, he would never have reached out to her. A sense of inexplicable panic surged within Li Qiqi.
Was it her uncle who was in trouble? He called me. Confused,
she pondered why it was she who received the call.
Mr. Su asked, "Miss Li, are you currently at Liyuan? I shall come to fetch you." "I am not at home." "I am." Li Qiqi hesitated for a few seconds. "I am in Lifeng district." "Ba Tuwa." "Please park your car at the entrance of the forest road on the outskirts of Lifeng district. I will arrive in 2 hours." "Ba Tuwa." Lacking the inclination to inquire how Li Qiqi ended up so far away, simply replied, "Understood." The door clicked softly as it was unlocked from the outside. Li Qiqi swiftly ended the call and tucked her phone beneath her pillow, closing her eyes to feign sleep. Upon entering, Qi Xiaoye slowed his pace, finding solace in the sight of the small mound beneath the covers, which calmed his restless heart. He had suffered a night of yearning, without Li Qiqi in his embrace. He could not find peace in slumber. He regretted being soft-hearted the night before, realizing that even if they did not engage, they should have simply been close to one another. With this thought, Qi Xiaoye acted accordingly. He turned to lie beside Li Qiqi, enveloping her within the warmth of his embrace through the blanket. After a few moments of holding her tightly, the person in his arms let out a soft sound. Fearing he might smother her, he lifted the blanket to take a glance. Li Qiqi lay curled up, her hair concealing half of her face. The oversized bathrobe slipped off one shoulder, revealing the delicate collarbone and remnants of red marks. Qi Xiaoye gently parted her hair to reveal her flushed cheeks, her long lashes dampened by moisture, and her nose tinged with red. He wrapped his arms around her waist and pressed a kiss to her brow. "Princess, it is time to rise." Li Qiqi finally stirred, yet she kept her eyes closed, stretching languidly like a cat. She wrapped her arms around Qi Xiaoye's neck and nuzzled into the crook of his neck, sleepily murmuring, "I want to sleep, I don't want to wake up early." "Shall I hold you?" he asked. "No," Li Qiqi shook her head. "I want to sleep until the sun is this high." "You go ahead and take care of your business." Qi Xiaoye indeed had matters to attend to at the armed base. He had initially wished for Li Qiqi to accompany him, but it was evident that the girl had not yet had her fill of sleep, displaying a delicate morning displeasure. Furthermore, he recalled that the base was filled with men. Reluctantly, Qi Xiaoye refrained from insisting. He tenderly cradled her face,
kissing her gently from her forehead to her nose, from the corners of her lips to her chin, before reluctantly brushing her little nose with his fingers.
All right. Li Qiqi obediently responded,
clutching the hem of Qi Xiaoye's shirt as the man released her and rose to his feet. I wish to wear summer attire, to don a qipao. I have seen it in my childhood, it was exquisite, adorned with delicate headpieces. Qi Xiaoye remained silent, and Li Qiqi playfully tugged at his clothing,
her eyes sparkling with a mischievous allure. Tonight, I shall wear it for you.
Qi Xiaoye was entranced by the innocent and beguiling gaze of Li Qiqi, his heart racing as he swallowed hard. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement.
Very well. The depths of despair, indeed, felt like hell.
Li Qiqi gazed at Qi Xiaoye with a complex expression, observing how this man was entirely consumed by thoughts of her, utterly defenseless, and willingly captivated.
Such a Qi Xiaoye,
with just a single word from her, could plunge into the depths of despair, irrevocably lost. This was the essence of the allure of the netherworld. Shortly after Qi Xiaoye departed, Dia entered with a cheongsam and breakfast. Throughout her presence, Dia kept her head bowed, making no sound as she moved and refraining from greeting Li Qiqi, stealing only a furtive glance while placing the items down. The room was shrouded in curtains,
the light dim.
Yet, Dia could distinctly see the exquisite beauty of the young woman resting on the bed, so strikingly lovely that even as another woman, she found herself momentarily breathless. Last night, when Qi Xiaoye had carried Li Qiqi through the door, she had caught a glimpse from afar, initially perceiving the girl as delicate, cradled like a fragile beauty in Qi Xiaoye's embrace. However, she had not anticipated she was indeed breathtaking. Dia began to understand why Qi Xiaoye had chosen to confine her within the bedroom. The allure of something so extraordinarily beautiful often ignites an insatiable desire to possess it. The distinction between admiration and possession frequently hinges on the individual's status and capacity. Qi Xiaoye possessed such power, which rendered him unrestrained. Yet it was the young girl who bore the brunt of this fate, tragically reduced to a mere plaything at such a tender age.
Such occurrences were commonplace in Knaqin.
And although Dia disapproved, she had long ceased to be astonished by them. Not daring to linger, she swiftly placed the items down and turned to leave.
Miss Dia, is there anything else you require?
Dia feared that Li Qiqi might confide in her or, worse still, plead for her assistance,
thrusting her into a moral quandary between rescue and inaction.
To save her would bear consequences she could not shoulder, to refrain would haunt her with guilt. An incessant internal struggle in the days to come. The two women locked eyes for a prolonged moment, and Li Qiqi seemed to comprehend her concerns,
responding with a sweet smile.
Dia, your cooking is delightful, I truly enjoy it.
Thank you. Chapter 38, Interrogation with a furrowed brow. Dia descended the stairs. In her 40s, she had a daughter nearly the same age as Li Qiqi. Her husband, a compulsive gambler, had amassed insurmountable debts, leading to the abduction of their daughter by creditors. For 3 long years, she had implored for mercy, yet she had not even glimpsed her daughter's face. A girl in her 20s, in the bloom of youth, had been stripped of dignity and selfhood. The villa was eerily silent. Dia silently prepared a fruit platter, slamming the knife onto the table. She untied her apron and hurried upstairs. If only someone had extended a hand to her daughter when she was ensnared, perhaps she would not have lost her sanity. She must save her. With a crash, the door was nearly flung open by Dia. Miss! Dia rushed to the bedside. But the space was void of Li Qiqi's presence, and the bathroom was eerily empty. Had it not been for the chains on the floor and the untouched breakfast on the tray, Dia might have thought she was dreaming. She bent to retrieve the chain, her gaze falling upon the lock at its end, now forcefully pried open. She glanced around and noticed several metal hairpins carelessly strewn on the floor. Had the young girl feigned a desire to wear the summer cheongsam merely to use the hairpins to break free? She had escaped? It was utterly inconceivable. In the snow-laden garden of the villa, Li Qiqi's petite figure was particularly conspicuous, hiding behind a tree. She donned an elegant, pale green cheongsam, the hem swaying gently in the morning breeze, exuding an indescribable rhythmic beauty. However, Dia's gaze fell lower, and she was instantly beset by a wave of disbelief. Beneath the graceful cheongsam were a pair of fluffy white snow boots. Old Fu, responsible for the villa's maintenance, was sweeping snow at the entrance, if Li Qiqi dashed out.
she would surely collide with him. Fortunately, the girl exhibited remarkable patience, clutching the tree trunk, quietly awaiting the opportune moment to dart away. Her demeanor suggested that she was a seasoned escape artist.
Old Fu, come in and have some fruit, the snow outside is too thick. I'll help you clear it in a moment.
Upon hearing this, Old Fu tossed the broom aside.
All right. Dia beckoned to Old Fu to enter.
Her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the pale green figure vanishing down the wooded path. She then leisurely retrieved her phone to call Qi Xiaoye. Li Qiqi's journey was remarkably smooth, in addition to the experience she had garnered over the years sneaking away from the pear orchard. She believed her extraordinary fortune played a more significant role. She felt like a veritable harbinger of good luck. With delight, she settled into the backseat of Bateau's vehicle and, barely fastening her seatbelt, eagerly inquired, "Uncle Bateau, has my little uncle mentioned what exactly I am supposed to do?" "He did not," Bateau replied as he ignited the engine,
pressing the accelerator to the floor.
The somewhat antiquated pickup truck emitted a series of throaty roars before swiftly surging forward. Li Qiqi was jolted nearly to the point of colliding with the car's window, her hands gripping the edge of the seat tightly to steady herself. Bateau glanced at her from the corner of his eye. "Miss Li, I am a simple man, accustomed only to following orders and engaging in brawls.
Mr.
Su typically issues commands directly. I perform my duties for compensation, and if he does not inquire, I do not ask.
Whether this journey leads to fortune or misfortune,
one must venture forth to discover." Li Qiqi nodded, her gaze turning inward as she contemplated deeply, the snowflakes outside drifting from her eyes. She sighed softly, "It's all right.
I have already come to understand the reason."
Upon revealing her identity to the guards at the outer gate, they did not pose any difficulties. Instead, they merely made a phone call to confirm with the host before allowing her and Bateau to enter. Li Qiqi, accompanied by Bateau, ventured deeper into the premises.
Navigating past the front yard and the main house,
the meticulously trimmed hedges on either side were adorned with glistening snowflakes, shimmering softly. They followed the winding path until they reached the secluded depths of the backyard, standing before a serene and remote summer-style ancient building.
Upon entering,
they were met with a harrowing sight: Sunantian, drenched in blood, suspended by iron chains from the center of the ceiling.
"Uncle!" Li Qiqi, filled with trepidation,
stepped forward swiftly, attempting to lower Sunantian, but the height was too great. Even on tiptoe, she could only reach his calves. This brief contact stained her hands with fresh blood, some of which trickled down his pant leg, landing on her face in warm, slippery droplets.
Unable to contain her sorrow,
she burst into tears.
"Uncle!"
Behind her, Bateau stood in shock for half a second, his right hand rising as he prepared to draw the pistol from his lower back. However, the two men stationed at the entrance of the hall had already aimed their submachine guns at him. Bateau, realizing the dire situation, surrendered, crouching down with his hands over his head.
"You've arrived." Bathed in the dim yellow light, the venerable Chow sire, aged 70, sat regally on a leather sofa at the far end. Though his frame was stooped, he emanated an undeniable authority. His expression was stern and inscrutable,
with eyes sharp as those of an eagle.
He wore a well-tailored black tang suit, adorned with intricate golden embroidery, a subtle yet opulent display.
In his hand, he held a beautifully carved dragon-headed cane, which he gently tapped on the floor, producing a rhythmic sound as he locked eyes with Li Qiqi. Seated beside him was Xiao Xiao, clad in a patterned shirt, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he leisurely crossed his legs.
Xiao Lina stood behind the sofa,
choking back sobs as she massaged Xiao Sire's shoulders, her eyes red and swollen, likely from previous tears.
Xiao Xiao pinched the cigarette between his fingers and took a deep drag.
"Baby, come here." Sunanshan's life dangled precariously in Xiao Xiao's hands, and Li Qiqi, trembling,
dared not disobey.
She cautiously approached, standing before Xiao Xiao, who then seized her wrist and guided her towards the sofa.
Li Qiqi stood unsteadily.
Half of her body sprawled across the sofa, her forehead heavily colliding with the backrest. Suddenly, her chin was forcefully grasped by Xiao Xiao, compelling her to lift her head. Xiao Xiao languidly exhaled a plume of smoke towards Li Qiqi's face, watching as she coughed violently, tears streaming down her cheeks, before he spoke indifferently. "You don't say anything, and my sister remains silent as well.
It is only now that I realize Sunantian is your uncle." Li Qiqi trembled as she spoke. "I thought you were aware."
Whether or not he knew was of little consequence. Xiao Xiao smirked. Rather than that, I am more intrigued to know if, on the day the casino was raided, you deliberately positioned yourself beside me to collaborate with Su Nantian. Indeed, it was because of this matter. Li Qiqi cast a furtive glance at Su Nantian, whose old wounds had yet to heal, now marred by new scars. Blood poured forth from 3 gaping bullet holes in his arm and thigh, rendering him too weak to even open his eyes to gaze upon her. Qi Xiaoye was meticulous in his endeavors. He must have left evidence implicating Su Nantian, a direct accusation that would undoubtedly reach Xiao Xiao. Despite Xiao Xiao's reckless disposition, he remained the beloved grandson of Xiao Sai, while Su Nantian was merely his future grandson-in-law, easily replaceable. Should Xiao Xiao acquire sufficient evidence, Xiao Sai would inevitably find it impossible to side with Su Nantian. And she was the sole witness to the truth amidst them all. No, it couldn't be. Torrents of tears blurred Li Qiqi's vision. She could no longer afford to conceal the truth. If she continued to hide it, her uncle would perish. How could she bear to watch Su Nantian die before her very eyes? Li Qiqi raised her hand and grasped Xiao Xiaoye's sleeve, insisting that it was not her uncle and that he was not involved in the gambling matters. Then who could it be? It was. Li Qiqi closed her eyes and bit her lip, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue when, suddenly, someone rushed in from outside. Bowing in greeting to Lord Xiao. My lord, Qi Xiaoye has arrived. Chapter 39, I fear not death. Li Qiqi stifled her sobs and, alongside Xiao Xiao, cast her gaze towards the doorway. Before they could discern the figure of the man outside, a bullet whizzed past. Xiao Xiao's hand, which had been gripping Li Qiqi's chin, faltered and then fell limply, as blood swiftly stained his sleeve. Li Qiqi instinctively glanced over, witnessing a ghastly wound on Xiao Xiao's hand, a bullet having grazed it. Blood gushing forth in vivid crimson torrents, trickling down his fingers. The abruptness of the event left Xiao Xiao momentarily stunned. It took several seconds for him to react, furrowing his brow as he clutched his hand and let out a furious roar. Damn! Qi Xiaoye sauntered leisurely through the door, his handgun spinning effortlessly in his palm before being lazily grasped. His black trench coat was speckled with tiny snowflakes, which melted rapidly away. From his elevated position, Qi Xiaoye regarded Xiao Xiao with disdain, admonishing him not to sully his hands on his people. What the hell? Xiao Xiao, in excruciating pain, cursed vehemently. Locking eyes with Qi Xiaoye, the man's gaze remained as frigid as ever, but with a hint of barely contained ferocity. Drawing a weapon, all for a woman? Xiao Xiao inhaled deeply, while the elder, Xiao Sire, struck the ground fiercely with his dragon-headed cane. Insolent! The elder's voice, though hoarse and desolate, resonated with authority, causing Li Qiqi's legs to weaken, and she collapsed against the edge of the sofa. Behind the door, 2 guards, armed with submachine guns, exchanged knowing glances before redirecting their weapons from Batu to Qi Xiaoye. Unfazed, Qi Xiaoye leisurely pulled a chair closer and sat down with nonchalance. How many lives do you possess to dare point firearms at me? The guards furrowed their brows, poised to pull the trigger, however, before they could, 2 gunshots rang out from an unknown source. Caught in the crossfire, they fell backward, their bodies lifeless, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. In the midst of this chaos, Batu, crouching with his hands over his head, sprang up without hesitation, rushing to the end of the chain to free Su Nantian from his suspended plight. Boss Su! Uncle! Uncle, wake up, look at me, please wake up! Li Qiqi wept pitifully while cradling Su Nantian, catching a glimpse of Qi Xiaoye's furrowed brow. His eyes filled with an intensified rage. In the next moment, 2 groups of people surged in from outside. One group, clad in sunglasses and suits, formed a protective barrier around Master Qiao and Xiao Xiao. One member, noticing Xiao Xiao's injury, bent down to retrieve a first aid kit from beneath the coffee table, diligently disinfecting and bandaging his wounds. The other group, dressed in simple attire reflecting local customs, sported red scarves tied around their arms, standing resolutely before Qi Xiaoye, calling out, Master Qi! Both factions raised their weapons, caught in a standoff. Master Qiao's pallid expression met Qi Xiaoye's indifferent gaze through the gaps in the crowd as he spoke coldly. Master Qi, are you here to save someone? Xiao Xiao, upon hearing this, was further incensed. He lifted his right foot and forcefully kicked away the bodyguard who was tending to his wounds, unleashing a torrent of fury at Qi Xiaoye. Noticing that the bodyguard who had just disinfected him remained frozen in place, Xiao Xiao directed another kick towards his chest.
What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bandage me.
Qi Xiaoye patiently waited for Xiao Xiao to vent his frustrations before a faint smile graced his lips.
We are not brothers.
So do not rush to anger, otherwise, you may find yourself even more furious later.
What do you mean?
A shiver ran through Xiao Xiao's heart.
Ask her.
His gaze swept over the girl who held Su Nanshan's head in her arms, coldly observing the streaks of blood staining her qipao. Once he fixed his gaze upon her,
he could not look away.
Having nearly lost a hand when he had touched her, he realized that if she continued to embrace Su Nantian in such a manner,
Su Nantian might very well pay with his life.
Li Qiqi's heart sank abruptly, akin to a startled fawn, as she released her grip and pushed Su Nantian towards Bato.
Raising her head, she met Qi Xiaoye's gaze once more.
Alas, the man's dark, profound eyes did not soften or express any semblance of pleasure in response to her compliance. Instead, they reflected an opposing sentiment, shadowed and steeped in enigmatic meaning.
What were you just about to tell Brother Xiao?
Li Qiqi refrained from speaking impulsively.
At this moment,
with both sides at odds and being on the territory of the Qiao family, it was evident that Xiao Sai held the upper hand.
However,
since Qi Xiaoye dared to intrude with his men, he must possess considerable confidence and a means of retreat. Xiao Xiao and Qi Xiaoye, one must inevitably offend. Yet the dilemma lies in the fact that neither Xiao Xiao nor Qi Xiaoye could be trifled with, even if she and Su Nantian were combined.
Observing Li Qiqi's indecision,
Qi Xiaoye discreetly gestured to those beside him. 3 individuals comprehended the cue and stepped forward, 2 forcibly restrained Batu, while another dragged Su Nanshan's leg towards Qi Xiaoye.
Batu, once again flustered, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Let go of Boss Su."
With a click, a gun was pressed against Batu's forehead, causing him to instinctively raise his hands in surrender and squat down obediently.
Tampering with Xiao Ji's gambling den is a grave offense, Qi Xiaoye remarked, casting a dispassionate glance at Li Qiqi. Do you understand?
Understand what? Li Qiqi's eyes shimmered with understanding as she realized Qi Xiaoye was compelling her to make a choice. She comprehended that this man could easily refrain from approaching, yet he insisted on hearing her speak the words herself.
In the midst of her silence, Su Nantian was forcefully thrown at Qi Xiaoye's feet with a surge of ferocity.
The impact was so intense that, despite being unconscious,
Su Nantian let out several muffled groans of pain.
Qi Xiaoye pressed his foot firmly on Su Nanshan's shoulder, aiming his gun at his forehead.
The ominous click of the chamber echoing in the air. It was Qi Yi.
Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Li Qiqi could no longer contain herself. She turned towards Lord Xiao, crying out the truth. The patrons of the casino had been intercepted by someone sent by Qi Yi, it was all his doing. Not her uncle's. Lord Xiao, my uncle is innocent, please save him. Very well, Qi Xiaoye gritted through clenched teeth, applying pressure with one foot, causing Su Nantian to spurt blood. On the sofa, Xiao Xiao sprang to his feet, glancing between Li Qiqi and Qi Xiaoye.
What performance are you both putting on?
She speaks the truth. The affairs of the casino are mine, I fear not death. Brother Xiao, if you possess the ability, come and settle the score.
I await your arrival at any moment. Chapter 40, Can anyone accompany me?
The atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned frigid, rendering Li Qiqi's pleas both prolonged and jarring. He looked at Li Qiqi and approached her. The only one capable of saving Su Nantian was Lord Xiao, her only recourse was to implore him. However, Lord Xiao offered no response, his weathered visage revealing no trace of emotion, neither surprise, anger, nor regret. Lord Xiao remained composed, observing the imposing man in the armchair through the gaps in the crowd. He was weighing the decision of whether to save or not to save.
Grandfather.
Xiao Lina emerged from behind the sofa, kneeling and embracing his legs. You have witnessed how Tiange treats me. He has sincerely invested himself and suffered on behalf of others. What more are you hesitating for? Please save him. Xiao Lina's heartfelt pleas proved far more effective than Li Qiqi's, prompting Lord Xiao to pat her shoulder gently, signaling her to rise.
Do you hold such affection for him?
Yes, I do,
Xiao Lina affirmed with a nod.
Very well, Lord Xiao turned his gaze to Qi Xiaoye. Qi Yi has been a hindrance at the casino and ruthlessly annihilated half of the Qingmu gang last night.
Do you have any plans regarding this? Unjust.
Qi Xiaoye waved his gun-wielding hand dismissively, offering Lord Xiao a nonchalant smile. To be candid, the matter of the casino was purely a misunderstanding. I wished to preserve our relationship, hence my choice to withhold the truth.
As for the Qingmu gang,
Qi Xiaoye tilted his chin slightly towards Xiao Xiao.
Xiao Xiao, still seething with anger, shot a glare at Qi Xiaoye without replying.
However, Lord Xiao, already inclined to take advantage of the situation, nodded slightly. Li Qiqi swiftly turned around, her gaze fixated on the foot of Qi Xiaoye that rested upon Su Nanshan's shoulder, with no intention of lifting it. Qi Xiaoye cast a nonchalant glance in her direction, raising his left hand slightly as an aide stepped forward, bending to place a document into his palm. He perused the pages with casual indifference, ensuring there were no discrepancies before instructing that the document be handed over to Master Qiao.
Master Qiao, in a magnanimous manner,
expressed his remorse, stating, "This is the inspection fee for all shipments from the Black Water Party over the next 5 years, which I have waived for you. I have some personal grievances to settle with Su Nantian, and I hope you understand." Master Qiao flipped through the document with one hand, a smile creasing the corners of his eyes. The exemption of the inspection fee for 5 years meant that the Black Water Party could operate without hindrance at the logging yard during that period. He waved dismissively at Xiao Xiao, saying, "With such severe injuries, you ought to let a doctor examine you." Xiao Xiao nodded, assisting Master Qiao to his feet. However, as they took only a few steps, Xiao Lina obstructed their path.
"Grandfather."
This time, Master Qiao did not yield to her, responding in a calm tone,
"Be obedient and leave."
A throng of individuals escorted Master Qiao and Xiao Xiao away, while the two bodies were discreetly dealt with, leaving the vast living room devoid of nearly half its occupants. Li Qiqi was once again flustered. She had not anticipated such a turn of events and finally realized that she had underestimated Qi Xiaoye's prowess. Qi Xiaoye waved his hand, signaling his men to withdraw, and once again addressed Li Qiqi with an order. "Come here." This time, Li Qiqi dared not resist any longer. She obediently approached Qi Xiaoye and knelt at his feet, her gaze occasionally flickering to the half-conscious Su Nantian on the ground. She softly called out, "Master Qi."
"No longer calling me?"
Qi Xiaoye chuckled lightly, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. "I have cherished you, humbled myself to the dust for you.
Is your betrayal and disdain for me justified?"
"I have not." Li Qiqi shook her head, an inexplicable pain coursing through her heart as she fixed her gaze upon Qi Xiaoye's eyes.
"I have neither betrayed you nor belittled you. It is you. This matter was initiated by you.
You committed a wrongdoing and framed my uncle. I merely stated the facts." Qi Xiaoye completed the words she could not voice, "Yet you are more aware of the truth than I am, you simply refuse to contemplate it."
"Miss Li, is Su Nantian truly that significant to you?"
"Yes."
Li Qiqi hesitated before nodding. "He saved my life and provided me with a home.
No matter how I act or what I think, it cannot alter the fact that he raised me for 12 whole years." As she spoke, the corners of her eyes reddened, tears swirling in her eyes yet stubbornly refusing to fall.
She took a deep breath, striving to calm the tempest within her.
But the indescribable pain in her chest surged like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming her. She felt as though she were being torn asunder. Both her emotions and her reason spiraled her into a vortex, tugging at her furiously until her voice trembled. Thus, the truth holds little importance. What truly matters is,
my uncle is my savior, and I can never repay him. Then shall I assist you in eliminating him?
What? Li Qiqi's eyes widened in shock. I said, I will help you kill him. Qi Xiaoye's expression turned fierce, his voice cold and devoid of any emotion.
Are you insane?
You care for him. Li Qiqi was momentarily stunned, and only then did she suddenly come to her senses. She had nearly forgotten that Qi Xiaoye had indeed lost his sanity. He had fallen victim to the narrow fragrance, causing his thoughts to diverge from those of ordinary people. In his mind, in his heart, there existed only her. Any factor that obstructed their union was, to the current Qi Xiaoye, a thorn in his flesh. And, given this man's temperament, he would undoubtedly remove that thorn, even if it meant inflicting harm upon himself in the process. Li Qiqi did not confront the madman head-on. Instead, she grasped Qi Xiaoye's arm and softened her tone in a plea. Master Qi, I implore you, spare my uncle.
I do not harbor feelings for him. Truly, I do not. Do not let Nai Luoxiang sway your judgment, please, regain your clarity. He was indeed very clear. Qi Xiaoye looked down at Li Qiqi. And at no other moment had he felt more lucid than he did now. His rationality shattered his will, and within him, a tumultuous uproar echoed. Filled with the essence of a girl named Li Qiqi. Yet, she was not akin to him. She was anything but obedient, her heart was a fragmented mosaic. Each shard housing a different person. First, she professed her affection for Xiao Xiao, then vowed to stand by him, and now she could not relinquish Sun Antian. Her heart was simply too crowded. Qi Xiaoye crouched down, cradling Li Qiqi's fair and smooth face with one hand. His thumb gently wiped away the bloodstains marring her cheek. As if enchanted, he whispered to her in a deep murmur, "You have deceived me once more, but it matters not. Since Miss Li cannot love me wholeheartedly, then for every person you cherish, I shall eliminate one." No, no. Tears streamed down Li Qiqi's cheeks uncontrollably, as she clutched Qi Xiaoye's sleeve tightly, shaking helplessly. Her voice choked with despair. "Please, Qi, don't do this, don't hurt Uncle. He is my only family in this world, my sole kin." Unmoved, Qi Xiaoye lightly brushed away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingertips, observing the reflection of his indifferent figure in her tear-filled gaze, and soothingly murmured, "Do not cry, it pains me." Yet, his other hand remained unwavering, the gun aimed squarely at Sun Antian, and with a mocking smirk, he pulled the trigger. No! Almost simultaneously, the girl before him resolutely pushed him away, turning without a moment's hesitation to throw herself onto Sun Antian. A hush fell over the living room. Qi Xiaoye maintained his posture, leaning back in the armchair, one arm resting on the armrest, the unloaded gun casually discarded beside him. The man, though handsome in his laughter, was likely consumed by rage. He regarded Li Qiqi from his elevated position like a sovereign, rising to crouch beside Sun Antian, gently pinching her tear-streaked cheek. "I have given you life, will you come with me?" Chapter 41, Provocation. In that fleeting moment, Li Qiqi's heart surged with tumult as she raised her gaze to meet Qi Xiaoye's. The exchange between them was fraught with tension, an undercurrent swirling in the air. While the entire hall remained eerily silent, even the wind and snow dared not disturb the stillness. Then, as if enchanted, Li Qiqi slowly and cautiously wrapped her arms around Qi Xiaoye's neck, resembling a soft, delicate rabbit nestled against his shoulder. In a whisper, she replied, "All right." Her warm, sweet breath brushed against the skin of Qi Xiaoye's neck, stirring a flicker of profound emotion in his pale blue eyes. A subtle smile graced his lips as he wrapped his right arm around Li Qiqi's waist, lifting her effortlessly and stepping over the unconscious Sun Antian. Making his way toward the door, Li Qiqi nestled in Qi Xiaoye's embrace, watching as Sun Antian, bloodied and battered, grew ever more distant on the floor. It felt like a cherished dream, one that ultimately succumbed to shattering reality. With a Tian Lin Ku absent, Qi Xiaoye took the wheel himself. Placing Li Qiqi in the passenger seat and fastening her seatbelt with care. Noticing her flushed cheeks, still marked by tears, he leaned in, pressing a gentle kiss to her brow. "Do not worry, Xiao Xiao did not strike a fatal blow to Sun Antian. Though the blood flows abundantly, it is but a surface wound, he shall not perish. Once he endures this ordeal, the casinos of Xinjiku will belong to him. Do you understand?" Li Qiqi watched as Qi Xiaoye maneuvered around the front of the car and gracefully settled into the driver's seat. His long fingers deftly grasped a cigarette, which he ignited before taking a deep inhalation, exhaling the smoke languidly out of the window. Indeed, Xiao Xiao had wronged him and subjected him to torment. It was certain that Xiao Sire would acquiesce to Xiao Lina's wishes and hand him over to the casino, deeming it a settlement for his medical expenses in compensation. Li Qiqi cast her gaze downward, her delicate, pale fingers caressing the silver chain around her wrist. After a moment of contemplation, she removed the chain and clasped it tightly in her hand, the dangling crystal pricking her palm with pain. Thus, her uncle's game had commenced from the moment he brought her to the birthday banquet of Lord Xiao. He had deliberately orchestrated a meeting between her and Xiao Xiao. "Drawing you into this web." The remaining words hung unspoken on her lips, and she was reluctant to dwell further on the matter. Observing her distress, Qi Xiaoye gently raised his right hand, as if to offer solace, brushing softly over the top of Li Qiqi's head. "Your uncle, willing to invest significantly and endure what others cannot, rightfully claims dominion over the gambling house. Li Qiqi tilted her head to the side. She Yi. Seeing through the pretense yet choosing to remain silent, willingly immersed himself in the situation, which truly garnered my admiration. It is because of you, Qi Xiaoye. Who with a contented expression, gently rubbed Li Qiqi's ear. Only Miss Li possesses the extraordinary ability to make me willingly spend such a considerable sum to pave the way for someone entirely unrelated to me. Humph. Li Qiqi suppressed her tears with a soft hum, choosing to disregard Qi Xiaoye. The afternoon sun delicately outlined the girl's exquisite features, casting a subtle shadow of melancholy in her eyes. She glanced over the bustling crowd along the roadside, each individual bearing their own joys and sorrows. The struggle for power among the Knaqins resembled a convoluted chess game, where eternal friendships were mere illusions, and only unchanging interests prevailed. Familial affection was the sole warmth in her heart, yet this singular source of solace was on the brink of vanishing. Li Qiqi softly urged, "Let's drive." Qi Xiaoye extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, igniting the engine with fervor as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. The black Bentley roared to life, surging forward with a thunderous growl, weaving through the relentless tide of traffic like a fierce beast. Li Qiqi grasped the safety belt tightly. "Master Qi, I understand now why you insist on bringing Atai and Lin Ke wherever you go." "Why?" Qi Xiaoye cast a glance at her. Li Qiqi clutched her chest, exclaiming that your driving was exceedingly swift, which posed a considerable danger. Her demeanor was undeniably fearful, yet her eyes sparkled with an unmistakable thrill. Qi Xiaoye, having noticed this, smiled softly, maintaining his speed and even executing a drift at a sparsely populated intersection, leaving Li Qiqi wide-eyed in astonishment for quite a while. He then directly unveiled her emotions. "Are you frightened or exhilarated?" "Exhilarated." Once her feelings were laid bare, Li Qiqi decided to abandon her pretense. The pent-up emotion she had suppressed for so long erupted all at once, yearning for this reckless thrill to alleviate her inner turmoil. As the scenery blurred past her, her rebellious spirit and impulsiveness were slowly ignited, and she suddenly found herself immersed in this exhilarating velocity, playfully asking, "Will we die?" Qi Xiaoye, amused, obliged her by steering the car onto a desolate and rugged mountain road. "If we die, we shall become a pair of doomed lovers." "You are truly insane." "Thank you for the compliment." Li Qiqi turned her face to gaze at him. The scenery outside the window appeared blurred, leaving only the man's flawless profile in sharp relief. His long fingers rested languidly on the steering wheel, navigating the speeding car with an ease akin to the simplicity of eating or drinking. This sensation mirrored Qi Xiaoye himself, fiery and unreserved, yet perpetually enigmatic, evoking an inscrutable allure. Li Qiqi's heart was racing, and despite her firm pressure, the rapidity of her heartbeat only intensified. It was not that she was infatuated, rather, it was the reckless speed at which Qi Xiaoye was driving. Li Qiqi pouted slightly. "What is it that you like about me?" Such a childish question. Qi Xiaoye glanced at her. Out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the reflection in the side mirror, and his gaze darkened abruptly. He then checked the mirror on his side, followed by a look at the rearview mirror. In his previous distraction while teasing Li Qiqi, he had failed to notice that two cars had been trailing them. One on the left and one on the right, their speed escalating as they closed in. "Buckle up and brace yourself." The two vehicles behind were high-performance off-roaders, their license plates deliberately obscured, and a machine gun was already positioned in the passenger seat, clearly aimed at them or rather, at Qi Xiaoye. For a man like Qi Xiaoye, a notorious figure, being pursued was likely a routine affair, allowing him to maintain an air of calmness. Yet for her, while she craved excitement, the fear of death was all too real. Li Qiqi obediently clutched the seatbelt tightly, leaning back against the seat as if wishing to sink into it. She then pointed towards the gap in front of the seat. "Sir Qi, they have guns. What if they hit me in the head later? Should I crouch down?" "Quite clever." Qi Xiaoye raised an eyebrow. "Crouching could lead to injury, just hold on steady, they won't be able to reach you." As Li Qiqi obediently complied, Qi Xiaoye felt a surge of confidence. His gaze remained intensely focused on the road ahead, navigating the next bend. He skillfully executed a drift that left two pursuing vehicles in his wake. Despite pressing the accelerator to the floor, the winding mountain road proved to be a challenge. and the two off-road vehicles quickly closed the gap, with the machine gun in the passenger seat unleashing a barrage of fire. The Bentley Mulsanne,
meticulously modified by a professional team, was constructed entirely from specialized composite materials.
The chassis was reinforced, and the door and window frames boasted bulletproof protection. Moreover,
the fuel tank had undergone additional fortification, and the thickness of the run-flat tires was astonishing. The sound of bullets striking the car's body resembled that of metal hitting a fortified wall, leaving the vehicle unscathed.
"Damn it!" shouted the man in the off-road vehicle behind,
gesturing with a firearm towards the driver of the adjacent vehicle, signaling to corner Qi Xiaoye in the next tunnel.
Chapter 42, So Handsome.
Li Qiqi peered out from the collar of her trench coat, cautiously glancing back.
She noticed several faint bullet marks on the rear window, none of which had penetrated, and couldn't help but twitch her nose. Qi's car was truly formidable. The little one always behaved this way, trembling in the face of danger. Yet the moment the sense of crisis waned, she would spring back to life in an instant. Qi Xiaoye chuckled softly, shaking his head. Ahead lay a long, straight tunnel,
with no turns to evade them. If they forced him to stop inside, it would spell doom.
The tunnel entrance loomed closer, and at the moment the vehicle entered,
Qi Xiaoye's grip on the steering wheel tightened abruptly. The tires screeched against the pavement, emitting a sharp, piercing wail, igniting the pitch-black tunnel for a fleeting moment. Under Qi Xiaoye's deft control, the Bentley executed an astonishing turnabout with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, the two SUVs followed closely behind, entering the tunnel one after the other.
As light transitioned from bright to dim, the human eye required a few seconds to adjust. In that brief interval, as the drivers of the SUVs finally discerned the tunnel's interior, the Bentley roared past them, gliding between the two vehicles and veering downhill in the opposite direction. "Damn it! Turn around and pursue."
This maneuver granted Qi Xiaoye precious time to escape, swiftly distancing himself from the SUVs. He couldn't help but feel a surge of triumph as he glanced at Li Qiqi.
Li Qiqi felt quite unwell.
As she was nearly thrown off balance by Qi Xiaoye's excessively wild maneuvering, her insides almost disarranged. She pressed her hand against her chest, barely managing to suppress the urge to vomit.
"Master Qi, they are coming again." "I know." After leaving the mountainous region, the vehicle sped towards the city,
slowing down on the curves while maintaining a safe distance from the pursuing car.
"Can you drive?"
Qi Xiaoye suddenly inquired.
In such a life-and-death situation, could this man possibly be so twisted as to expect her to take the wheel? Even if she could, admitting it was out of the question.
Li Qiqi forced a wry smile, tugging at the corners of her lips.
"I've only driven bumper cars."
Qi Xiaoye was momentarily taken aback, his frustration evident.
"I didn't intend for you to drive, just help me engage the handbrake." "Can you do that?"
Li Qiqi exhaled softly and nodded. "I can do this."
With that,
Qi Xiaoye shifted to grip the steering wheel with one hand, while the other deftly retrieved a sniper rifle from the gearbag at his feet. In a remarkable display of dexterity, he assembled the weapon in less than 20 seconds, never casting a glance at the task. The fluidity of his movements left Li Qiqi wide-eyed in astonishment. After a few moments of focused observation, she smacked her forehead in realization.
"This gun. It's a Barrett.
The king of snipers, capable of annihilating armored vehicles.
Even the princess understands such things?" Qi Xiaoye raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Of course," she retorted. Perhaps Qi Xiaoye's demeanor was too composed, and his equipment too advanced, for her initial terror to linger.
Instead, she found herself narrowing her eyes, engaging him in conversation. "Fairy tales were a childhood pastime. As I grew older, I developed a fascination for action films and admired the prowess of special forces, acquiring knowledge of various military weaponry.
These interests, even my uncle is unaware of them." "You admire mercenaries?"
Qi Xiaoye chuckled unexpectedly, causing a shiver down Li Qiqi's spine. She recalled that individuals like Qi Xiaoye, reckless and ruthless, were often at odds with special forces, leaving her momentarily embarrassed, prompting a swift change in her narrative.
"No.
Not special forces, I meant, mercenaries."
"Yes, mercenaries. I like mercenaries."
Qi Xiaoye shook his head, his amusement growing.
"No need to be tense. I simply feel that I do not yet know enough about you."
The fact that a girl had such an affinity for firearms struck Li Qiqi as peculiar. She was uncertain whether Qi Xiaoye was pleasantly surprised or disappointed, so she pouted in response. This is precisely why the deeper two individuals delve into understanding one another,
the more challenging it becomes to unite.
Qi Xiaoye disagreed, asserting, I am quite the opposite. The more I learn about Miss Li, the more irresistible the allure becomes.
Li Qiqi's cheeks flushed as she murmured softly, isn't it still because you fell under the spell of the netherworld fragrance?
Who knows if the words you utter now are sincere or merely a result of manipulation?
Speak up. Qi Xiaoye frowned. I said.
Li Qiqi cupped her hands around her lips, unabashedly shouting at Qi Xiaoye.
They are still pursuing us. Can you devise a way to shake them off before you pursue me? I am not ready to die yet.
The sound reverberated in Qi Xiaoye's ears, making them buzz. He glanced at the rear-view mirror.
There's a fork in the road just around the bend ahead.
When I give the command, pull the handbrake.
Our survival hinges on you. What did he mean by that?
The simplicity of his words sent a chill down Li Qiqi's spine, leaving her uncertain of her capabilities.
Her fingers trembled uncontrollably before even touching the electronic handbrake.
Yet, the unwavering determination in Qi Xiaoye's gaze instilled in her a profound sense of belonging. As if she were indispensable. Then, the man added reassuringly, I believe in you, you can do this. Li Qiqi believed that Qi Xiaoye was particularly suited for pyramid schemes. Typically, those who ascend to high positions, much like bandit leaders, often excel in such endeavors. Even the simple act of pulling the handbrake was orchestrated by him with an air of ritualistic significance. This instilled in her, besides a burgeoning confidence, an inexplicable thrill. As if she were under a spell.
Li Qiqi nodded softly. Rest assured, she said.
As she prepared, Qi Xiaoye's gaze sharpened. There were still 13 seconds remaining until they reached their target. Li Qiqi placed her finger on the handbrake, holding her breath in anticipation.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, action. As the man calmly spoke, he gradually lowered the car window, the countdown echoing in the air.
At the instant the command was issued, Li Qiqi swiftly pressed the electronic handbrake, mimicking the demeanor of Qi Xiaoye's subordinate from that fateful night, and shouted at the top of her lungs, copy that. This exclamation momentarily startled Qi Xiaoye, whose icy demeanor softened with a bemused smile, rippling through the depths of his heart with an inexplicable sensation. Yet, within a heartbeat, he regained his focus, gripping the steering wheel with one hand, shifting into reverse while executing a precise 90-degree turn. Guided by Li Qiqi's assistance to bring the vehicle to a halt. Qi Xiaoye then leaned partially out of the car, raising his sniper rifle, holding his breath as he aimed. The two pursuing off-road vehicles, momentarily hindered by the curve, lost sight of their target and instinctively decelerated.
Without hesitation, Qi Xiaoye pulled the trigger.
A piercing bang erupted as an armor-piercing incendiary round was discharged, obliterating the rear vehicle in a dazzling explosion. The blinding flames mingling with billowing smoke propelling the wreckage forward.
The leading off-road vehicle, caught off guard, was struck by the tremendous inertia of the trailing vehicle,
soaring through the air in an arc, tumbling multiple times. Another shot rang out, another armor-piercing incendiary round released with precision, striking the tumbling vehicle, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. Li Qiqi was so astonished that she couldn't close her mouth, her hands gripping the brake as she stared in a daze for quite some time before finally exclaiming,
so handsome.
Qi Xiaoye responded with a nonchalant,
Chapter 43, The car accident. The vehicle left the mountain road and re-entered the highway.
Master Qi was decisive and ruthless, leaving no survivors.
Did he already discern who had sent them? The Aoki gang, Wenzhou, or perhaps Xiao Xiao?
Of course, it could also be your
little uncle.
Li Qiqi replied without a second thought, Uncle is in a coma, it cannot possibly be him.
Ah, such confidence.
Li Qiqi was lacking in confidence. Feeling quite apprehensive as she averted her gaze from Qi Xiaoye's scrutiny and resorted to playful banter.
Since Mr. Qi arrived, he has offended numerous prominent figures.
One must tread carefully when venturing outside, lest one encounters those who might wish to take your life. Qi Xiaoye chuckled in disbelief. Miss Li is well aware of this. Yet she still chooses to accompany me. Because I relish the thrill. Li Qiqi replied, pursing her lips. I enjoy the untamed journey of a wild wolf. Especially not knowing when death might come, perhaps tomorrow, or even in the next moment. There is no room for choice, one can only embrace the present with all their might. Upon noticing Qi Xiaoye turning his head away, lazily regarding her with a bemused expression, Li Qiqi abruptly halted her words. Qi Xiaoye, puzzled, inquired why she had stopped speaking. Li Qiqi's long, curled eyelashes fluttered slightly. Yet, I dared not respond. As my uncle had advised that young girls should remain obediently at home, understanding and compliant, their spirits not too wild, nor did they require freedom. Qi Xiaoye pondered seriously. Remaining non-committal. Indeed, particularly for someone as exquisite, beautiful, fragrant, and sweet as you, not only should you stay at home, but you ought to be confined and locked away, hidden from the gaze of others. Li Qiqi was rendered speechless, the light in her eyes gradually dimming. She furrowed her brow and gazed intently at Qi Xiaoye. Is this truly your thought? She inquired. Indeed, Qi Xiaoye affirmed, nodding as he grasped Li Qiqi's hand, so delicate and tender in his hold. Unable to resist, he playfully squeezed it once more, prompting the girl to frown and glare at him, which led him to continue speaking. Li Qiqi's face was etched with frustration. While the man spoke with an insouciance that suggested chaining her up was merely a mundane affair, devoid of any impropriety, she extended her hand toward Qi Xiaoye, demanding, "Hand me your phone." "What for?" he inquired. "To call Atai." The man's gaze darkened abruptly. "No." Qi Xiaoye fixed his eyes on her for 3 seconds before reluctantly retrieving his phone. However, before he could even dial, a piercing blare of horns filled the air. No more than 30 meters away, a heavy truck barreled towards them, seemingly out of control and at an alarming speed. Qi Xiaoye's expression hardened as he jerked the steering wheel to the right, attempting to evade the impending disaster, but the vehicles were too close. The truck's massive shadow swiftly engulfed them. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. In that fleeting instant, the Bentley was lifted off the ground by the impact. The body of the car quaked violently, and the jarring sound of metal colliding assaulted their eardrums as the airbags deployed. Li Qiqi's eyes widened in terror, as if the entire world was spinning before her. Amidst the chaotic fragments, she beheld Qi Xiaoye unbuckling his seatbelt and leaping towards her. The man wrapped one arm protectively around her waist, while his other hand cradled her head, shielding her beneath him. "Do not be afraid." His voice was drowned out by the thunderous crash of the vehicle, replaced by the harrowing sounds of grinding metal, followed by an overwhelming surge of crimson and excruciating pain. "Qi Xiaoye, I am unharmed." Li Qiqi stared blankly at the man who was half leaning on her, his face marred by blood that stained half of it. Yet, in his eyes lingered a soothing warmth that starkly contrasted with his current plight. Despite his grievous injuries, he still insisted that he was fine. "Qi Xiaoye." Li Qiqi trembled as she raised her hand, yearning to touch him, yet her fingers only met the relentless warmth of the flowing blood. Fear and helplessness engulfed her, and tears fell silently like gentle ripples. "Please, do not frighten me. You have lost so much blood, your face, your body, are covered in it." Qi Xiaoye opened his mouth, perhaps intending to offer her solace. Yet, the agony that threatened to tear his very being apart gradually dulled his consciousness. After a moment of struggle, he ultimately surrendered, burying his head weakly against Li Qiqi's chest. "Qi Xiaoye." Li Qiqi's heart ached profoundly, her sobs quivering with despair. "I am so sorry, it is all my fault. I should not have allowed you to call. Please, I beg you, someone help him, someone save him." Li Qiqi exerted all her strength, yet she could not support the robust frame of Qi Xiaoye. No matter how hard she tried, it was futile. Tears fell like torrential rain. Then, the man's hand around her waist stirred, gently exploring to grasp her trembling hand, tracing the lines of her palm as their fingers interlocked. "I beg you, hold on, do not succumb to death. As long as you survive, I will." Before she could finish her plea, the car door was forcefully thrust open, and Batuo's dark visage emerged cautiously from behind Qi Xiaoye, casting a careful glance at Li Qiqi. "Miss Li, Uncle Batuo." Upon recognizing him, Li Qiqi's misty eyes suddenly brightened. "Is it really you? You must save him, please." Her voice was hoarse yet filled with vigor, suggesting her injuries were not severe. Batuo exhaled softly in relief. He grasped Qi Xiaoye's shoulder with his left hand, shifting him aside to create a gap for Li Qiqi. With his right hand, he reached towards the depths of her eyes. "Miss Li, give me your hand." "I'm fine." Li Qiqi shook her head.
You must save him first, he has struck his head and is unconscious. Batua, somewhat troubled, responded, the car is severely deformed.
And his lower body is trapped in the driver's seat, making rescue difficult. Please come out first, only then will I have the space to act.
All right.
Given the urgency of the situation, Li Qiqi dared not delay, unbuckling her seatbelt and extending her hand to Batua, who then lifted her out as effortlessly as one might lift a chick. Li Qiqi, filled with trepidation, glanced around anxiously. They were still in the suburbs, and the flow of people and vehicles was sparse. Occasionally, a few passers-by craned their necks to look in their direction, pulling out their phones to snap several pictures, leaving her uncertain whether they were capturing a moment or reporting an incident. A heavy truck was awkwardly parked by the roadside, its driver's door ajar and yielding an emptiness within. Wait. Wasn't Batu attending to his uncle? How could he possibly appear here so unexpectedly? The Bentley lay on its side, yet remained intact. As she looked over, Batu approached the vehicle, stretching his neck to peer inside, before decisively drawing his sidearm.
Uncle Batu. Chapter 44. Would he be infuriated?
Li Qiqi, disregarding the pain coursing through her body, rose to her feet and hastily made her way towards Batu.
Uncle Batu. What are you planning to do?
Miss Li, step aside. Today, I am determined to end his life.
If it weren't for his framing of Boss Su,
Boss Su would not have nearly lost his life.
No, please, do not kill him.
Li Qiqi's pupils suddenly constricted as she tightened her grip on the handgun in her hand, her voice trembling with fear. Master Qi had framed her uncle. Yet her uncle had also manipulated him.
Miss Li, Bata gazed at her, do you still remember to whom you belong? Li Qiqi remained silent, and Batua's brow furrowed even more deeply.
Gritting his teeth, he spoke up.
No.
Batu had followed Su Nantian for many years, unwaveringly loyal to him. Further discussion was futile. Li Qiqi, disinterested in offering any more explanations, simply raised her hand to halt the vehicle. Li Qiqi defiantly tilted her face upwards, aiming the muzzle of Batu's gun at her own throat, exuding an aura of fearless resignation.
Miss Li, are you putting on a performance for me?
Batu's brow furrowed in confusion, he could not comprehend her actions. She had been the one to expose Qi Xiaoye's misdeeds that very morning. Yet now she was the one who wished for his survival. It is often said that women are capricious, but her transformation was astonishingly rapid.
Undoubtedly.
The most unfortunate was Boss Su, who had first been framed by Qi Xiaoye and subsequently betrayed by Li Qiqi.
After 12 years of indulgence and affection,
he had been repaid with the treachery of a heartless ingrate.
Batu's admiration for Li Qiqi had completely evaporated.
Step aside. The one who should step aside is you. The sound of tires screeching filled the air as Atai and Lin Qiqi disembarked from a military jeep, one after the other. The two advanced with an imposing and chilling presence, and although they bore no weapons, Bata felt an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure.
He was certainly no match for either of them.
Recognizing the urgency of the moment, Bata swiftly made a decision. As Li Qiqi turned to glance at Atai and Lin Qiqi, he struck forcefully at the side of her neck.
As Li Qiqi's body grew limp,
Bata hoisted her onto his left shoulder, his right hand brandishing a pistol aimed at Atai and Lin Qiqi, retreating step by step with urgency. He maneuvered until they reached the side of a heavy truck.
Satisfied that Atai and Lin Qiqi posed no further threat,
he holstered his weapon and deftly ascended into the truck while securing the door with a resounding thud. As the truck distanced itself, Lin Qiqi remained unmoved,
prompting Atai to break the silence. Are we not pursuing them?
Lin Qiqi cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking, Nai Luoshan has no antidote. It will naturally dissipate in 3 days.
What purpose does it serve to assist the boss in seizing a woman, only to continue witnessing him play the fool?
Atai glanced at the severely damaged Bentley beside them, blood seeping ominously beneath the vehicle.
A fool? Indeed, one's life is nearly forfeit. Oh no. Let it be. Let them escape, saving lives is of utmost priority. We must save them. Wait.
Lin Qiqi raised his hand to halt Atai, retrieving his phone from his pocket and stepping forward.
Atai remained speechless.
When Li Qiqi awoke, it was already dusk, and the golden sunlight wandered through the tranquil hospital room, mingling with the sharp scent of disinfectant that filled the air. She supported her aching neck, attempting to rise from the bed, when a flamboyant figure flitted past the door. The man's gaudy shirt and the large gold chain adorning his neck were impossible to overlook. "Baby!" Li Qiqi could roughly anticipate the stern reprimand that awaited her upon waking. Yet she was utterly unprepared for the first person she encountered to be Xiao Xiao. Sensing Li Qiqi's reluctance to engage, Xiao Xiao's radiant smile dimmed slightly. "You've been with Qi Yi, and it seems your temperament has sharpened. You weren't like this before, you used to be as sweet as a little honeypot. Calling me Xiaogu with such affection. I am not a little honeypot." All right, not a honeypot," Xiao Xiao said, leaning against the foot of the bed and seating himself beside her. He inclined closer, adding, "A little wildness suits you, I find it more appealing." "I am not a baby. Do not." As Xiao Xiao inched closer, nearly leaning over her, Li Qiqi could no longer remain reclined. She propped herself against the headboard, maintaining some distance from him. "Xiaogu, such a busy individual, what brings you to the hospital?" "Because of my sister," Xiao Xiao replied with a scoff, tapping his cheek with his tongue. "She insisted I apologize to your little uncle, claiming I wronged him." "Making Xiao Xiao apologize?" Li Qiqi stifled a laugh. "Did you apologize?" "Of course not." Xiao Xiao shot her a glare, his teeth clenched in frustration. "In the entirety of Knaqin, who dares to demand an apology from me? However, I did relinquish the casino to him." Indeed, as Qi Xiaoye had predicted, Li Qiqi lowered her gaze as Xiao Xiao continued. "This debt must be settled with Qi Xiaoye, which is why I am here to find you." Li Qiqi felt perplexed, her body prickling under the piercing gaze of Xiao Xiao, which instilled a sense of dread within her. Fearing that he might unleash his anger upon her, she instinctively shifted to the other side of the bed. "Are you going to hit me?" she inquired. "How could I? I have never laid a hand on a woman." Xiao Xiao replied, gently caressing his chin while beaming at Li Qiqi with unrestrained joy. "Besides, you are my darling, I could never bring myself to harm you." Li Qiqi couldn't help but shudder at the goosebumps rising on her arms, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized him. "Then what exactly do you intend to do?" "Xiaogu, please." Li Qiqi exerted all her strength to push Xiao Xiao away, raising her arms and wildly flailing them. With a loud slap, she inadvertently struck Xiao Xiao, causing her to tremble in shock. Yes, I'm sorry. It's all right, don't be afraid. I won't move now." Xiao Xiao wiped the imprint of her hand from his neck and gently brushed away the tears that had unconsciously slipped from the corners of Li Qiqi's eyes, raising an eyebrow at her. "I am not like Qi Xiaoye, I do not engage in coercion. If you are unwilling, I will pursue until you are. Darling, tell me. If I were to embrace and kiss you in front of him, how would he react? Would he be furious?" "Ha ha." Li Qiqi remained speechless, gazing intently at Xiao Xiao for an extended period. She confirmed that the man was merely vexed and harbored no intention of exacting immediate retribution, allowing her to reluctantly set aside her emotions. "I will not be with you." Her words were met with interruption from Xiao Xiao, who, with unwavering confidence, patted his chest and declared, "There is no woman in Knaqin that I cannot pursue." Indeed, Xiao Xiao was known for his desire for vengeance. Yet he appeared far less fearsome than the rumors suggested. On the contrary, this man seemed to embody the essence of a kindergartner. Li Qiqi, uninterested in engaging with him any further, reached for an apple from the table and began to crunch on it audibly. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Xiao fixed his gaze on Li Qiqi's eyes and let out a long hiss, suddenly slapping his forehead. "Darling, Su Nantian is to be my future brother-in-law. When we are together, should I refer to you as my little niece or should I call him my little uncle?" Li Qiqi, Chapter 45, 5 million at a time. Li Qiqi absent-mindedly finished an apple, while Xiao Xiao displayed no intention of departing. Unable to endure the awkward silence between them, she leaned against the edge of the bed, attempting to rise, only to be halted by Xiao Xiao. "You still have injuries. Where do you think you are going?" Relying on Qi Xiaoye's protection, Li Qiqi had only sustained a rather severe twist to her side, with the remainder of her injuries being negligible superficial wounds, which posed no significant concern. Casually, she reached into her pocket, discovering her phone was missing. If it hadn't been left in the car during the accident, it must have been handed over to Su Nantian by Batua. Li Qiqi did not have Qi Xiaoye's number, and her messages and call records had been thoroughly erased due to her habit of regular cleaning.
I shall visit my uncle, she remarked.
Xiao smiled at her with a knowing expression.
Sunantian just woke up and heard you ran off with Qi Xiaoye. He is quite upset.
But thankfully my sister managed to calm him down.
Are you certain you want to confront him at this moment? Is he angry? If I hadn't left with Qi Yi, would my uncle even still be alive to be angry?
Realizing her tone was somewhat inappropriate, Li Qiqi bit her lip,
casting her gaze downward. I need to find him for something. Li Qiqi lifted her gaze. How do you know? The baby is innocent.
Xiao gazed at Li Qiqi's trembling eyelashes and her slightly reddened eye sockets, chuckling softly. The concern in your eyes is nearly overflowing, indicating that Qi Xiaoye's current situation is quite dire. Li Qiqi found it difficult to fathom Xiao's thoughts and hesitated to engage in conversation. The man continued. Sunantian and Qi Xiaoye are sworn enemies, and your relationship with Qi Xiaoye is common knowledge.
Sunantian will undoubtedly refuse to return your phone. You may use mine.
As he spoke, Xiao retrieved a black phone from his shirt pocket and waved it before Li Qiqi's eyes. I do not remember his number, she replied. Xiao twirled the phone between his fingers and asked, do you truly not remember, or do you simply not trust me? In a world where even her uncle was no longer a reliable figure, whom could she place her trust in?
Li Qiqi forced a bitter smile. Her left hand tightly clenched beneath the covers.
She was innocent, yet not foolish. Before being knocked unconscious by Badu, she had indeed seen Atai and Lin Ku. With their presence, it was highly likely that Qi Xiaoye had already been rescued. She could not risk using Xiao's phone to contact him, as it might lead to further complications. With a sigh, Li Qiqi reiterated, I do not remember.
Ah, in that case. It seems my dear does not harbor much fondness for Qi Xiaoye. Xiao remarked. This is the 800 million shots you won at the last gala.
I had someone deliver it to you, but unfortunately, we did not cross paths.
Li Qiqi raised her hand to catch it.
I am aware that Xiao Gu is a man of his word, however, the conditions you proposed are unattainable for me.
How preposterous. Li Qiqi shot him a glare.
Seeing that Xiao had laid all his cards on the table, she ceased to be polite and directly shoved the card into her pocket.
800 million Myanmar chats. Nearly $400,000.
She yearned for escape, yet she was akin to a kite, with the string firmly held by Sunantian.
As long as Sunantian did not consent, her escape was futile.
$5 million in exchange for freedom was the promise Sunantian had made to her.
This commitment now stood as her sole avenue to liberation. I treat you well, don't I?
Xiao, opposite her, raised an eyebrow with a smug expression,
interrupting Li Qiqi's train of thought. So, do you feel even a hint of love for me?
Absolutely not, Li Qiqi coldly shook her head.
At this point,
her previously frigid tone softened slightly.
Xiao Gu, do you have any other gambling venues like this where you could take me to earn money? Xiao regarded her, asking. Are you in dire need of money? Doesn't Sunantian usually provide for you?
He does. Li Qiqi, with a pitiful glance, blinked at Xiao and rose to pour him a glass of water.
Yet, it was not much.
Xiao understood that girls often have a plethora of things they wish to purchase.
Indeed.
He found Li Qiqi's initiative quite delightful as he sipped the water with a sense of ease, thoughtfully stroking his chin. The girls I used to date would eagerly drain my card every time we went shopping, which was rather costly. Therefore, with her arms crossed, Li Qiqi leaned on the edge of the bed, gazing up at Xiao with a spark of curiosity.
Could you perhaps take me out to see the world and earn some money?
Xiao met her gaze, captivated by the clarity of her sparkling eyes. And a smile crept across his lips as he chuckled softly. There's no need for such trouble, all you need to do is agree to let me pursue you. And the sum you desire will be at your disposal. Then I shall ask for 5 million, Li Qiqi replied, unblinking as she fixed her gaze on Xiao.
Deliberately making a bold request. 5 million for a single encounter, in US dollars.
Xiao nearly choked on his water, stifling a cough as he covered his nose.
Taking a moment to recover before responding, is your worth adorned with gold? Li Qiqi.
Xiaoye has encountered countless women and spends money as if it were water.
He considers himself generous, yet he has never witnessed anything so absurd. However, he sees that Li Qiqi's small face is entirely serious, devoid of any hint of jest. No wonder 800 million shots could not sway her. This young lady has quite the appetite, doesn't she?
Xiao Xiao leans closer to Li Qiqi's ear and whispers, Qi Xiaoye, did he also spend such a fortune? Li Qiqi shook her head, asserting that her love for Qi Yi was genuine and unparalleled. If Xiaoge truly desired her, $5 million would be a trifling sum.
Was Qi Xiaoye's first meal truly complimentary?
Then, spending $5 million would be utter foolishness.
Xiao Xiao could not swallow this indignation and would never acquiesce to her demands.
He coldly huffed, his brows furrowed.
If you wish to earn money, you must patiently wait.
When the right opportunity arises, I will fetch you from Li Yuan. The profits will remain as per our usual arrangement, all yours, with but one condition.
You mean? Li Qiqi's eyes sparkled with curiosity.
You must find a way to fall in love with me, and in return, I too desire my share of free meals. Xiao Xiao set down his cup, leisurely pinching Li Qiqi's face and giving it a gentle tug.
Did you hear that?
Almost losing her composure, Li Qiqi angrily swatted his hand away. Once the sharp sound of the slap faded, she belatedly realized the gravity of her actions. She glanced down at her uncontrollable hand and then up to Xiao Xiao's inscrutable expression, fearing he might change his mind. She tugged at the hem of his shirt. Xiaoge, matters of love cannot be controlled, they come from the heart, but you can certainly make an effort. Xiao Xiao's confidence far exceeded Li Qiqi's. He believed it was merely a matter of time before any woman fell for him. He dismissed the argument with a gentle ruffle of her hair.
All right. Chapter 46, I will no longer trust you.
As Xiao Xiao departed, Li Qiqi swiftly exited the hospital room. She made her way down the corridor, glancing around before heading straight to the central nurse's station in the hall.
Nurse, may I borrow?
As Li Qiqi began to speak, she caught sight of Bato emerging from the elevator, carrying a lunchbox and approaching her. She hastily halted her words, while the nurse before her maintained a stern expression.
Waiting for a considerable time before impatiently inquiring, what do you wish to borrow, miss? I would like to. Li Qiqi paused momentarily. May I ask which ward Su Nantian is in? He is my uncle.
Bato's voice resonated from behind. Miss Li, Mr. Su is in the luxurious ward number 8.
I shall escort you there. Oh. Li Qiqi lowered her head and turned, obediently following Bato forward.
The man, tall and robust, loomed like a mountain, nearly occupying half of the corridor, and the heavy scent of smoke and alcohol enveloped her, making it difficult for her to breathe.
Uncle Batu, Li Qiqi murmured. How is my little uncle's injury?
Humph, Bata scoffed. Miss Li seems to be concerned about her adversary now. How curious that you inquire at this moment.
She regretted speaking up.
Li Qiqi promptly closed her mouth, choosing silence. Yet Bata had no intention of letting her off the hook. I recall when Miss Li was a child, ill and wailing for Boss Su to keep her company. Boss Su, in his dedication to caring for you, neglected his business, relying entirely on us, his brothers, to run errands for him. Li Qiqi remained silent as Bata continued, he has carried the burden of someone like you,
reaching the age of 30 without a single girlfriend.
The only exception is Miss Qiao, his sister, who was introduced to him through the assistance of others.
Miss Li.
One must possess a sense of conscience. Boss Su has cared for you for so many years, I do not ask you to repay his kindness. But at the very least, you should not conspire with outsiders to harm him, should you? Batua spoke fervently, entirely oblivious to Su Nantian, who stood leaning against the doorframe outside the ward. The man cast a fleeting glance at Batua through the glasses he wore.
Such verbosity.
Yet Batua wished to say more, but Su Nantian, unwilling to wait even a moment longer, furrowed his brow and reiterated his words.
Indeed.
From the hospital to the pear garden, Li Qiqi and Su Nantian sat side by side in the rear seat, yet they remained silent throughout the journey.
Upon arriving, Batua cautiously assisted Su Nantian into the bedroom amidst Annie's startled exclamations, ensuring that the man's wounds had not reopened before turning to leave. As he passed by Li Qiqi, Batua could not refrain from sternly advising her.
Boss Su has a kind heart, you should sincerely apologize to him, and he will forgive you. Annie urged Batua to depart, and the bedroom fell into silence, leaving only Su Nantian and Li Qiqi together. Su Nantian lay on the bed, gazing at Li Qiqi, who remained resolutely pressed against the door, refusing to draw nearer.
How long do you intend to remain obstinate? Li Qiqi pressed her lips together, suppressing her emotions as she spoke. Uncle, what do you wish for me to say?
This reaction suggested that she had discerned his intentions. Su Nantian sighed with a hint of amusement, having nurtured her intelligence had proven to be a double-edged sword. He beckoned Li Qiqi to approach and sit at the edge of the bed. I have exploited you. Beginning from the moment you mentioned that Qi Xiaoye had gifted you the butterfly brooch. I have used you to instigate the conflict between Qi Xiaoye and Xiao Xiao. And I have also employed you to seize Xiao Xiao's gambling establishment. Li Qiqi was taken aback by Su Nantian's candor, prompting her to sit up straight and instinctively inquire.
Is the casino truly of such significance to you?
It is not the casino that holds importance, but rather the necessity to undermine the Qiao family's influence. Ever since Qi Xiaoye made his appearance in Knaqin and forged an alliance with Xiao Xiao, the power of the Blackwater Party has been soaring to unprecedented heights.
Li Qiqi found it hard to comprehend. Is it not a fortuitous circumstance for her uncle that the Qiao family has risen to prominence? If only that were the case.
Su Nantian, deliberately creating suspense, noticed Li Qiqi's unwavering gaze before continuing. You are aware that the Qingmu gang launched a nocturnal raid on the mine.
Only to be vanquished by Qi Xiaoye and his men, correct?
Indeed, Li Qiqi affirmed with a nod. According to Xiao Xiao, Qi Xiaoye initially conducted this operation in secrecy. Yet due to your inadvertent revelation, he was compelled to acknowledge it.
Do you understand why?
I do not, she replied, perplexed.
This matter lingered as a conundrum within Li Qiqi's mind.
Rather than waste time speculating, she awaited Su Nantian to elucidate further. Had Xiao Xiao been in charge of the mine affair, it would likely have resulted in casualties, yet the Heishui party and Qingmu gang would have continued their stalemate,
yielding no advancements.
However, Qi Xiaoye's decisive intervention eradicated all assailants from the Qingmu gang. Had he remained undisclosed, the repercussions would have fallen squarely upon Xiao Xiao,
inevitably leading to a cataclysmic confrontation between them.
By the same token, regarding the gambling house, had Qi Xiaoye not been exposed, I would have already perished.
Qiqi,
I can foresee the rift that will form between Qi Xiaoye and Xiao Xiao because of you, jeopardizing their collaboration. Yet I could not have anticipated him abducting the patrons of Xiao Xiao's casino.
Could you not foresee this?
Li Qiqi's expression remained calm, devoid of any significant fluctuations.
Yet the indifference in her gaze sent an inexplicable chill down Su Nantian's spine.
He awkwardly adjusted his demeanor. Everything was meticulously aligned, leaving no room for rebuttal. Li Qiqi averted her eyes slightly. The implication from her uncle was clear: the true ambitious and ruthless individual was, in fact, Qi Xiaoye.
He sought to dominate Knaqin,
aiming for unilateral power, and intended to frame both you and Xiao Xiao. Meanwhile, you merely wished to exploit me to thwart his plans. With the gambling affair merely a consequence of circumstance.
Indeed, Su Nantian responded without a trace of hesitation. I have never contemplated harming you. I am the one who has borne the brunt of the conflict. You have suffered no loss, have you? Who says I have not suffered?
Li Qiqi felt a surge of emotion, her voice rising slightly. I have lost. She could not finish her sentence, her reddened eyes brimming with intense mist, causing Su Nantian's heart to sink sharply.
Did Qi Xiaoye touch you?
No, Li Qiqi quickly regained her composure, speaking softly. I have lost nothing.
There was no relationship between Qi Yi and me.
That is good.
Su Nantian sighed in relief, then swiftly adopted a gentler demeanor,
beginning to apologize to Li Qiqi with tender words. Qiqi, I am sorry, it is all my fault. I promise, I will never again push you onto anyone else. Let us cherish our time together. In this lifetime, I desire only you. Uncle, Li Qiqi interrupted Su Nantian directly, her voice choked with emotion.
I have a question I have long wished to ask you. Please, go ahead.
Li Qiqi extended her hand, gently placing the slightly warm silver chain from her palm beside Su Nantian's pillow. She kept her head bowed, resolutely preventing Su Nantian from glimpsing her expression or her eyes.
Su Nantian remained silent, patiently awaiting her words.
After a considerable time, until the two stains of tears on Li Qiqi's sleeve had soaked and dried,
Su Nantian finally heard her soft voice, now rendered hoarse from weeping.
You said you would always be mine, but when Miss Qiao visited you at home.
What were you two doing in the bedroom?
Uncle, you will always be my kin, but I can no longer place my trust in you.
Chapter 47, Secluded. Li Qiqi endured an entire night of haunting nightmares.
In her dreams, an endless sea of blood surrounded her, with Qi Xiaoye lying motionless at its center,
drifting ever further away from her. No! Li Qiqi was abruptly awakened.
The dawn had yet to break, and the room was shrouded in darkness.
Clutching her blanket,
she sat upright, sensing a piercing and frigid gaze that sent an involuntary shiver down her spine.
Turning her profile towards the corner of the room,
she spotted Su Nantian reclining on the pale pink and white sofa, his expression shrouded in gloom, with his pitch-black pupils concealed in the dim shadows. It was unclear how long he had been silently observing her, but the intensity of his gaze startled Li Qiqi once more, dispelling her remnants of sleep.
Uncle? Su Nantian lifted his gaze slightly, gesturing for Li Qiqi to glance at the alarm clock on the bedside.
In a husky voice, he remarked, "It is already 5 o'clock.
Qiqi. Have you forgotten something? Forgotten what?
Li Qiqi found herself at a loss, gazing blankly into Su Nantian's eyes.
After a prolonged moment,
Su Nantian could no longer contain himself and coolly reminded her, "Breakfast is at 7.
Oh. All right. Li Qiqi replied, understanding.
She tossed aside the quilt and rose to her feet.
Uncle, do you wish to have some nourishing porridge for your stomach? Su Nantian, quite irked,
clenched his jaw in frustration.
It is not that I desire it, but rather you promised me that you would prepare it for me every day, did you not? Li Qiqi pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll go now. Uncle, I need to change my clothes, could you please step outside for a moment? Su Nantian remained unmoved.
Were it not for his gunshot wounds still healing, he would have relished the opportunity to teach her a lesson, instilling in her the understanding of whose favor had allowed her to survive until now.
What right did she have to maintain distance from him?
Li Qiqi cast a fleeting glance at Su Nantian, refraining from uttering another word. Instead, she grasped her clothes and strode into the bathroom.
With a resounding slam,
she shut the door behind her. The force with which the girl closed the door seemed to unleash her pent-up dissatisfaction. And the deliberate sound of the lock clicking echoed sharply, igniting the simmering anger within Su Nantian. The room fell into an oppressive silence, devoid of any further sound. Inside the bathroom, Li Qiqi shed her nightgown and began donning her clothes, her hand poised on the doorknob, ready to turn it.
Just then, Su Nantian's low, ominous voice reverberated through the air.
Before that moment arrives, there is no need for you to feign affection or to bow low and prepare congee for me. I shall not entrust you with my phone, and do not even dream of stepping beyond the threshold of this courtyard. Li Qiqi suddenly felt flustered and dashed out of the bathroom. Su Nantian had already risen and was limping down the stairs.
Barefoot, she pursued him relentlessly,
rushing to his side, and tugged at the sleeve of his garment, pleading earnestly.
Uncle, I will behave, I won't argue with you. I am willingly preparing nourishing porridge for your stomach. Please don't lock me away, all right? Please don't lock me away.
Su Nantian paused, casting a cold, indifferent glance at her. His gaze so alien and chilling that it caused Li Qiqi to instinctively release her grip, her voice dwindling.
Please don't lock me away, uncle. Yet from last night until now, she had repeatedly tested his limits, perhaps forgetting his preferences.
I do not favor disobedient children. The living room door slammed shut, leaving Li Qiqi to collapse onto the staircase, leaning against the banister, no longer pleading or moving. The villa in the pear garden had been specially modified by Su Nantian, with iron bars welded onto every window, and both the side and back doors sealed tight. The living room door was the sole exit. It was because Li Qiqi often indulged in mischief and would sneak out that this villa had ultimately transformed into a formidable iron cage. However, since the demise of Chuan, she had lost her desire for play, her temperament had softened and subdued significantly. And it had been a long time since Su Nantian had confined her. So long that she had almost forgotten the condition of his kindness toward her, she must obey. The villa spanned 3 stories, a vintage architectural marvel, with a spiraling staircase and a massive crystal chandelier overhead, casting a stark, icy light.
It was desolate and silent, both inside and out.
Li Qiqi remained reclined from morning until the afternoon, finally rising slowly with the support of the staircase railing.
She first entered the kitchen.
lifting her hand to open the refrigerator and the pantry, only to find them devoid of any food, meticulously cleared out. Uncertain of how many days Sunantian intended to confine her, she skillfully turned on the tap, drinking heartily, before turning to head towards the living room.
In her childhood,
Li Qiqi, having been confined, developed a fear that led her to secretly stash away durable candies or biscuits within the various decorative items in the living room. Each time Aunt May would clean and discover these hidden treasures, she would grumble and admonish her, likening her to a little hamster, before sternly commanding her to surrender all of her contraband. After years of this relentless struggle, Aunt May ultimately succeeded in reforming this troublesome habit of hers. Typically, the servants would not even dare to touch her hidden treasures. Li Qiqi cautiously stepped onto a small stool, delicately retrieving porcelain from the ornate cabinet, her fingers exploring within. To her delight, she encountered a solid object, a small bundle meticulously wrapped in oil paper. She slowly extracted it, the ancient paper crinkling softly under her touch. Having just quenched her thirst, her hunger was not yet pronounced, so she refrained from indulging, tucking the sweet treat into her pocket. The cold, large screen incessantly replayed a tedious and lengthy soap opera, while Li Qiqi gently wrapped her arms around herself, her gaze vacant as she looked out the window. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the iron bars, casting mottled patterns across the floor. Suddenly, she recalled Qi Xiaoye's words. He had remarked that a girl as exquisite, beautiful, fragrant, and sweet as her ought to be confined and locked away from prying eyes. As Li Qiqi lowered her feathery lashes, she pondered whether he would still harbor such thoughts or take such actions once the effects of the fragrant fall had faded. Chapter 48, Call Me Grandpa. This time, Sunantian had evidently resolved to be ruthless, confining Li Qiqi for over 3 days. Aside from the candies she initially found, she also discovered a pack of moldy biscuits, which, on the 3rd day as the sun set, she sobbed while stuffing into her mouth. The soap opera on television continued unabated, as if it would never conclude, while the bright overhead lights flickered like the claws of a monstrous beast, looming over her. Her hair had become a tangled mess, with strands sticking to her cheeks, as sweat and tears intertwined, leaving winding traces on her grimy little face. The relentless hunger and fear caused her body to tremble uncontrollably, each faint breath accompanied by sharp pangs in her stomach. She felt fragile and easily breakable. Starving and in pain, she could no longer endure. She swayed her way to the door, mustering her last ounce of strength to knock on the door panel.
Is anyone there? Annie, Annie. Are you there, Annie? Uncle.
I realize my mistakes, I won't dare again, please let me out.
The only response was the howling wind and snow,
accompanied by a few piercing, wretched cries of a cat. Sunantian knew she could not escape and had been cunningly deceptive, leaving her with no guard at all. Li Qiqi called out for a long time, ultimately sliding down against the cold door panel, her hands hugging her knees, her small head buried deeply in the crook of her arms. The surroundings were so quiet that she could hear the anxious, gentle rhythm of her heartbeat echoing within her chest, each beat resonating as her mind gradually succumbed to a hazy oblivion.
Perhaps it was nearing its cessation.
She was unaware of when she had fallen asleep again, but upon awakening, the first rays of dawn were just beginning to filter through the slightly ajar window.
Damp,
undried tears clung to her long eyelashes, shimmering for a few moments in the morning light before shattering. The pain in her stomach had dissipated, and Li Qiqi felt a semblance of strength return. She half collapsed onto the floor, frantically pushing against the living room door, her voice hoarse as she cried for help.
Is there anyone out there? Let me out. Is there anyone who can hear me? Please save me, I want to go outside. Is anyone there? Uncle, uncle.
She wept with a piercing despair.
Baby?
Li Qiqi thought she had misheard, covering her mouth in a sudden hush.
Xiao Xiao called her name once more. Baby? Is that you? Xiao Gu, Xiao Gu.
This time, Li Qiqi heard him clearly. She desperately crawled towards the center of the doorway, straining to peer through the tiny gap. Clad in a black jacket, a knitted hoodie, and adorned with a large gold chain around his neck, it was indeed Xiao Xiao.
Xiao Gu, save me, save me.
Unable to contain her surging feelings of grievance, Li Qiqi's tears cascaded down her already reddened and swollen eyes, trembling shoulders heaving with each sob. A pang of concern gripped Xiao Xiao's heart as he gently reassured her, "Do not be afraid, step back a little, find some shelter."
Suddenly,
a series of resounding gunshots echoed against the chain on the door, puncturing the wooden panel, yet the chain remained unscathed. Cursing under his breath, Xiao Xiao tucked his handgun behind him and surveyed the surroundings. Damn it! Do not worry, darling, this lock is too thick for the handgun to breach. I must seek out something else. Xiaoge, there's an axe in the backyard. Li Qiqi, filled with apprehension at the thought of Xiao Xiao wandering off and leaving her behind, spoke urgently. In the wooden shed for miscellaneous items in the backyard. Just turn left upon entering, and you. I understand, wait for me, Xiao Xiao replied, hastening to the rear. He swiftly retrieved an axe. Fully aware that severing the chains was an impractical endeavor, yet he could attempt to smash the lock. Firmly grasping the axe handle, he adjusted its position, steadied his stance, and aimed at the lock with all his might. With a thunderous clang, sparks flew, yet the chains merely quivered, showing no signs of breaking. Xiao Xiao gathered his strength once more, the axe descending with a whistling sound. Clang! 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 Each strike resonated with Li Qiqi's racing heartbeat. As Xiao Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice unwavering. Don't be afraid, my dear, it will be over soon. After several relentless blows, the chains finally exhibited signs of fracture. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao's gaze sharpened, he concentrated all his strength for one final, decisive strike. With a crisp snap, the chains shattered. He burst into the living room, sunlight pouring in like a tidal wave, illuminating Li Qiqi's tear-stained visage. Observing her delicate, diminutive face, now gaunt with despair, even her cheekbones protruding, Xiao Xiao was momentarily taken aback. My dear, my baby. Li Qiqi, trembling and in tears, hurriedly approached, desperately climbing up along Xiao Xiao's pant leg. Xiao Gu. Xiao Xiao lowered his gaze to Li Qiqi's grimy little face, bending down to lift her effortlessly into his arms. She was as light as a feather, almost like a delicate piece of paper. To liken her to a kitten would be an exaggeration. The wet tears from her face brushed against the flesh of the man's neck as she nestled closer. And only upon realizing she was truly rescued did Li Qiqi choke out, Xiaoge, I'm hungry, I'm so hungry. There was nothing to eat in the car. Xiao Xiao stepped forward and turned, taking Li Qiqi away from the pear orchard and driving to a nearby upscale restaurant. Li Qiqi felt dizzy from hunger, her legs weak and unable to support her. She was carried up the stairs by Xiao Xiao. He gently placed her in a dining chair, while she continued to whimper about her hunger. Upon glancing at a plate of sweet peas presented on the table, she eagerly grabbed a handful and stuffed them into her mouth. The nearby waitress, while handing over the menu, cast a disdainful glance at Li Qiqi, curling her lips in contempt as if she had encountered some unsightly refuse. Xiao Xiao noticed this immediately. Heavens! 60%? It seems we have encountered the big boss. The waitress quickly altered her demeanor, beaming at Xiao Xiao with obsequiousness. Certainly, sir, I will arrange that immediately. No need for you. Xiao Xiao waved dismissively at another waitress, tossing the menu into her hands as a signal for her to take care of it. He then turned back to the disheartened waitress, whose face had fallen. You, go and handle your resignation. The waitress scoffed, her expression filled with disdain. What is so great about having money? You think just because you tell me to leave, I will? Do you even know who the manager of this restaurant is? Believe me, I can have you and your beggar girlfriend thrown out, and you'll never dine here again. Is that so? Xiao Xiao replied, pushing the plate of sweet peas closer to Li Qiqi, reclining back in his chair. Then summon the manager, I would like to see who he is to you. Just wait and see. The waitress retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Xiao as she retreated. Within 5 minutes, she returned, groveling and leading a portly man with a shiny belly out of the elevator. Uncle, everyone is watching. I swear I didn't cause a scene this time. I was merely placing an order, and that guy switched to serving Shaoli and told me to get lost. Honestly, he and Shaoli must be in cahoots. The rotund manager grunted in a rough voice, that's because you constantly harass Shaoli, which is why she sought someone to teach you a lesson. But to demand you leave in my establishment? Who does he think he is, my father? Dad. Dad, brother Xiao. As the portly manager stepped into the private room and spotted the man waving at him with a cheeky grin, his tone abruptly shifted. He kicked the waitress sharply in the rear. Get down, and call me grandfather. Chapter 49, Only You Know Brother Xiao.
Xiao Xiao?
The waitress felt a tremor of fear. Glancing sideways at her uncle, while the portly manager greeted Xiao Xiao with a fawning smile. Please, brother Xiao, don't be angry, my foolish nephew doesn't understand manners.
Don't hold it against him. It truly was Xiao Xiao. Offending his woman and crossing him, did she still have a life left? The waitress's legs gave way.
And she fell prostrate on the floor, bowing deeply to both Xiao Xiao and Li Qiqi.
Grandfather, auntie, I know I was wrong.
I failed to recognize greatness. I will slap myself, I will slap myself.
Brother Xiao, spare me, please.
With that, she began to slap her own face repeatedly. The sharp sounds drawing Li Qiqi's attention. In Knaqin, those who dared to offend Xiao Xiao could end up losing limbs or worse. And a few slaps were nothing, she could not plead for the waitress. Before long, Li Qiqi had devoured the entire plate of sweet peas. Cradling the dish in her hands, preparing to lick it clean.
However, Xiao Xiao swiftly snatched it away. What are you doing? Hungry.
Li Qiqi glanced at Xiao Xiao, her delicate tongue unconsciously licking her upper lip, while her slender fingers gently brushed the corner of her mouth, where a barely noticeable trace of sugar lingered. Her sweet and soft voice resembled that of a kitten just awakening from slumber. Every subtle movement seemed to transform into gentle little paws, playfully scratching at Xiao Xiao's heart, igniting a restless yearning within him. Such a charming and obedient little creature. It was no wonder she had Qi Xiaoye completely captivated. Yet, it remained a mystery how Su Nantian could think of using her to eliminate Qi Xiaoye, only to lock her away in a fit of foolishness without providing her any sustenance. Xiao Xiao reached out, playfully scratching beneath Li Qiqi's chin, then affectionately ruffling her hair. He turned to the manager beside him and commanded, "Go, fetch a basin of warm water for my darling, and be sure to include a clean towel."
Yes. The manager responded, promptly taking his leave.
The sound of slapping continued within the room as Xiaoli pushed a dining cart through the door, only to find a server kneeling on the ground, their face swollen and resembling that of a pig. She couldn't help but mutter a curse under her breath. "Serves you right." Immediately, her expression shifted to one of gratitude as she gazed at the table where Xiao Xiao and Li Qiqi sat. The man's gaze was intense, while the girl appeared shy and demure. They were unmistakably a couple. Holding back her amusement, Xiaoli stepped forward and stood beside Li Qiqi,
enthusiastically introducing the dishes.
The manager re-entered with the basin of water, and Xiaoli eagerly accepted it, placing it on a nearby chair. She wrung out the towel and attentively began to wipe Li Qiqi's hands. Li Qiqi was somewhat unaccustomed, "So I will handle it myself,"
Xiaoli insisted,
stating that the customer is always right. How could we allow the esteemed guest to attend to such matters personally?
If the young lady requires anything, please do not hesitate to inform me.
Well, thank you. Xiaoli assisted Li Qiqi by thoroughly cleansing her hands and then placed a pair of bamboo chopsticks before Xiao Xiao and Li Qiqi.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may begin your meal.
Li Qiqi did not pick up her chopsticks. Instead, she lifted her gaze to glance at Xiao Xiao.
Brother Xiao,
I have indulged in too many sugar-coated beans, and my stomach feels unwell.
I wish to visit the restroom.
Xiao Xiao replied, nodding slightly as he lowered his eyes.
Li Qiqi then grasped Xiaoli's sleeve and said, "I am unfamiliar with the way, could you guide me?"
Of course.
After observing for a while in the private room,
Li Qiqi was convinced that Xiaoli was a kind-hearted girl, and she felt a sense of gratitude for them due to Xiao Xiao's reprimand of the waiter. Thus,
as soon as she stepped into the restroom, she eagerly turned to Xiaoli and asked, "Would you mind lending me your phone? I need to make a call." Most notably,
Li Qiqi clearly had a boyfriend, and their relationship appeared to be quite good. It seemed odd that she would seek assistance from Xiaoli rather than her own partner.
Xiaoli hesitated, remaining motionless.
Li Qiqi could easily discern Xiaoli's concerns. Her brows furrowed and she let out a long sigh.
My boyfriend possesses many admirable qualities, yet his possessiveness is overwhelming.
Every phone call or message requires his approval. This, he claims, is his way of expressing love, and I willingly accept it.
However, I find myself unwell, afflicted with an ailment that seems insurmountable.
I wish to contact a doctor without his knowledge. I implore you to assist me.
Possessiveness, terminal illness. Is this a tale of tragic romance?
As Xiaoli regarded Li Qiqi's pallid cheeks and colorless lips, it was evident she was gravely ill. The thought of Xiao Zhao's burning gaze upon her stirred an inexplicable pang of sorrow within her, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Your boyfriend loves you dearly. If he were to learn of your incurable condition, how heartbroken he would be. It was absurd that she could believe such a far-fetched lie, let alone become emotionally invested in it. Li Qiqi narrowed her eyes. Alas, if I delay revealing this to him for just one more day, he would find happiness for that much longer. Please, lend me your aid? Very well, Xiaoli sniffled, retrieving her phone and placing it in Li Qiqi's palm. Clasping her hand. My dear lady, do not surrender until the final moment. I have a younger brother, merely 10. Just as Xiaoli, with misty eyes, prepared to engage in a heartfelt discussion about life, Li Qiqi swiftly withdrew her hand from Xiaoli's grasp, smiling at her with an air of composure. Fear not. I shall not give up. Li Qiqi concealed herself in the innermost cubicle of the restroom, bending down to glance through the narrow gap of the door. Confirming that Xiaoli had not followed her, she retrieved her phone and began to press the keys one by one. She had not intentionally memorized Qi Xiaoye's number, rather, it possessed an indelible quality that made it impossible for her to forget. Apart from the fixed area code and digits, the last 5 figures were precisely 77521. She was unsure if Qi Xiaoye had done this deliberately, but having seen the number just once, it was etched in her memory for eternity. Beep, beep. Beep, the phone rang incessantly without anyone answering, causing her heart to race with anxiety. Then, a mechanical voice broke the silence. We are sorry, the number you dialed. Why isn't he answering? Could something have happened to him? Li Qiqi pressed her back against the frigid wall, her breath becoming rapid and shallow. It was not until the chill of a female voice shifted to a busy tone and the call was automatically terminated that she resolutely redialed. Beep, beep. Beep, a lengthy wait ensued. With bated breath, she anticipated the mechanical voice to emerge, yet silence reigned on the other end. Casting a sidelong glance at her phone screen, she noted that the call was indeed active. It was Qi Xiaoye, he had answered. Li Qiqi's eyes sparkled, and her heart suddenly raced. She parted her lips. Yet as the words hovered on the tip of her tongue, an inexplicable lump formed in her throat, rendering her speechless. It was Qi Xiaoye who broke the silence first. Miss Li? Li Qiqi was momentarily stunned, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She could not comprehend the reason for her weeping. Upon hearing Qi Xiaoye's voice and knowing he was safe, she should have felt joy, yet she was unable to restrain herself. You. Li Qiqi did not wish for Qi Xiaoye to detect any signs of her distress. Biting her lip, she suppressed her tears and spoke. How did you know it was me? Ha! Qi Xiaoye let out a soft, delicate laugh, because this number is known only to you. Chapter 50, The Boss has his own principles in conducting affairs. Li Qiqi's heart abruptly ceased its rhythmic beating, rendering her speechless as she clutched her chest and inhaled deeply several times. I called to inquire about your injury, and also on that day. I thank you for saving me. Concern and gratitude? Qi Xiaoye's voice was notably subdued, lacking the usual chilling intensity, his emotions remarkably muted. A stark contrast to the sensation he evoked during their previous encounter. The man fell silent for a moment. Was that all? Did you perhaps miss me? After 3 days apart, Miss Li, have you yearned for me as I have for you? It was as if she could once again envision the figure that had unexpectedly appeared beneath her building, kneeling against the car door, gazing at her through the ethereal snowfall. His face obscured by a veil of mist. She had never witnessed such breathtaking snow scenery. Nor had she ever seen a silhouette as tall and elegant as Qi Xiaoye's amidst such enchanting surroundings. Li Qiqi remained silent, and Qi Xiaoye did not press her, slowly and meaningfully initiating a conversation. Miss Li, you lack a sense of conscience. After 3 days apart, I have constantly thought of you. Yet you only chose to call me today. Li Qiqi was reluctant to mention the experiences of those 3 days, pursing her lips to shift the subject. Has the narrow fragrance from Qi Yi been resolved? Yes, Qi Xiaoye paused, and after a few moments, he continued. But whether it has been resolved or not makes little difference. Li Qiqi intended to inquire further when a distinct sound of footsteps approached from outside the door, heading directly towards her. Xiaoli stood outside the compartment, gently knocking on the door. Miss, are you ready? Oh. Yes, I am,
Li Qiqi responded, feigning calmness.
She then spoke into her phone, saying, "Thank you, doctor.
I understand, and I will take my medication on time." With that, she abruptly ended the call.
Li Qiqi calmly pushed open the door and returned her phone to Xiaoli.
"Thank you. Miss, what did the doctor say? Can your illness be treated?"
"If it is indeed terminal, merely taking medication will not suffice, you must undergo chemotherapy."
Xiaoli sought further clarification.
But it was evident that Li Qiqi wished to avoid this topic.
After tidying her appearance by the sink, she waved goodbye and stepped out first. Life is singular.
Only by persevering can hope flourish. Xiaoli glanced at Li Qiqi's frail silhouette, and a wave of sympathy surged within her. She looked down at the number she had just dialed and resolutely pressed the call button. The call was answered swiftly.
Anxious, Xiaoli spoke first. "Hello? Is this the doctor?"
"I would like to consult you about the condition of the young lady I just mentioned."
"No." Qi Xiaoye interrupted her abruptly,
his breathy tone ominously chilling.
He replied slowly, "This is the funeral home." "Xiaoli?"
Just as Qi Xiaoye hung up,
Tai and Lin Qiqi entered the room, one after the other.
Upon seeing Qi Xiaoye awake, they were momentarily taken aback before breaking into smiles of delight.
"Master Qi." Tai rushed to Qi Xiaoye's bedside, placing the water bottle he carried down. "You're finally awake."
"It's just a minor injury." Qi Xiaoye adjusted himself on the mattress, and Tai promptly positioned a pillow for his lower back. The pain was severe, making speech difficult.
He glanced at Tai,
who quickly offered him a cigarette from the box on the bedside table. After lighting it, the man inhaled deeply.
"What news from Knaqin these past few days?"
Tai had anticipated that Qi Xiaoye would first inquire about Knaqin, and he had prepared his response. However, Qi Xiaoye deviated from the expected line of questioning, causing Tai to momentarily falter before reporting.
"Wenzhou knows you were responsible for the incident at the mine that night.
For now, there is no significant movement. Xiao remains the same, seeking people to set up gambling opportunities.
Xiao Sire has received your amnesty, redirecting all goods to the lumberyard. Over time,
this may lead to significant developments, particularly in the black market."
"Enough of this useless chatter."
Qi Xiaoye's impatience grew with each word, his brow slightly furrowing. And the back of his hand, which held the cigarette, began to show veins. The silence in his gaze unnerved Tai, who stepped back slightly,
casting a pleading glance at Lin Qiqi.
Lin Qiqi ambled forward, resting his elbow on Tai's shoulder, and remarked, "Sunantian has just taken over the casino. He has been preoccupied with its operations and has not kept Miss Li by his side."
Qi Xiaoye's terrifying gaze softened just a fraction, yet it remained only a fraction.
During the phone call, Li Qiqi's tone had been noticeably off, lacking strength and suppressing a sob, and the phone was not even hers.
Qi Xiaoye suddenly inquired, "Has anyone been sent to keep an eye on Li Yuan?"
Li Yuan was Li Qiqi's home. Qi Xiaoye had never dispatched anyone to monitor it. And they would never have conceived of such an idea. Lin Qiqi swallowed hard. No.
A sense of urgency gripped Qi Xiaoye's heart.
Li Qiqi harbored an infatuation for Sunantian, yet she was also filled with trepidation. She was trapped, unable to leave, yet unable to survive.
At some point,
the cigarette burned down to his fingertips, causing a sting.
"Send someone to watch Li Yuan.
From today onward, any goods belonging to Sunantian, be it alcohol, cards, or people,
seize them all." "Master Qi." Lin Qiqi stepped forward. "This will offend more than just Sunantian, the consequences could be dire."
"The source of the perfume has yet to be investigated thoroughly, if we lose our standing."
"I am well aware of my limits," Qi Xiaoye interrupted Lin Qiqi.
Tai nodded obediently, adding a forceful punch to Lin Qiqi's chest.
"When the boss acts, who are you to question?" He then beamed at Qi Xiaoye. "Is this plan to exhaust Sunantian, so he won't stab us in the back again?"
"No," Qi Xiaoye replied coolly, fixing his gaze on Tai. "Tell him to do as last time, take people to exchange for goods." Tai's expression fell, and he cautiously asked, "Master Qi, do you still harbor that impulse to keep Miss Li by your side, even if it means her demise?" Qi Xiaoye remained silent, and Tai smacked his forehead,
realizing the gravity of the situation. Knaqin has yet to be resolved. Lin Qiqi raised an eyebrow. "Will he heed your words?" Qi Xiaoye,
grievously injured and unable to confront them, kept his eyes half closed, barely concealing his anger as he shot a glance at the two. His voice was cold as he stated, "Knaqin has already been resolved." They averted their gazes, looking around awkwardly. "The boss has his reasons for acting. We shall proceed immediately." Chapter 51. Just as the manager and servers had already departed, leaving only Xiao Xiao seated at the table, his demeanor relaxed as he lounged with legs crossed, engrossed in his phone, while a table laden with food remained largely untouched. Li Qiqi sat beside Xiao Xiao, who pushed a bowl of congee towards her. "Darling, start with the liquid food, otherwise, you'll find yourself rushing to the restroom later." "Oh." Li Qiqi gazed longingly at the succulent steak in the center, licking her lips. "But I crave meat." "That's not permitted." "Sir, please allow her to indulge." Little Li had just entered and witnessed Xiao Xiao managing Li Qiqi's diet, unable to restrain her comments. "I wonder how much more the young lady can consume." Cough, cough. Li Qiqi covered her mouth, coughing to interrupt Xiaoli's words, and cast her a meaningful glance. "He was considering my well-being, my stomach isn't particularly strong." "Ah, so it's stomach cancer." Xiaoli sighed, taking it upon herself to replace all the spicy, greasy, and heavily seasoned foods with those placed in front of Xiao Xiao. She then swapped the cake and other delightful yet easily digestible foods from in front of Xiao Xiao to Li Qiqi. Xiao Xiao could tolerate the other foods, but he could not endure the absence of his beloved little cake, and he shot a sharp look at Xiaoli. "What are you doing?" Xiaoli, displeased with Xiao Xiao's lack of awareness, furrowed her brows and mumbled as she thrust the cake into Li Qiqi's hands. "Cake is better than plain congee. It suits a girl more." Xiaoli was taken aback by Xiao Xiao's stinginess, as he fussed over a single cake, and her frown deepened. "Sir, it's merely a piece of cake, do you not realize that Mississippi?" "Stop." Li Qiqi, apprehensive that Xiaoli might say something inappropriate, grasped her clothing with one hand and returned the exquisitely crafted, fragrant cake to Xiao Xiao, signaling Xiaoli to depart. "You may go first." "Wait." Xiao Xiao called out to Xiaoli. He glanced at Li Qiqi and successfully captured the trepidation and unease reflected in her eyes before turning his attention back to Xiaoli. "What seems to be the matter, miss? Please clarify before you leave." Xiaoli hesitated to speak, but the sorrowful yet pleading gaze from Li Qiqi silenced her words before they could escape her lips. Li Qiqi tightened her grip on Xiaoli's clothes. Qi Xiaoye was now surrounded by adversaries, and still recovering from serious injuries. If his whereabouts were to be revealed, Xiao Xiao would likely inform Su Nantian. It was imperative that Xiao Xiao remained unaware of the phone call. Growing impatient, Xiao Xiao barked, "Is your mouth stuffed with cannonballs?" He then glanced at Li Qiqi and continued, "My dear, is there something you are concealing from me?" "No," Xiaoli replied with a smile. "Miss just had a severe bout of nausea in the restroom. I hope you can show her some understanding and allow her to have something sweet." Xiao Xiao snorted derisively. He was accustomed to being catered to by women, and even Li Qiqi would not be able to snatch food from his grasp. Moreover, given that Li Qiqi's stomach had been empty for several days, she should start with a light diet. It was rare for him to express concern for someone only to be met with reproach, which only fueled his irritation. A simple congee to soothe the stomach, was that not enough consideration? Xiaoli found herself unable to counter his logic, thinking it best to keep him pleased. "I am not happy," Xiao Xiao retorted, displeased with Xiaoli's demeanor. He pushed the cake toward Li Qiqi, inexplicably throwing a tantrum. "Darling, you tell me, whose cake is this?" 3 years old. "Are you?" Li Qiqi squinted at Xiao Xiao for a moment, revealing a pained smile. "Ha, it's yours, of course." "Then feed me." Li Qiqi, in the ensuing 5 minutes. Xiaoli comprehended the essence of a mutual agreement, where one is willing to engage while the other is prepared to endure. Gritting her teeth, she observed Li Qiqi, whose cheeks were pallid from illness, dutifully feeding an entire slice of cake to Xiao Xiao, one small bite at a time. The man appeared content, his expression adorned with smiles around his brow and eyes, while the girl anxiously gazed at the food on the table, swallowing hard, her hand trembling as she grasped the cake fork. Xiaoli let out several long, silent sighs. "Get out!" Xiao Xiao could no longer tolerate Xiaoli's presence. glaring at her as he issued an ultimatum. I'm simply trying to enjoy my meal, and you are here sighing as if attending a funeral for someone. After a hearty meal, Li Qiqi regained a semblance of vitality, and Xiao Xiao took her for a drive in the outskirts of Knaqin. With one hand on the steering wheel, he glanced at Li Qiqi, who was merrily stuffing her mouth with strawberries from a basket. It seemed she had a fondness for the fruit. With each bite, her pink lips would slightly puff out, and her fair cheeks would swell, her eyes curving into crescent moons of satisfaction.
How endearing. Xiao Xiao took a tissue to wipe away the juice trickling from the corner of her lips. Tonight, there's a high-stakes gambling event, life on the line. Winning a single round could yield 100 million shots. Are you up for it? Yes. Her response was too prompt, leading Xiao Xiao to believe Li Qiqi had not fully grasped the gravity of the situation, so he reiterated, life on the line. Yes. No problem. Li Qiqi nodded once more, her clear eyes devoid of any trace of fear. This was not her first experience teetering on the brink of death. Exchanging life for money and then money for life was a fair trade. Li Qiqi calmly accepted the tissue from Xiao Xiao's hand, attending to her own needs. Noticing Xiao Xiao's unwavering gaze upon her, she surmised that he too desired a taste of the strawberries, and promptly offered him one by placing it into his mouth. The off-season strawberries lacked a robust flavor, yet the burst of juice brought forth a tartness that struck Xiao Xiao squarely, causing him to involuntarily wince. After a moment, he managed to suppress the sour saliva and force the strawberry pulp down, immediately casting a glare at Li Qiqi. I cannot endure sourness, not even a little. Li Qiqi gazed indifferently at Xiao Xiao's face, which was contorted almost beyond recognition. Unfazed, she picked up another strawberry and took a delicate bite in front of him, savoring it with pleasure. I'm sorry, Xiao Gu. Yet, there was not a trace of contrition in her eyes. Xiao Xiao smirked. He was no Qi Xiaoye and would not be easily manipulated by this woman. With a mischievous grin, he raised an eyebrow at Li Qiqi. Don't eat strawberries like that. Licking and biting, I might not be able to resist kissing you. I would never. Upon hearing this, Li Qiqi immediately changed her expression. She placed the strawberries on the center console and shifted closer to the door, her eyes fixed anxiously on Xiao Xiao's feet, fearing he might suddenly decide to slam on the brakes. Xiao Xiao, however, laughed even more joyfully. Don't be afraid, darling. My kissing skills are extraordinary. They can leave you in a euphoric state. My prowess in bed is also remarkable. Would you care to give it a try? No. Li Qiqi resolutely refused, her hands gripping the doorknob with a sense of defiance, as if daring Xiao Xiao to make a move, and she would immediately leap out the door, embracing death with unwavering courage. Let us adhere to the plan and proceed gradually. However, you must first commit my preferences to memory. I am waiting for her here. Li Qiqi wrinkled her nose. Listen. I have a penchant for sweets and detest anything sour, the sweeter, the better. I adore cats but have no fondness for dogs, especially large breeds like wolfhounds, as I was bitten by one in my childhood. I am attracted to charming yet alluring women, much like yourself. I appreciate a woman who possesses a certain sensibility, but not to an extreme, just like you. I am drawn to beautiful women with large, expressive eyes and fair skin, just like you. Chapter 52, An Interesting Woman. Xiao Xiao spoke incessantly. What began as mere personal preferences ultimately evolved into a personal summary for Li Qiqi, particularly with the repetitive phrase just like you, which left little room for ambiguity regarding his intentions. As Li Qiqi continued to listen, drowsiness enveloped her, ultimately leading her to shut her eyes in slumber. The vehicle glided into the expansive racetrack of the southern Puting district in Kachin State, where the land sprawled wide and the serpentine track lay flanked by towering protective barriers. Vividly colored billboards at the entrance were adorned with graffiti and spray paint. Xiao Xiao had reserved the venue, and the time for wagering had yet to arrive. The usually bustling stands were devoid of any spectators. He decelerated, his gaze drawn to the girl in the passenger seat, whose shallow breaths indicated she had succumbed to sleep. Her profile leaned against the door, arms curled around her knees. Tiny feet nestled in fuzzy slippers, exposing only a delicate, pale ankle, oblivious to the potential dirt from the grimy soles that could mar the upholstery. Having eaten her fill, she slumbered, neither a kitten nor a piglet, but an adorable little creature. Xiao Xiao reached out,
gently tucking a strand of hair that had fallen across her cheek behind her ear, revealing her rosy little ear and the soft flesh of her neck. Perhaps feeling a slight tickle, Li Qiqi frowned in displeasure, letting out a soft whimper. Xiao Xiao found himself momentarily breathless. Captivated by the faint blush blooming at the corners of her eyes, she resembled a small kitten nestled among aromatic pillows. He gently pressed the brake, leaning closer to her. His breath grazing her plump, rosy lips. Her gentle exhalations were sweet, carrying a hint of strawberries. The familiar sensation of tart and sweet juice rekindled memories that tantalized his taste buds, and he swallowed hard. Suddenly, the sharp trill of his phone pierced the stillness. Li Qiqi furrowed her brows and let out a soft hum, slowly opening her sleepy eyes, only to be met with an enlarged visage mere centimeters away from her. The man's dark, abyss-like eyes seemed to threaten to engulf her whole. This startling sight was akin to encountering a ghost in broad daylight, causing her to glare in shock. Ah! With an instinctive motion, she slapped Xiao Xiao across the face, and without waiting for his reaction, she hurriedly flung open the car door and fled in a panic. Hey! Xiao Xiao called out to her retreating figure, restarting the vehicle. Once he caught up to her pace, he slowed down, steering with one hand while leaning halfway out of the window. Why are you running? I haven't even touched you. Li Qiqi clenched her small fist tightly, glaring resolutely ahead, refusing to grant him even a glance. This was because she had awakened. Had she remained in slumber, who could tell what he might do? How foolish of me to have placed such trust in you. Trust? Xiao Xiao scoffed, you are simply too exhausted. When have you ever truly believed in me? Li Qiqi glared at him, while Xiao Xiao helplessly waved his hand. All right, I admit it. I secretly wanted to kiss you just now. If I had known you were this enchanting, I certainly shouldn't have given you to Qi Xiaoye. Xiao Xiao patiently coaxed Li Qiqi. The ringtone of his phone echoed incessantly in his pocket, a source of annoyance, prompting him to retrieve the device and answer. For goodness sake, just spit it out. I'm in the midst of charming a lady. The voice on the other end chattered away, and Xiao Xiao's gaze flickered with interest. Covering the phone's receiver, he whispered to Li Qiqi, your little uncle is looking for you. He's practically turning the entire Knaqin upside down. The owner of the restaurant where we dine just informed him that he saw me with a beautiful girl who was ravenously hungry. Xiao Xiao parked the car, leaned in closer as if to kiss her, but paused at the last moment, his deep, captivating eyes lingering on Li Qiqi's trembling, anxious face. He chuckled softly. Just give me a kiss. Li Qiqi froze momentarily, lifting her gaze to meet his. For an instant, the contours of his face overlapped with that of Qi Xiaoye, and she heard Qi Xiaoye urging her with a furrowed brow. Kiss me, and I shall feed you a bite. No. Li Qiqi turned her face away, evading Xiao Xiao's gaze as she took a deep breath, striving to calm her rising emotions. How could that be? Xiao Xiao relinquished his hold over Li Qiqi, straightened his posture, and began to furiously type on his phone. What's wrong with Su Nantian? Am I supposed to be afraid of him? If he can pursue my sister, why can't I pursue his niece? Tell Su Nantian that in Knaqin, I can pursue whomever I desire. Don't just mention his niece. If I fancy his daughter, I would pursue her too. With a sharp snap, Xiao Xiao hung up the phone without a hint of remorse. Then playfully tilted Li Qiqi's chin and added a cheeky wink. So, what do you think? Am I charming or what? Is there just a hint of love for me? Li Qiqi furrowed her brow, and the scant gratitude in her heart dissipated in an instant. She shook her head, still far from it. Ah! How difficult it is to pursue. Xiao Xiao stretched languidly, saying, if you don't wish to kiss me, then how about you strive to help me earn some money tonight? That is indeed possible. Li Qiqi hesitated before speaking, but didn't you say that all the money earned belongs to me? Xiao Xiao scoffed lightly. The condition for it all being yours is that you must earnestly fall in love with me. Have you fallen for me yet, darling? Li Qiqi averted her gaze slightly, pondering for a moment. It indeed seemed to be as such an agreement was made. She lowered her slender eyelashes and, with reluctance, extended a finger, indicating. I take 9, you take 1. Xiao Xiao stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Are you some wicked capitalist? Who arranged this gathering? What if we lose? Who will pay? Li Qiqi, emboldened, cast a sidelong glance at him, exclaiming, oh, so you are aware. Xiao Xiao straightened his collar, willingly conceding.
Yet his imposing demeanor remained undiminished.
I shall take 2 parts, and you shall take 8.
Agreed.
Li Qiqi smiled joyfully, gradually discerning Xiao Xiao's temperament, which allowed her to relax her emotions somewhat.
Thank you, brother Xiao.
The sun began its descent, casting a slanted glow upon the western hills, the crimson halo outlining the solitary, frail silhouette of a girl on the driveway. Xiao Xiao, with a cigarette between his lips, leaned against the car door, casting a sidelong glance at her. The wait felt interminable and tedious. He spent most of his time smoking and fiddling with his phone, while Li Qiqi was quite the opposite, always finding something to occupy herself. She picked up pebbles, built a snowman, and even, under his watchful gaze that sent shivers down his spine, excavated an anthill. Xiao Xiao was captivated, as one by one those who had come to challenge him arrived in their vehicles. Among them was Shan, who had lent a woman to Qi Xiaoye at the last party. He drove a flamboyant magenta Porsche, accompanied by a different woman this time. The car halted beside Xiao Xiao, and Shan leaned out, spotting Li Qiqi on the runway, his smile laden with meaning. Xiao Xiao paid him no heed, but Shan continued, "Brother Xiao, I'm here purely for your company today, willingly conceding to you. Just this girl, once you tire of her, could you perhaps let me have a turn?" The prince of the Black Water Gang was never short of women. He was exceedingly generous, especially when in good spirits, and would readily share even the most exquisite of beauties once he lost interest.
Shan teased,
unaware of the gravity of Xiao Xiao's reaction, and quickly donned a contrite smile. Just joking, just joking. Brother Xiao, please don't take offense. I'll be waiting for you at the finish line." The Porsche roared as it veered away, and as it passed by Li Qiqi, Shan stole a glance at her. Sitting amidst the snowdrifts, the girl was intently rolling snowballs, her rosy cheeks dusted with snowflakes, resembling a doll. Truly,
she was an intriguing woman.
Chapter 53, Heartfelt Snowballs. As the time drew near, Xiao Xiao drove his car alongside Li Qiqi, waving to her to signal that she should get in. Li Qiqi reluctantly rose, gazing at the lovingly crafted heart-shaped snowball she had meticulously rolled for quite some time. It was just 1 letter shy of completion.
"Hurry up,"
Xiao Xiao urged with a furrowed brow. With a sigh, Li Qiqi bent down to gently place the snowball on a protruding stone slab behind her before turning to get in the car. What could be so precious? Xiao Xiao squinted to peer at the object, which was roughly the size of his palm, adorned with 2 indistinct letters, QX. A tightness gripped Xiao Xiao's heart. Damn it.
QX was the abbreviation of his name, wasn't it?
The little one had claimed not to like him, but it seemed she was merely feigning aloofness, refusing to admit her true feelings.
"Darling, are you cold?"
Xiao Xiao took Li Qiqi's icy little hand and warmed it in his palm, his gentle tone resonating like the softest whispers of affection in this world.
Li Qiqi involuntarily shivered.
"I'm not cold, thank you, Xiao Gu."
Still pretending.
Xiao Xiao inexplicably relished this ambiguous game of rejection and being rejected, choosing not to expose her pretense. He removed his jacket and tossed it into Li Qiqi's hands.
"If you're not cold, then why are you shivering?
Here, wear this." Li Qiqi was purely frightened. She always felt that Xiao Xiao had changed, though she could not pinpoint how. Obediently, she draped the man's clothing over herself.
Xiao Xiao's attire bore a captivating fragrance, a rich and sweet floral scent that was both alluring and cool.
If Li Qiqi were to describe it, the only word that came to mind was seductive. The audacious aroma of the perfume was delightful, yet it was overwhelmingly intense for Li Qiqi, leaving her mind in a slight haze. Xiao Xiao observed Li Qiqi's slightly dazed eyes as she inhaled the scent of his clothing, and his mood lifted further.
"Is it pleasant?" he inquired. "Indeed," she replied.
Adept at telling a white lie, yet she feared he might discern the truth. Whenever such moments arose, she sought ways to divert the conversation.
"Brother Xiao, tonight is the racing competition, isn't it?
I see they are all driving top-tier supercars, yet you are in a Cullinan.
Can you truly keep up with them?"
Having grown weary of racing cars, this vehicle offers comfort, Xiao Xiao replied, raising an eyebrow before explaining the rules of their wager. The rules were straightforward,
having no connection to racing whatsoever.
The man would drive towards the woman, who could neither move nor evade. The victor would be the one whose vehicle was closest to the woman at the end, with a wager of 1 billion shots. No wonder Xiao Xiao remarked that the bet was a matter of life and death.
Li Qiqi gazed at the opening of the driveway. Xiao Gu. How many times have you triumphed in such a gamble? Are you afraid?
Xiao Xiao chuckled softly, playfully nudging his cheek with his tongue. And leaned closer to Li Qiqi's ear to tease her. I seldom lose at this game, for I do not favor hitting the brakes.
Will you hit the brakes later?
Of course. Xiao Xiao relished the sight of Li Qiqi looking so vulnerable. Satisfied with his teasing, he gently pinched her cheek. My darling is standing ahead, I will definitely hit the brakes, winning or losing is inconsequential. No, it is very important. In the depths of Li Qiqi's eyes, a flicker of determination suddenly ignited. She brushed aside Xiao Xiao's hand and winked at him playfully. I just counted, besides us, there are a total of 20 vehicles. If we win, that amounts to a staggering 2 billion shots, nearly $1 million. Brother Xiao, when the time comes, if they don't hit the brakes, you mustn't either. Xiao Xiao remained silent for a prolonged moment. He was indifferent to the value of life, yet his apathy pertained solely to others. Faced with someone who seemed unconcerned for their own life, he found himself inexplicably at a loss. Li Qiqi gazed at Xiao Xiao and reiterated, do not hit the brakes.
Just as you usually do.
All right, I understand, Xiao Xiao responded dismissively, tilting his head to light a cigarette as a voice called out from a distance.
The first 5, who will step forward?
With 6 lanes and 21 cars.
The competition would unfold in 4 rounds to determine the champions who would advance to the final showdown.
Clearly, Xiao Xiao had no intention of leading the pack. He did not raise his hand in response, leisurely exhaling smoke rings.
The 5 pairs taking the stage first exhibited palpable excitement,
with the race cars and women positioned at either end of the track. As the beautiful referee's whistle pierced the air, 5 racing cars surged forward, and sharp screeching sounds echoed after several turns. The victorious couple was separated by less than 3 meters, the woman paralyzed with shock, her legs trembling, as the man dragged her into the car.
Damn, that scared me to death.
There's soft snow on the road, and it hasn't been cleared properly, it's far too slippery. We need to brake early. With his cautionary reminder, the subsequent 2 races adopted a more conservative approach, with the shortest distance between competitors exceeding 20 meters.
The 6th, now.
As their turn approached, Xiao Xiao extinguished his cigarette in the snow and gestured lightly with his chin towards Li Qiqi.
Let us go.
Li Qiqi stood at the end of the runway, the cold wind mingled with snowflakes tousling her long hair. She silently watched as the Cullinan drew closer, the sound of tires gliding over the ground resonating in her ears. After rounding the final bend, 6 vehicles came to a halt. The blinding lights of the Cullinan illuminating the scene, prompting Li Qiqi to instinctively raise her hand to shield her eyes. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Xiao's car came to a stop a little over 10 meters away from her.
Why did he stop?
Other cars were still in motion.
How could he possibly come to a halt?
Li Qiqi was taken aback, since Xiao Xiao was not the last to stop, it implied that they had been eliminated. She turned her gaze to the side and, indeed, there was another vehicle. The man in that car slammed on the brakes as Xiao Xiao parked,
gliding ever closer to them.
Realizing the car could not halt in time, the woman at the end of the road suddenly pivoted and lunged to the right.
She was on the move. Li Qiqi leaped up in excitement.
According to the rules, any movement by a woman counted as a loss. And Li Qiqi joyfully ran towards Xiao Xiao.
Brother Xiao, we have emerged victorious.
The man, exuding confidence, raised an eyebrow at her in triumph.
Indeed.
Li Qiqi nodded as Anshan, the winner of the previous round, drove closer and patted Xiao Xiao's back. Xiao Gu, you're quite the strategist.
However,
I must remind you that Dulé, the victor of the first round, did not falter due to slippery roads, but rather because, like you, he underestimated the value of life. Xiao Xiao glanced at Li Qiqi, his words caught in his throat. In this game, the ruthless emerged victorious, he had always been unmatched in ferocity. Yet, if the situation were to involve Li Qiqi, he found himself at a loss. The man clenched his teeth. In truth, he should have lost just moments ago. His confidence had been but a fade. He had no strategy in mind, and when he saw Li Qiqi raise her hand after the turn, he braked without a second thought. If victory were truly at stake, he could not bring himself to be that ruthless.
Perhaps sensing his turmoil,
Li Qiqi gazed up at Xiao Xiao, her smile radiant and reassuring.
Xiaogu, do not worry, I fear not death. Just focus on driving, and we shall surely win.
Xiao Xiao cast a glance at Du Lei, who was boisterously comforting his shaken female companion, and in that instant, he understood Li Qiqi's intent.
He raised his voice, intentionally allowing everyone to hear.
All right, my darling fears not death, she possesses courage. Rest assured, if they do not hit the brakes, I shall not either. Chapter 54, Buying Freedom. Time passed, and the temperature at the competition venue steadily dropped. Li Qiqi tightened her jacket and stood alongside 3 other women at the end of the runway. The most relaxed among them was Aung San's companion, who was bowing her head to admire her freshly done nails. In stark contrast, Du Lai's companion exhibited palpable anxiety, trembling as if she were a leaf in the wind. Even before the race had commenced, she turned her gaze toward Li Qiqi and cautioned her, Xiaogu is a madman, he is killed for the sake of victory.
Li Qiqi remained unfazed, much like Du Lai, who was equally reckless, akin to Xiaogu. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what?
Li Qiqi shrugged,
fully aware of Xiao Ji's temperament. Du Lai would not hit the brakes unless forced to. But I love him, even if he were to run me over today. I would accept it.
With that, Li Qiqi pulled out a delicate pink scarf from her pocket and blindfolded herself.
Isn't that madness?
4 racing cars stood ready.
Upon the sound of gunfire, they roared into motion, expertly navigating the bends.
The first to halt was Aung San, who braked sharply after rounding the final curve, confirming his earlier claim that this outing was merely an extravagant way to indulge Xiao Xiao. The second car stopped a mere 20 meters from the finish line, leaving only Xiao Xiao and Du Lai in the race. Both men were known for their refusal to yield or break.
Du Lai's companion cast another glance at Li Qiqi,
deliberately revealing that Xiao Xiao had previously been involved in a fatal incident, hoping to instill fear in Li Qiqi. Yet, the young woman appeared utterly enraptured by love. Blindfolded and oblivious, she even tilted her head back, arms outstretched, awaiting the impending collision with Xiao Xiao.
Madness. Insanity. Lunacy. The woman cursed silently, trembling with fear. She turned to flee. At her movement, Du Lai hastily pressed the accelerator, intensifying her fright.
As she took a step, her left foot tripped her right,
causing her to crash onto the racetrack.
Without a moment to lose, she scrambled towards a nearby snowbank.
Du Lai's vehicle sped past, narrowly missing Li Qiqi,
the rush of wind lifting her hair. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao's car screeched to a halt approximately 2 meters away from Li Qiqi. Shaken, he opened the door and stepped out, reaching for her as she raised her hand, carefully cradling her in his arms.
My darling.
Li Qiqi paused for a moment.
Unable to see, her hearing became more acute,
allowing her to distinctly perceive the tremor in Xiao Xiao's voice as he called her name.
Was a man who regarded human life as trifling truly trembling in such a manner out of fear for her demise?
Li Qiqi, with her exquisitely beautiful lip contour, playfully patted Xiao Xiao on the back.
Her voice, ethereal yet joyful, could hardly conceal her excitement. I knew you would hit the brakes. Xiaogu, 2 billion shot, we won. Xiao Xiao remained silent.
After the race concluded, the banquet hall at the racetrack hosted a grand ball.
Yet Xiao Xiao lacked the enthusiasm for socializing and revelry.
He took a glass of tequila from a server's tray and, accompanied by Li Qiqi, navigated through the bustling crowd to find a relatively secluded spot.
Li Qiqi sat at the table, a plate of exquisitely delightful apricot blossom cake before her, devouring it with evident joy.
Xiao Xiao leaned against the table, regarding her with a sidelong glance, his right hand gently swirling a goblet, the nearly transparent liquid reflecting the dazzling beams of light from the ceiling, forming a spectrum of colors in the palm of his hand.
Darling, do you find yourself in need of money?
Li Qiqi bit into the apricot blossom pastry and nodded. Yes, did I not tell Xiaoga that girls?
What could possibly be worth sacrificing your life for? Xiao Xiao took a sip of tequila, unceremoniously interrupting Li Qiqi.
His demeanor was calm and composed, yet his tone carried an undertone of somber obscurity. Li Qiqi lowered her eyes, a delicate crease forming between her brows, as she swallowed the morsel of cake with reddened eyes and uttered but 3 words, "By freedom." Xiao Xiao fell silent, watching the tears welling in Li Qiqi's eyes. Recalling her desperate cries for help, akin to a small beast, when she was trapped in the villa at the pear orchard. His heart stirred slightly, almost imperceptibly. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Xiao tilted his head back, downing the contents of his glass in one swift motion before placing it back on the table.
$5 million, I could. Brother Xiao.
Anshan's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Xiao Xiao's words.
Following the sound, Xiao Xiao spotted Anshan at the back of the crowd, straining on tiptoe to get closer, pushing through with determination. Brother Xiao, Water Brother has arrived.
He is waiting for you in the adjacent room and wishes to discuss something important.
Zhou? Xiao Xiao's expression darkened with a snort. He had yet to settle the score with him for the attack on his mine, and now he was coming to bow and apologize? Brother Xiao, you shouldn't say that.
Anshan scratched his head. Water Brother mentioned that as long as you Haven Tea incurred losses at the mine, it would be best not to hold a grudge.
He has something more significant to discuss with you today, regarding Master Qi.
Xiao Xiao turned his profile towards Li Qiqi. Noticing her pause in eating the apricot blossom cake, her little ears perked up in curiosity.
So, she was eager to learn about Qi Xiaoye?
Then he would deliberately withhold that information from her.
Xiao Xiao waved his hand at Anshan and led the way. Li Qiqi rose to follow,
but was halted by Xiao Xiao, who meaningfully ruffled her hair.
Oh. Following the conclusion of yet another melody, the banquet hall fell into a momentary silence,
only to be plunged into an intense darkness as the overhead lights abruptly extinguished. The piercing screams of women and the chaotic sound of footsteps erupted from all directions,
surging like a tidal wave.
In such moments, frantic shouting and running could easily lead to falls, with so many people in the banquet hall. A single misplaced foot could potentially trample someone to their demise. Li Qiqi sat silently on the chair, awaiting the electrical repairs, her demeanor tranquil and unperturbed.
Suddenly,
a tall and robust figure flashed before her eyes, and in an instant, strong arms encircled her waist, lifting her effortlessly from the seat. The air was thick with an intense and commanding masculine presence, as she found herself enveloped by a broad, powerful chest, clearly a man whose height, physique, and strength far surpassed her own. Li Qiqi's palm trembled as the half-eaten apricot blossom cake slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. She struggled, on the verge of calling out, when her assailant swiftly covered her mouth with one hand, stifling the sound that threatened to escape her throat. The man leaned in close, his presence oppressive, and lightly bit her ear, his warm, damp breath brushing against her skin, sending waves of fear-induced tremors coursing through Li Qiqi. Li Qiqi opened her mouth to bite, as the man leaned close to her neck, bestowing a searing kiss upon her skin. His deep, husky voice whispered enticingly,
resonating through her eardrums. Do not be afraid, it is I, Chapter 55, I adore you, Qi Xiaoye. Li Qiqi's heart raced uncontrollably in a state of panic,
and she found herself unable to suppress her wild leaps. Qi Xiaoye held her close, taking refuge by a floor-to-ceiling window in the banquet hall, where heavy curtains enveloped them in a cocoon of secrecy. His soft lips brushed against her neck, trailing along her sensitive earlobe, and a warm breath cascaded against her ear, sending tingles coursing through half of her body.
With determination, she grasped Qi Xiaoye's hand that covered her mouth, straining to push it away. Turning to face him, they stood eye to eye. The man wore a cap, revealing a glimpse of bandaging beneath. Instinctively, Li Qiqi lowered her gaze to the familiar black fabric. Though the style of his attire was foreign to her, his shirt was buttoned all the way to the top. She instinctively reached up to unbutton Qi Xiaoye's shirt, only to have her hand caught by his playful smirk. Miss Li, he teased, are you so eager? Can't even wait until we reach the bed?
Li Qiqi glared at him fiercely. Qi Xiaoye's actions were akin to a blatant admission of guilt. His reluctance to show her was indicative of only one thing: he was gravely injured. Li Qiqi ceased to resist, allowing Qi Xiaoye to hold her hand as he inquired, "What brings you here?" Qi Xiaoye smiled gently, the moonlight outside casting a soft glow upon half of his face. He tugged at Li Qiqi's hands towards himself, wrapping one arm around her waist, drawing her close. "I have come, of course, because I miss you. However, Miss Li's question makes me feel as though you do not wish to see me." Li Qiqi pressed her lips together, speaking softly. "This is Qiao Zhao's territory, and Zhou is also here. Your injuries have yet to heal, and you came here alone.
If they discover you, are you afraid I might perish?"
Qi Xiaoye cast a glance at Li Qiqi's lips, which were slightly parted and still held a few crumbs of apricot blossom cake, glistening with a delicate pink sheen.
Undeniably alluring.
He leaned in as if to kiss her, but Li Qiqi turned her face away. Li Qiqi could hardly endure Qi Xiaoye's nonchalance. Even in the face of imminent peril, as he teasingly toyed with her. Affectedly feigning anger, she raised her voice slightly.
Do you know what Xiao Xiao and Wenzhou are discussing in the adjacent room?
Qi Xiaoye, seemingly unfazed, caressed Li Qiqi's delicate fingers and responded with a casual hum.
Yes, they are pondering how to eliminate me. You know that, and yet. Li Qiqi, infuriated, quickly regained her composure. How do you know?
Qi Xiaoye paused momentarily,
choosing not to conceal the truth from her. Angshan is one of my people.
Upon seeing you with Xiao Xiao, he immediately reported back to me.
No wonder Angshan,
who is typically so avaricious, was willing to concede this time. Li Qiqi felt a slight easing of her tense emotions.
Yet Qi Xiaoye's subsequent remark tightened her heart once more. Do you truly harbor such affection for Xiao Xiao? I actually.
Just as Li Qiqi was about to speak, Qi Xiaoye denied her the opportunity to explain. The man, disinterested in her words, abruptly pulled Li Qiqi into his embrace. Pressing a fervent kiss against her cheek before passionately capturing her lips, delivering a teasing bite as if in revenge. Li Qiqi winced in pain, attempting to evade.
But her neck was suddenly ensnared by Qi Xiaoye's scorching palm.
The man gripped her with an intensity that bordered on perilous, compelling her to raise her gaze as his tongue pried open her soft, fragrant lips, indulging in a fervent kiss without restraint.
He had lost his mind.
Li Qiqi's brain was severely deprived of oxygen, and inexplicably, she felt a lingering attachment to Qi Xiaoye, who had been ensnared by the allure of the underworld fragrance. At the very least, he would show concern for her, seek to please her, and his kisses were not so brutal. She was kissed until she could hardly breathe.
Her petite face flushed crimson, desperately pounding her fists against Qi Xiaoye's shoulders in a frantic attempt to resist.
Yet, the more she struggled, the more he overstepped the boundaries. His insistent kiss swept away the last vestige of her breath, leaving her legs weak and gradually collapsing against Qi Xiaoye's shoulder for support.
Finally, he released her.
Li Qiqi clutched her chest, gasping for breath, fearful that Qi Xiaoye would seize her by the throat once more after she regained her composure.
She stammered to explain.
I do not harbor feelings for you, Xiaoge. Qi Xiaoye cast a disdainful glance at the fragrant men's jacket adorning Li Qiqi, utterly unconvinced,
and let out a cold scoff. Miss Li, 9 out of 10 of your words are mere fabrications, and you?
Li Qiqi stood on tiptoe, tilting her face to kiss Qi Xiaoye's Adam's apple, watching as the man's alluring throat undulated irresistibly with her kiss, delight illuminating her smile. I do not harbor any affection for Xiao Xiao, I have never liked him, she asserted earnestly.
Qi Xiaoye gently lifted Li Qiqi's chin,
meticulously wiping away the glistening moisture from her lips, his touch featherlight. The girl's clear gaze sparkled with a starlit brilliance as it reflected in his serene eyes, devoid of the playful demeanor she once possessed. She looked up at him, her small hand clutching the hem of his shirt, her expression solemn. The lights in the banquet hall brightened, and the sounds of discontent echoed, lamenting that the racetrack paled in comparison to the hotel. The electrical issues had arisen as predicted. The music resumed, and the outside world buzzed with its familiar clamor. Li Qiqi gently pushed aside Qi Xiaoye and cautiously peeked outside through the curtains. The dance floor remained lively, with guests exchanging drinks, oblivious to the two figures concealed behind the drapes. She lowered the curtain and tugged lightly at Qi Xiaoye's shirt corner. He remained silent, lifting his hand to embrace her, resting his chin atop her head, their bodies pressed closely together as if he wished to meld her into himself. The rhythmic thumping of his heart echoed in her ears, resonating with each word he spoke, causing his chest to reverberate. Come with me. Most attendees in the banquet hall recognized her, as well as Qi Xiaoye, and Li Qiqi was almost certain that leaving with him would attract attention. She intended to refuse, opening her mouth to speak, yet no words emerged. Qi Xiaoye gestured for her to look outside. We will exit from here. But this is the 6th floor. How can we leave? Shall we jump? Li Qiqi gazed down at the dizzying height beneath her, a chill coursing through her heart as the man released her grip and raised his hand to open the window. Li Qiqi swallowed hard, before Qi could utter a word. The thunderous music abruptly ceased, and a cacophony of greetings echoed in her ears. Boss Su, Brother Tian. Li Qiqi's heart abruptly ceased its rhythm as she stealthily peered through the gap in the curtains towards the entrance of the banquet hall.
Su Nan Tian,
clad in a tailored suit, had abandoned his usual refined and dignified demeanor. His dark, piercing gaze emanated an air of dominance, flanked by dozens of armed henchmen.
Atua stood beside him, his voice gruff as he demanded, "Where is Xiao Xiao? Bring him out."
"Run, hurry, and run!" Li Qiqi trembled,
her gaze locking onto Qi Xiaoye.
Just before she lowered the curtain, her peripheral vision caught sight of an object in Su Nanshan's hand, causing her to freeze. Words caught in her throat. Su Nantian cradled a warming rabbit-shaped plush, incongruous with his imposing presence. His palm tenderly stroked the soft surface of the warming toy, as if he were teasing a pet.
"Coco," Li Qiqi whispered softly.
The warming toy and the blue rose that Qi Xiaoye had gifted her were entrusted to Coco, and now, unexpectedly in Su Nanshan's possession, indicated that he had sought her out.
Moreover, it was highly likely that Coco was in his clutches, just like in her childhood,
when he had heartlessly killed her only dog to prevent her from sneaking out and causing trouble. Su Nantian understood her all too well. He knew her far too intimately. Li Qiqi found herself unable to abandon Qiqi. Turning to Qi Xiaoye, she urged, "Master Qi, I cannot accompany you, my uncle has arrived. You must leave swiftly." Noticing Qi Xiaoye's furrowed brow and his reluctance to budge, Li Qiqi wrapped her arms around his neck and, on tiptoe, pressed her lips against his.
Having spoken,
she dared not meet his gaze again, instead pushing him gently towards the window, lifting the curtain as she slipped outside. Chapter 56. I only desire his niece. Su Nantian observed Li Qiqi's approach with an impassive expression, her eyes filled with sorrow, her demeanor reluctant. This particular look was familiar to Su Nantian. He had seen it only once before, when the dog named Chuan Chuan had passed away. Li Qiqi has always been different from ordinary girls. While other girls adore petite and delicate toy dogs, she has a peculiar fondness for a fierce,
rabid dog known for its propensity to bite.
This mad dog would bite anyone, yet it refrained from attacking Li Qiqi.
However, when the dog bit a person,
it was a matter of life and death. The dog had killed a stray, and Li Qiqi wept inconsolably, nearly losing her will to live. It took several months of coaxing before she would even speak to him again.
The once innocent little girl has grown into a strong-willed young woman,
her stubbornness intensifying with every minor grievance, resolutely standing her ground. Unfortunately, he could not always muster the patience to pamper her for months on end. He had more effective methods to ensure her compliance.
"Let us go," Su Nantian commanded with a dispassionate tone.
The crowd parted, instinctively creating a pathway for Li Qiqi.
Unwilling to offend Su Nantian,
having navigated the complexities of Knaqin for many years, he operated with a low profile, yet his influence was undeniable. With the recent acquisition of the casino at New Street, no one except Xiao Sai could contend with him.
Countless gazes converged upon Li Qiqi from all directions,
accompanied by murmurs of astonishment and quiet conversations.
"Baby!"
Xiao Xiao's voice resonated in her ear. Xiao Xiao and Wenzhou appeared simultaneously, followed closely by the obsequious Ong San.
Li Qiqi finally laid eyes on the legendary Shui Gu, who appeared somewhat different from her imagination.
Clad in a vividly colored traditional garb, his head was sparsely adorned, save for a single dreadlock that sprouted from the center. With a sharp jawline and keen, discerning eyes, he embodied the essence of a cunning individual.
"Xiao Gu, Shui Gu."
Li Qiqi did not approach but politely greeted the two.
Xiao Shaokan smiled as he introduced her to Wenzhou. "My baby, isn't she lovely?"
"Of course. She is Qiao Ji's woman." Wenzhou nodded knowingly, teasing him, each one more beautiful than the last.
"TSK," Xiao shot a glare at Wenzhou, signaling him to silence. Completely indifferent to Su Nanshan's dark and brooding demeanor.
He even raised an eyebrow at Su Nantian, provocatively calling out, "Oh, uncle, what brings you here?"
Su Nanshan's expression darkened further.
Similarly grim was Qi Xiaoye, hidden behind the curtains, who pulled the brim of his cap lower and slipped his hand into the pocket of his trench coat.
Inside, it was damp, concealing a heart-shaped snowball that had partially melted, the QX engraving worn away by the fabric's friction.
His mind raced with images of Li Qiqi, arms outstretched against the wind and snow, blind to Qiao Xiaozan's car, and the moment when Qiao stepped out and embraced her tightly.
Everyone knows Qiao Ji's temperament. If Du Lai doesn't hit the brakes, neither will he.
Yet I love him, even if he were to run me over today, I would still willingly accept it. I love him, even if he were to run me over today, I would still willingly accept it. I have never liked him, this is the truth. I like you. Qi Xiaoye, I like you very much. I like Xiaoge, I am waiting for him to settle down. I am the woman he has chosen, I love him. I do not like him, I like you. Qi Xiaoye felt as though his mind was about to explode. The little liar could easily utter words of affection as if they were as mundane as eating or sleeping. Since their acquaintance, not a single truth had passed her lips. She would profess her fondness while simultaneously pushing him away. Crack! The snowball in Qi Xiaoye's palm was crushed to pieces, the sound soft. Yet a man near the window heard it and instinctively called out, "Who is behind the curtain?" This curtain was where Li Qiqi had just appeared. It seemed that tonight would yield unexpected developments. Su Nantian pondered for half a second, a slight smirk forming on his lips as he gestured to Batua. Batua tilted his head in acknowledgement, bringing over a dozen henchmen, guns drawn, aiming at the most tightly folded section of the curtain. Li Qiqi's heart raced to her throat in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, she spun around and hurried to Su Nantian's side. Grasping the sleeve of his garment in a plea. "Shoo!" Su Nantian narrowed his eyes, placing a finger to his lips, casting a profound gaze upon Li Qiqi's flustered countenance. He spoke softly, yet his tone resonated with an icy chill. "Qiqi, be quiet, Xiao Ji's venue is compromised. I am merely catching mice." The incessant click of guns being cocked filled the air, heightening the already tense atmosphere of the banquet hall. Everyone simultaneously turned their gazes to the gray-blue curtains, swaying gently in the night breeze. Batuo approached slowly, rubbing his hands around the gun's grip. After taking a deep breath, he abruptly pulled the curtain aside, revealing a dozen barrels pointed directly at him. With a rush, the icy wind and snow swept through the open window, revealing an empty expanse before him. Outside the villa, Qi Xiaoye descended with one hand gripping the rope. After a prolonged wait, Lin Ku and Atai emerged from the surrounding bushes, swiftly escorting him into the shadowy embrace of the moonlit night. Climbing through windows, sliding down ropes, and sprinting at high intensity caused Qi Xiaoye to cough several times. He leaned against a tree to catch his breath, the wound on his right arm tearing further due to exertion. Blood cascading down his arm and dripping onto the white snow beneath. Noticing Atai's furrowed brow, he paced restlessly, scratching his head in frustration. "Qi Yi, you've just awakened from serious injury. The doctor said you shouldn't be moving. All of this, for a woman. Is it truly necessary?" Lin Ku, calmer than Atai, scrutinized Qi Xiaoye's labored breaths and tentatively asked, "Miss Li, is she unwilling to leave with you?" Qi Xiaoye remained silent, which Atai interpreted as acquiescence. Enraged, he struck the tree trunk with his fist. "Damn it! When has Qi Yi ever endured such indignities? If it were up to me, I would have Brad send over a few squads. Or simply deploy AB-52 to obliterate Knaqin. I wonder which fool would dare to cross our path then. At that point, it wouldn't merely be about one woman." Lin Ku interjected, frowning as he suppressed his emotions. Eliminating Knaqin is simple, but tracing the source of the perfume is impossible. Once the old man's will takes effect, Qi Yi would have to relinquish the entire Qi family to that illegitimate son. "Have you lost your mind?" Atai clenched his teeth, rendered speechless. Qi Xiaoye cast a sidelong glance at Atai. "Have we intercepted Su Nantian's goods?" Atai nodded affirmatively, "Not a single one has slipped through." "Good," Qi Xiaoye replied, lowering his gaze, his voice low and resolute. "Convey to Su Nantian that he should incinerate a batch of goods every 15 minutes. Lin Ku's eyelids twitched anxiously. "Qi Yi. This could lead to mutual destruction, and our losses will only escalate." Qi Xiaoye straightened, brushing the snow off his overcoat as he strode towards the waiting Bentley. The perfume is cloaked in shadows. In a diminished state, it is easier to investigate. The extent of Su Nantian's dealings in Knaqin depends solely on his capabilities. All I desire is his niece, I cannot bear to wait another day. Inside the banquet hall, Batua leaned out the window to peer down, only to be met with the dim glow of streetlights and an empty arena. "Boss Su, there is no one." Su Nantian glanced at Li Qiqi, whose previously anxious expression had now visibly relaxed.
He placed a rabbit-shaped hand warmer into her embrace.
Suddenly, Xiao waded through the crowd, grasping Li Qiqi's arm to shield her behind him.
My people cannot simply be taken away at your whim. Where would that leave my face? Your people? Su Nantian scoffed,
as if he had heard a jest, his expression darkening.
My precious niece, whom I have cherished for 12 years, brought to partake in this perilous game? I have yet to settle accounts with you, and you speak of face? Uncle. Do not call me uncle. Fine, Xiao gritted his teeth, then conceded, brother-in-law. Oh no, future brother-in-law.
I admit, bringing her into this was a mistake, but you are not without fault either. If you truly cherish her,
would you lock her away and starve her?
Su Nantian typically refrained from quarrels with the younger generation and was disinclined to explain himself to Xiao. He directed his gaze beyond Xiao to Li Qiqi, who had lowered her head.
Will you come with me, or remain here?
Li Qiqi hesitated, her hands clutching a warming device that had just been charged, its heat still radiating, yet it failed to warm her icy fingers. Xiao, perceptive to her indecision, thumped his chest with a bold gesture, confidently assuring Su Nantian, I shall take your niece. $5 million to secure her freedom, from now on. I shall cherish and care for her, and you shall no longer interfere in her life. Su Nantian chuckled softly, a low, gravelly sound.
$5 million. And you seek a man to shelter you, Li Qiqi? Is this your means of earning your escape from me?
Li Qiqi found herself at a loss for words, unable to fathom the extent to which Xiao would go for her.
Their encounters had been few, devoid of any profound affection, and their relationship could hardly be described as amicable. Yet, his willingness to spend such money to secure her freedom raised a question: did this imply something deeper?
She turned her gaze towards Su Nantian.
Uncle, you promised me.
Su Nantian met her eyes, perceiving the glimmer of hope and anticipation within them, bright and pleading,
reminiscent of her childhood when she would beg him for sweets.
Xiao scoffed. It matters not who supports her or who pays.
I simply ask you this, are you still a man? Su Nantian nodded resolutely.
Very well, I stand by my word. He stepped around Xiao. His movements deliberate as he gently took Li Qiqi's small hand and placed it in Xiao's palm, simultaneously retrieving the warming rabbit from her embrace.
Uncle!
Li Qiqi called out, but Su Nantian paid her no mind, turning to leave while gesturing dismissively. The fluidity of his actions was all too familiar to Li Qiqi. Encapsulated in those two simple words, kill her.
No, uncle.
Li Qiqi pushed aside Xiao, attempting to chase after Su Nantian, but was swiftly grasped by Xiao's hand. The man feigned an embrace, yet her relentless struggles caused him to furrow his brow in discontent. With an air of displeasure, Xiao held on to Li Qiqi, refusing to let go. Darling, it was you who insisted on purchasing your freedom. I shall bear the cost, and your uncle has concurred. Why do you flee?
No.
Li Qiqi was frantic, her words tumbling out in a disarray, as she watched Su Nantian walk further away. A large group of people gradually vanished around the corner of the banquet hall. Tears streamed down her cheeks in heavy droplets, falling steadily onto Xiao's hand. The man felt a jolt in his heart and instinctively loosened his grip.
Taking advantage of the moment,
Li Qiqi broke free from Xiao's restraint and dashed out of the banquet hall, sprinting in the direction where Su Nantian had vanished.
Uncle, wait for me, uncle.
Xiao intended to pursue her, but was halted by Wenzhou, who had been observing the commotion behind them.
Xiaogu, Su Nantian's gaze towards his niece is rather unusual.
Moreover, while he appears to agree readily with his words, he is actually quite obstructive. Do not allow yourself to be manipulated by him.
Xiao paused, his dark eyes deepening with thought.
He retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Xiao Lina's number.
Shuage, we can discuss the collaboration later.
I have family matters to attend to now. All right, Wenzhou replied with a light smile, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender.
Xiaogui, you handle your affairs.
I shall take my leave. Li Qiqi chased after Su Nantian, running all the way to the open parking area of the racetrack.
The engine roared to life, echoing through the air.
As soon as Li Qiqi's delicate hand brushed against the car door, the slate-gray Maybach glided past her, departing the parking lot.
Li Qiqi sidestepped,
unsteady on her feet, and stumbled into the snow. The cold, icy flakes plastered her face, but she brushed them off and resolutely pursued the vehicle, sprinting after it.
The straight distance from the racetrack to the outskirts of Putin district spanned 3 kilometers. Gritting her teeth, Li Qiqi silently followed the Maybach, running with fervor.
Once she reached the outskirts, the car vanished after rounding a bend, yet she dared not halt, propelled forward by the imprints left by the tires. Her breathing grew increasingly labored, her chest heavy as if crushed by a great stone. The snow piled along the roadside reflected the faint glow of the moon, casting a shimmering light upon her faltering figure. Snowflakes drifted down, landing on Li Qiqi's eyelashes and melting into droplets, blurring her vision. Li Qiqi could no longer run.
Her throat burned as if engulfed in flames.
Clutching her chest, she gasped for breath and halted, her peripheral vision catching sight of a Maybach parked by the roadside,
approximately 50 meters away.
Li Qiqi gazed through her misty, tear-filled eyes for an extended moment, ensuring that the vehicle had indeed come to a halt before she moistened her parched lips and set off running once more.
Uncle!
Li Qiqi reached out to grasp the car door, and with a resounding roar, the Maybach roared back to life.
Its speed was not swift.
Yet the implication was unmistakable, it continued to race on. Snowflakes mingled with tears, crystallizing into icy shards upon Li Qiqi's visage before melting away, akin to a multitude of sharp blades slicing through her skin, leaving her cheeks painfully numbed. Li Qiqi dragged her leaden legs, moving forward slowly, step by step.
Each crunch in the snow echoed her fragile breaths.
Su Nantian was deliberate in his actions, and Li Qiqi was aware of it.
She had disobeyed. And Su Nantian possessed countless ways to impose punishment upon her.
Her adaptability and gentle demeanor stemmed from the understanding that only by submitting would she receive tenderness and consolation from him. Yet, she yearned for change. She longed to cease her compliance.
Li Qiqi vividly remembers the day she first encountered Coco.
The girl stood within the resplendent hall of a vibrant night venue, her visage illuminated by a cascade of dazzling lights.
With an air of carefree exuberance, she captivated those around her.
Surrounded by a throng of enchanting young women who engaged her in lively discussions about the intriguing tales and gossip surrounding Knaqin.
Coco!
Your penchant for unearthing others' secrets may one day lead you to peril at the hands of those with ulterior motives, warned one of her companions.
Coco merely raised an eyebrow.
Responding, everyone possesses dual or multiple facades. I am not merely gossiping but rather encouraging you all to embrace a more authentic existence, free from the burdens of pretense.
Coco's sincerity was palpable, her affections and aversions starkly defined, devoid of any insincere masquerade unlike her own.
Her life resembled a fragile illusion, one that could not withstand scrutiny, often leaving her lost in fanciful reveries. How long must she wait to live with greater authenticity? The world before her began to swirl, the car, the drifting snow, and the shadows of trees wavered in Li Qiqi's gaze, their outlines contorting and receding into the distance. As darkness enveloped Li Qiqi, her body faltered, and she collapsed forward. The snow beneath her resembled a soft quilt, enveloping her diminutive figure. She felt immense pain and profound fatigue.
In the distance,
a Maybach abruptly halted and moments later began to reverse slowly.
Su Nantian opened the car door, leaning out to retrieve the delicate Li Qiqi from the snow, gently checking her forehead.
Batua, upon hearing this, altered their course towards Li Yuan, cautiously glancing at Su Nantian's troubled brow in the rearview mirror. The man was genuinely furious, yet each time he unleashed his wrath upon Miss Li, it was ultimately he who felt the pangs of regret.
With a deep sigh, Batua inquired, Boss Su, what shall we do about Coco? Should we proceed?
Spare her life for now, Su Nantian replied, gazing down at the trembling girl in his arms, cradling her gently. When Qiqi awakens, she shall decide.
Chapter 58, Why Must She Always Disobey? As dawn broke,
the soft light of morning spilled through the slightly parted curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the pallid cheeks of the small figure on the bed. Despite having received 2 injections to reduce her fever, Li Qiqi remained unresponsive.
Su Nantian rested his forehead on one arm.
Seated on the sofa in the corner of the room, his expression grave as he observed her. The incessant ringing of his phone on the table drew his attention. It was once again Xiao Lina, likely informed by Qiao Xiao about the situation, bombarding him with calls to interrogate him.
Women could be quite troublesome,
as they desired to be updated on his every move, 24 hours a day. In the past, he could tolerate her inquiries with some semblance of patience. But now Su Nantian lacked the disposition to engage, allowing the phone to ring on without answer. "Qiqi," he called softly. The girl's long lashes fluttered. Yet she did not respond. Su Nantian reached out to touch her forehead, relieved to find that her fever had diminished significantly, no longer burning with intensity.
"Uncle," she murmured.
Su Nantian leaned in closer. Li Qiqi suddenly burst into tears, large droplets cascading from the corners of her eyes, her eyelids tightly shut. The man adjusted the corners of her blanket, gently inquiring if there was anywhere else she felt discomfort.
"Would you like some water?" Upon hearing his voice,
Li Qiqi began to tremble uncontrollably, fervently shaking her head, her sobs growing louder. "Please don't shut me in, I am afraid, I am so scared.
I am very hungry and cold.
I realize my mistakes, dear uncle, I promise I won't do it again, I won't run anymore." Li Qiqi was ensnared by nightmares, her speech disordered and incoherent, yet her emotions grew increasingly fervent, her body temperature rising in tandem.
"Qiqi, wake up."
Su Nantian felt a tightening in his chest as his palm gently caressed Li Qiqi's cheek, tenderly soothing her while his thumb wiped away the incessant tears pooling at the corners of her eyes.
"From now on, be obedient.
As long as you comply and no longer resist or hide from me, I promise I will never punish you again.
Wake up. Qi. The man's warm,
damp fingertips glided over her cheek, and Li Qiqi murmured softly before suddenly falling silent. She groped to grasp Su Nantian's hand, her pale lips parting and closing again as she struggled to utter a few words.
"Take me away." Like a bomb detonating in his mind, Su Nantian's expression darkened considerably.
He withdrew his right hand from Li Qiqi's grasp and placed it upon her delicate, slender neck. He could distinctly feel the pulse beating weakly at the side of her neck. The girl was fragile, and with just a slight exertion, he could extinguish her life. For a fleeting moment, he indeed contemplated taking her life when she declared she would never believe him again, her eyes reflecting profound disappointment and undisguised disdain. Over the 12 years of nurturing and companionship, Su Nantian believed he had treated her well.
Even when he had selfishly exploited her once.
He had meticulously planned everything to ensure she would not come to harm. Yet, she seemed to flourish with the attention of others. When Xiao Xiao offered her a candy, she eagerly wagged her tail in plea. When Qi Xiaoye professed his love, she seemed ready to surrender her entire heart.
Yet, when it came to him, not even a grain of sand could be tolerated. Why did she always refuse to listen?
"Mr. Su," Annie's voice called from outside, "Miss Qiao has arrived.
Tell her to leave." Su Nantian dismissed her without a second thought. Tian Gu.
The door swung open, and Xiao Lina stormed in. Her brows furrowed as she pointed a finger at Su Nantian, demanding loudly, "You said you were busy with gambling matters these past few days and asked me not to disturb you."
"I believed you, but what about you? Is this what you call gambling?"
Su Nantian cast her a dispassionate glance.
"Did Xiao Xiao call you?"
"Yes, if it weren't for him. I wouldn't have known you were too busy to answer my call yet could secretly find time to tend to your niece."
Seeing Xiao Lina's frantic demeanor, Su Nantian pinched the bridge of his nose in annoyance.
"You know how your brother is, I'm not responsible for who he has harmed over the years. But I have only this one niece, and he took her to gamble.
Do you think I can continue to act as if everything is normal between us?"
Xiao Lina glanced at the unconscious Li Qiqi on the bed, suspecting that the girl had been tormented by Xiao Xiao, which had incited Su Nantian's anger.
Struck momentarily speechless,
Su Nantian continued, "On your grandfather's birthday, I entrusted you to take good care of her, yet you handed her over to your brother.
Since you cannot accept my family,
then we have nothing left to discuss." Su Nantian deliberately emphasized the word family, causing Xiao Lina to falter. She was aware that Su Nantian was an orphan without relatives. His regard for Li Qiqi was akin to that of family, making her significant. Xiao Lina softened her tone and urgently explained, "The way I treated her was because you always treated her differently."
"I thought." "Thought what?" Su Nantian countered. "Thought that my feelings for her were not the kind a senior holds for a junior?"
"But have you considered that if that were the case,
I would have long been with her, and you would have no part in this?" Tian Gu. Xiao Lina could perceive the disappointment and indifference in Su Nantian's eyes.
She had originally come to confront him, yet his simple words had turned the fault upon her. "It was my mistake, I should not have doubted you."
"It's too late." Su Nantian was disinclined to continue the entanglement with Xiaolina and subtly gestured to Annie.
Annie, see our guest out.
When Li Qiqi awoke,
the night had fully descended, and the room remained unlit, bathed only in a gentle layer of moonlight. She groped for the glass on the bedside table and gulped down the water within, yet still felt parched.
Clutching the glass,
she descended from the bed and opened the door, colliding with Annie, who had come to take her temperature.
"Where is Uncle?" Li Qiqi grasped Annie's arm. Annie nodded,
taking the cup from Li Qiqi's hand and leading her downstairs. "Mr. Su was initially in the room tending to you, but after receiving a call in the evening, he has been sitting in the living room smoking, refusing to eat or speak.
You might want to check on him."
The living room was dimly lit,
with only a soft floor lamp illuminating the space.
Su Nantian was half concealed in shadows, wisps of smoke swirling around him. Li Qiqi approached slowly and stood before him.
"Uncle." Su Nantian remained silent, his gaze fixed on her delicate bare feet.
Despite her age, she still had the habit of wandering around barefoot.
The phone rang again.
Su Nantian retrieved it and pressed to answer. Bato's voice came through, urgent and surrounded by a cacophony of noise.
"Boss Su, Qi Xiaoye is being excessively ruthless.
In just one day, he has burned goods worth billions of chot. Many clients are demanding an explanation from me. You need to make a decision swiftly."
"Let him burn,"
Su Nantian replied as he bent down to retrieve a pair of slippers from the drawer beneath the coffee table, placing them beside Li Qiqi and watching her obediently put them on.
Annie handed Li Qiqi a cup filled with warm water. After hanging up the phone,
Su Nantian looked at Li Qiqi, who was sipping from the cup in small, measured sips. Before she could ask, he spoke first.
"Do you want to go see Qiqi?" Chapter 59. The woman who loves another Qiqi was confined in a cell on the old street. As winter arrived, the temperature in the cell plummeted alarmingly.
There was neither a fireplace nor heating here.
Li Qiqi, clad in a heavy down jacket and wrapped in a scarf,
could not suppress a series of shivers as she stepped into the cold confines of the cell. At the end of the corridor, in a glass enclosure, stood Qiqi.
Her height of
1.75 meters making her remarkably prominent among the girls.
As Qiqi huddled in the corner of the cell, Li Qiqi spotted her at once.
Her teeth chattered, her lips were tinged with a bluish hue, and her slender frame was entirely enveloped in a filthy quilt. Her long hair lay disheveled,
obscuring much of her pale face. "Qiqi! Qiqi!" Li Qiqi desperately pounded against the transparent glass, yet the girl inside offered no response whatsoever.
Li Qiqi turned her gaze toward Su Nantian. Su Nantian comprehended her thoughts and raised his hand to adjust the collar of his coat,
stating calmly, "This glass wall is one way and possesses excellent sound insulation, so Coco cannot hear your voice."
Li Qiqi was aware of Su Nantian's discontent and made a concerted effort to modulate her tone, striving to avoid inciting his ire.
"Do you recall what you once confided in me?" Su Nantian replied with a faint smile, his gaze lowering. "You mentioned that you would never trust me again. And I must admit, I feel the same way.
Qiqi, we are kindred spirits, both adept at deception, and thus, I too shall cease to place my faith in you." Unfazed by his disbelief, Li Qiqi abandoned her pretense and elevated her voice slightly.
"What must I do for you to release her?"
Su Nantian retrieved a voice recorder from his pocket, placing it in the palm of Li Qiqi's hand, signaling her to keep it safe.
"Your subsequent actions will be scrutinized. How you conduct yourself will determine Qiqi's fate."
Li Qiqi clutched the voice recorder in her hand, and she had a rough understanding of what Su Nantian intended to do.
Yet, she still asked, her voice low and somewhat redundant, "What do you want me to do?"
"I have already severed ties with Xiaolina.
We will no longer meet or cross paths. Now it is your turn.
As long as you completely cut ties with Qi Xiaoye and faithfully fulfill our agreement, I shall release her."
"Uncle,"
Li Qiqi murmured, yet she found herself at a loss for words. It dawned upon her that the human heart is the most inscrutable of enigmas, and promises should not be uttered lightly.
The arrow, shot in innocent ignorance at the tender age of 9, finally struck true at her brow when she turned 18.
Li Qiqi felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Yet her eyes, stinging with a painful bitterness, could not produce a single tear.
Ultimately, her sorrow transformed into a bitter smile that she choked back, swallowing it deep within.
Uncle, rest assured, I will remain obediently in the pear orchard from now on. I shall not leave, nor will I establish contact with Qi Xiaoye again. Su Nantian had waited for Li Qiqi for quite some time, but all he received in return was this solitary statement. With a dissatisfied glint in his eyes, he released her and pointed at the voice recorder she held, letting out a derisive laugh. Each word echoed in her ears, sharp as a blade. And she bit her lip, turning her face slightly away. I do not know what you desire. Do not be anxious, Su Nantian said, gripping her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. I merely require you to record Qi Xiaoye's true intentions regarding Knaqin and then deliver it to me. Only when he is utterly disillusioned with you, when he has lost all hope, can I find solace. Li Qiqi's eyes glistened with a hint of crimson at the corners, an unmistakable surge of indignation and fury rising within her. Did she truly expect Qi Xiaoye to relent? It was evident that she intended to manipulate me to confront him. Between him and Qiqi, how could she presume I would inevitably choose Qiqi? So astute, Su Nantian furrowed his brow slightly. I am not particularly fond of your cleverness. Yet there is merit in it, intelligence simplifies matters. I assure you, this information is not lethal. You are more aware than I of Qi Xiaoye's capabilities. Even in the face of your treachery, he shall not meet his demise. However, should you fail to comply, Qiqi's fate is sealed. You. Li Qiqi's complexion was slightly pale, and a cacophony echoed in her ears. This was her uncle, a man whom she had once trusted, admired, and revered. He had provided her with a warm home, allowing her to thrive in a small corner of the world, only to cruelly shatter the warmth she cherished into countless fragments. Why? Li Qiqi leaned against the glass wall, sitting on the ground, murmuring softly. Su Nantian scoffed. Because you can never see your true position. Li Qiqi. From the moment I rescued you, you were destined to be mine. Unless I die, you shall never escape me. The banquet mentioned by Su Nantian was to be held at the renowned Sanhu Villa in Knaqin, coinciding with the birthday celebration of Lord Xiao. This was a true high society affair, attended by notable officials and wealthy merchants from both local and distant regions, a bustling assembly. Li Qiqi, entwining her arm with Su Nantian's, gracefully entered through the main entrance, whereupon a throng of individuals immediately surrounded them to extend their greetings. When Su Nantian introduced Li Qiqi, he no longer referred to her as my little niece, but rather, my girlfriend. Several familiar business owners, although taken aback, nonetheless smiled broadly and showered Su Nantian with compliments, exclaiming, Miss Li has blossomed into such a beauty. Li Qiqi glanced indifferently at the man who had playfully teased her years ago, calling her to address him as uncle. She offered no verbal response, merely expressing her gratitude with a polite thank you. The entrance suddenly became lively, and Li Qiqi turned her gaze to the commotion. It was Qi Xiaoye, surrounded by a throng of affluent businessmen, his attire stunningly captivating her. The man had shed his usual nonchalant demeanor for a formal suit, maintaining an elegant black style, yet exuding an air of refined nobility in every gesture. His meticulously sculpted profile was breathtakingly perfect, and his towering height, even in a state of restrained intensity, conveyed a subtle yet palpable sense of superiority. At the moment their eyes met, a faint smile graced the corners of Qi Xiaoye's cool lips, and a gentle amusement sparkled in the depths of his light blue eyes, bewitching her utterly. Li Qiqi's heart abruptly skipped a beat, and she instinctively lowered her gaze. Qi Xiaoye found little business at Knaqin, likely due to his first appearance at such an event. Yet his docks in timberland dictated the commercial landscape of Knaqin. His presence astonished the hosts, who not only came out to greet him personally but also, upon noticing his lack of a female companion, dispatched several models for him to choose from. Most of the models were of mixed heritage, strikingly beautiful, and possessed enviable figures. They entered with confidence, swaying their hips, but upon catching sight of Qi Xiaoye, they shyly lowered their heads, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Qi Xiaoye cast a fleeting glance at them, devoid of interest, and proceeded deeper into the venue, leaving the hosts perplexed in his wake. Rest assured, Mr. Qi. These young ladies are new to Knaqin and quite pristine, the organizer assured. Qi Xiaoye absent-mindedly toyed with the lighter in his hand. Would you care to select again? No, he replied, his gaze penetrating as he regarded the organizer. I have no preference. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the organizer inquired. What type do you prefer? I shall arrange it forthwith. Very well. Qi Xiaoye feigned interest, squinting as he took a drag from his cigarette. The soft click of the lighter igniting resonating throughout the gathering.
I prefer another man-s woman.
The organizer, scratching his head, struggled to salvage the situation.
Fond of another man-s woman?
Ah, Mr. Qi certainly enjoys a jest.
Qi Xiaoye scoffed, who is jesting with you?
The organizer felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, yet Qi Xiaoye dismissed him, striding through the bustling crowd directly towards Li Qiqi. The man's innate aura exuded an oppressive presence, causing the surrounding affluent businessmen to instinctively maintain a distance of at least a meter from him.
As Qi Xiaoye approached, Li Qiqi's heartbeat quickened.
His focused gaze enveloped her like an intricate web, leaving her disoriented and searching for an escape.
Before she could find one, her right hand was seized by Qi Xiaoye.
With a charming smile, he said, "I find myself quite fond of women like Mrs. Su."
Gasps of surprise echoed among the onlookers, their astonishment palpable. What? Oh. Wow. Unfazed by the murmurs, Qi Xiaoye's eyes remained locked on Li Qiqi's flustered expression.
He delicately grasped her slender fingers, lifting them to his chest. Under the collective breath of the crowd, he bent down. His lips gently brushing against the back of her hand, executing a flawless hand-kissing gesture with an elegant yet undeniable dominance. Li Qiqi's heart fluttered, momentarily frozen in place. Like a jade stone shattering the calm surface of a lake, the crowd in the banquet hall fell silent for an instant before erupting in a cacophony of whispers.
Countless gazes converged upon Li Qiqi, followed by hushed murmurs. I believe I've seen this companion of Boss Su before. Wasn't she the woman that Master Qi snatched from Xiaoge's grasp at the last birthday banquet for Elder Qiao? How did she end up entangled with Boss Su? TSK. Isn't it obvious?
This woman must be juggling multiple affairs, and it has been discovered.
Oh my, isn't that a battleground of emotions?
The discussions grew louder,
spreading like wildfire.
Qi Xiaoye released Li Qiqi and cast a fleeting glance at the gossipers.
Instantly, they fell silent.
The host was visibly shaken, stealing glances at Su Nantian,
anxiously noting the perspiration cascading down his forehead.
A nearby attendant cautiously dabbed at his sweat with a handkerchief.
Yet, Qi Xiaoye appeared unperturbed.
Letting go of Li Qiqi's small hand and regarding Su Nantian's grim visage with a gentlemanly smile.
Boss Su was fortunate to have such a beautiful partner at home.
It must cost quite a fortune, I estimate, at least 100 billion. The losses from the dock fire, which raged for 2 nights, had already exceeded 100 billion shots. Su Nantian loosened the 2 buttons at his collar, his tone sharp yet composed.
Taking care of one's own is far better than coveting others.
Only the intruding rats would recklessly scurry into another's home, seeking to reap the rewards.
Qi Xiaoye smirked,
the banquet lights casting shadows across his brow, his tone laden with intrigue.
Su Nantian's already somber countenance grew increasingly frosty, his gaze emanating a chilling menace, silent yet seething.
The host's heart sank further, hastily stepping between the two to diffuse the tension. Miss Li is a beauty, captivating at first glance, it's no wonder Master Qi is enamored.
After all, who could resist? Alas, this prized flower is already taken.
Then let the latecomers take their place.
Qi Xiaoye maintained a faint smile,
allowing the host to experience a fleeting moment of despair before breaking the stalemate, ensuring matters did not spiral out of control.
Just a jest. Boss Su need not take it to heart.
Su Nantian teetered on the brink of eruption, unwilling to descend the path Qi Xiaoye had offered, his tone frigid. Master Qi prefers beauty over power, little knowing that the one lacking in women is certainly not Knaqin.
Focus too intently on one, and be wary. You may lose your life. The 2 locked eyes, their gazes swirling with tumultuous storms and arrogant waves. After a moment of profound silence,
Qi Xiaoye casually extinguished the half-burned cigarette in the wineglass held by a servant, the embers hissing as they met the liquid.
With a fierce arch of his brow, he turned away. Lose my life? I await the spectacle.
Qi Xiaoye was escorted upstairs by the host.
Su Nantian, disinterested in mingling,
chose to sit with Li Qiqi close to the dessert table. He observed as the girl, oblivious to her image, sampled every delicately crafted pastry on display. Her favorite remained the strawberry tart, which she savored the most, taking small bites, relishing each morsel, her satisfaction evident as her eyes sparkled with delight after consuming several. Su Nantian teased her, if you eat like this, others might think I starve you. Immediately regretting his words, he realized Li Qiqi was no longer the girl who would charm him with her affection, she now harbored disdain. Sure enough, her expression hardened in an instant, as she carelessly stuffed half a strawberry tart into her mouth, swallowing without reaching for another delicacy. Su Nantian sighed, what I meant was, if you wish to eat. I no longer want to eat. Li Qiqi sat upright and pushed the strawberry tart that Su Nantian had brought her forward. Thank you, uncle. The faint smile in Su Nantian's eyes faded away, and the darkness of his gaze shimmered for a moment, yet he ultimately found himself unable to utter a word, instead taking a bite of the tart. Su Nantian lacked family. Yet he understood well that the most precious aspect of kinship lies in the ability to forgive and embrace one another, regardless of the magnitude of one's mistakes. He presumed that Li Qiqi was merely sulking, and once matters were resolved, he would take the time to pamper and comfort her as he had in the past, believing that even the deepest wounds could heal. She was still his. The two fell into an extended silence, their stillness contrasting sharply with the surrounding revelry. Occasionally, a few business associates approached, inviting Su Nantian to the rooftop to witness a fashion show. Mr. Su, if you see someone you fancy, feel free to take them. We have special rooms arranged for such affairs. One associate leaned closer to Su Nantian, speaking softly. Su Nantian, however, glanced at Li Qiqi's cold and solitary face. You know me, I'm not interested in that, and neither is she. Let President Sang accompany you, enjoy yourselves. Very well, I shall take my leave. I have my own arrangements at the dock. Su Nantian interrupted the associate directly. The associate, flustered yet powerless, muttered some platitudes of trust before awkwardly departing. Su Nantian retrieved his phone, glancing down as if awaiting something, which caught Li Qiqi's attention, prompting her to look up. Uncle, is something wrong at the dock? It's nothing. Su Nantian replied, his expression impatient and his tone low. The dock is under Qi Xiaoye's domain, even if something were amiss, it is of no concern to me. Li Qiqi, displaying her perceptiveness, fell silent as Su Nantian gestured for her to glance towards the entrance. At that moment, Atai and Lin Ko entered side by side, accompanied by a refined and cultured young man, who carried a briefcase and wore glasses. Following the servant's prompt, the trio ascended the staircase. With the arrival of the guests, Su Nantian rapped lightly on the table and subtly inclined his chin towards Li Qiqi, signaling her to take action. You know what to do. I shall await your return here. Chapter 61, The Boss is Beyond Redemption. Li Qiqi gripped the recording pen tightly and rose to her feet. Like a fish navigating through a bustling crowd, she made her way to the second floor, the cacophony around her fading into a void beneath the interplay of light and shadow in her eyes. The elevator entrance leading upstairs presented a suffocating vortex. She watched the digits on the elevator halt at the third floor. Once the elevator descended again, Li Qiqi steadied her emotions, stepped inside, and pressed the button for the third floor. The decor on the third floor was markedly different. The walls on either side were adorned with opulent wallpaper, and the floor was covered in a thick, plush carpet, creating a private domain isolated from the revelry of the soirée. Li Qiqi is not a spy. She lacks the skills for stealth and eavesdropping. After activating the voice recorder, she discreetly tucked the slender device into the crevice of her corset and proceeded directly towards the end of the passage. At the door stood Ah Tai and Lin Ko, positioned on either side. As Li Qiqi approached, they simultaneously raised their hands to obstruct her path. Miss Li, halt. Li Qiqi and Atai were not well acquainted, and at this moment, the unfriendly glances from both of them prompted her to come to a halt. I am looking for Master Qi, she stated. Atai, unwavering, replied. Master Qi is preoccupied with important matters, Miss Li, perhaps you should let her in, came the deep, melodious voice of Qi Xiaoye from within the room. Atai gritted his teeth, flexing his robust muscles, and reluctantly stepped aside for Li Qiqi, while Lin Ke's gaze remained fixated on the silver chain handbag in her hand. Li Qiqi, displaying her understanding, handed her handbag to Lin Ke and twirled around, shedding her shawl. I am merely clad in a gown, do you require a search? For anyone who dared to approach Qi Xiaoye, a search was imperative, yet Lin Ke found herself incapable of doing so. She had never mustered the courage before, and still lacked it now. The thought of Qi Xiaoye's infatuation with Li Qiqi crossed her mind, prompting Lin Ke to smile at Li Qiqi with a slight grimace.
No need, your body will be searched personally by the master.
As Li Qiqi stepped forward, her right foot hesitated momentarily. This subtle movement caught Lin Ke's attention. He lowered his gaze and exchanged a knowing glance with Atai.
Understanding the cue.
Atai seized the moment while Lin Ke turned to assist Li Qiqi in opening the door, furrowing his brow as he sent a text to Qi Xiaoye, Master Qi.
Miss Li appears to be in trouble.
With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. Lin Ke, unable to contain his eagerness, engaged in a silent conversation with Atai, who helplessly presented his phone for Lin Ke to see. Upon reading the message, Lin Ke rolled his eyes, exclaiming inwardly that the boss was beyond help. As Li Qiqi entered, she beheld a man on the opposite sofa, unfastening the buttons of his suit jacket, his shirt carelessly done up with just 2 buttons. Between his fingers, he held a half-burnt cigarette. His fingers were clean and slender, with well-defined knuckles. Tendrils of white smoke spiraled and danced around the veins on the back of his hand, silently diffusing into the air.
In the next moment,
Qi Xiaoye extinguished the cigarette butt, crushing it into the ashtray, and beckoned lightly to Li Qiqi.
Come here.
Li Qiqi remained motionless, her gaze fixated on Qi Xiaoye. The bandages beneath his silk shirt particularly conspicuous, wrapping around his robust and broad chest, extending to his right shoulder, while his abdomen bore no injuries. The well-defined contours of his 8-pack abs were subtly discernible, causing Li Qiqi to blush profusely. During their last encounter, Qi Xiaoye had fastened his clothing tightly, unwilling to reveal even a glimpse, yet now, he exuded a generous demeanor. Li Qiqi pouted slightly, raising her eyes to meet Qi Xiaoye's gaze.
Perhaps sensing her thoughts,
Qi Xiaoye's eyes lifted at the corners, his posture languid as he leaned back. I wish for Miss Li to feel my pain.
Ahem. Ahem.
The bespectacled man to the right was utterly taken aback by Qi Xiaoye's unexpected remark, nearly choking on the sudden influx of saliva, awkwardly coughing several times. Li Qiqi furrowed her brows as she exposed Qi Xiaoye's pretense. The room's heating was excessively high, making it uncomfortably warm.
Heartless and devoid of charm. Qi Xiaoye, infuriated,
shut his eyes momentarily before reopening them, disregarding the awkward expressions of the bespectacled man. He fixed his gaze on Li Qiqi and inquired in a low voice.
I summoned you here, yet you remain standing there motionless. Do you wish for me to come over and embrace you?
Li Qiqi understood that Qi Xiaoye would indeed act in such a manner. Considering the man's injury and inconvenience, she consciously stepped closer, allowing him to wrap his arm around her waist and draw her into his embrace. He held her tightly, leaning in to inhale the sweet,
cool fragrance of snow that lingered on her skin. I miss you so much. Li Qiqi's fair and delicate cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her ears.
Uncomfortably, she nudged Qi Xiaoye's shoulder, attempting to escape from his embrace and take a seat beside him.
However,
Qi Xiaoye would not relent. He tightened his grip around her waist, effectively thwarting her resistance, while his thin lips brushed against her ear.
Don't move. Allow me to hold you.
The man's fervent breath lingered near her ear, causing Li Qiqi to shrink back, her voice softening.
Qi, please don't do this. There are others around.
Qi Xiaoye slightly loosened his hold, casting a cool glance at the flustered bespectacled man who was scanning the surroundings. A suffocating pressure enveloped the atmosphere, making the bespectacled man avert his gaze from Qi Xiaoye, instead choosing to fixate on the ceiling as he tentatively spoke.
Qi, perhaps we could discuss this another time?
Qi Xiaoye chuckled. No need, continue speaking.
Hurry up and get on with it.
Oh, very well. The bespectacled man fumbled to open his briefcase, retrieving a stack of documents.
This is the conjectural formula for the nether fragrance.
I have conducted numerous experiments, and only this last attempt comes closest, boasting a success rate of 95. He raised his head, his hands rustling through the papers, appearing exceedingly awkward. After exchanging a glance with Qi Xiaoye, Li Qiqi rose, with the man's approving gaze upon her, to take the documents from the bespectacled man's hands and present them to Qi Xiaoye. The bespectacled man continued, this perfume is composed of a total of 13 ingredients. While 12 of them are rare, they can be procured at a high price.
Indeed, Qi Xiaoye nodded,
embracing Li Qiqi once more as they both examined the materials in hand. Their eyes simultaneously lingered on the name of the final ingredient, prompting an exclamation from Li Qiqi.
Body fragrance?
Yes, the bespectacled man closed his eyes, inhaling sharply. The reason the formula for this particular scent is so elusive is that this last ingredient has never appeared on the market, it cannot be purchased. For it is the fragrance of a young girl. Li Qiqi was perplexed. Can body fragrance really be extracted? Of course. The method exists. But extracting each ingredient requires a sacrifice, a life. The resulting perfume, rather than being called a fragrance, could be more accurately described as a concoction of pheromones infused with scent. Pheromones? Li Qiqi had never heard of them. Qi Xiaoye, donning glasses, seized the moment to elaborate patiently for her. Pheromones, also known as signaling molecules, are substances released by one organism that can influence the behavior and emotions of others upon detection. Indeed, Master Qi is quite knowledgeable. The bespectacled man interjected with timely flattery, gazing at the ceiling as he continued. The essence of the fragrance known as Nai Luo Xiang lies in the extraction and concentration of a woman's pheromones, which, when perceived by men, elicit responses of excitement, joy, and infatuation, thus allowing the wearer to easily captivate their attention. However, the influence of pheromones diminishes over time and is not permanent. Therefore, to maintain this sense of control, purchasers of the perfume must consistently apply it to their target. It was no wonder that Qi Xiaoye had been so compliant after inhaling the fragrance she wore. Li Qiqi pressed her lips together, gazing into Qi Xiaoye's eyes, and finally posed the question that had been on her mind. Master Qi, your journey to Knaqin is solely to investigate Nai Luo Xiang, isn't it? Chapter 62, Truly Adorable. Li Qiqi let out a slight sigh of relief. If the investigation was merely focused on the perfume and posed no threat to Su Nantian, it would be inconsequential even if Su Nantian became aware of it. The bespectacled man pinched the back of his neck and remarked, to concoct perfume, one must have the raw materials. Master Qi can subsequently pursue leads in the direction of human trafficking. Master Qi. The objective had been achieved. Prompting Li Qiqi to interject, as she placed her hand on Qi Xiaoye's shoulder to rise, keen to minimize her presence lest Su Nantian glean more information with each passing moment. I am feeling a bit unwell, perhaps due to overindulging in the snacks earlier. I think I shall visit the restroom. Very well. Qi Xiaoye raised his gaze, observing Li Qiqi's feigned composure with a dispassionate expression. He neither inquired nor pressed her further, simply granting his consent with a subtle nod towards the bespectacled man. Please continue. The operation proceeded far more smoothly than Li Qiqi had envisioned, filling her with unrestrained joy as she hurriedly exited the room. She took her handbag from Lin Ku and made her way toward the elevator. Before the door could fully close, the bespectacled man, noticing her, stretched his neck to kindly inform her, Miss, the restroom is at the end of the left corridor, you are heading in the wrong direction. Li Qiqi felt a sudden weakness in her legs, nearly collapsing against the wall. Is that so? He. She desperately pressed the elevator close button. However, Qi Xiaoye seemed utterly indifferent to them, his gaze fixated on the slowly closing elevator doors. Inside, he observed Li Qiqi anxiously stamping her feet, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Truly adorable. A Tai Lin Ku? Li Qiqi hurried to the dessert table in the banquet hall, clutching her chest as she gasped for breath. With a furtive glance around, she looked like a thief. Atai had not arrived, nor had Lin Ku. Was it truly the case that Qi Xiaoye had simply let her go? She stood upright in disbelief, only to swiftly realize something was amiss. Her voice recorder was missing from her bra. Li Qiqi hurriedly dashed to the restroom, swiftly entering one of the stalls. She lifted her gown and searched thoroughly for an extended period, examining every inch of herself, yet she found no trace of the voice recorder. It was no wonder that Qi Xiaoye remained so composed throughout. He had likely anticipated this and even taken her voice recorder. But when had he taken it? Was it while he embraced her, or perhaps when he inhaled the scent of her neck? Why had she felt nothing at all? Li Qiqi was utterly frustrated, sitting despondently on the toilet with her lips pressed together. She should have anticipated it the moment she stepped through the door. How could Qi Xiaoye, a person so vigilant, possibly have no defenses against her? She berated herself for her foolishness. Li Qiqi tapped her head in exasperation. Without the recording pen, She had directly informed Su Nantian that Qi had come to investigate a perfume named Nai Luo Xiang. How absurd it was to say she was investigating a mere fragrance. Li Qiqi forced a bitter smile, realizing that although it was the truth, it sounded utterly ludicrous when spoken from her lips. It was hard to believe Su Nantian would accept it. A top-tier model performance? Li Qiqi glanced at the elevator, then stepped forward, only to be halted by a server. "May I ask if you are Miss Li?" "Yes," Li Qiqi replied, pausing to nod. Li Qiqi took the note from the servant's hand and opened it, the bold and powerful characters of Su Nantian coming into view. Li Qiqi crumpled the note into a ball and tucked it into her handbag. Just as a shattered mirror is difficult to restore, so too was the trust between individuals. Once fractured, it is arduous to rebuild. Without a recording pen, Su Nantian would not take her seriously. The stars twinkled like water, riding upon the gentle breeze that whispered softly in her ears, scattering delicate snowflakes that settled on the tips of Li Qiqi's hair and her shoulders. As she gazed, a black umbrella appeared above her head. Li Qiqi supported herself against the steps as she gazed upwards, while Qi Xiaoye lowered his head to observe her, extending his hand towards her. "The matters have been discussed, let us depart." Li Qiqi remained still, her lips numbed by the cold, letting out a soft huff of indignation as she turned her face away. "Who wants to go with you?" Qi Xiaoye chuckled softly, his hand gently ruffling Li Qiqi's head, dusted with snowflakes, regarding her with a playful glint in his eyes. "Miss Li, are you not sitting at the door, eagerly waiting for me?" Li Qiqi lowered her eyelashes, and after a long pause, she cautiously and softly uttered, "Could you please return the voice recorder to me? It holds great significance for me." Qi Xiaoye gazed at her, his eyes flickering with emotion, as he replied, "The contents within it are equally important to me." Li Qiqi raised her head, realizing the distinction. The perfume could indeed reveal her, yet she needed to utilize it. Her words faltered abruptly. To sever ties with Qi Xiaoye completely would lead him to disappointment and ultimately despair, as she recorded his intentions towards Kana. Qi Xiaoye would not perish from her betrayal, but should she fail to comply, Coco's demise would be inevitable. Su Nantian's threatening voice echoed relentlessly in her mind, insisting that she must part ways with Qi Xiaoye, rendering any explanation to him impossible. Li Qiqi's emotions surged, her deep brown eyes flickering uncertainly in the night. The cold wind tousled her hair. The girl remained silent, and Qi Xiaoye did not press her further, gently brushing away the snowflakes clinging to her eyelashes. "Accompany me to a place, and I shall give you the voice recorder." "Really?" The light in Li Qiqi's eyes gradually brightened, while Qi Xiaoye's gaze deepened, his emotions carefully restrained as he nodded. "Indeed." The car came to a halt by the lakeside of Shangjiang Park. Perhaps it was too late, since entering the park, not a soul could be seen along the path. Tai turned off the engine and glanced at the two passengers in the rearview mirror. Qi Xiaoye was resting with his eyes closed, while Li Qiqi eagerly leaned against the car window, her bright, sparkling eyes brimming with unmistakable excitement and joy. How beautiful! The winter scenery of Shangjiang Park was breathtaking, draped in a silvery cloak, resembling a fairy tale realm. Moonlight spilled over the branches, and as the cold wind swept through, the twigs gently swayed, shedding delicate snowflakes akin to stars descending to earth. Even the faint rustling sounds resonated with an exquisite charm. Qi Xiaoye languidly spoke, "Do you like it? If you do, take a moment to admire it." Li Qiqi nodded, expressing her fondness. Well. Chapter 63. Unless you beg me. After Tai departed, Li Qiqi became more talkative. "Look, it's a little squirrel." Qi Xiaoye followed the direction of Li Qiqi's finger and spotted a fluffy little squirrel curiously peering out, its tiny paws gripping the snow-covered pine needles, occasionally bending down to nibble on remnants of pine cones. "There's one over here too, how adorable." Qi Xiaoye glanced at her profile. The girl would blush when frightened, shy, or excited. At this moment, a rosy hue spread from her cheeks to her ears and neck. As he observed her, Qi Xiaoye's gaze suddenly shifted, his fingers caressing the recording pen in his hand. He recalled how quickly he had retrieved it from where Li Qiqi had hidden it, so swiftly that she had not noticed. Had she been aware, her cheeks would likely be aflame with anger, just as they were now. In a sudden embrace, Qi Xiaoye gathered Li Qiqi into his lap amidst her startled exclamations. "Miss Li," he called, a playful glint dancing in his eyes.
What are you doing?" In such close proximity, Li Qiqi found herself unable to push him away.
The deep, magnetic timbre of his voice only heightened her nervousness. She instinctively crossed her arms and leaned back, but Qi Xiaoye grasped her wrist, preventing her retreat. With the tranquil night and a beautiful girl in his arms, he mused.
"What do you think I intend to do? Is he out of his mind?"
Li Qiqi looked at Qi Xiaoye in shock, cautiously glancing around. "This is a public place." Qi Xiaoye raised an eyebrow, noting that Miss Li was more concerned about the appropriateness of their location than his intentions.
"Can I then interpret this as your agreement? How could I ever agree to that?"
Li Qiqi's face flushed crimson, as if it were about to bleed. She had no intention of losing her composure alongside Qi Xiaoye in this manner.
Shoving Qi Xiaoye's shoulder, she attempted to depart. However,
Qi Xiaoye placed a hand gently on her lower back, questioning her haste.
"Are you really going to abandon the voice recorder?"
Li Qiqi stood frozen, her eyes shimmering with fragmented glimmers of light, acutely aware of the searing warmth emanating from the man's palm,
penetrating through the soft fabric of her evening gown and scorching her skin.
"Are you threatening me?" she inquired.
"No," Qi Xiaoye replied,
pressing the voice recorder into Li Qiqi's petite hand. "I fear you might forget." Li Qiqi gazed down at the recording pen in her hand, suddenly rendered speechless. The gleaming metallic body of the pen felt scorching as it rested in her grip, tightly held by the man. He did not threaten her, his demeanor was remarkably straightforward. Li Qiqi relaxed her grip on the voice recorder, alternating between tightening and loosening her hold, a dreadful soreness constricting her throat.
After a long pause,
she finally pursed her lips and spoke.
"Shall we take another look?"
Qi Xiaoye gestured for Li Qiqi to glance out the window, where the snow was intensifying, enveloping everything as though to ensnare them within this small realm.
Qi Xiaoye remarked nonchalantly.
"The design of Shangzheng Park is themed around fairy tales. While it may not boast the grandeur of a large park, its intricacies are captivating."
"It now belongs to you." "Belongs to me?" Li Qiqi questioned, bewildered.
"Indeed," Qi Xiaoye affirmed with a nod.
"I acquired it in your name.
This forest marks the inception of your fairy tale dreams. In the future, there will be even more exquisite surprises awaiting my princess."
Li Qiqi's gaze trembled slightly. "Nai Luo has nothing to do with Nai Luo Xiang."
Qi Xiaoye tightened his grip around Li Qiqi's waist, pulling her into his embrace, their noses nearly touching. The man squinted as he gently rubbed against her. "Regardless of whether Nai Luo Xiang has affected me, my feelings for Miss Li remain unchanged."
"Anything you desire. As long as it is within my possession, I am willing to bestow upon you."
Qi Yi. Li Qiqi pressed her hands against Qi Xiaoye's chest, striving to evade his fervent gaze. How could he possibly? What was she to do? How could she refuse him? Li Qiqi struggled to breathe, her heart aching almost to the point of shattering. She closed her eyes and managed to utter a few words with great difficulty.
Qi Xiaoye gazed silently,
the mirth in his eyes fading, and his expression darkening. The feelings he had carelessly expressed that day were indeed a deception. The man relaxed his grip slightly, his peripheral vision catching the tear stains at the corners of Li Qiqi's eyes, which seemed to linger on the brink of falling, causing him to pause abruptly.
Li Qiqi nodded. "If my uncle discovers this, he will surely kill me."
Qi Xiaoye chuckled softly. "I have never concealed my covetous feelings towards Miss Li. Sunantian is well aware that should I touch you, he would attribute the blame solely to me."
"Miss Li, the doc is gone."
Li Qiqi fell into a tranquil silence as Qi Xiaoye pressed his lips against hers, the warmth of his breath laden with a fervent masculinity that sent shivers coursing through her.
Qi Xiaoye continued, "Do you know where Sunantian is at this moment?"
"He is allied with Wenzhou and that group from the Chamber of Commerce, taking advantage of my absence at the banquet to launch a surprise attack on my dock. By the time the sun rises and sets tomorrow, the dock will be his." Li Qiqi furrowed her brows and firmly nudged Qi Xiaoye's shoulder, signaling him to drive. Qi Xiaoye's thin lips brushed against Li Qiqi's petals, lingeringly kissing the corner of the girl's other lip.
Suddenly,
Li Qiqi found herself grasping an object in her hand. She halted her words and lowered her gaze to discover the butterfly brooch that Qi Xiaoye had gifted her.
"Did Sunantian take her brooch?"
No wonder Qi Xiaoye attended this soiree, which had no bearing on him, he was there solely for her.
In that moment,
Li Qiqi fully comprehended the terrifying extent of Su Nanshan's machinations. The man orchestrated everything with meticulous precision, seeking not only her, nor merely a recording pen,
but also the influence of Qi Xiaoye, and indeed, the entirety of Knaqin.
She was coerced into this game, becoming Su Nanshan's most advantageous pawn.
Yet she lacked even the right to disclose the truth to Qi Xiaoye. But how can one demand both sides of the coin? The sun rose and set, marking the passage of a day.
A single day would suffice, at least for this day. She was free to pursue her desires and love whom she wished.
Qi Xiaoye paused. Was he not leaving?
Li Qiqi let out a soft hum. You portray yourself as so pitiful, like a mere skewer, how could I possibly leave? Qi Xiaoye raised an eyebrow and smiled, grasping Li Qiqi's delicate wrist, his fingers gently caressing the back of her hand. Noticing her lack of resistance, appearing obedient and docile, he tenderly kissed her cheek, his lips trailing to her ear, his voice low and husky as he seductively murmured, "Princess, the skewer desires meat." Li Qiqi's face flushed as she lowered her gaze, her hands delicately grasping Qi Xiaoye's collar, deftly unfastening the buttons of his shirt. "You have wounds, take it slow."
"All right."
Soft, tender kisses fell like whispers, gliding over Li Qiqi's brow, the bridge of her nose, and her lips. The warmth of the man's fingertips caressed her collarbone, allowing him to trace the intricate butterfly tattoo from her shoulder to her collarbone without needing to look. Outside, the snow fell heavier, bending the branches of the plum trees.
As the night wind stirred, the snowflakes scattered, revealing the delicate plum blossoms dotted among the branches. Soon, another layer of snow blanketed them. The silvery snowflakes, light and airy, crystallized into ice before transforming into a flowing cascade, weaving through the slender branches and leaves of the plum trees. It was not until the cold plum blossoms bloomed, revealing their fragrant, nectar-filled hearts, that they swayed and intertwined under the invasion of the night breeze. The temperature continued to drop, yet the warmth within the car remained high. A thin veil of mist gathered on the window, marked by a delicate handprint, which was then enveloped by a larger hand. The girl bit her lower lip, struggling against the urge to cry in frustration. "Enough, enough. Not enough."
Qi Xiaoye's long eyelashes fluttered as he leaned down to kiss the girl in his embrace. Tenderly yet wickedly consuming the tears that fell from her flushed cheeks, his voice hushed.
"Unless you beg me."
Chapter 64, Scars are a man's finest metals. The deep night descended abruptly, casting silvery light upon the entwined shadows within the car. Li Qiqi suppressed her sobs with a soft whimper,
beads of perspiration forming effortlessly upon her brow.
Her trembling cries proved futile, and pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears.
In her frustration,
she reached out to claw at the seemingly tireless Qi Xiaoye, leaving marks upon the man's robust arms, back, and shoulders.
Yet, Qi Xiaoye, reveling in his dominance,
was unwilling to release her. He leaned down, his breath brushing against her ear.
"Does even a little rabbit know how to scratch? If scratching fails, then perhaps kicking, biting, or striking will suffice."
As the playful spirit surged within Li Qiqi, she resembled a lively little rabbit, bounding with exuberance. Her body twisted and turned vigorously, almost allowing her to escape. However, just as she broke free from her constraints and had no time to flee, the man's hand, which clasped her waist, gently lifted, effectively trapping her in the narrow space between the driver's seat and the passenger seat, rendering her utterly immobile. Li Qiqi was momentarily taken aback, and the next instant, a furious cry echoed through the heavens, "Qi Xiaoye!" The youthful voice reverberated, startling a few curious squirrels nearby, who promptly scurried away. The man buried his face in her bosom, chuckling softly. He had initially intended to comply with her wishes, but upon observing her, he discerned that she seemed to possess considerable strength. "You like an ant attempting to shake a tree, it is always Qi Xiaoye who is in the right." Li Qiqi gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her cheeks.
"You are being utterly unreasonable. Do not cry."
Qi Xiaoye gently combed through the girl's disheveled hair, wiping away the tears that trickled from the corners of her eyes and playfully touching the slightly reddened tip of her nose. His voice soothing as he whispered in her ear,
"I apologize, did I hurt you?
If so, I shall be more gentle henceforth, all right?" Li Qiqi gazed up at the man's exquisitely handsome face, his pale blue eyes appearing boundless. As their eyes met, he tenderly pressed his lips against hers in a prolonged,
Soothing kiss. After what felt like an eternity, light and darkness intertwined once more.
Having been coaxed and cherished by Qi Xiaoye throughout the night, Li Qiqi drifted into a blissful slumber. Upon awakening to the faint light of dawn, delicate snowflakes kissed her cheek, causing her to shiver slightly.
As she opened her eyes, she beheld Qi Xiaoye's perfectly chiseled jawline.
The man paused, looking down at her, then lifted the black suit enveloping her, pulling it upward to shield her face entirely before embracing her and continuing on their way. The car was taken for a wash.
Upon hearing this, Li Qiqi's pale cheeks nearly faltered, a tide of crimson rising within her.
Embarrassed, she buried her face in Qi Xiaoye's chest, prompting him to hold her even more tightly. Qi Xiaoye instructed Dia to bring breakfast into the bedroom. As Dia entered with the tray, she happened upon Qi Xiaoye emerging from the bathroom, cradling Li Qiqi. The girl smelled divine after her wash, donning a white bathrobe that seemed ill-fitting for her delicate frame.
Setting down the tray, Dia could not help but admire Li Qiqi's doll-like beauty, confirming that she was indeed the same young woman from before.
With a sigh, she noted the ambiguous marks on Li Qiqi's neck, the bathrobe slipping off one shoulder, revealing a collarbone faintly marked by a bite. A clear sign of her being thoroughly ravished.
In stark contrast, Qi Xiaoye's features radiated satisfaction.
Even his brow and the corners of his eyes reflecting the languid pleasure of indulgence.
Dia's already complicated emotions grew even more intricate.
Such was the plight of women in the world of the powerful, forever mere playthings, an unfortunate reality. Dia approached Li Qiqi with a bowl of fish soup noodles, softly offering,
"Miss, may I feed you?"
"No need," Qi Xiaoye interjected, frowning at Dia's overstepping, "leave us." Alas, even in such a weakened state, she is not permitted assistance.
"Mr. Qi, shall I take my leave? Would you like me to tend to the injuries on her body?"
"Leave," Qi Xiaoye snapped, his irritation palpable. All he desired was to enjoy a private world with the little one who had finally allowed him close, unperturbed by anyone else.
Dia complied and retreated,
while Qi Xiaoye gently tucked Li Qiqi into the bedding, sitting at the edge of the bed with the bowl of noodles.
"Open your mouth."
Li Qiqi let out a soft hum, lowering her gaze to the half-naked Qi Xiaoye, observing the bandages on his body soaked with water, seeping a hint of blood. Li Qiqi pondered for a long time, ultimately concluding that Qi Xiaoye's extraordinarily superior physique and his robust, powerful chest and abdominal muscles were simply overwhelming. Even in the face of severe injuries, the aura he exuded remained undiminished, exuding an intense, almost primal sense of dominance.
Qi Xiaoye, holding onto his chopsticks, waited patiently.
Yet the girl disregarded him. Following the line of her unabashed gaze, he glanced down, a thoughtful smile gracing his lips. "It's nothing, I'm not in pain," he assured her, his lips curving into a smirk as he set down the porcelain bowl. He leaned closer, propping himself up on the bed, enveloping Li Qiqi in his embrace along with the blanket, and playfully nibbled on her ear. "If you don't obediently eat your breakfast and keep staring at me like that,
are you perhaps wanting something again?"
She had never entertained such thoughts. Li Qiqi was inexplicably wronged, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. However, the mere thought of Qi Xiaoye's exaggerated dimensions and seemingly boundless energy ignited a warmth within her. She turned her small face away, suppressing her breath to evade the man's restless and urgent presence.
"I want to have breakfast, I am so hungry." "Ah, Qi, I am famished, utterly famished."
Li Qiqi, in her carefree manner, playfully clutched her stomach, while Qi Xiaoye released her and stood up, yet his hands remained still, his brows raised as he observed her.
Perhaps hoping she would take the initiative. How could that be?
Li Qiqi displayed the marks on her wrist before Qi Xiaoye's eyes, her delicate and beautiful brows drooping sadly.
"Oh dear, my hand aches, my legs hurt, my waist is in agony, every part of me is in pain. Alas, I wonder who is responsible for this.
Utterly devoid of tenderness and compassion, I am so pitiful." Qi Xiaoye had always found himself at a loss with Li Qiqi. And so he obediently picked up the bowl of rice noodles once more, bringing it to her lips in an attempt to appease her.
"My fault, now open your mouth." "Ah."
Li Qiqi, her spirits soaring, eagerly devoured half a bowl of noodles, when suddenly a thought struck her. The brooch and the voice recorder were still in the car. She couldn't even recall when they had slipped from her grasp. If they were to get wet during a car wash, the recorder would surely be ruined. With this concern weighing on her, she propped herself up to rise, only to be halted by Qi Xiaoye, who gently reassured her.
Rest assured, Tai will handle it. He will ensure they are returned to you safely. However, I must inquire, which is more important to you, the brooch or the voice recorder? As a master of deception,
Li Qiqi replied without a flicker of her heart or a change in her expression, the brooch. Qi Xiaoye's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he raised an eyebrow and fed her the remaining noodles.
Where would you like to go later? Is it permissible to go out?
Li Qiqi's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Of course, I wouldn't keep you locked up, would I? I'm not a pervert.
Qi Xiaoye set down the porcelain bowl and added. As long as you are happy, you may go wherever your heart desires.
Li Qiqi's gaze briefly flicked over the chain hanging from the headboard,
which was thicker than her wrist, with a padlock that was an upgraded version, one that even 10 hairpins could not pry open.
Her astonished expression did not go unnoticed by Qi Xiaoye.
This was a matter of sensuality. Li Qiqi, Chapter 65, Shooting. Li Qiqi did not rush to leave, instead.
She nestled in the strong embrace of Qi Xiaoye and took a brief nap.
Upon awakening, she realized that midday had passed. The girl peeked out from the crook of Qi Xiaoye's neck, wrapping her arms around his neck and gently nuzzling against him, her voice soft and slightly tremulous.
I've made up my mind, I want to learn shooting, starting with handguns. You must teach me, and it must be now.
Although there were firearms readily available at home, Qi Xiaoye was more than willing to take Li Qiqi out for some fresh air. After sending a message to Tai, he gently patted her waist.
All right. Time to get up.
Before stepping outside, Qi Xiaoye draped a fluffy coat over Li Qiqi, adorned her hands with small white rabbit gloves,
and tied a vibrant red scarf around her neck.
The bright red accentuated her delicate complexion, making her look irresistibly adorable.
The snow had ceased falling,
leaving behind a thick blanket on the ground. Qi Xiaoye walked ahead, his steps steady and strong, crunching through the snow underfoot.
Li Qiqi followed closely behind him, fixating on the trail of footprints he left behind, joyfully hopping from one to another. Qi Xiaoye, feeling somewhat helpless, reached for her hand. No!
Li Qiqi was thoroughly immersed in her enjoyment, instinctively refusing as she pointed to the footprints behind the two of them, explaining, Look, by stepping in your footprints, I will leave no trace. My boots will remain dry from the snowflakes, and my feet shall not grow too cold.
Qi Xiaoye halted, and Li Qiqi followed the footprints until she stood before him.
A flurry of fragmented snowflakes gently drifted from the branches above, poised to land upon Qi Xiaoye's shoulder. Li Qiqi extended her hand to catch the falling snowflakes, which gently settled in her palm, melting into tiny droplets of water from the warmth of her skin.
Why have you not left?
Li Qiqi shook off the water droplets, tilting her head in inquiry.
As their gazes locked, the breath they exhaled intertwined and danced around each other's brows and noses.
Qi Xiaoye gazed at the girl's bright eyes peeking from beneath her bangs,
then turned and bent down, patting his own back. Come here.
Li Qiqi was not one to be overly coy. Without a moment's hesitation, she leapt onto his back. Carried by the man through the snowy expanse, Qi Xiaoye playfully lifted her legs, ensuring she remained warm. The distance from the villa to the gate was less than 100 meters, marked only by a solitary line of footprints.
It was as if this path had always been traversed solely by Qi Xiaoye, devoid of any trace of her presence.
Li Qiqi lowered her gaze.
At the entrance,
Tai waited in the car, observing the leader before him, who willingly allowed others to ride him like a horse.
Unperturbed, he stepped forward to open the car door for them.
In stark contrast to Qi Xiaoye, who was ravenous and unrestrained, taking liberties with Li Qiqi in the vehicle. Tai was more astonished by the revelation that this girl, who had a complicated past with Xiao Xiao and his own uncle, was still a novice in such matters. The car was infused with a subtle fragrance, and Li Qiqi sat obediently, noticing that her silver chain handbag was in Tai's possession, along with her butterfly brooch and voice recorder. Sensing her gaze, Tai instinctively handed her handbag and belongings back to her. Li Qiqi gratefully accepted the items. And just as Qi Xiaoye had mentioned, both the brooch and the voice recorder were intact. However, Tai did not assist her in placing them into her bag, likely considering it impolite to casually rummage through her belongings.
Li Qiqi glanced around and beheld a top-of-the-line Aston Martin, quite unlike the Bentley from the previous night.
Thus, it was indeed true that I had taken the car for a wash, which meant he must have noticed the marks upon it.
Li Qiqi suddenly felt embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed as she thanked Qi Xiaoye cast a cold glance at her, his frosty gaze passing between the two. The man paused mid-motion as he bent to enter the car, straightening up to extend his hand towards Qi. The keys. Here we go again.
Qi nodded with raised brows, obediently handing over the car keys to Qi Xiaoye.
Without waiting for further instruction from the man,
he took it upon himself to arrange matters clearly.
Master Qi, you may go first, I will take another car.
Qi Xiaoye moved towards the driver's seat, leaning into the vehicle as he focused on stowing the voice recorder into his handbag, issuing a command to the little figure inside.
Sit in the front.
Li Qiqi stared blankly at Qi Xiaoye, perplexed by the situation.
Wasn't he the one who had placed her in the back seat? Perhaps growing impatient.
The man rested one hand on the steering wheel, his fingertips tapping rhythmically, his gaze icy and devoid of any warmth.
A sudden realization struck Li Qiqi,
and she inwardly chided herself for her naivety. Nevertheless, her actions were earnest as she bent down to settle into the passenger seat, offering a sweet smile to Qi Xiaoye.
Shall we set off?
The car headed towards the shooting club that Qi had previously reserved. Li Qiqi's gaze swept across the neatly arranged rifles and shotguns, Beretta 1301.
Baikal, AKM.
She could name nearly every firearm displayed, revealing her genuine enthusiasm. Qi Xiaoye intended to suggest that she try them all if she liked. But Li Qiqi opted for a lightweight and user-friendly Glock pistol, carefully examining the cold, metallic grip.
This should be easy to learn. Not necessarily, Qi Xiaoye replied, his finger lightly tapping the pistol's trigger.
The Glock's trigger mechanism differs from that of other hammer-fired pistols, being notably stiff and heavy, significantly affecting precision and rapid firing. Observing Li Qiqi's eager expression as she listened intently, he feared to dampen her confidence and shifted his tone.
However, this pistol has excellent safety features.
If you wish to learn, it is indeed worthwhile. Li Qiqi obediently nodded, donning the headset under the patient guidance of the staff. Noticing it was her first attempt, they thoughtfully provided her with protective goggles, with Qi Xiaoye by her side offering instruction. The staff merely recounted a few safety protocols before stepping aside at a subtle indication from Qi Xiaoye. He stood behind Li Qiqi, his large hand enveloping her small one, assisting her in correcting her grip on the firearm. The web of her hand should be placed close to the top of the gun's body, gripping firmly yet gently, allowing for a degree of relaxation. Yes, just like that, otherwise, her hand would tremble. Her left hand should rise to envelop her right, chambering the shot with precision and alignment. Li Qiqi obediently followed instructions, raising her hand to aim at the target that had risen before her, and with a resounding bang, she fired a shot. The recoil of the gun jolted her wrist, causing a tingling sensation, and the pistol nearly slipped from her grasp.
But Qi Xiaoye moved with remarkable speed to secure it. Only a 3-ring score, am I truly that foolish?
Li Qiqi smiled shyly, and Qi Xiaoye affectionately ruffled her hair. This tender and patient scene was inadvertently captured by Qi, who had just parked his car and entered.
Perhaps influenced by Lin Qiqi, Qi instinctively pulled out his phone and snapped a picture of the two, quickly sending it to Lin Qiqi.
You must send this to Blade.
Qi understood the implication.
Blade was the last to join the special operations team, exceptionally versatile, yet shooting was his sole weakness.
Unfortunately,
Qi Xiaoye held exceedingly high standards for his team members, to the point of being unreasonable. Hitting a target at 800 meters without fail was merely the most fundamental requirement for joining.
Qi Xiaoye admired Blade but refused to grant him any leniency. During the grueling 2-week training, failure to meet expectations meant expulsion.
Blade managed to endure, tirelessly practicing various shooting stances day and night. And each slight deviation would result in Qi Xiaoye unleashing his frustrations upon him. By the end, with his elbows nearly worn out, Blade was overwhelmed with emotion upon being accepted into the team, wiping his face repeatedly, unsure whether it was sweat or tears. If Blade were to witness Qi Xiaoye's gentle and patient instruction on marksmanship, especially with a pistol, Qi gritted his teeth, suppressing his laughter, his shoulders involuntarily shaking. After some time, he finally located Blade's number and sent him the photo. Chapter 66, Neither a Loss Nor an Expense. 3 rings, 1 ring. 5 rings, 6 rings, 3 rings, 6 rings, 8 rings, 8 rings. At this hour, coinciding with the weekend, the club was bustling with people,
mostly engaged in leisure activities.
Occasionally, a few couples could be seen playfully teasing each other, while only Li Qiqi trained diligently on her own, observing her steadily improving marksmanship.
With bullets increasingly nearing the target's center, Atop instinctively lowered his phone to watch her. Li Qiqi took aim once more, and with a resounding bang. A perfect 10. Hooray!
The girl was overjoyed, her fist raised in celebration.
Marvelous!
The man praised, his finger playfully lifting Li Qiqi's chin, urging her to look up.
Leaning in,
he attempted to kiss her, but she furrowed her brow in discontent and pushed him away.
One kiss for every bullseye? My lips will be swollen. Step back. I can practice on my own.
At that moment, Atop understood that Li Qiqi's rapid improvement was not solely due to Qi Xiaoye's guidance but rather her innate talent. Conversely, had Qi Xiaoye not been beside her, shamelessly taking liberties, she might have already achieved a perfect score.
Was romance truly this sweet and indulgent?
Although Atop had never experienced it, he suddenly yearned to try. Lifting his gaze, he began to survey the surroundings in search of a target. To his surprise, he spotted a tall woman with long black hair and fair skin, her figure curvaceous, adorned with sunglasses, exuding an aura of stardom. Indeed, she was a celebrity, specifically
the renowned international model, Jelena.
Under the guidance of her staff, Jelena entered, her eyes landing on Li Qiqi. Her expression momentarily faltered as she swayed closer, only to be intercepted by Atop's raised hand.
Miss Jelena, all the equipment in the north half has already been reserved by Master Qi. If you wish to shoot, please proceed to the other side.
Jelena chuckled sarcastically. Master Qi seems quite occupied yet still finds time to indulge a woman in the club, how impressive.
Her voice was loud, yet Qi Xiaoye appeared oblivious, not sparing her a glance.
He suddenly raised his chin, signaling for Li Qiqi to focus and take aim.
Concentrate. Understood.
Li Qiqi obediently nodded, choosing to remain silent, which infuriated Xiaolina. With a fierce gesture, she attempted to charge forward, only to be thwarted once more by Atop.
Miss Qiao, please take your disputes elsewhere. Is that the only thing you can say? Xiaolina glared at the tall,
dark-skinned man who stood resolutely at the entrance like an immovable mountain, preventing her from advancing even an inch. She could only tilt her head back and assert to Atop, I am merely offering a kind reminder. Hoping that Lord Qi can attain some clarity and not be deceived by this woman's seemingly innocent exterior. She is far from simple. She has enchanted my brother to the point of neglecting his meals, managed to anger both her uncle and me.
And now she has even ensnared Lord Qi in her web of charm.
You are surely aware of the situation at the docks. With Lord Qi's loss of the dock, his standing in Knaqin has plummeted, leaving him vulnerable to exploitation. Please do not trouble yourself, Miss Qiao. She reflected upon her own shortcomings, waiting for the man's forgiveness. Yet she never considered whether Su Nanshan's actions were intentional. What if his past affections were nothing but a facade?
Xiaolina's beautiful eyes darkened. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Qi.
With a cold expression, she turned on her heel and strode out, pulling out her phone to call Xiao Xiao.
And you?
Qi Xiaoye suddenly interjected.
What?
Li Qiqi asked, perplexed. Never mind, disregard my question. Li Qiqi firmly grasped the handgun and took aim once more.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
3 consecutive shots found their mark in the bullseye, yet the low, husky laughter of the man had vanished from her ears. Li Qiqi turned her gaze in that direction. Qi Xiaoye had already left, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, and was seated on a lounge chair at the back right, answering a phone call. On the adjacent table, several plates of dim sum and bottles of red and white wine were set out. Li Qiqi gazed at him with tear-streaked eyes, silently clenching her fingers, her emotions surging and receding like the tides. Yet she found herself ensnared, unable to break free or escape. But what if she couldn't? Then let Qi Xiaoye hate her, and eventually forget her.
After hanging up the phone, Qi Xiaoye beckoned to Atop, who approached. Is it Lin Ku?
Atop inquired.
Indeed. Qi Xiaoye nodded.
Su Nantian was efficient, and Lin Ku could not withstand the pressure. The dock had already been fully entrusted. Future shipments would undoubtedly change.
So those remaining there should be vigilant and report any issues promptly. Patience is key, reel in the big catch. Understood. Atai took out his phone.
His peripheral vision catching the Baron's shooting range, and he suddenly turned to look.
Where is Miss Li? She has left. Qi Xiaoye downed his drink in one go, fingers tapping rhythmically on the empty glass.
She didn't say a word. He cast a languid glance at the butterfly brooch on the shooting range, resembling a glaring farewell.
And the man let out a silent, bitter laugh. The Qingmu gang would soon make a move. Knaqin could no longer remain. Let us go.
Atai gritted his teeth. Miss Li is quite astute, she knows to align herself with those in power.
What are you muttering about? Qi Xiaoye set his glass down, his gaze coolly scrutinizing Atai. I was contemplating Atai's side.
You've spent so much money yet failed to win Miss Li's heart, having only shared a single night with her.
Doesn't that count as losing both the lady and the army?
If you put it that way, Qi Xiaoye said lazily, a teasing smile playing on his lips.
I believe it's neither a loss nor an expense.
Atai was momentarily speechless.
Heavens! I no longer wish to pursue romance. Chapter 67, Love is being responsible for your rose wonderful, there is still time.
Li Qiqi lowered her gaze, concealing her eyelashes, and grasped Annie's hand.
Annie. I have something very important to discuss with you. Please, come upstairs with me. All right. Annie nodded in agreement, following Li Qiqi as they ascended to the second floor. Entering Li Qiqi's bedroom.
Li Qiqi opened her silver chain handbag, revealing 2 bank cards within. She took one and placed it in Annie's palm.
Leaving? Why? Annie did not accept it. Miss Li, have I done something wrong?
There was even a possibility that she could become a tool for Su Nanshan's anger or a new bargaining chip threatening her.
Li Qiqi stood alone,
with few individuals occupying her thoughts. Mei was one, and so was Annie, albeit reluctantly. Since Annie had assisted her on numerous occasions, she felt it was her duty not to burden her further. Perhaps it was the substantial sum Li Qiqi had offered that left Annie hesitant, her eyes flickering with uncertainty.
You do not understand him.
Time was of the essence, and Li Qiqi forcefully pressed the card into Annie's arms, hastening her explanation.
Uncle is astute.
He permits no blemish in his gaze. Mei has been here for 8 years, and yet, she was dismissed without hesitation. He is the true master of the pear garden, and all I can offer you are these words.
I am truly sorry.
Li Qiqi offered Annie a sum of money that would take her a lifetime to earn. With the conversation veering in such a direction, Annie could surmise that Li Qiqi had some plans in mind. She dared not inquire further and felt no need to linger any longer.
Clutching the bank card tightly and nodding. Thank you, Miss Li. I understand. I will gather my belongings and take my leave. After bidding farewell to Annie, the entire villa fell into silence.
Li Qiqi made her way directly to Su Nanshan's bedroom, rummaging through every cabinet in his room. Aside from a few commonplace daily necessities, she found nothing of significance, her gaze eventually settling on the safe tucked away in the corner.
Firearms and money are valuable items,
and most individuals would opt to secure them in a safe. Su Nantian was likely no exception. Li Qiqi hurriedly approached the safe. It required a password.
After some contemplation,
she entered Su Nanshan's birthday, but the password was incorrect. She then attempted to input her own birthday, yet it still failed.
Could it be Jolina's birthday?
Li Qiqi was unaware of Kialina's birthday, however, upon reflection, she deemed it improbable.
Su Nantian was not serious about Xiaolina and would not utilize her birthday as a password. What could it possibly be?
As the sun gradually descended, the light within the room dimmed to the point where even the digits on the password lock became indistinct.
Li Qiqi still could not unlock it.
She was so anxious that beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her hands trembled violently after numerous attempts.
Logically, the password should consist of easily memorable numbers.
Besides birthdays, there are the last few digits of ID card numbers, the last few digits of phone numbers,
or other systematic sequences.
Yet, Li Qiqi had tried them all, and not a single one was correct.
Wait, the last few digits of the phone number.
Li Qiqi suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She recalled the phone number that Qi Xiaoye had purposely purchased for her. Her heart began to race uncontrollably. If Su Nantian truly regarded her as his sole and most significant relative, might he also?
Li Qiqi exhaled softly, striving to suppress her emotions. With trembling fingers,
she dialed one number after another. 077521, incorrect. 077520, click, the safe swung open. Li Qiqi sat on the ground, motionless like water, for a long time.
How ironic it is. He professes to love her, yet he mercilessly torments her, exploits her, and threatens her. Is this truly love? Li Qiqi was perplexed. She did not comprehend the essence of love. Yet, she recalled the fairy tales that spoke of love as something unique. A sentiment that demands responsibility for the rose one has tamed. The contents of the safe aligned precisely with her expectations, apart from the substantial stacks of cash. There lay a gun case containing 3 handguns and a submachine gun. The sound of a door creaking open reverberated through the living room. Li Qiqi cautiously retrieved one of the handguns, secured the safe, and stealthily exited from Su Nantian's room. She concealed the firearm beneath her pillow and made her way to the balcony, where she leaned against a beach chair, feigning slumber. The steady footsteps of a man paused at the threshold. In the next moment, the door swung open, and Su Nantian entered quietly. His gaze drawn to the small figure on the balcony. It was good that she was home, and seemingly obedient. A slight sigh of relief escaped him as he retrieved a small blanket from the wardrobe. On the lounge chair, Li Qiqi had succumbed to sleep. Cradling a cushion in her arms, dressed warmly in layers, with a scarf and gloves to fend off the chill. Nevertheless, Su Nantian gently draped the blanket over her. "Qiqi," he murmured, pinching her cheek, expecting her to respond as she often did, frowning and playfully nudging him, insisting she wished to sleep longer. Instead, she awoke abruptly, startled by his proximity, and quickly sat up. Su Nantian's gaze softened as he withdrew his hand, noting the boot she had not even removed before drifting off to sleep. Li Qiqi followed his gaze and understood the man's underlying suspicion. Maintaining her composure, she replied with calm indifference, "Is this the reason for wrapping yourself up so tightly?" Su Nantian coldly scoffed. Coco's family was impoverished, and her father had entrusted someone to send her to the club with the intention of her selling herself. However, her strong will and affinity with you led her to be assigned to the front desk as a sales representative. You are, after all, her benefactor. Her kindness towards you is driven by ulterior motives, and you owe her nothing. Li Qiqi averted her gaze in disagreement. Coco approached me with the intention of securing a better existence. This, she has never concealed from me. Her sincerity towards me has always been unwavering and unreserved. She is my sole companion. Very well, Su Nantian rose to his feet. In light of this, bring your recording device and accompany me to the detention center. Should your performance today meet my expectations, I shall release her immediately. However, should you attempt any tricks, you shall never see her again. Chapter 68. Like a prisoner on the brink of judgment upon arriving at the detention center, night had fully descended. Su Nantian escorted Li Qiqi to the interrogation room in the main building, seated himself behind the wooden table at the center of the room, and instructed Bato to summon Coco, while simultaneously tapping the table with one hand. The recording device. Li Qiqi retrieved a voice recorder from her bag and placed it before Su Nantian, then turned and leaned against the window. The stone used for these residential buildings was entirely white, and the tree trunks in the courtyard were also painted white. The surrounding walls were towering, with the faint outlines of electric poles visible above, and the air was thick and humid. It was a veritable labyrinth from which one could not escape once entered. I long to have Miss Li, to feel her tenderness. I miss you. Please, don't move, allow me to embrace you. Qi, do not act this way. There are others present. The voice recorder activated, and the clear dialogue between Li Qiqi and Qi Xiaoye played back in its entirety. At the time, she was oblivious to the moment, but now she realizes that her voice was always soft and gentle, almost coquettish. As if she were indulging in playful affection while conversing with Qi Xiaoye. Li Qiqi cautiously glanced at Su Nantian. The man, silently simmering with anger, gripped the recorder so tightly that his knuckles turned pale, his jawline taut with tension, and his dark eyes bore an ominous gloom. The already frigid air in the room thickened with an icy frost as the dialogue captured in the recorder finally veered onto the right track. This was Nai Luo Xiang's. The voice abruptly ceased.
What had transpired in the past could not be re-recorded, yet fortunately, Qi Xiaoye had not entirely extinguished her hopes, leaving her with the most crucial piece of information.
Li Qiqi took a deep breath and said, "Uncle.
Qi has come to Knaqin solely to investigate a perfume called Nai Luo Xiang. He is not interested in controlling the local power or territorial disputes, which poses no threat to you." Su Nantian closed his eyes, and the room fell into a profound silence, the frosty air around him gradually fracturing in the stillness.
Suddenly,
a sharp crack pierced the quiet, startling Li Qiqi. "I instructed you to sever ties with Qi Xiaoye, yet you remain emotionally entangled with him.
Not only have you failed to extract crucial information, but you also wish to defend him? Is that so? I find it hard to believe."
Su Nantian lifted his gaze toward the window, where the silhouette of the moon hid behind the clouds, its brilliance devoured, gradually succumbing to the deepening darkness of night. The only remnants in his ears were the three words Nai Luo Xiang. He had thought that matters could be settled at this point, allowing him to dominate Knaqin with ease. Little did he realize that the war between him and Qi Xiaoye was merely beginning. Su Nantian suppressed his emotions, retrieved a delicate white lady's phone from his shirt pocket, and after a series of taps, he tossed it into Li Qiqi's arms.
"Call Qi Xiaoye. I want you to
draw a clear line with him in my presence." Li Qiqi took the phone, clutching it tightly in her hand without making a move for a long while. Su Nantian did not rush her. Instead, he retrieved a cigar from the drawer and lit it, observing her anger and restraint through the ethereal, swirling smoke. She was no longer the obedient child she once was, nor the sweet girl she used to be. Even the way she called him uncle lacked the charm it once held. Creak! The door to the interrogation room was pushed open,
and Bato tossed Coco inside by the back of her collar.
"Qiqi." Upon seeing Li Qiqi, Coco's previously vacant eyes suddenly sparkled with life as she lunged toward her.
However, Bato swiftly kicked her away.
"Qiqi, save me."
Coco could no longer rise, curling up in the corner, clutching her stomach in agony.
Her clothes were torn and tattered, stained with horrifying crimson blood.
"Coco!"
Li Qiqi pressed her anxious and burning chest, hastily running towards Coco. She removed her outer garment and wrapped it around Coco, who reached out to embrace her, unable to contain her trembling sobs.
In just a few short days, what kind of harrowing experiences could extinguish the once radiant light in the eyes of a girl brimming with passion for life? Li Qiqi could hardly fathom the reality.
Yet the beliefs instilled in her by Su Nantian were once again shattered.
With an impatient thud, Su Nantian seized the handgun from Batu, unhesitatingly chambered around, aimed at Qiqi, and pulled the trigger.
The sound of the bullet piercing flesh resonated clearly, accompanied by a warm spray of crimson mist that splattered across Li Qiqi's face. Qiqi let out a piercing scream, clutching her arm, her entire being curling into a ball in Li Qiqi's embrace, racked with excruciating spasms.
"Uncle!" Li Qiqi never anticipated that Su Nantian would suddenly lose his sanity.
She gazed in terror at Qiqi's profusely bleeding wound, her tears cascading uncontrollably. She held Qiqi tightly in her embrace, yet her petite frame was insufficient to shield Qiqi entirely.
Su Nantian narrowed his eyes, reloaded his gun, and aimed at Qiqi's ankle. "No!" Li Qiqi stood protectively over Qiqi, desperately shaking her head.
Trembling, she opened her phone and repeatedly pressed the familiar number. Her tone was filled with humility as she pleaded incessantly. I'm calling right now, please do not harm Qiqi, do not hurt her."
Su Nantian lowered his gun and exchanged a knowing glance with Batu.
Batu nodded in understanding and forcibly pulled Qiqi from Li Qiqi's embrace, dragging her out of the interrogation room. Su Nantian coldly reminded, "Be mindful of your emotions and tone when you speak."
The phone rang twice before being answered,
and Li Qiqi wept uncontrollably, stifling any sound with her hand over her mouth. The other end was silent.
After about a minute, it was Qi Xiaoye's deep, husky voice that broke the stillness. "Miss Li."
The man did not greet her with frivolous teasing, nor did he use his familiar, ambiguous line, "I miss you."
"Have you missed me?"
Instead, after softly calling her name, he maintained his silence, patiently waiting like a condemned prisoner awaiting judgment.
Chapter 69, Don't Move. Master Qi.
"Yes, speak." Li Qiqi was overwhelmed with heartache, her lips devoid of color. Her voice was hoarse, and her eyes were bloodshot. Each word seemed to drain her of the last vestiges of strength. When she could no longer speak, Qi Xiaoye took it upon himself to convey her thoughts.
Using a low, cold tone through the unyielding phone.
Are you still implying that your approach to me was a deliberate act orchestrated with Su Nantian?
That my every sacrifice is of no value in your eyes, pitiful and despicable? Yes.
Tears cascaded down the corners of her eyes, tracing a path down her pale cheeks as she lifted her gaze towards Su Nantian, weeping quietly and sorrowfully, her voice chillingly devoid of warmth.
In my heart,
there exists only my uncle. Everything from the past was merely a deception towards you.
I understand now. Qi Xiaoye ended the call. After a brief silence,
Li Qiqi wiped her tears, rising from the ground, her once vibrant eyes now rendered silent and lifeless, stripped of all interest.
Can you now release Qiqi? Well, even my uncle won't call you anymore. Su Nantian scoffed, rising and leaving Li Qiqi alone in the interrogation room.
He strode to the end of the corridor and dialed Wenzhou's number.
How is it? Wenzhou's tone was filled with delight.
As expected of Brother Tian, truly impressive.
This call has ample time to locate Qi Xiaoye's position, showing he just left the forest and is heading towards the border. Once he departs. No. Su Nantian interrupted coldly.
The plan has changed, he must not be allowed to escape. Organize a team to intercept him, tonight he must die in Knaqin.
Brother Tian, even a starving camel is larger than a horse, Wenzhou hesitated.
Let him go, there is no need to eradicate him completely, right? Most importantly, with my capabilities.
I may not be able to kill him.
Qi Xiaoye is unaware that his location has been compromised. You have the advantage here, and considering he is injured,
this is the best opportunity to eliminate him. Wenzhou paused momentarily. I will go immediately.
Li Qiqi sat in the corner, her arms wrapped around her knees, with crimson stains marring her hands and face.
Upon seeing him enter, the girl humbly inquired once more, may I release Qiqi? Su Nantian stepped closer,
fixating his gaze upon Li Qiqi's face, and pulled out a handkerchief, intending to wipe her clean. Li Qiqi instinctively sought to evade, but after a brief moment of contemplation, she resolutely suppressed her emotions, casting her gaze downward and remaining still. Su Nantian, satisfied with her obedience, gently and meticulously wiped away the blood from her face and hands, discarding the handkerchief before taking her hand and rising to his feet.
As they passed by the interrogation room,
Su Nantian cast a cold glance at the barely conscious Qiqi on the floor, ultimately acquiescing to Li Qiqi's wishes and deciding to release her. Batua swiftly lifted Qiqi by the waist and strode out, prompting Li Qiqi to shake off Su Nantian's grasp and pursue them. In the very moment Qiqi stepped through the doorway, Su Nantian seized Li Qiqi once more, opening the door of the Maybach's passenger seat and unceremoniously tossing her inside. With a resounding thud, the man slammed the door shut, maneuvered to the driver's seat, and ignited the engine, pressing down hard on the accelerator. The vehicle surged forward at an alarming speed, leaving Li Qiqi unable to exit. Her gaze fixed on the rearview mirror where she witnessed Batua discard Qiqi onto a patch of snow like refuse before turning to leave.
Don't do this. Take her to the hospital, I implore you. Let me out, I want to get out.
Li Qiqi shouted desperately, pounding on the car window,
urging Su Nantian to stop and turn around.
Yet, Su Nantian remained indifferent, locking all the doors and accelerating, the speed increasing rather than diminishing. The man spoke coldly.
Li Qiqi, it's time to know when to yield.
Do not compel me to confine her once more. Despair enveloped Li Qiqi as she crawled from the front passenger seat to the rear, pressing her upper body against the window, fixated on Qiqi in the snow. She witnessed Qiqi wobbling to her feet, only to collapse moments later.
Seconds passed before Qiqi rose again, only to fall once more. With each fall,
Li Qiqi felt a sharp pang in her heart, as if needles were piercing her, leaving hollow voids in her chest.
Qiqi,
Li Qiqi murmured, biting her lip. Then, from behind a tree, a tall figure suddenly emerged, rushing towards Qiqi and gently helping her to stand.
It was Sasha.
Li Qiqi recalled that Sasha had once implored her to find a way to rescue her sisters from captivity. This forewoman, who often expressed dissatisfaction with her underperforming sales team, unexpectedly became the sole source of warmth during Li Qiqi's moments of despair.
Sasha supported Coco as they gradually moved away, while Coco slipped her hand into the pocket of her fluffy outer garment.
That was Li Qiqi's coat. And inside it lay a bank card containing her remaining 600 million shots. She could likely surmise the intent behind Li Qiqi's gift at this very moment. The girl must be overwhelmed with guilt and sorrow, nearly shattered by her emotions. There was a fleeting moment when she had harbored resentment towards Li Qiqi. Yet when Li Qiqi held her, weeping in a state of collapse, she could deeply empathize with the helplessness Li Qiqi felt under duress. Wasn't Li Qiqi also a victim? As the car was about to turn, Qiqi clutched her bank card and waved her hand at Li Qiqi, saying, "I do not blame you." Upon returning to the pear orchard, Li Qiqi's emotions finally stabilized. The girl ceased her tears and tantrums, moving like a soulless being up to the second floor, opening the door to her bedroom.
Sunantian followed closely behind, locking the door behind him.
The audible click of the lock startled Li Qiqi, prompting her to spin around. Her face filled with wariness as she fixed her gaze on Sunantian.
"What do you intend to do?"
He had long anticipated that once Qiqi was released, Li Qiqi would immediately turn against him. Sunantian let out a cold laugh, casting aside his suit jacket onto the bed, struggling to endure the constriction of his collar as he loosened his tie.
"Where has Annie gone?"
Li Qiqi straightforwardly informed him, "Annie has been dismissed by me."
"Well done." Sunantian applauded. "From now on, I no longer possess any leverage that could threaten you, am I right?" Li Qiqi remained silent as Sunantian pressed closer,
causing her to retreat step by step.
With a sudden thud, her lower back met the cold surface of the wardrobe, with no retreat left for Li Qiqi.
Sunantian propped himself against the wardrobe with one arm, while his other hand encircled her waist, confining her within his embrace.
"Without leverage."
"Then I shall cast aside the notion of leverage.
Tonight, we shall fulfill our agreement.
From now on, you will obediently be my woman, never to step away from the pear orchard again.
Is that agreeable?"
"Very well." Li Qiqi let out a cold laugh, raising her hand to untie her scarf, revealing the series of ambiguous and vivid red marks adorning her neck, laying them bare before Sunantian's gaze. In an instant, it ignited the flames of fury within him. He seized her neck with a firm grip.
"Did you allow him to touch you?"
Li Qiqi gasped for breath, only to burst into laughter moments later. The girl's voice was chilling, laced with mockery and a frigid detachment.
Sunantian tightened his grip around her neck, his hold growing more constrictive. "You did this on purpose. You deliberately slept with Qi Xiaoye to provoke me.
I know you well. As long as you do not wish to act, you possess countless ways to escape."
"But I have no desire to flee."
Li Qiqi's frostbitten eyes, imbued with a chilling coldness, were slightly raised, and a wave of numbing pain surged within her heart. She spoke softly, "I like him, I am willing."
"Like? Ha ha ha, willing, you are willing." Sunantian,
consumed by rage, was on the verge of losing his sanity, his fingers gripping so tightly that he was but a breath away from choking the girl to death. Yet, Li Qiqi neither struggled nor begged for mercy. Throughout it all, she regarded him with a frigid, lifeless gaze.
"Do you wish to die?" Sunantian, discerning Li Qiqi's intent,
released his grip and forcefully hurled her onto the bed by her wrist. Kneeling on the bed, he leaned closer. A glint of cold steel flashed as a sharp knife appeared in Sunantian's hand, a weapon for self-defense. The man grinned menacingly, gripping the hilt as he slowly approached. In the next moment, a cold, hard object pressed against Sunantian's abdomen, and Li Qiqi, holding a gun, raised her gaze.
"Don't move."
Chapter 70, You May Run Now. Sunantian lowered his gaze, staring intently at the cold, unfeeling handgun in Li Qiqi's hand.
She was pointing a gun at him.
The girl he had nurtured for so long, when had she grown such fierce fangs?
Sunantian's pupils trembled slightly as he grasped Li Qiqi's chin,
compelling her to raise her pale face to meet his gaze. "It was you as a child who insisted on marrying me,
asking me to wait for you to grow up. I waited.
But what of you?
A wild man you barely know,
who gifts you a few bouquets of roses, presents you with a brooch, and utters sweet words, is enough to sway you?
What of the 12 years I spent nurturing and caring for you? What am I to you, Li Qiqi? What am I?"
Li Qiqi glimpsed her own reflection in Sunantian's tumultuous gaze, a diminutive figure, shattered and ravaged by his piercing and merciless inquiries. Under the oppressive weight of such scrutiny, an overwhelming, suffocating anguish enveloped her, rendering her breathless. Li Qiqi remained silent, her eyes closed as she averted her gaze from Sunantian, concealing the moisture that lingered in her eyes. She struggled to escape the grip that held her chin captive. This act of defiance only intensified the cold fury simmering in Su Nantian's gaze, his grip tightening with fervor. Delicate, enticing tears trembled and escaped from her damp lashes,
prompting Su Nantian to discard his dagger with ease.
He swiftly seized her slender wrist, pressing the muzzle of the gun against his own chest.
If he were to shoot, let it be here.
Li Qiqi suddenly opened her eyes, a tear delicately clinging to her eyelashes, silently rolling down to nestle among her soft tresses. The sight darkened Su Nantian's gaze. The man leaned over the bed, intent on kissing the tear-streaked line on Li Qiqi's cheek, prompting her to press her thumb down forcefully. The gun clicking ominously into place.
Don't move, and do not touch me.
I swear I will pull the trigger, I truly will.
Then go ahead and shoot.
Su Nantian grasped Li Qiqi's hand that held the gun with fierce intensity, as if he intended to crush it and embed it within his own heart.
Shoot me.
Li Qiqi, I have long since proclaimed that your life was saved by me, you belong to me. From the moment you leaped into my arms at the age of 6, this destiny was sealed. You permit him to embrace, kiss, and sleep with you.
Yet you deny me even a single touch. You might as well kill me. Let go. Woo woo. Bang.
Li Qiqi raised her hands and pressed the trigger. And a bullet was discharged with a resounding crack, piercing through Su Nantian's shoulder and embedding itself into the wall behind him. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing the man to furrow his brow and emit a muffled groan, his thin lips hovering less than a centimeter from Li Qiqi's face. Warm blood splattered across both of their cheeks, a droplet suspended precariously on the tip of Su Nantian's prominent nose.
After a few moments of wavering,
it finally dripped onto Li Qiqi's pallid lips, the metallic scent of blood assaulting her senses and causing her to shudder.
You missed. Su Nantian managed to say through gritted teeth, raising a hand despite the agony.
His thumb gently brushed across Li Qiqi's lips, caressing the blood droplet and smearing crimson across every inch of her delicate mouth. The gesture was unexpectedly tender and slow. Through the blood-streaked lenses, the man observed the tears cascading down Li Qiqi's face. Strikingly, it was he who had been shot, yet she wept as though she had suffered an insurmountable injustice. Tears streamed down Li Qiqi's face as she pleaded, "Please, don't force me, uncle, I don't want to, I don't."
Uncle?
Su Nantian's lips curled into a sinister smile, as he tightened his grip on Li Qiqi's wrist, compelling her to press the gun against the side of his neck.
Once more, I wish to hear it. He has lost his mind.
Li Qiqi's tear-streaked eyes quivered slightly, the once brilliant starlight now obscured behind clouds,
devoid of clarity.
She gazed at him, her voice barely above a whisper.
Uncle, you are right.
It was you who saved my life, I am destined to be yours.
Your affection and kindness are a gift, while your deceit and betrayal are my fate. Everything you have given me, I can only accept. Yet,
I do not wish to continue living this way, imprisoned in the pear orchard, devoid of freedom, like a marionette.
I am neither a kitten nor a puppy. Everything you have bestowed upon me, I can return. In my next life, I hope to never encounter you again.
Li Qiqi's gaze suddenly deepened, and with a swift motion, she turned the gun in her hand, shifting the muzzle away from Su Nantian's neck and aiming it at her own carotid artery, resolutely pulling the trigger without hesitation.
Qiqi!
Su Nantian exclaimed, his eyes widening as his heart clenched violently. He grasped her wrist tightly, forcefully redirecting it to the side. The bullet veered off course, striking the wardrobe nearby with a loud bang, the rush of air grazing beneath Li Qiqi's ear and leaving a distinct trail of blood on her jaw.
Su Nantian,
breathing heavily, gazed at her to ensure she was unharmed before collapsing against her like a rag doll, clutching her waist with desperate intensity. The room was eerily silent, enveloped in a profound stillness that lingered for what felt like an eternity. Li Qiqi could distinctly hear Su Nantian's heavy and chaotic breathing,
which surged like waves of warmth against her neck.
The heartbeat reverberated fiercely within the man's chest, each thump resonating through her entire being, causing her pain.
Uncle!
Su Nantian's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. You do not wish to remain in the pear orchard, nor do you enjoy being confined by me? Li Qiqi lifted her eyelids slightly. After a long while, Su Nantian released Li Qiqi, covering his bleeding shoulder as he rose, looking down at her with a condescending gaze. I cannot grant you freedom, but it is indeed wrong of me to exploit you.
I can offer you a chance. In 3 days, if you can escape from Knaqin, I shall never interfere with you again.
Li Qiqi's gaze momentarily faltered. Su Nantian continued, however, if you cannot comply, then remain by my side obediently. Refraining from seeking death or attempting to escape, and dutifully fulfilling all my demands. She was a rose nurtured by Su Nantian himself. Acutely aware of the worth of her life in his eyes. In this world, most contests often hinge on who is willing to risk more. The one who fears not for their life emerges as the victor. Li Qiqi released the pistol, supporting herself as she rose from the bed. Standing before Su Nantian with her head bowed. Thank you, uncle. Su Nantian turned away coldly, retrieving alcohol and bandages from the medical cabinet in the room. He settled on the corner sofa, shedding his shirt and pouring the alcohol directly onto his wounds. The man was adorned with numerous scars of varying sizes. Particularly from gunshot wounds, the old injuries had yet to heal, and now new ones had been added, presenting a scene of unutterable brutality. The clear alcohol cascaded onto his shoulder, mingling with blood, producing a hissing sound as a pungent odor permeated the air. One could easily discern the excruciating pain he endured. Yet, Su Nantian gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his muscles taut. His expression contorted as if even his bones were trembling. Li Qiqi ultimately could not bear it any longer and stepped forward. Let me handle it, she said. Su Nantian raised his gaze to meet hers, taking a deep breath as he tossed the bandage at her, leaning back in resignation. Li Qiqi fell silent, meticulously wrapping the bandage around Su Nantian in careful circles. A sudden chill swept across her chin. Li Qiqi lowered her gaze as Su Nantian delicately held a cotton swab, dipped in iodine, and carefully cleaned the small wound on her chin that had been caused by the rush of air. Once he confirmed that no fresh blood was oozing, he set aside the swab and retrieved a cartoon-themed adhesive bandage. With a deft motion, he used his teeth to tear it open and gently applied it to her injury. The man lifted his gaze to meet hers, his eyes a deep, frosty hue, reminiscent of a placid lake veiled in snow, concealing a torrent of sorrow within. He tenderly cupped her cheek and murmured, "You are free to leave." Chapter 71, Brother Shui is looking for me? Su Nantian then rose and departed. Li Qiqi stared blankly at the empty corridor outside the door. Apart from the gentle click of the study door closing, the stillness in the air was palpable. The night breeze, laced with the chill of snow, caused the curtains behind her to flutter restlessly. At last, Li Qiqi caught a whiff of freedom. Yet she could not discern whether it was sorrow or joy that enveloped her. Should she retreat? She would find herself ensconced in a lifetime of stability within her ivory tower, while the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, happiness unknown, life and death uncertain. This intricate web of emotions threatened to overwhelm her reason, as her chest rose and fell with each breath. Li Qiqi understood that the reckless moths that flung themselves into the flames often exchanged their fervent pursuits for a tumultuous struggle for survival. Yet, she remained undaunted. This was an opportunity she had fought tirelessly to obtain, and thus, it deserved her fearless embrace. Li Qiqi hesitated no longer. She turned and retrieved a thick coat from the wardrobe, some scanty coins, and picked up the little white rabbit hand warmer from the bed. As she ran, she took out her phone to call Qi Xiaoye, for she still owed him an explanation. Beep. A cold mechanical voice came from the other end, sorry. The number you dialed is switched off. Switched off. Li Qiqi's steps halted as she exited the pear garden, and the smile in her eyes gradually faded. Was Qi Xiaoye angry? It was understandable, he had every right to be upset. As long as they could meet, everything would be fine. After taking a moment to steady her heart, Li Qiqi dialed the motorcycle taxi driver's number. After negotiating the fare and pickup location, she strode into the wind and snow with determination. She ran with great speed. Reminiscent of the rebellious girls fleeing in the youth idol drama she had watched in years past, filled with reckless passion as she raced towards her young man. Alas! Life is not a melodrama. Su Nantian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of his study, slowly cleaning his blood-stained glasses, gazing indifferently at the clumsy, desperate figure in the snow. Attempting to escape his control, and suddenly chuckled. Hearing Knaqin, devoid of his protection, the girl wouldn't survive even a day, let alone 3. To leave this place. Su Nantian took out his phone and dialed Batu. Yes, Batu replied with a confident smile, rest assured, Boss Su. Capturing Miss Li will not require phone tracking, and we won't need 3 days. At the outskirts of Knaqin's Balan forest, over 50 elite enforcers of the Qingmu gang, led by Scar, squeezed into several vehicles, roaring over the rugged road blanketed in thick snow. Scar slowed the vehicle, surveying the dark, tranquil woods on either side and cautiously glancing at the furrowed brow of Wenzhou in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Brother Shuwei. We are the second largest gang in Knaqin after all. Sunantian is merely a nightclub owner, even with a few casinos under his belt. He shouldn't be able to command you to risk your life for him. Wenzhou, gripping his phone, rubbed his index finger along its edge, grimacing. Why would I risk my life for Sunantian? That man is insidious, he is even more treacherous than I am. I shouldn't have listened to him and ambushed Xiaoxiao's mine at night, which cost me so many brothers. Scar rubbed his nose at the mention of past grievances. Well, that incident was due to Qi Xiaoye's interference, otherwise, it would have succeeded. Sunantian even took Qi Xiaoye's dock and gave it to us as a form of compensation. I just feel that since we are even now, we should sever ties with him. That's precisely why we are entangled. Wenzhou gritted his teeth. Once the dock was taken, Sunantian had nothing to do with it. Do you know how many men Qi Xiaoye brought to suppress the Knaqin turmoil years ago and how many he killed to block the routes in and out? Scar dared not speak further. Brother Shuwei was 17 years his senior, cunning and well-informed, a man who stood on equal footing with Xiao Sir of the Black Water Party. And one whom even Brother Shuwei feared was certainly not an easy opponent. However, before Scar rose to the third-in-command of the Qingmu gang, he had never heard Qi Xiaoye's name. Their last meeting during the peace talks was the first, which had emboldened him. Yet, when he inadvertently touched Qi Xiaoye's woman, that man swiftly disabled one of his hands with a cold glance. Damn it, he is unreasonable, even more ruthless than Brother Shuwei. Scar sighed deeply, contemplating retreat. Then should we withdraw? Wenzhou pressed his forehead with a sigh. We can't withdraw, Sunantian will soon rise above the Qiao family, kicking out that useless Qiao Xiao and becoming the new ruler of the Black Water Party, dominant and secure. Scar slammed his hand on the steering wheel, damn. Wenzhou lowered his gaze, watching Qi Xiaoye's location draw increasingly closer on his phone screen, issuing a command for heightened alertness to the vehicles behind. With less than a kilometer to go, Wenzhou's eyes turned cold as he switched off the headlights, preparing for a rapid acceleration in 5 minutes to block Qi Xiaoye's path. Ready to kill anyone in sight and eliminate them all. Several vehicles simultaneously turned off their lights, moving steadily under the moonlight and the reflection of the snow. In less than a minute, Qi Xiaoye's location on the phone showed he had come to a stop. Wenzhou shook his phone in confusion. Although they were in a mountainous area, the signal was still intact, with no issues. Why has he stopped in this desolate place without a stopover? Perhaps he stopped to relieve himself. Scar shrugged nonchalantly. Let us go check it out. Be careful. Brother Shuwei, you are just too cautious. Overthinking has led you into Sunantian's trap. Right now, Qi Xiaoye wants to escape Knaqin, the more discreet, the safer. He won't have too many people with him. So don't worry, kill as you please. Despite this, Wenzhou remained unconvinced, shaking his phone again, the location had not shifted. But better safe than sorry. Brother Shuwei. Scar pointed ahead at a car barely 3 meters away by the roadside. Look, is that an Aston Martin? Is it Qi Xiaoye's? Wenzhou gazed over. Qi Xiaoye usually traveled in a Bentley, never seen in such a vehicle. Get out! Get out! It's him, it's him! The dozen or so vehicles following abruptly halted, and Scar was the first to exit, signaling the others to follow. He raised his gun, adjusted his mask, and approached cautiously. A dozen subordinates held their breath, trailing Scar, while the rest stayed in their vehicles, ready for action. As the group closed in on the car, 2 of them stepped forward to open the front and rear doors. Scar quickly raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the vehicle. Tat 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 tat. Brother Shuwei. No one is there. Scar lowered his weapon and reported through the intercom, bending down to search the vehicle for a long time, finding nothing but a phone on the front passenger seat. Damn it, he got away. Brother Shuwei, what should we do now? Why aren't you speaking? Scar gripped the phone in the driver's seat, standing upright, only to find a dark gun barrel pressed against his forehead. Atai smirked, flexing his muscular physique. Don't worry, he hasn't escaped. Scar froze, glancing around in moonlight, realizing over 20 armed men wearing matching skull masks had appeared, each pair holding a vehicle in check. All those who had exited with him bore a red dot on their foreheads. Their movements were swift and well-trained. Unlike the ruffians who accompanied Qi Xiaoye, nor were they the thugs Scar was familiar with. They were mercenaries or special forces. Scar swallowed hard, and about 3 meters ahead, Qi Xiaoye stood in a black trench coat, leaning against his car, one knee raised against the night wind. The man held a cigarette between his lips, his profile downcast as he leisurely lit it, taking a slow drag before tapping on the rear window with his long, sharp fingers. He lazily regarded Wenzhou inside the car. "Brother Shui, looking for me?" Chapter 72, What kind of girl does the boss like? Wenzhou remained silent for a long time before finally stepping out of the car, standing beside Qi Xiaoye as they faced each other with cold expressions. In terms of age and experience, Qi Xiaoye could only be considered a junior in Wenzhou's presence. The gang's young thugs in their 20s would hardly even earn a glance from Wenzhou on a typical day. Qi Xiaoye exuded a chilling and ruthless aura, his towering height far surpassing that of his peers. When the two stood together, even if Qi Xiaoye bent slightly against the car, Wenzhou had to tilt his head upwards to meet his gaze, gaining no advantage whatsoever. In contrast, Qi Xiaoye exhaled a lazy plume of smoke, casting a casual glance that nearly compelled Wenzhou to kneel before him. Ultimately, it was Wenzhou who succumbed first, trembling as he pleaded for mercy. "Master Qi," he began hastily, "I have no words left if you choose to spare me. Yet, in the struggle for power, collaboration is preferable to mutual destruction. I will return the dot to you, provided you release me and my brothers. From now on, I will follow your lead." Wenzhou nodded eagerly, "Yes, no problem. Just ask." Qi Xiaoye regarded him coolly. "The raid on Xiao Zhao's mine was instigated by Su Nantian, wasn't it? The dock was given to you under the condition that his goods remain unchecked. Now, pursuing me is also his command, correct?" Wenzhou pondered this, suddenly realizing that everything occurring in Knaqin, both overt and covert, lay within Qi Xiaoye's grasp. The reason he relinquished the dock was likely deliberate, not as Su Nantian claimed, for a woman, but for a deeper, more significant purpose. It was terrifying. Wenzhou's hair stood on end as he stared blankly at Qi Xiaoye's aloof and striking visage before finally nodding. "Yes, it's Su Nantian, it's all him. Master Qi. I never intended to oppose you, I was merely a pawn in Su Nantian's game. Whatever you wish to know, I will divulge. Please, spare us." Qi Xiaoye tilted his head slightly, flicking ash from his cigarette. Wenzhou fell silent, the forest path enveloped in stillness. Qi Xiaoye's icy gaze lingered on Wenzhou for a moment before he extinguished the glowing ember of his cigarette on Wenzhou's shoulder, leaving a small, circular burn on the deep brown fabric, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred material. "My answer, like that of Brother Shui, is no," he stated. "What do you mean?" Wenzhou feigned ignorance, unable to contain his emotions as he shouted, "I've told you everything you wanted, you promised me." "I made no such promise." Qi Xiaoye replied, stepping past Wenzhou as the cold, low command of a man crackled through the headsets, "Eliminate them, leave no survivors." "Qi Xiaoye, damn you!" Wenzhou cursed vehemently, reaching for the gun at his lower back. A shot rang out, a bullet, fired from an unknown source, pierced his wrist. The pain was so sudden that Wenzhou couldn't even utter a sound before another bullet struck his forehead, and with a thundering crash, he collapsed, lifeless. In the next moment, Blade's triumphant voice echoed through the headsets, "Report, General, the target has been neutralized. A precise hit, no misses." Qi Xiaoye ignored him. The others were accustomed to Blade's eagerness to claim credit after every mission, their fingers tightening around triggers as they commenced a merciless slaughter. The vast disparity in strength, compounded by the loss of their leader, rendered the remaining members of the Qingmu gang powerless, their bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground, blood gushing forth to form a pooling crimson stain, staining the snow-covered path. The atmosphere was thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder, enough to induce nausea. "Master Qi. Your phone was destroyed by Scarface, it wouldn't turn on, should we discard it?" Qi Xiaoye glanced at Atai, whose eyes glimmered with barely concealed excitement, and waved dismissively. "Buy a new one tomorrow, the number remains unchanged." "Ah. Oh, right." The bullet-riddled Aston Martin roared away from Knaqin,
heading towards the northern city of Labong, situated at the economic crossroads of Myanmar and China. Unlike the darkness and perpetual conflict of Knaqin, Labong was a tranquil town of diverse faiths, boasting a pleasant climate, mild winters and temperate summers. The vehicle glided into a narrow alley bathed in morning light. Ah Tai, Li Qiqi, and Blade exited, huddling beside a massive oak tree to smoke. The man in the car remained asleep, his head tilted slightly against the plush seat. Breathing deep and steady, shrouded in an oversized camouflage jacket. Blade craned his neck to sneak a glance. How long has it been since the boss slept? He looks exhausted. He is not just tired, he is battered, Ah Tai replied. He spent the night with a woman in the car. Ah, I see. Which woman? Is she the one you sent me a picture of? Ah Tai nodded. Yes. Where is she now? Why didn't She come along? Was it just a one-night stand? At this, Ah Tai leaned closer to Blade, speaking in hushed tones. That girl dumped Master Qi. Are you serious? Blade's eyes widened in shock, choking on his smoke. Such an impressive woman, and she turned him down? Humph, Ah Tai scoffed, flicking his cigarette butt to the ground and lighting another. She thought she could charm anyone. But when she saw Master Qi's downfall, she left without a second thought. At this, Blade turned to the quiet Li Qiqi, who was silently smoking, and patted his shoulder. Why so silent? Have you met her? Li Qiqi brushed off Blade's hand, directing his gaze to Ah Tai. What kind of woman does the boss prefer? Li Qiqi's voice was cold, deadly. Ah Tai chuckled lightly, costly. In an instant, Blade transformed into a love guru, animatedly imparting wisdom to Ah Tai and Li Qiqi. You two won't understand, having never experienced love. First loves may be unforgettable, but the next girl will always be better. Just like me, after a few encounters, one naturally becomes immune to heartbreak. Ah Tai and Li Qiqi exchanged glances, simultaneously thinking of Xiao Xiao, who interacted with different beauties daily, leaving only heartbreak in his wake. That makes sense, they nodded. So, what is next? Simple. Blade slapped his chest confidently. As long as the boss desires, there will be an endless line of women eager to climb into his bed. You two take him to Yearning later, I'll arrange a few for him. With that, Blade extinguished his cigarette and stood, striding away with an energetic bounce, only to turn back after a few steps. Do you two want any? Ah Tai and Li Qiqi quickly shook their heads in unison. No. Why not? Li Qiqi sighed. I value my life. Ah Tai sneered. I value my money. Blade raised his brows at them. Even the boss, who has no interest in women, is looking for a fling, and you two still don't get it? How dull. As Blade's cheerful figure disappeared around the corner of the alley, Li Qiqi sighed. Youth is a blessing. At 18, one is truly fearless. Ah Tai stubbed out his cigarette and retrieved the car keys. That kid is a rascal. After a few more lessons from the boss, he'll settle down. Let us go. The car came to a stop at the Yearning resort in Labong, where Qi Xiaoye strolled into the ancient corridor entwined with lush green vines. One hand casually nestled in his pocket. The fragmented morning light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a mottled glow upon the bluestone path beneath. Remarkably, Qi Xiaoye rarely offered compliments, yet in the fortnight since their last meeting, Blade's taste had evidently refined considerably. Ah Tai and Li Qiqi exchanged glances, their expressions strained, neither daring to break the silence. The atmosphere grew tense. Li Qiqi discreetly delivered a sharp kick to Ah Tai, who let out a muffled yelp, stifling his outburst and forcing a goofy smile towards Qi Xiaoye. Yes, Master Qi, the latest wilderness training has concluded, with Team C3 performing exceptionally. There's a child named Mudfish, an extraordinary prodigy. Qi Xiaoye closed his eyes before reopening them. You reported this last night in the car. Oh, did I? Right. Ha ha. Ah Tai scratched his head, noticing the elegant yet lavish dark green bamboo house drawing closer, and hurriedly stepped forward to open the door for the man, while Li Qiqi positioned himself on either side of the bamboo entrance. Master Qi, please. Qi Xiaoye stepped inside. The interior was adorned with flowing gauze and enveloped in fragrant aromas, where dozens of elegantly dressed women either sat or stood, each exuding their unique charm. Upon noticing his arrival, they rose in greeting, some bolder ones stepping forward with flirtatious smiles. Master Qi, their voices were soft and enchanting, their gazes captivating. Qi Xiaoye frowned.
The overpowering scent within the room overwhelming his senses.
Get lost.
His thin lips parted, his cool, languid voice shattering the alluring silhouettes of the women.
The single word halting their advance.
The ladies froze, their expressions stiffening as they collectively turned towards Blade, who was hidden behind the door.
Blade licked his lips and cautiously spoke. Boss, you see, there are countless beauties in this world. If one doesn't suit you, we can simply change them daily. With your unparalleled standards, why cling to one?
Qi Xiaoye's gaze lowered, dark and dangerous. If you have the energy to concern yourself with my affairs.
It appears your training regimen is insufficient, therefore, you needn't take this leave. No. Don't, boss. I'm doing this for your good. Just grant me a favor and take a look. Each of them is clean and beautiful, and if you're not satisfied,
I will immediately return to training and take leave for 3 years.
3 years without leave?
That sounds delightful, Qi Xiaoye chuckled softly, striding forward.
Then let us see.
The women lowered their heads, parting to create a path for Qi Xiaoye, who casually tossed aside his trench coat and reclined languidly on the sofa. Underneath, he wore a black shirt, the collar slightly open, revealing a hint of his alluring collarbone and well-defined chest muscles. His physique was exceptional, and his face strikingly handsome. As they gazed, each woman nearly forgot their purpose of selling their bodies, instead feeling an undeniable thrill, eager to be chosen by this man. Step behind the screen and follow my instructions, Blade commanded, gesturing for the women to line up, glancing at Qi Xiaoye with a low, flattering tone.
Boss, take your time.
Qi Xiaoye's profound gaze swept over them, his chin slightly raised.
Blade nodded, beckoning one girl forward.
She stepped cautiously from behind the screen.
Too thin, Qi Xiaoye remarked coolly.
Blade, astute as he was, skipped over the slender one and pointed to a curvaceous beauty, urging her to approach.
Too short, Qi Xiaoye remained unsatisfied.
Blade then indicated a tall, voluptuous woman with a myriad of charms.
Too provocative, Qi Xiaoye dismissed her without a glance.
Understanding Qi Xiaoye's high standards, Blade remained unfazed. Pulling out his phone to review photos sent by Atai, meticulously selecting based on Li Qiqi's physique and appearance. Finally, he spotted a girl who was neither too tall nor too short, possessing a perfect figure, delicate features, fair and smooth skin, and a sweet, innocent smile.
That's the one.
Blade signaled for all the other women to step back, focusing on the girl's bewildered yet beautiful eyes.
You will serve him. Yes. The girl, timid, lowered her head and cautiously approached Qi Xiaoye, trembling slightly under the oppressive aura emanating from him. Her gaze fell on his hand, long and clean, veins prominent. And as she moved up his arm, she noticed numerous tiny scratches on his forearm. Even with her naivety, she recognized these marks were likely from a woman's nails. Just how violent could this man be in bed to provoke such scratches? Her trembling intensified. After a brief moment of distraction, Qi Xiaoye spoke indifferently, "What is your name?" "Name, have I been chosen?"
The girl felt an inexplicable fear, her eyes suddenly tinged with a faint blush.
Her youthful, shy,
yet startled expression bore a striking resemblance to Li Qiqi, deepening Qi Xiaoye's gaze.
"Xia Guo."
Qi Xiaoye looked up, his intense eyes meeting the girl's flushed face. The corners of his mouth twitched as he lit a cigarette, his gaze darkening with a sardonic inquiry.
"Will you deceive me?" "Deceive you? Of course not, I would never lie to you." "Ha!"
Qi Xiaoye inhaled, his indifferent gaze fixed on the girl's misty eyes.
A blend of amusement and mockery. "I prefer women who can deceive me. You may go now." Liking to be deceived, wasn't he that simply deranged?
Xia Guo averted her eyes and turned to leave, relieved not to have been chosen by the violent, deranged man, no matter how handsome he may be. Qi Xiaoye's heart was unruffled, yet as he observed Xia Guo's eager retreat, he felt a fleeting distraction.
After a long pause,
he lazily leaned back against the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at Blade.
"Get back to training, 3 years without leave." "Sigh, the boss is ruthless yet a romantic." Blade sighed, nodding. "Understood." Chapter 74, I no longer have a home.
The snow in Knaqin fell throughout the night. Li Qiqi concealed herself in a rented room on the eastern outskirts, repeatedly attempting to reach Qi Xiaoye by phone, yet his mobile remained unreachable until the break of dawn. He was truly infuriated, so much so that he was unwilling to grant her even a chance for explanation.
Li Qiqi set down her phone and cast a sidelong glance out of the window. The snow had cleared, the clouds were sparse, and the sunlight was tinged with a slight chill, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. In the past, she could sit in her bedroom and gaze at such a view for an entire day, lost in its splendor. Suddenly, a melodious chime rang in her ears. A shiver ran through Li Qiqi as she hurried to the bedroom door, peering cautiously outside. She was not mistaken. It was indeed the small bell she had deliberately hung on the living room doorknob, now gently quivering. Someone was outside. Her uncle had come to catch her. The second floor was not too high. Li Qiqi threw out the tied bedsheets, took a deep breath, and with practiced ease, lifted one leg out of the window, followed by the other. Li Qiqi found herself suspended in mid-air. The bedsheets danced gracefully in the wind, producing a faint rustling sound, while the fallen snowflakes fluttered in, playfully burrowing into the nape of her neck, causing her to shiver slightly. Li Qiqi cautiously entwined the bedsheets with her legs, alleviating the strain on her palms while maintaining her bodily equilibrium, and swiftly slid down. As her toes barely touched the ground, Batuo's dark and imposing visage emerged from the window. Li Qiqi raised her gaze and met Batuo's eyes. Batuo gestured to the people behind him, exclaiming, "Over there! She has fled, quickly pursue her." Li Qiqi, unwilling to delay, clutched her hand warmer tightly and sprinted desperately towards the entrance of the community. She traversed the snow-laden path, each step crunching the snow beneath her feet, while behind her, the hurried footsteps and labored breaths of Batuo and others echoed. The gate loomed ever closer. Beside the bushes on her right stood an old motorcycle. A man, thin and hunched, wearing a headscarf, leaned over the bike, his elbows resting on the handlebars, 2 fingers pinching a cigarette as he pouted and exhaled smoke rings. Li Qiqi rushed in front of the man, stuffing all her Myanmar chots into his hands. "Big brother, someone is chasing me. Please help me get to Lufeng district. You can keep all this money." The man glanced at Li Qiqi, then at the approaching group of burly men behind her, before looking down at the money in his hands. After a moment's contemplation, he discarded the cigarette but onto the ground. "Get in." "Thank you, big brother." The man revved the engine, and Li Qiqi swung her leg over the motorcycle, gripping the metal bars tightly on either side of her seat. With a deafening roar, the motorcycle's wheels spun rapidly, bursting through the community gate and heading east, the rear wheel kicking up a cloud of snow-like dust. "Get in! Get in! Follow her! Turn on her phone's location, I must capture her today." The man in the headscarf rode without a helmet, the biting cold wind slicing against his face. Li Qiqi squeezed her eyes shut, the sound of the wind howling in her ears, her heart pounding like a drum. The motorcycle weaved through the bustling streets, each sharp turn sending shivers of fear through her. The man's voice cut through the blizzard. "Little girl, have you offended someone in the underworld? These are no ordinary thugs. It's no wonder you're so beautiful, so fresh and delicate. A look like yours is hard to find among the impoverished. It seems you are a runaway princess. Yet in Knaqin, the powerful are akin to deities." The man, despite his love for money, dared not offend those in authority. Instinctively, he slowed the motorcycle, glancing back at the pursuing pickup truck, hesitatingly speaking. "If I help you now, and your family finds out, I..." "Exactly." Li Qiqi abruptly interrupted the man in the headscarf, her voice rising in a carefree threat. "You have aided me, but if they capture you, it will surely spell disaster. Should you dare to hand me over to them and subject me to familial punishment, I vow to make your fate even more dire. Thus, you possess no choice. Hasten your escape." "Damn it, ancestors, my dear mother, you truly are a formidable being." The man in the headscarf, filled with regret, cursed as he accelerated, veering into a narrow alleyway. The pickup truck driven by Batuo could not enter, honking furiously several times in frustration as he opted for a detour. Clearly, the man in the headscarf was more familiar with the eastern suburb than Batuo, choosing predominantly routes inaccessible to pickups or shortcuts. After a considerable struggle, they finally burst into the bustling commercial street of Lifeng district, barely catching their breath when 6 silver-gray pickups reappeared in their line of sight. The man in the headscarf twisted the throttle until his palm ached, nearly on the brink of despair as he exclaimed, "I ask you, my young ancestor, do they know you are headed to Lifeng district? I cannot shake them off, no matter the route I choose." Li Qiqi found it peculiar.
The Lifeng district was vast. Even if Bata could surmise that she would come here in search of Qi Xiaoye, he should not pursue her so relentlessly, clinging to her like an adhesive plaster that could not be shaken off. As the motorcycle weaved through the throngs of people, it once again veered into a narrow alley, prompting Li Qiqi to grasp the shoulder of the man in the turban.
I understand now, it's the phone. My brother, my phone has been tracked. You must take my phone and run. Once you have shaken them off, dispose of the phone.
The man in the turban had long wished to rid himself of this troublesome burden, and he nodded without hesitation.
All right.
It seemed as though he had resolutely decided to ignore her.
Li Qiqi gritted her teeth and sighed,
slipping her phone into the pocket of the man clad in a headscarf.
Thank you.
The man mumbled indistinctly in response, applying the brakes to halt the vehicle at the corner, signaling for Li Qiqi to disembark. As he pressed the accelerator, he noticed her long lashes drooping, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears.
Unable to bear the sight, he furrowed his brow and offered a gentle admonition.
The man shook his head, turning away from her.
So young yet so temperamental. Alas, she truly is a child of privilege, with the audacity to rebel. Chapter 75, Freedom must be earned through one's own efforts. Li Qiqi stealthily departed from the commercial street. Without a mobile phone or any money, she could only navigate through Lifeng district relying on her memory. Unfortunately, Qi Xiaoye's villa was exceedingly distant. It was only as the sun began to set that she finally stepped into the dense forest. The castle-like villa stood solitary amidst the trees, its grand entrance firmly locked, with a thick layer of snow accumulated at the threshold. Li Qiqi stood at the entrance, pressing the doorbell for an extended period with no response. She could only resort to incessantly pounding on the heavy door with her small hands. Master Qi! Master Qi!
The warming pad had run out of power, and her hands were now a vivid crimson from the cold. With each determined strike, the accumulated snow on the door cascaded down, dusting her hair and clothes in a blanket of white. Li Qiqi shook off the delicate snowflakes from her body,
bending down to place the hand warmer by the door.
She climbed up through the crack of the large door and perched herself on the tall wall to peer inside. The living room door behind the entrance remained tightly shut, devoid of any presence. Dia was absent, as was old Fu.
Qi Xiaoye was nowhere to be found.
At that moment, Li Qiqi was struck with a chilling realization that she might never see Qi Xiaoye again.
That man had approached her time and again,
only to be rebuffed repeatedly, and thus he had departed. He no longer awaited her, nor did he desire her.
As emotions surged,
a veil of mist clouded the deep brown clarity of her eyes.
She raised her hand to brush away the unshed tears lingering beneath her lashes and glanced around, momentarily lost in thought. It was Qi Xiaoye who had purchased the camphor park for her, situated just behind this villa. In other words, this villa was indeed a part of Camphor Park. Due to its elevated position and the presence of a stone wall, those who entered the park could only glimpse the castle hidden among the trees from afar, unable to approach. Yet, standing on the balcony of the villa's top floor, one could capture the entirety of Camphor Park's splendor.
This fairy tale-themed winter wonderland sparkled with silvery light, and the trees were adorned with glistening icicles. In the center lay a lake, thickly layered with ice, upon which a few mischievous squirrels frolicked. They had witnessed that beautiful night when Qi Xiaoye whispered in her ear, "Miss Li, this forest is the starting point of your fairy tale dreams, it now belongs to you." As she gazed at the enchanting scene, Li Qiqi could no longer contain the tumultuous emotions within her and wept upon the wall.
She could not find Qi Xiaoye, he was unreachable.
The man had turned off his phone and ignored her messages, refusing her the chance to explain. He had burst into her life with fervor, leaving an indelible mark on her heart, only to depart quietly.
She was left alone.
It felt reminiscent of her childhood with the string of beads. As if all her affections were fleeting moments, ruthlessly erased by Su Nantian, never to be retained. She could not hold on to the beads. Nor could she hold on to Qi Xiaoye. Then she was abruptly awakened by hunger. Li Qiqi opened her eyes and raised her hand to shield herself from the blinding midday sun.
Less than 2 days remained until her wager with Su Nantian, and waiting any longer would yield no results.
Li Qiqi rose and stepped forward. Leaving the entrance, she opened the villa door and turned to cast one last lingering glance. Subsequently, she rummaged through the pile of snow to retrieve her hand warmer and swiftly made her way towards the eastern outskirts of the mining area.
As long as she could escape from Knaqin, Sunantian would no longer concern himself with her. Apart from leaving with Qi Xiaoye,
the only destination that crossed Li Qiqi's mind was the Summer Kingdom. Being a native of the Summer Kingdom, it was certain that her biological parents resided there as well. Li Qiqi harbored only vague and sporadic memories of Xiagua, and the events of her childhood were increasingly elusive. However, she was certain that Xiagua was a land of safety and tranquility, where she could survive even without her parents. The pressing issue now was that she was unable to contact anyone and had no money to her name. To earn a sum within 2 days, her only option was to gamble. Yet, gambling with money was not feasible, she had to wager on stones instead. The stone gambling area in the eastern suburbs lay at the foot of the mining mountain, situated over 30 kilometers away from Lifeng district. Li Qiqi squatted by the roadside, hoping to flag down a ride. The driver was a bespectacled middle-aged man, and after confirming their mutual destination, he signaled to her with a gesture indicating 10,000 shots. Li Qiqi nodded without hesitation. Once in the car, the uncle was constantly on the phone, conversing fluently in the dialect of Xia. Li Qiqi perked up her ears and listened for a while, gathering that the man was discussing a child's upcoming wedding, which necessitated a substantial betrothal gift, along with the purchase of a car and a house. Financial constraints had led him to seek the advice of a relative, who suggested he venture to Myanmar to gamble on gemstones. Unfortunately, rather than profiting, he had incurred significant losses. After the uncle hung up, Li Qiqi straightened her posture and cleared her throat. "Uncle, the gemstone trade is fraught with peril, it's best to avoid it if possible. The chances of acquiring uncut stones that can appreciate in value are nearly non-existent, as they are mostly intercepted by industry professionals." The uncle nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her words. "That's precisely why I traveled to the source to make my purchases. Just a few days ago, I did manage to uncover one that multiplied sixfold. Alas, it was too small. Subsequently, I opened a few more, all of which resulted in losses." Li Qiqi smiled subtly, her lips pressed together. "If you purchase and open stones recklessly without any basis, you will undoubtedly incur losses. You must learn to observe the skin of the stones. The tighter the surface, the better the quality of the jade within. When illuminated, the halo of light must be distinctly visible. The larger the halo at the edges, the superior the texture and quality of the jade inside." Li Qiqi spoke with remarkable eloquence, leaving the middle-aged man momentarily stunned. He squinted thoughtfully for quite a while before finally responding, "My dear, you are quite young to understand such matters." "Of course," Li Qiqi replied, feigning maturity as she patted her chest, spinning tales with ease. "My uncle runs a gambling house, and my boyfriend is the head of the Dongjia mine. I am thoroughly familiar with these tactics." The man, his excitement palpable, widened his eyes in astonishment, a gleam of golden light shimmering within them. "Hey," Li Qiqi scoffed with a dismissive smile, "I merely went to Dongjia to meet someone. I grew tired of playing with stones in my childhood and have little interest in such things now." As Li Qiqi spoke, the uncle's faith in her abilities grew ever stronger. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. "How about this? I will provide the funding, and you will offer your guidance. Should the venture yield a profit, I shall grant you a 10% commission. If we incur a loss, it shall be entirely on my account." Li Qiqi hesitated, appearing rather indifferent, which left the uncle gripping the steering wheel with trembling hands. "I implore you, my dear. I truly cannot afford to lose again, please assist me." "Uncle, focus on driving, allow me a moment to ponder." Li Qiqi cast a casual glance at the middle-aged man, swiftly taking the sakama he had placed on the center console. Unhurriedly, she opened it and began to consume several pieces, nodding lightly afterward. "All right then." Chapter 76, The Strategy. The scheme. The vehicle came to a halt at the stone gambling area at the foot of the mine. The middle-aged man turned off the engine and said, "Young lady, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Kunshan." "Yes, Uncle Zhang, I am called Qiqi, the seventh," she replied, raising her hand to point at the site while maintaining a calm demeanor as she introduced it to Zhang Kunshan. "This place is known as the Mu'an'ai site, a newly developed area in Knaqin. The mining period has been short, but the reserves are substantial, yielding a higher production of jadeite rough.
Zhang Kunchen nodded in agreement. Indeed. That is correct.
I heard similar remarks at the previous site, which prompted me to inquire further and come here.
The two of them exited the vehicle,
with Zhang Kunchen clutching a leather backpack, glancing around as he followed Li Qiqi, who continued her introduction. The rough stones here predominantly feature a white salt sand exterior,
displaying distinct cotton-like inclusions.
This characteristic facilitates the emergence of evenly colored, high-quality jadeite, thus ensuring a degree of gambling potential whenever there is skin and mist.
With each word,
Zhang Kunchen grew increasingly exhilarated, taking small, careful steps to match Li Qiqi's leisurely pace, neither daring to walk too quickly nor to urge her on.
He smoothly complimented her.
Young Lady Qiqi, despite your tender age, you are truly remarkable. One should never judge a book by its cover.
Li Qiqi remained silent.
All these tricks had been taught to her by Su Nantian. She had mastered the art of unconventional methods, gambling techniques, and deceit to the extent that she could author a book on the subject.
Miss?
Li Qiqi was lost in thought. Zhang Kunchen called her several times in succession. Noticing her dazed expression as she turned to face him, he pointed towards a stall ahead and suggested, "Shall we take a look over there?" Li Qiqi followed Zhang Kunchen's gaze and noticed that a small stall ahead was surrounded by several circles of people, indicating something remarkable had been unveiled. She nodded in agreement. The two of them squeezed into the throng, approaching an ordinary stall where a low wooden table was piled high with raw stones of varying sizes and qualities, priced from tens of thousands to over 1,000,000 shots. The individual cutting the stones was a middle-aged man with a distinguished appearance and a prominent belly, affectionately referred to as Brother Rich by those nearby, a name that suggested a fortunate streak. Indeed, as he sliced open his purchased stones, they revealed vivid green hues, igniting excitement among the onlookers who urged him to select another.
"All right, let's have another,"
Brother Rich declared, patting his chest and casually pointing to a stone. The stall owner chuckled, "This one is 2,000,000 shots, if you lose on this one, it would be a wasted effort." "Oh, 2,000,000 is nothing. Just the cost of a few meals at a restaurant," he replied with a flourish. "Today, I merely wish to showcase my wealth and introduce myself as Wang Haifu." Zhang Kunchen leaned closer to Li Qiqi's ear and remarked, "This Brother Rich seems quite impressive. Do you know him, young lady?" Li Qiqi shook her head, stating that she did not recognize him, but she was aware that he was a con artist. Every raw stone he unearthed was invariably green.
"Is that true?"
Zhang Kunchen exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The clamor of conversation grew too loud, prompting Li Qiqi to press her lips together,
signaling Zhang Kunchen to remain silent and observe.
Indeed, as the stone was sliced open, another green piece emerged.
"Wow!"
The crowd erupted in cheers, and the proprietor seized the moment to promote his business.
"Did you see that?
The quality of today's stones is beyond reproach. We're hitting the jackpot continuously."
"I'll take one." "Boss, I want one too."
Each person clamored to purchase, and Zhang Kunchen, stirred by the excitement, opened his backpack to join in, only to be halted by Li Qiqi's raised hand. Li Qiqi shook her head at Zhang Kunchen, urging him not to rush.
"Uncle Zhang, let us take another look."
One stone after another was cut open, and aside from the two just revealed by Wang Haifu, the rest were essentially worthless.
Zhang Kunchen wiped the sweat from his brow, still shaken.
"Fortunately, Miss Qiqi, had it not been for your reminder, I too would have fallen for it." His voice, loud as ever, prompted Li Qiqi to glance around and gesture for silence. Realizing, Zhang Kunchen quickly nodded in understanding. As the crowd thinned out, Wang Haifu laughed triumphantly.
"Ah, look.
It's not that this batch of stones is easy to open, rather, it's my incredible luck."
"Boss, let me try again. This time I'll pick with my eyes closed." The boss complied, and once again, it was green. "Oh. To pick with my eyes closed and still get green. How marvelous.
Such good fortune." The crowd erupted into chatter, their expressions a medley of astonishment and envy, while Wang Haifu beamed, draping an arm over the shoulder of a nearby Mediterranean businessman. The Mediterranean man hesitated to respond, and Wang Haifu patted his chest confidently.
"With my luck today, trust me." "Fine," the Mediterranean businessman gritted his teeth, "I'll believe you this once, Brother Fu. Which one do you suggest?"
"That one," Wang Haifu pointed to a smaller stone.
Let us open a small one, 1,000,000, what do you think?
The Mediterranean businessman nodded, pulling out 1,000,000 shots from his bag and tossing it onto the table.
Open it.
Zhang Kunchen could not help but whisper to Li Qiqi.
I can see it now, this businessman has been deceived too. You were right. Aside from Brother Fu's consistent success, everyone else has only revealed dross. This businessman, in fact, is also.
Li Qiqi slightly parted her lips, her mind suddenly turning to a more brilliant idea. She paused her speech and nodded in agreement with Zhang Kunchen's sentiment. Indeed, he had also fallen for the ruse. Upon cutting the raw stone, it truly turned out to be worthless. Zhang Kunchen slapped his forehead, feeling a surge of intelligence, and flashed a grin,
revealing his large yellowing teeth as he smiled at Li Qiqi. Ah, I knew it. It's all a trick. The murmurs around them began to escalate.
Wang Haifu stared at the worthless stone, initially taken aback, then, with a look of apology, he patted the balding boss on the shoulder, offering words of consolation.
Brother, your luck seems to have run dry today. Let me take a turn, I'll give it a go. Boss, hand me that one.
Wang Haifu pointed to the largest stone in the center that had remained untouched. Before the boss could even reach for it, Zhang Kunchen dashed forward, wrapping his arms around the stone and refusing to let go.
Boss, I want this stone.
Such foolishness,
Li Qiqi muttered, wrinkling her nose.
Once Zhang Kunchen had tightly secured the stone to his chest, she leisurely approached him.
Uncle Zhang, hasn't this stone already been chosen by Uncle Wang? Perhaps we should refrain from competing with him? Don't be ridiculous. Zhang Kunchen was in a state of agitation,
having recognized that Wang Haifu was a plant. He was convinced that this raw stone held potential, yet the young girl seemed utterly oblivious at a critical moment.
Furrowing his brow,
Zhang Kunchen shot a glance at Li Qiqi, signaling her to step back and remain silent. I clearly spotted this stone first. Chapter 77, I dislike collaborating with you. Li Qiqi remained motionless as Wang Haifu stepped forward, discreetly pulling her aside before feigning anger and shouting at Zhang Kunchen.
My brother, you are being unreasonable.
Everyone saw that I had my eye on this stone first. Zhang Kunchen merely turned his head, clutching the stone and refusing to yield. I picked it up first. As the two appeared on the verge of an argument, the proprietor quickly rose to mediate, speaking gently to Zhang Kunchen. My dear brother, you are indeed breaking the rules. This stone was chosen by Brother Fu first.
Indeed, I selected it first. Wang Haifu reached out to snatch it,
but Zhang Kunchen sidestepped him. Observing the flustered expressions of Wang Haifu and the proprietor, Zhang Kunchen grew increasingly confident that he would profit handsomely this time.
Casually extending the stone toward the proprietor, he was slow to react. What I picked up is mine. Open it, proprietor. The proprietor hesitated to take it,
glancing at Wang Haifu before stammering to Zhang Kunchen, brother, this stone is quite valuable, you must think carefully.
Once you commit, there rests no turning back if it doesn't yield. I advise you against choosing this one.
Oh?
Zhang Kunchen spread his hands.
I delight in buying the expensive ones.
I wouldn't even consider the cheap. Just tell me, how much?
The proprietor held up 2 fingers. This will cost 20 million.
Zhang Kunchen gulped. 20 million shots.
Nearly 70,000 yuan, was comparable to the stones from high-end booths.
How could it possibly appear in such a place? Yet, if it could double in value,
he could swiftly secure a car for his son's wedding. Seeing Zhang Kunchen hesitate, the proprietor casually handed him another stone. Brother, since you seem unfamiliar with this place, how about this, return the stone to Brother Fu, and I will gift you one, just to make a friend. Zhang Kunchen, no longer pondering, steeled himself, pushed the proprietor's stone aside, and meticulously counted out the shots from his bag before placing them on the table.
I want this one, let us open it.
Once the currency was confirmed, the proprietor accepted the stone and handed it to an assistant behind him. The onlookers erupted in a chorus of green.
Green! Green!
Zhang Kunchen clenched his fists, his heart racing, as the sound of the cutting machine echoed in his ears, his gaze fixed intently.
The stone, thick and substantial, took nearly half an hour to split in 2.
It was entirely white, crumbling and lackluster, resembling little more than a piece of brick.
Wang Haifu laughed joyously. Oh brother. Thank you. You've really saved me some money.
The proprietor chimed in hesitantly. I told you not to open this one, you insisted.
Look what has come of it. 20 million, gone like water?
Zheng Kunchen stood frozen, his mind nearly exploding as his blood boiled, rushing to grapple with Wang Haifu.
You two are frauds. You've played me.
He pushed Wang Haifu to the ground and sat atop him, but before he could strike,
he was forcibly restrained by the proprietor as two henchmen and pinned to the ground.
The proprietor adjusted his golden watch.
Everyone, let us reason here. He was the one who insisted on buying the stone, and I kindly advised him, but he wouldn't listen. Once you commit, that's the rule of the trade. If you can't handle it, you should leave. Exactly. If you can't handle it, just leave. Zheng Kunchen, feeling guilty and outnumbered,
was aware he had been tricked but felt utterly powerless. In his despair, he remembered Li Qiqi and craned his neck to search around.
Qiqi. Qiqi. As he called out.
He rose from the ground, but the spot where Li Qiqi had been was now empty. He pushed through the crowd, clutching his bag, and began inquiring of passers-by.
Have you seen a girl, about this height, with fair skin, very beautiful? Uncle, is this the one you mean?
Zheng Kunchen followed the gaze of a small child and spotted Li Qiqi standing in front of a snack shop, staring dreamily at the candied hawthorn. With a sigh of relief, he rushed over to her, purchasing a candied hawthorn and eagerly trying to please her. My dear, the tricks of stone gambling are too intricate. They baited me right before my eyes, and I ended up as the fish. It's truly impossible to guard against.
Please help me one more time. No.
Li Qiqi shook her head and bit into a candied hawthorn, causing her cheeks to puff slightly, her voice emerging in a muffled tone.
You are overly self-assured and impulsive. I could not dissuade you.
I do not relish collaborating with you. Li Qiqi muttered to herself and turned to leave, while Zheng Kunchen hurriedly caught up with her, casually purchasing a box of sweet rice cakes.
Li Qiqi paused and asked, Are you all listening to me?
After receiving affirmation, she continued. Then regarding the raw stone that will be opened later, after deducting costs, I propose a 50-50 split. If you are unwilling, we need not discuss further.
I am willing. I am willing.
A 50-50 split it shall be, no problem at all.
Please, indulge yourself.
I shall go buy another box. Li Qiqi gazed at the backpack held by Zheng Kunchen.
How much do you have left? Zheng Kunchen sighed. I brought a total of 100 million.
But after the recent losses, I am left with just over 10 million.
Over 10 million is insufficient.
Li Qiqi pondered for a moment before leading Zheng Kunchen towards the most opulent stall at the center of the gambling stone market. With her right hand, she pointed to a quaint wooden storefront nearby. Much like a casino, the stone gambling arena allowed one to sign a death contract to borrow money. I just happened to find a piece I liked while you were cutting the raw stone. It costs 30 million. However, if it yields imperial green, the returns could multiply by dozens or even hundreds. You should head to that shop and gather the funds, and remember to count the money carefully before you leave.
Understood. Zheng Kunchen eagerly darted inside, and after nearly an hour of haggling, he emerged with a backpack.
Yet, when he glanced at Li Qiqi, an inexplicable flicker of unease crossed his eyes. Li Qiqi was perplexed.
Is there a problem?
No, Zheng Kunchen shook his head.
It's just that the interest on this dead contract is exceedingly high.
If I lose everything, I will spend a lifetime repaying my debts here.
Miss Qiqi, do you have confidence in this?
Li Qiqi lowered her eyes and candidly expressed, the likelihood of success is high.
Yet I cannot provide you with a guarantee as I lack the gift of foresight.
Perhaps we could start by purchasing a few smaller items to test the waters.
Taking our time?
The stone's inherent value will remain unchanged regardless of whether you acquire larger or smaller pieces, it merely entails a slight expenditure of time. Li Qiqi gazed longingly at the fiery red snowfield painted by the twilight, letting out a soft sigh.
Chapter 78, You may prepare your last words.
The sky gradually darkened, and the scattered grains of sand and gravel formed a galaxy, quietly reclining in the azure heavens. The stalls selling raw stones dwindled in number. Zheng Kunchen wandered aimlessly in circles, having not purchased a single piece of raw stone. He had been drifting in the country of Mianting for 2 months. Small purchases yielded no profit, while large ones instilled fear.
Li Qiqi is correct, there are too many intricacies within this realm, and the waters run deep. He is ill-suited for this endeavor. Having earned a modest profit, he wishes to persist, yet after incurring losses, he yearns to recoup, creating an endless cycle. Li Qiqi perched on the railing at the entrance, her head tilted upwards as she gazed at the stars, her feet swinging back and forth. If that were the case, why then wait for him? Unless this young girl was also a deceiver, seeking to gain an advantage without effort, hoping to extract that 5% profit from him. Truly, it is characteristic of Knaqin, none in this place are worthy of trust. Not even a golden-haired girl who could manipulate him so effortlessly. Zhang Kunshan's dark eyes sparkled as he steadied his emotions and approached Li Qiqi, patting the backpack in his hand. Very well. Li Qiqi looked up at Zhang Kunshan, her smile illuminating her features. A delicate layer of mist seemed to dance in her eyes, and with unwavering confidence, she leaned against the railing and stood up. Rest assured. I have examined that stone thoroughly, there is no issue, she assured. With a mutual understanding, the two entered the door, where the once bustling stall, vibrant with visitors during the day, now hosted only a handful of scattered tourists, all eagerly converging as soon as they noticed someone intending to purchase a stone. Li Qiqi sat in the center of the living room while Zhang Kunshan pointed at a block of black stone on the counter. Boss, I want this one. Let us proceed directly. At the boss's glance, a young worker stepped forward, cradling the stone and placing it before Zhang Kunshan. The boss, stringing a set of prayer beads, smiled at Zhang Kunshan. This is not inexpensive, it's 35 million. Please ensure you are certain before we proceed. No need, Zhang Kunshan waved his hand. Just provide me with a receipt confirming that I have purchased this stone. I will bear any profits or losses. No problem, the boss replied, opening a drawer to retrieve the receipt and writing materials. This is a legitimate establishment, documentation is part of the process, and I would provide it regardless. After counting the currency in his bag, Zhang Kunshan handed it to the worker, waiting for the boss to prepare the receipt before gently tapping the stone. Let us proceed. The boss gestured towards the nearby cutting area. Go over there, once you step outside, any gains or losses are no longer my concern. Understood. Zhang Kunshan cradled the stone as he walked out, his calves trembling significantly with each step. Li Qiqi swiftly followed, as other curious onlookers flocked to the cutting station. Unlike the street vendors who carelessly split the raw stones in half, the official cutting station meticulously opened 4 windows for Zhang Kunshan to inspect. The entire process was exceedingly lengthy, with Zhang Kunshan remaining motionless, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Once the windows were opened, the proprietor handed the stone to Zhang Kunshan for his examination, allowing him to decide whether to proceed. Should he choose to continue, he must indicate the cutting line. With utmost care, Zhang Kunshan accepted the stone, illuminating the 4 windows with his flashlight, revealing an endless expanse of green. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Zhang Kunshan glanced at Li Qiqi, who offered him a subtle smile and a nod, understanding her silent encouragement. He carefully marked a cutting line along the stone's edge and handed it back to the proprietor. Proceed, he instructed. The sound of the cutting machine roared to life once more. Adhering to industry practice, the proprietor refrained from a complete cut, leaving a narrow seam for Zhang Kunshan to open himself. Pure green, pure green. The spectators could not contain their excitement, their cheers crescendoing in intensity. In the world of jade, green is prized above all, a stone that is entirely green is deemed invaluable. It is said that a single shade of green is worth a fortune, while a fully green stone is worth untold riches. If this raw stone were indeed entirely green, it would yield immeasurable wealth. Zhang Kunshan, overwhelmed with emotion, struggled to catch his breath, his hands trembling as he pried open the stone with a sharp crack. The cutting surface revealed a crystalline expanse of lush green. Wow! Imperial green! Fully jadeite! The crowd erupted in a frenzy. 100 million! 100 million! To hell with that, I'll bid 2 billion. The atmosphere transformed from a cutting station to an auction house in an instant, prompting the proprietor to discreetly call Xiao. Brother Xiao, are you at the mine? If you have time, come to the gambling stone area, we struck gold, fully jadeite. Zhang Kunshan found himself momentarily overwhelmed by the throng of people. Tears of joy streaming down his face as he carefully placed the precious stone into his bag and hurriedly made his way through the crowd. As he sprinted away, clutching his backpack, Li Qiqi quickly followed suit. Uncle Zheng! Uncle Zheng! After a prolonged chase, Li Qiqi finally caught up to Zhang Kunchen at the entrance of a narrow path, halting him with a hand on his arm, panting heavily against a tree. How much can you really sell the stone for? Zhang Kunchen dismissed her concerns. This is fully jadeite, imperial green. Even a small piece can be fashioned into jewelry and sold for a handsome sum. You think I'm foolish? However, Li Qiqi frowned. But you promised me a 50-50 split. If we don't convert it into cash, how will we divide it? I don't need the stone, I want cash. What 50-50? Zhang Kunchen scoffed, playing the rogue, waving the receipt from the cutting station in front of her face. I selected the stone, I provided the funds. And I was here for the cutting. What did you do? Ha? What did you do to deserve a 50-50 split? You! Li Qiqi exclaimed, her indignation rising. Are you truly going back on your word? Zhang Kunchen retorted, to go back on one's word, there must first be a promise. Young lady, don't be so quick to accuse others of deceit. You haven't contributed a single cent and still expect a 50-50 split? Dream on. Li Qiqi gritted her teeth. Do you truly believe that with this stone in your possession, you can safely depart from Knaqin? Ha! You dare to threaten me? Zhang Kunchen laughed with a mixture of pride and disdain. Spare me your charade, what of your uncle who supposedly runs a gambling den? Or your boyfriend who is said to be in charge of the mine? Where is he? Ah? Where is he? You've ventured into his territory. Yet he does not come to your aid? You deceiver! His boyfriend is right here. Xiao Zhao's voice suddenly resonated from behind, causing both Li Qiqi and Zhang Kunchen to turn in unison. Clad in a familiar knitted hoodie, exuding a roguish charm, the man stood with his hands shoved into his pockets, flanked by a dozen bodyguards, and met Li Qiqi's gaze with a playful raised eyebrow under the moonlight. My dear, it seems you've been wronged? He then turned to Zhang Kunchen, saying, well, old chap, you might want to prepare your last words. Chapter 79, Unfamiliarity breeds ignorance. Zhang Kunchen glanced at Xiao Xiao. Though intimidated by the number of men accompanying him, Xiao Xiao appeared to be nothing more than a youthful man in his early 20s, hardly more than a band of ruffians. He took a couple of steps back, clutching the raw stone. This is a legitimate tourist area, I purchased this stone with my own money, and here are the receipts, in black and white. Do not presume that I fear you simply because you are numerous. Xiao Xiao, uninterested in Zhang Kunchen's bluster, merely gestured to his subordinates with a subtle nod. Go! Retrieve the items. Zhang Kunchen tightened his grip on the backpack, realizing the situation. I see, a scam, is it? You and this young lady are in cahoots. She digs the pit while you come to collect. What scam? How dare you speak to our young master in such a manner? Has the old fool no sense? One of the bodyguards stepped forward, raising his foot to kick Zhang Kunchen in the abdomen. As the backpack nearly slipped from his grasp, Zhang Kunchen reacted swiftly to reclaim it. In the ensuing chaos, Zhang Kunchen lost his balance and tumbled to the ground, rolling several times in the snow, his head and face covered in flakes. Shaking his head, he shouted, "Is there no law here?" Before his words could fully escape, a bodyguard lunged forward and delivered a powerful kick to Zhang Kunchen's back. Ugh! Zhang Kunchen clutched the backpack, groaning as a barrage of fists and kicks rained down upon him, leaving him bruised and bloodied, a tooth knocked out, yet he stubbornly refused to relinquish his hold. Finish him off. Xiao Xiao, quickly losing patience, raised his hand slightly, prompting another bodyguard to draw his firearm, stepping forward to aim the barrel at Zhang Kunchen's forehead. A click echoed as the gun was chambered. Are you serious? Panic finally seized Zhang Kunchen, who bent low to hurl the backpack to the ground, raising his hands in surrender. I don't want the stone anymore. Take it, it's yours. Spare my life, young master, please. Seeing Xiao Zhao's cold, unyielding demeanor, Zhang Kunchen swallowed the salty, metallic taste of blood in his mouth and hastily switched to a dialect, pleading, "Young master, I am a citizen of Xia. A true Xia national. I have a passport, this is my passport, you cannot kill me." The bodyguard paused, taking the passport for inspection.
then nodded to Xiao Xiao, awaiting his command.
Troublesome.
Xiao Xiao cracked his neck and bent down to toss the backpack into the hands of one of his men.
Take it to the stall for cash. Purchase according to market value. He then glanced at Li Qiqi.
Darling, this man cannot be killed, but since he has signed a death contract and cannot repay his debts.
Shall I send him to the mine to work for me? As you wish.
Li Qiqi was indifferent to Zhang Kunshan's fate. A fickle person deserved to reap the consequences of their actions. She glanced at Xiao Xiao and hurried after the bodyguard who was exchanging money. Making her way towards the stall.
Baby!
Xiao Xiao called out, gesturing for his men to drag Zhang Kunshan away. Casually following behind Li Qiqi with his hands in his pockets.
As they exited the narrow path, a striking fuchsia Porsche caught their attention.
Parked at the edge of the scattered crowd, its ostentatious body prompting passers-by to stretch their necks in curiosity.
Angshan?
Xiao Xiao halted in his tracks.
Angshan,
seated in the driver's seat with one arm resting on the door, initially froze upon spotting Li Qiqi, but quickly regained his composure, eyeing Xiao Xiao with sycophantic eagerness.
Brother Xiao, are we still going to the venue tonight? I couldn't reach you by phone, so I came to pick you up. At that moment,
Xiao Xiao's sole focus was on Li Qiqi. He had no interest in dealing with these money-hungry, lecherous young masters and promptly declined.
Go where? No. Can't you see my girlfriend came to find me? I'm forfeiting tonight, the venue is on me. I'll have someone send the money over later. Enjoy yourselves. Angshan grinned and nodded. Brother Xiao, you're so generous. Wait a moment.
Upon catching sight of Angshan, a flicker of light danced in Li Qiqi's eyes as she recalled Qi Xiaoye's words, that Angshan was his man.
Therefore, Angshan must possess knowledge of Qi Xiaoye's whereabouts. Excitement brewed within Li Qiqi, manifesting in her hurried breaths.
She hastened to approach him before he could start his vehicle. Leaning against the car door as she inquired, Brother Ang,
do you know where Master Qi is? Angshan cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Xiao,
whose expression had darkened instantaneously, then released the car keys and rubbed his forehead. Miss Li, it is common knowledge that Master Qi has been driven away by your uncle.
You should be more aware of his movements than I am.
Li Qiqi turned her gaze away, sorrow etched across her features. She discerned the veiled complaints woven into Angshan's words and understood that he was unlikely to speak candidly. Nevertheless, she clung desperately to the car door. Her deep brown eyes fixed intently on Angshan, glimmering with a mist of unshed tears. I do not know where he is, but I have something of great importance to convey to him.
Can you tell me? She implored. Angshan, sporting an awkward smile,
unceremoniously pried her hand away from the door, offering not a shred of explanation. Miss Li, your desire to assist your uncle in gathering information is commendable, however. You have approached the wrong person. My acquaintance with Qi is minimal, and I am not privy to any information, he stated bluntly. With that, Angshan's smile vanished. And without hesitation, he started the car, waving goodbye to Xiao Xiao.
Angshan!
The Porsche sped away in a flash, prompting Li Qiqi to sprint after it. In her haste, she stumbled on the slick, snow-covered ground, falling with a thud. The hand warmer she held slipped from her grasp, sliding several meters ahead before coming to a halt. Li Qiqi rose from the ground, hastening forward to retrieve the hand warmer. When she lifted her gaze again, the once bustling street had long since been devoid of any trace of the Porsche.
Baby?
Xiao Xiao quickly caught up, only to find Li Qiqi standing motionless, tightly clutching the soiled little white rabbit hand warmer, gazing sorrowfully towards the intersection as tears streamed down her cheeks.
Chapter 80, I adore him. Li Qiqi wept inconsolably,
as though she had suffered an immense grievance. Her eyes were completely red, and tears cascaded down her cheeks, one after another. Xiao Xiao felt a pang in his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted his hand and drew Li Qiqi into an embrace, wrapping her waist tenderly in his arms. His palm gently patted her back.
Darling, what troubles you? Has your uncle tormented or threatened you? I have not.
The intense and unrestrained scent of perfume overwhelmed Li Qiqi, leaving her lightheaded. She pushed Xiao Xiao away, wiped her tears, and turned to walk towards the stall.
I am going to collect the money from the stall.
50% of the proceeds from that raw stone belong to me.
Xiao Xiao hurriedly followed her, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, I can offer you double, should you ask." He gazed at the delicate strands of Li Qiqi's hair, illuminated by the soft glow of the moonlight, his tone laced with pride as his pace quickened. It seemed she wished to delineate a boundary between them. Feeling flustered, Xiao Xiao stepped in front of Li Qiqi, grasping her cold hand gently in his. "Do not be upset, my dear. I acknowledge my faults last time, but this time, I will find a way to protect you. I will ensure Su Nantian cannot take you away again, nor will he be able to threaten you. I am not upset." Li Qiqi was compelled to halt. Withdrawing her hand from Xiao Xiao's grasp, and gazing intently into his eyes. "Xiao Ge, you have already assisted me greatly, and I have always been grateful to you." "Thank you." "Thank you?" Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled with intensity. "You are well aware that what I desire is not mere gratitude. Then what do you wish for?" Xiao Xiao was bewildered by Li Qiqi's sudden transformation. She was no longer obedient or compliant, her demeanor cold, and she often uttered words that infuriated him. It left him breathless with agitation. "I want you. I want to be with you, to kiss you, to share a bed with you." Li Qiqi's slightly reddened eyes trembled. Momentarily stunned by Xiao Xiao's overly candid words. After a brief pause, she sighed. "You, brother Xiao, are not lacking in women, do not squander your time on me. I do not harbor feelings for you." Xiao Xiao halted, gazing at her in disbelief. "But you came here, did you not come to seek me? The boyfriend you mentioned. The head of the mine." "That was merely a fabrication, born from my desire to earn money." Li Qiqi smiled faintly, a touch of self-mockery in her expression. When a sharp pang suddenly pierced her heart. As if struck by a revelation, she retracted her smile and, avoiding Xiao Xiao, proceeded to walk forward slowly. "I understand now. It is precisely because I am perpetually dishonest that I lost him. No wonder I cannot find him, and no one is willing to inform me. I deserve to be unable to locate him." Xiao Xiao, perplexed and unwilling to give up, called out to Li Qiqi's retreating figure. "If you do not harbor feelings for me, why did you confess?" "I did not confess to you. On the racetrack that day. That heart-shaped snowball, you secretly carved my name on it, and I saw it." "Is this what you are referring to?" Li Qiqi paused. Bending down to pick up a twig, inscribing the letters QX in the blank expanse of snow at her feet. Xiao Xiao nodded. Unable to voice his thoughts before Li Qiqi continued her delicate yet solemn task, adding a perfectly formed Y after the X, QXY. Xiao Xiao felt a pang of heartache and furrowed his brow, struggling to speak. "Do you like Qi Xiaoye?" "Yes," Li Qiqi replied, tossing the twig aside and gazing down at the letters. "I like him, I have always liked him." Xiao Ge, that day I didn't finish carving the words. "Which led to your misunderstanding. I'm sorry." "Ah." Xiao Xiao averted his gaze, sniffing as he brushed away the silent snowflakes that had fallen on his face. "Well, it wasn't exactly a misunderstanding. After all, you never did agree to me. I'm still pursuing you, right? Qi Xiaoye has left. And I will always have the chance to win you over. I must take my leave as well." Li Qiqi raised her gaze. Observing the nearby stall where Xiao Xiao's bodyguard had completed the valuation of the jade raw stone, bringing the transaction to its final stage. "Where are you going?" Xiao Xiao momentarily found himself at a loss, instinctively stepping forward to find Qi Xiaoye. $5 million, to buy freedom, to escape. In recent days, Xiao Xiao had discreetly investigated Li Qiqi. Since her childhood, she had been like a small creature raised by Su Nantian within the pear orchard. She was not merely a human, but a pet nurtured by Su Nantian, who had never treated her as a normal guardian would. Although Xiao Xiao contemplated various means to assist her, the current Su Nantian was no longer the same, and he lacked absolute confidence in safeguarding Li Qiqi, which had kept him from taking action. Yet, he did not anticipate that Li Qiqi was far more formidable and resilient than he had imagined. She had managed to escape on her own. Despite his reluctance, Xiao Xiao could only strive to suppress the bittersweet emotions and kindly offer a warning. "Your uncle has blocked all the exits of Knaqin, you cannot possibly leave." Xiao Xiao was taken aback by the swift change in Li Qiqi's demeanor, momentarily rendered speechless. He scoffed, "You just said you weren't here to find me." "I never said that," Li Qiqi averted her gaze, denying his statement. Xiao Xiao found himself exasperated yet amused. "Damn, you truly are calculating. You ruthlessly rejected me and still expect my assistance? Xiao Gu. Li Qiqi lowered her brow, contemplating for a moment. Will you help me? I.
Xiao Xiao hesitated, his teeth clenched, then released them, only to clench again, ultimately spitting out a single word with fierce intensity.
Help. Thank you. Xiao Gu.
Tears glistened in Li Qiqi's eyes as she forced a smile. A thought crossed Xiao Xiao's mind. He gently grasped her chin, compelling her to lift her face. Their gazes meeting as her eyes fell shyly. Noticing the blush blooming on her cheeks and her lack of resistance, Xiao Xiao leaned closer, feigning an intent to kiss her. Only to pause at her lips, lowering his voice to inquire, "My dear, I shall grant you another chance.
Will you choose me, or Qi Xiaoye?" Chapter 81, Miss Li. I choose Qi Xiaoye. Heartless.
I shall await the day you regret this decision. Xiao Xiao released Li Qiqi and strode towards the stall. Retrieving a bank card from the bodyguard and tossing it into Li Qiqi's hands.
1.5 billion, it's yours. Li Qiqi spent a night at the mine. And at the break of dawn, she was roused by Xiao Xiao. Darling, it's time to set off. Li Qiqi, cradling a hand warmer.
Sleepily followed Xiao Xiao out of the mine, yawning and stumbling as she went, the delicate morning sunlight causing her to sway unsteadily.
Without hesitation,
Xiao Xiao seized a cold towel and swiftly wiped it across Li Qiqi's face, startling her wide awake.
Are you still dozing off?
Li Qiqi vigorously shook her head in refusal. The terrain of Knaqin Mountain was perilous, and the roads outside the city were far from accessible. Aside from the docks that were strictly off-limits, the surrounding logging areas constituted the sole route to the outside world.
Xiao Xiao favored the docks,
believing that the most dangerous places often offered the greatest security, thus, escaping through the docks would be optimal, allowing them to flee right beneath Su Nanshan's watchful gaze. Li Qiqi disagreed. As you might imagine, her uncle also anticipated this, and even my decision to seek your assistance was within his awareness.
If that is the case...
Xiao Xiao gently stroked his chin in contemplation, flashing a mysterious smile at Li Qiqi.
I have a plan, let us proceed.
There were 5 paths leading out of the forest, and Li Qiqi obediently chose one as instructed by Xiao Xiao. He leisurely drove his Cullinan, followed by 3 escort vehicles. The man remained silent throughout the journey, whereas Li Qiqi, intoxicated by the allure of freedom, chattered incessantly in the passenger seat. Discussing everything from the illustrious 5,000-year history of Xia to the scenic spots across various regions, much to Xiao Xiao's drowsiness. It was this very vehicle that transported chickens to Labong daily via the forest road. Soon, you must seize the opportune moment to slip inside. Li Qiqi could never have imagined that Xiao Xiao's scheme involved transforming her into a chicken.
To be precise,
he intended to turn her into a chicken and confine her with a flock of others. Time was of the essence.
Xiao Xiao granted Li Qiqi no opportunity for resistance or refusal.
He pressed the accelerator to the floor, charging forward to force the truck to a halt. The bodyguards behind him promptly exited the vehicle, seizing the truck driver and delivering a severe reprimand. Citing the excessively irritating stench of the truck that had offended the young prince,
Li Qiqi seized the opportunity to pry open the truck's lock and slipped inside.
As she stepped in, a foul stench of chicken droppings mingled with rotten eggs assaulted her senses, striking her directly at the crown of her head. Li Qiqi covered her mouth in a fit of nausea, desperately stifling her breath as she nestled into the farthest corner of a dilapidated cardboard box within the vehicle, draping the tattered cloth that Xiao Xiao had given her over her shoulders.
After a brief commotion, the vehicle roared back to life.
The stench enveloped her nasal passages,
the noxious odor suffocating her as if it were a tangible force, rendering each breath a Herculean struggle.
It felt as though a fire had ignited within her lungs, scorching her innards and causing turmoil throughout her being.
Fortunately, the checkpoint was traversed without incident. The guards on duty, in addition to those originally assigned by Qi Xiaoye,
included personnel specially dispatched by Su Nantian to scrutinize the route.
Upon sighting Xiao Xiao's Cullinan, all operatives snapped to attention,
risking the ire of Xiao Xiao as they conducted a thorough inspection of his vehicle inside and out. Just as the chicken transport truck arrived, the group had just completed their examination of Xiao Xiao's car, having found no discrepancies, and were now on the receiving end of his furious reprimand.
Overwhelmed,
they hastily glanced at the cargo truck before permitting it to pass. Once the truck departed from Knaqin, Xiao Xiao followed closely behind. While Li Qiqi remained obediently hidden in the cargo hold, still waiting for Xiao Xiao to come to her rescue. Though she was well aware that she could have disembarked. It was unclear whether Xiao Xiao was deliberately seeking retribution or was genuinely concerned about potential pursuers. He had resolutely decided that Li Qiqi would remain with the truck until they reached Labong.
I feel as though I am dying, help me. Throughout this journey,
the wretched stench left Li Qiqi dizzy, and in her half-conscious state, she could no longer contain herself, mentally cursing Xiao Xiao countless times. After a grueling 7 or 8 hours, the cargo truck's door finally swung open, allowing a blinding beam of sunlight to pierce through.
Li Qiqi,
disregarding the astonished gaze of the truck driver, recklessly pushed open the chicken coop and dashed out,
startling a flock of chickens that flapped their wings and took to the air in a chaotic flurry. Cluck, 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 spat.
Li Qiqi spat out the chicken feathers from her mouth, her radar-like large eyes swiftly scanning the surroundings.
Almost instantly locking onto the Cullinan parked beside the flower bed at the roundabout.
Upon noticing Xiao Xiao opening the car door and leisurely stepping out to smoke, he teasingly raised an eyebrow at her, pointing to her cheek as if to suggest that she had a smear of chicken droppings on her face.
Li Qiqi's temper flared up in an instant.
Clenching her teeth, she balled her small fists and stormed toward Xiao Xiao.
Without a moment's hesitation,
she threw her arms around his neck, using both her hands and face to rub off the filth and unpleasant odor that clung to her.
No, no, no. It stinks. I was wrong, darling, I realize my mistake. Let me go, it's unbearable.
Li Qiqi suddenly went mad, startling Xiao Xiao, who fell to the ground with a thud. Li Qiqi boldly straddled Xiao Xiao's waist, her fingers extending menacingly as she flashed a wicked grin.
No wonder you didn't tell me your plan in advance. You did it on purpose to mess with me.
Had I known you were this foolish, I wouldn't have sought your assistance, you idiot.
You absolute fool.
Xiao Xiao gazed up at Li Qiqi's 2 grimy little hands, his mind racing with frustration.
Reacting swiftly, he seized her wrist, desperately pleading, Darling, don't be angry. I was wrong, truly wrong.
The face is off limits, you can smear it on your body, but please, don't put that on my face.
Goodness, sweetheart.
You really smell terrible. Hurry up and get up, I'll take you for a bath to wash away that stench.
Despite her irritation, Li Qiqi,
recognizing him as her savior, did not wish to go too far. She playfully poked Xiao Xiao's nose with her index finger, leaving a smudge. Watching him thrash about in distress, arms outstretched in exaggerated despair, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh.
Just then, a familiar yet icy male voice interrupted, Miss Li? Chapter 82, Separate Escort, Separate Detention.
Li Qiqi's mind went blank, leaving her momentarily stunned, and it took several seconds for her to slowly turn around.
It was indeed Qi Xiaoye.
Behind him trailed 8 impeccably dressed bodyguards, each donning sunglasses, exuding an air of sophistication and an undeniable aura of menace. Apart from Atai and Lin Ko, Li Qiqi had never encountered any of them before. The man stood at the center of the group. One hand casually tucked into his trouser pocket, clad in a crisp, refreshing white shirt. He still eschewed ties, the collar slightly unbuttoned, while a long black coat draped effortlessly over his shoulders. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a mottled pattern upon him.
His laid-back attire did little to conceal the arrogant and domineering presence he emanated.
He stood there motionless,
and merely his presence was enough to make passers-by shrink back and take a detour.
If the Qi Xiaoye of Knaqin had been akin to a bandit leader, the man before her now was undoubtedly a formidable gang lord, surpassing even the most flamboyant and audacious characters depicted in films. Were he to lean against the luxurious vehicle behind him with a fine cigar in hand? Half closing his eyes and casting a disdainful glance at the crowd while exhaling a few smoke rings, it would be nothing short of perfection. Li Qiqi suddenly shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the peculiar notion of rushing over to light a cigarette for Qi Xiaoye from her mind.
The initial excitement was swiftly overshadowed by anxiety. Qi.
She eagerly scrambled up from Xiao Xiaoye's side and hurriedly dashed towards Qi Xiaoye.
In an instant, 8 bodyguards raised their guns in unison, each one aimed squarely at Li Qiqi's forehead. Do you wish to court death?
Qi Xiaoye cast a sidelong glance at the crowd. Atai quickly gestured for everyone to lower their weapons, while he chuckled nervously, patting his head in a light-hearted manner.
Qi, it's just a reflex, a reflex.
Suddenly, Brad's voice rang out, This is Miss Li, the boss's woman.
What a pleasure to meet you. Oh my. What has all that black and white on you? You smell terrible.
Li Qiqi, exasperated, slapped his forehead and coughed several times, gesturing for Brad to look aside. Following his gaze, Brad's eyes fell upon Qi Xiaoye, who was regarding him with a narrowed gaze. The surrounding greenery rustled, and a gentle breeze stirred, silently conveying the barely contained anger simmering in Qi Xiaoye's eyes. Brad's heart sank, and he nervously scanned his surroundings, his anxiety escalating. Though odorous, she was undeniably stunning, a vision of ethereal beauty, with grace akin to that of a celestial being. Pervert! Li Qiqi gave Brad a sharp rap on the head, barking. Shut up and get to the back. Cough. Qi, I have something to discuss with you. As Qi Xiaoye opened his mouth to speak, Tai, glancing at the time, stepped forward to quietly remind him, Qi, your meeting with Minister Du Man from the Ministry of Internal Affairs is scheduled for 6 o'clock.
It's almost time.
Qi Xiaoye glanced at Li Qiqi's disheveled face, then turned to Xiao Xiao, who was busily wiping the dirt from his face with a tissue. He spoke coolly, arrest them. What did you say? Xiao Xiao's brow furrowed, his movement halting as he tossed the tissue to the ground.
Qi Xiaoye. Don't think you can act arrogantly just because you've left Knaqin. With just these few bodyguards, you think you can capture us?
As Xiao Xiao lifted his head, he froze, staring in shock at the dozen armed men who had emerged from nowhere, surrounding them completely. His entourage of bodyguards, which had been packed into 3 vehicles, was now huddled, heads down, in the circular garden nearby. Recognizing when to yield is a mark of wisdom. Xiao Xiao, eyes brimming with despair, gave a sardonic smirk. I'll walk myself out. He then moved to Li Qiqi's side, saying, Baby, let us go, get in the car. Qi Xiaoye's brow, frosted with disdain, slightly furrowed as he narrowed his eyes and coolly ordered, separate them for transport, confine them separately. Yes. No. Li Qiqi still wished to speak, yet Qi Xiaoye had already turned and entered the deep black Rolls-Royce behind him.
Tai closed the car door and took his seat in the driver's position.
The vehicle brushed past Li Qiqi, the partially opened window concealing Qi Xiaoye's proud and handsome features. Li Qiqi anxiously followed him with her gaze, but the man no longer looked her way, vanishing along with the car into the interplay of light and shadow on the afternoon street. Li Qiqi was brought to a charming resort known as Yearning. The enforcer escorting her received a phone call midway, responding with a courteous nod while cradling the device. Rest assured, Master Qi, everything will be arranged perfectly, he assured before hanging up. After the call, the enforcer altered their route, guiding Li Qiqi down a winding path that led them into a serene backyard adorned with a row of wooden cabins, enveloped in an elegant atmosphere. Li Qiqi counted and found that there were 7 cabins in total. Although the exterior appeared modest, the interior was remarkably splendid, with each room featuring its own private terrace. Li Qiqi nodded in acknowledgement, but suddenly recalled her hand warmer. She reached out, intending to grasp the departing assailant, which startled him into a hasty retreat. Li Qiqi smiled awkwardly at him. I left a hand warmer in Brother Zhao's car. Could you please bring it back for me? Of course. He quickly turned and dashed outside, covering his mouth as he rushed to the path, only to lean against a tree and retch violently. Is it really that foul? Li Qiqi placed her wrist near her nose to take a whiff. Indeed, the stench was unbearable. She nearly retched from the foul odor, and without a moment's hesitation, she hastily discarded her clothes into the trash and rushed to the hot spring pool behind the house. The pristine warm water, with its gentle ripples, was free from her contamination. The enveloping steam wafted around her, and occasionally, a few apricot-colored petals floated down, drifting gracefully along the water's current. Li Qiqi stepped slowly into the spring. A warm wave instantly enveloped her entire body, the scalding steam wrapping around her, penetrating her skin, dispelling the chill within her, and alleviating her weariness. How delightful! After meticulously cleansing herself, Li Qiqi lingered in the hot spring for nearly an hour, before finally rising with a heavy head. With one hand clutching her towel, she approached the wardrobe and swiftly flung open the door. She stood frozen before a wardrobe brimming with an array of provocative lingerie. Chapter 83, Answering honestly, what on earth is this? Li Qiqi's petite mouth remained agape for an extended period. She extended 2 fingers, lifting one of the most substantial pieces of fabric to examine it closely. Indeed, it was ample, a complete ensemble of a pure and alluring white lace bunny outfit. Li Qiqi, with a complex expression in her eyes, nervously clutched the fluffy white rabbit tail at the hem of her garment, remaining utterly still as she gazed at the rabbit ear hairpin quietly resting in the wardrobe.
This is utterly insane. There is not a single decent piece. Miss Li.
A sweet and melodious voice echoed from outside the door. Li Qiqi tightened her grip on the bath towel, crouching slightly as she approached the door, gently opening it just a crack to reveal only her eyes peering out. A girl of similar age stood there, cradling a small rabbit-shaped hand warmer, which she began to slide through the narrow opening. "Thank you," Li Qiqi said as she accepted the hand warmer.
May I inquire if there are any normal clothes available for going outside? A bathrobe would suffice.
Yuru shook her head.
Yating is a renowned resort known for its charm,
and all the garments and items provided within the premises are intended for entertainment purposes.
As for something normal, you would have to bring that yourself. Ha!
Li Qiqi looked at the trash can with a distressed expression.
Is that really the only outfit she could wear?
It smells so foul, I refuse to wear it. Li Qiqi hurriedly stepped forward, securing the trash bag before handing it to Yuro, her gaze soft and imploring.
Could you lend me an outfit? Or perhaps go out and purchase one for me? I can pay you.
No, Yuro shook her head, her voice low as she inquired.
Are you to serve Lord Qi tonight?
Serve?
What do you mean serve? Who would want to serve him? What do you take me for?
I'll let you in on a secret. Lord Qi is a violently deranged man, with tastes that deviate from those of ordinary men. The girls in the courtyard are of no interest to him. He has finally set his sights on you, so you had best behave.
Really? Does Qi Xiaoye have such preferences?
She frowned, turning away, her eyes sweeping over the rows of wardrobes, her expression growing increasingly troubled.
Is this the reason Qi Xiaoye asked me to wait here? Ah, you really should return the clothes. To fancy deceitful beauties, what else could that be but a perversion? What normal man would desire such a thing? And those marks on the arm. Goodness! What must it be like to share a bed with him? Li Qiqi, unable to hear, shouted towards Yuro's retreating figure, "Could you please return my clothes?"
Yuro, utterly disdainful, retorted, "Do not even think about keeping such foul-smelling garments. Remember to flatter Lord Qi tonight. Under no circumstances should you perish in his bed.
For I would be terrified. Do make an effort to charm him, or else what fate awaits you?"
Li Qiqi shivered. Was Qi Xiaoye truly this furious? It was no wonder that during their encounter in the afternoon, he had uttered not a single word, his frightening gaze fixed upon her. The images from films flashed through her mind of gang leaders, ruthless and unyielding, punishing their betraying lovers with cement shoes, casting them into the depths of the sea,
or feeding them to venomous snakes. Murder, indeed, Qi Xiaoye was capable of it. What was she to do?
With her hands resting on the doorframe, Li Qiqi slowly sank to the ground. The tumult of emotions, affection, excitement, joy, guilt, and remorse vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread and fear. She needed to explain herself, to communicate with him earnestly, and find a way to bring a smile to his face. Yes, yes. Tonight, she must soothe him. What did Qi Xiaoye cherish? Lowering her gaze to the hand warmer on the floor, she recalled his fondness for little rabbits. Indeed, he adored them. Then she would go all out. If he liked them, she would wear them for him. The unpleasant odor in the room wafted around her, and Li Qiqi could not discern whether it stemmed from her or the remnants in the trash bin. Submerging herself completely in the hot spring, she finally resurfaced for air, unable to hold her breath any longer. The surroundings were enveloped in shimmering water and bubbles, rendering everything indistinct, with crystal-like bubbles clinging to her dark, flowing hair. How beautiful! Li Qiqi found herself momentarily entranced, her head growing heavy from the lack of oxygen. Just as she was about to rise for another breath, a strong arm encircled her waist, forcefully pulling her up from the water's surface. Before she could discern who it was, she was enveloped in a pure white bath towel. Li Qiqi was caught off guard, choking several times on the water. She trembled as she coughed incessantly, held tightly in the embrace of a man. The bold scent. The familiar embrace. It was Qi Xiaoye. Li Qiqi did not struggle, her profile pressed against Qi Xiaoye's damp chest, listening to the fierce rhythm of his heartbeat. The thumping resonated painfully in her ears. After a prolonged silence, Qi Xiaoye finally spoke. "What are you doing?"
Seeking death? Is it truly so unbearable just to separate you from Xiao Xiao?
Li Qiqi was taken aback by Qi Xiaoye's thunderous inquiry, her gaze trembling as she lifted her eyes.
It has nothing to do with Brother Xiao. I fear that I might smell too foul and offend you. Smelling foul? Qi Xiaoye let out a laugh.
Albeit one tinged with anger, his cold gaze fixed upon her with an indifference that bore the weight of unrelenting frost at the corners of his eyes and brow.
It was evident that he did not believe her. Li Qiqi sighed, unwilling to engage in a trivial dispute with Qi Xiaoye. She cautiously gazed into his pale blue,
profound eyes and spoke directly.
Qi, the reason I called you that night to break up was due to Uncle threatening me with Qiqi. I had no choice but to do so. These past few days, I have been searching for you, yearning to explain. To convey that the person I cherish is you, and has always been you, only you.
Qi Xiaoye narrowed his eyes slightly, his frosty gaze unchanged. He raised his hand to gently brush aside the damp strands of hair that clung to Li Qiqi's cheek from the hot spring water, and slowly began to speak. Since the moment I met Miss Li, your heart has been perpetually wavering. Last night, you were with Xiao Ji's girlfriend, and today, in front of everyone, you are playfully riding on him. Now that you are in my grasp, you belong solely to me. Miss Li truly embodies the phrase speak to people as one would to people, and to ghosts as one would to ghosts to perfection. The man's caress upon her cheek was gentle and unhurried, yet his tone was frigid, rendering Li Qiqi speechless. Qi Xiaoye continued. So how am I to ascertain whether your words are sincere or mere deception? Li Qiqi sought to maintain her composure. Yet she found herself overwhelmed by the commanding presence of Qi Xiaoye, which rendered her breathless. The two of them remained locked in a silent gaze, the passage of time stretching endlessly. Ultimately, it was Li Qiqi who could no longer withstand the tension. She raised her hand to encircle Qi Xiaoye's neck, rising onto her toes in an attempt to kiss his lips. However, the man's towering height thwarted her efforts, and after a prolonged struggle, she could only manage to plant a kiss on Qi Xiaoye's jawline. He merely raised an eyebrow, remaining unmoved. Li Qiqi leaned close to his jaw, whispering softly, you know, I have only given this to you. Qi Xiaoye's ambition stirred slightly as he bent down just enough to spare Li Qiqi the strain of tiptoeing to meet his gaze. His thin lips gently brushed against her tender petals, separated only by a veil of mist. Li Qiqi nodded in affirmation. Qi Xiaoye gently caressed and kissed the corners of her lips, savoring the cool softness of the girl's petals. The first inquiry arose, has Coco been rescued? The man's lips shifted lightly, tracing along Li Qiqi's graceful jawline before meandering to her neck, causing her to shiver slightly. The second question emerged, whose woman are you? Li Qiqi did not hesitate. Qi Xiaoye smiled with a hint of mischief, leaning in to plant a tender kiss on her soft earlobe, deliberately exhaling lightly to tease her. One last question, the outfit you left by the hot spring, was it intended for my eyes? The outfit? A bunny girl costume? Li Qiqi's mind erupted in a cacophony, her arm around Qi Xiaoye's neck trembling abruptly. She bit her lip, struggling to articulate, if I claim it was a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Qi Xiaoye maintained an impassive smile, raising his hand to casually tug away half of Li Qiqi's bath towel, lifting her effortlessly from the water's surface with one arm. He bent down, kissing the tattoo on her collarbone. As he spoke in a husky tone, his entire chest quivered with uncontainable emotion. They had established beforehand that Li Qiqi must not lie. After lamenting internally countless times, she felt a gentle yet firm bite on her collarbone from Qi Xiaoye. With a flushed complexion, she nodded earnestly. Yes. Chapter 84, the creepiness has reached an excessive level. The night breeze was cool, and the mist hung heavily in the air. The towel draped over Li Qiqi slipped away gradually, driven by Qi Xiaoye's unrestrained intimacy, drifting away with the current to an unseen place. Yet, she found herself entirely suspended against Qi Xiaoye, completely immobilized by his grasp. As the warmth dissipated, Li Qiqi shivered. Qi Xiaoye lifted his gaze from her collarbone, using his left arm to support her higher while his right arm enveloped her cool, smooth back, pulling her even closer. Was it cold? Indeed, it was cold. It was winter after all. Though there was no snow in the lava region, the night breeze carried an icy chill. Li Qiqi shivered with cold, her teeth chattering softly as she uttered a gentle mm. She raised her gaze to Qi Xiaoye. The man's exquisite white shirt had become drenched by the spring water.
Clinging closely to his form, revealing the perfect, smooth contours of his chest and abdomen in a slightly translucent manner.
Li Qiqi's ears tinged with a delicate blush as she shyly averted her gaze, only to have her chin abruptly grasped by the man.
Aware of her bashfulness,
Qi Xiaoye deliberately compelled her to tilt her face upward to meet his gaze. Under the enchanting and startled glimmer of her doe-like eyes, he methodically unfastened the buttons of his shirt, one by one, with a single hand. Li Qiqi instinctively wrapped her arms around herself.
"Are you here? This is an open-air hot spring. Why do you always prefer the wilderness?"
Li Qiqi's heart raced intensely. Struggling to articulate a single sentence for what felt like an eternity, nearly suffocating in her anxiety.
"Do not be nervous." Qi Xiaoye submerged himself in the water,
gently grasping Li Qiqi's slender waist, his profile sealing her lips. It was merely a tender embrace. The water enveloped her delicately, yet she felt akin to a dying fish,
desperately searching for the scant oxygen between their closely pressed lips.
When he finally released her, her voice was as faint as the steam rising from a hot spring,
barely audible unless one drew very near.
Resting her head against Qi Xiaoye's shoulder, she nestled into his embrace, her slightly swollen lips parting and closing, exhaling a sweet,
alluring fragrance. "Did you already know about my situation? Is that why you forgave me so easily, trusted me?" "I am uncertain," Qi Xiaoye replied.
One arm draped over the edge of the hot spring, his eyes half closed as he absorbed the sudden reunion. "I only had a few vague suspicions, but those are inconsequential. Whether you have your reasons or have deceived me matters not, for my feelings for you are unwavering."
Li Qiqi was somewhat perplexed,
tilting her little head in confusion. Qi Xiaoye did not provide her with an explanation. Instead, he playfully pinched her small ears as one might do to a pet,
and then nonsensically inquired, "Are you hungry?"
The moment this question was posed, Li Qiqi's stomach immediately growled in response. Since she had climbed into the cargo truck, she had not eaten for half a day.
Hungry? Oh, rabbit princess.
At the very moment she stepped barefoot onto the cobblestone edge, Qi Xiaoye mischievously called out to her, "You forgot to take your clothes." Li Qiqi's head and face were enveloped in a web of dark lines. Fully aware that Qi Xiaoye's actions were intentional, yet she found herself utterly powerless.
Wearing a bunny costume was certainly preferable to being completely exposed, wasn't it?
With a sigh, Li Qiqi bent down reluctantly to pick up the clothes and rabbit ear hairpin from the ground. With a swift motion, she dashed into the wooden cabin,
drawing the curtains tightly shut.
The shimmering water reflected the man's sharply defined features as he gazed at the mist dissipating under the starlight.
Suddenly, the phone by the pool rang.
Qi Xiaoye opened the message. It was Qiao Zhao's confession, extracted under intense questioning by Atai, and it could not be false.
The man scanned the details,
his gaze lingering on the part where she had been locked up in the pear orchard by Sun Antian for 3 whole days without food or water, nearly starving to death, until he had descended like a savior, wielding an axe to break down the door and rescue her.
Yet, despite this,
she did not harbor any affection for him. It was infuriating that she had even carved his name into a snowball.
What was wrong with liking women?
He simply liked her. If someone had the audacity, they could come and kill him. Qi Xiaoye pressed the call button, reaching out to Atai, who answered breathlessly, "Master Qi.
Xiao Xiao has confessed everything.
There is indeed nothing between him and Miss Li, it is solely his unrequited pursuit of her."
"Shall we kill him?" "No."
Qi Xiaoye lifted his gaze, his pale blue eyes quietly observing the lively little figure within the cabin, where the girl's rabbit ears playfully swayed.
A friend, barely known,
was worth her life to save. Xiao Xiao was her benefactor. If Xiao Xiao were to be killed, Li Qiqi would despise him and would surely go mad.
The 7 wooden cabins in the back courtyard were connected. How effective was the soundproofing?
"Bind Xiao Xiao and throw him into the room next to mine."
"What?"
Atai was momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming information. Silence descended on the other end of the line for a long while, prompting Qi Xiaoye to frown in impatience.
"Is there a problem?"
Unable to see Qi Xiaoye's expression through the phone, Atai's courage grew a little.
He spoke awkwardly, "No problem.
It's just that, master."
"Don't you think this is a bit extreme? You might as well let me kill him."
Ugh. It seemed Lin Ko had covered Atai's mouth.
as a cacophony of sounds erupted from the phone.
Moments later, Atai's subdued voice returned, Master Qi, I will comply immediately.
Chapter 85, Qi Xiaoye changed.
Noticing a tall figure stride into the dining room, Li Qiqi quickly lifted her head, her long rabbit ears lightly swaying in Qi Xiaoye's view. She wore a white dress. Her back partially exposed, cinched at the waist with a black lace bow, her long legs peeking from beneath a short skirt.
The girl's fair skin, enhanced by the hot spring water, glowed with a delicate pink hue.
Qi Xiaoye found it difficult to articulate his feelings.
What should have been an alluring outfit was transformed by Li Qiqi into the playful appearance of a forest sprite.
The air was thick with an intoxicating blend of innocence and desire, entwining with Qi Xiaoye's already restless heart. His throat involuntarily bobbed, and the breath he struggled to contain felt like a wave of heat. Overcome by thirst, he stepped forward to take a seat, pouring himself a glass of wine while his gaze remained fixed on Li Qiqi.
Eat more.
The dining room was already small, and with Qi Xiaoye's entrance,
the space felt even more constricted. Li Qiqi picked up a piece of meat, glancing at the black bathrobe draped over Qi Xiaoye, still emanating a hint of moisture.
The belt hung loosely, revealing his solid, broad chest, marred by several grotesque scars, while the muscles of his abdomen were defined and powerful. As his long fingers grasped the base of the glass, he sipped the wine and turned his gaze toward her, his eyes dark and intense,
as if he might pounce on her at any moment. Unfair, it's so utterly unfair. Why was it that he could appear like a normal man while she was confined to these bizarre outfits?
Remembering that the thug had only placed her in the cabin after receiving a call from Qi Xiaoye, realization dawned on Li Qiqi.
And she chewed her piece of meat vigorously, blurting out, You did this on purpose?
Qi Xiaoye avoided answering, his attention fixated on her glossy, oil-slicked lips. Her soft little mouth, which pouted adorably when she was angry, had already tasted his lips countless times, yet he could never seem to get enough of it.
It was sweet and addictive. Are you even listening to me?
Li Qiqi felt her cheeks flush under the man's aggressively candid gaze, and she indignantly tapped the table. Qi Xiaoye took another sip of red wine, unreservedly offering his praise. Very beautiful, and quite alluring.
Who asked for your opinion?
Li Qiqi mumbled as she averted her gaze from Qi Xiaoye, who reached out to place another piece of beef onto her plate. He reiterated his insistence for her to eat more. 15 minutes later, Li Qiqi could no longer endure it. She set her chopsticks down on the table and rubbed her stomach.
That's enough, I am not a pig, she exclaimed. Are you certain?
Qi Xiaoye raised his eyes, pausing his gesture of serving her food.
Have you had your fill? Their gazes met across the table. Li Qiqi gazed at Qi Xiaoye, her light blue eyes struggling to conceal the heavy desire simmering beneath, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, with molten lava churning restlessly. At this moment, even a fool could decipher Qi Xiaoye's intentions. This man truly seemed inexhaustible. Li Qiqi swallowed hard,
gripping the edge of the table as she gradually rose to her feet. Pressing her back firmly against the kitchen wall, she inched away like a crab,
her deep brown pupils shimmering with unmistakable fear and trepidation. I've eaten, I'm full, but I've eaten too much. I need to go for a walk, to exercise.
The man set down his wineglass, observing her with leisurely interest. Just as Li Qiqi was about to bolt from the dining room, her waist tightened as Qi Xiaoye pulled her back into the warmth of his chest with a single arm.
You intend to take a walk dressed like this? His deep,
husky voice descended upon her, leaving Li Qiqi dizzy and incoherent.
I've overindulged, my stomach feels so bloated, I'm not going out. I'll just walk in the living room, exercise a bit. I need to digest, let me go. I'll assist you.
The man chuckled softly, causing Li Qiqi to freeze in panic as she waved her hands in a flustered manner.
No, it's unnecessary.
Qi Xiaoye held her firmly, took a sip from the wineglass on the table, then bit into a piece of ice, bending down to gently brush against her back.
You're being excessive.
Li Qiqi turned around in frustration, and Qi Xiaoye leaned down to gently kiss her lips.
In that moment,
Li Qiqi fully comprehended the implications of Qi Xiaoye's insistence that she eat well. This man would likely deprive her of food for at least a day. He embraced her tightly, imprisoning her within his grasp, indulging in his darker, more sinister thoughts, intent on claiming her entirely as his own. She became akin to a caged creature, curled up and emitting soft, delicate sobs.
Transparent tears fell upon her damp eyelashes, deliberately shaken down by the man,
merging into her slender, slightly curled strands of hair.
The snowy night was enchanting, while the starry sky of the Laban region was truly extraordinary, stretching endlessly into the horizon.
Gazing through the hazy mist outside the window, one could see the boundless night adorned with countless stars. They held the Milky Way, cascading down like a celestial waterfall. Seemingly within reach, a gentle touch would send the starry specks darting away, vanishing into the ether. Li Qiqi was captivated by the breathtaking scenery. Initially intrigued and drawn into its allure, she soon found herself ensnared by the golden ocean that enveloped her tightly, growing resentful and yearning for escape. As the 2 nights dissipated, the morning breeze shifted. Li Qiqi was in a state of half-consciousness, vaguely aware of someone cradling her chin, gently offering her water, and tucking the quilt around her. Yet, she could not lift her heavy eyelids, feeling a numbing weariness, too lethargic to stir from the warmth of her blankets.
Had the daybreak arrived?
Qi Xiaoye spoke softly. "Princess, would you like to rise and have breakfast?
I can carry you." "No."
Li Qiqi's cheeks were slightly puffed. Initially intending to scold Qi Xiaoye with a fierce tone, but she could no longer endure it. Her eyelashes drooped, and she fell into a deep slumber. Outside the wooden cabin, Blade approached with his gun, only to be intercepted by Atai and Lin Ko, who stood guard.
"Is your skin itching again?"
"No.
It's been a day and a night, and the boss still hasn't come out. Are you feeling particularly spirited?"
Blade craned his neck to peer inside. But Atai and Lin Ko stood like 2 sentinels, blocking his way, preventing him from advancing even a step.
"What is this attitude?"
Blade exclaimed in irritation. "I've noticed you 2 have been on duty for so long. I came to relieve you out of concern for your fatigue.
If it's unnecessary, then I shall take my leave."
"Really?"
Atai raised his hand to stop him.
"Of course," Blade replied, nodding, his expression brightening as he watched Atai and Lin Ko gradually retreat until they were out of sight, after which he stealthily made his way toward the cabin.
2 wooden posts, incapable of eavesdropping.
He muttered to himself as he approached, the wooden cabin now less than 10 steps away. The door creaked open, and Qi Xiaoye lazily stepped outside, his brows and eyes radiating a sense of relaxed satisfaction.
With a cigarette clenched between his lips, yet unlit,
he caught sight of the furtive Blade in the courtyard, his eyes darkening slightly. Blade gazed at him with a sense of resignation.
"Boss, if I said I just arrived in Haven Tea heard a thing, would you believe me?"
Chapter 86. The night before last, Li Qiqi was in a hazy slumber when a few distinct gunshots pierced through her ears, accompanied by Qi Xiaoye's commanding voice urging,
"Run faster!" and the fading pleas of Brad, exclaiming, "Boss, I will never dare again."
Li Qiqi suddenly opened her eyes.
The room was dimly lit,
with the curtains drawn tightly shut. On the bedside table lay a transparent water cup, a half-used tube of ointment, and a cotton swab. Hanging in the corner was a bunny costume, torn into several ragged strips, its fluffy tail gently swaying in the air, suspended by a white thread.
How brutal!
What a farce!
It was clearly the work of a wolf.
Li Qiqi shuddered. Such an ordeal sufficed for a lifetime. The disparity in physique between her and Qi Xiaoye was monumental, rendering her utterly defenseless against his ravenous, wolfish nature.
With further provocation, he might transform into an arrogant and untamed beast, unleashing a torrent that could obliterate her existence. At this very moment, her survival felt like an immeasurable blessing. Li Qiqi lifted the quilt, intending to make a hasty escape.
With a thud, she landed, only to find herself thwarted. She stretched her arms forward and fell to the ground in a most tragic manner. After a considerable effort, she managed to rise, supporting herself against the floor. Her gaze filled with panic as she looked at her waist and long legs, which felt so distant and painful, as if they no longer belonged to her. It was difficult to fathom that this lamentable form was indeed her own. Li Qiqi lay half-propped on the edge of the bed, her breath shallow as she lifted her gaze towards the living room, which was scarcely in better condition than the bedroom.
It was empty and disorderly.
Her initial panic swiftly transformed into a mix of embarrassment and indignation, igniting a conflagration of emotions within her heart. With her cheeks flushed crimson, she directed a furious shout at the door, each word laced with venom.
"She! Shao! Yi!"
In the next moment, the door creaked open. Qi Xiaoye strode in, leaning casually against the doorframe of the bedroom, his dark lashes casting shadows over his eyes, which regarded Li Qiqi with an almost tender warmth, as if to declare that he was in particularly high spirits.
"Princess, you're awake?"
The simplicity of his 4 words seemed to trigger a terrifying switch, causing Li Qiqi to shudder slightly, fearing that his next words would echo the devilish whisper she dreaded. "Now that you're awake, let us continue." Li Qiqi raised her hand to pull the small plush blanket tightly around herself, retreating several steps with her feet firmly planted on the ground.
"Don't come any closer. Leave. Did you not invite me in?"
Qi Xiaoye replied with a mischievous smile as he entered the room, his steps leisurely.
Now, unexpectedly urging me to leave. Is he toying with me?
As he spoke, the man crouched before Li Qiqi, his hand brushing against her flushed cheeks.
"You're a bit warm. It's evident that you're genuinely upset."
He chuckled softly, leaning down to tenderly kiss her forehead, her rosy cheeks, her delicately pointed chin, and then her slender neck. Like a devoted worshipper, he lavished kisses upon her, attempting to quell the fiery anger in her heart and transform it into something soft and malleable. Li Qiqi's body was both stiff and soft as she leaned against Qi Xiaoye's shoulder, feebly attempting to push him away.
"I am truly exhausted."
"I understand," Qi Xiaoye replied, placing a paper bag on the floor and opening it to reveal its contents.
"I want to tease you. I will assist you in getting dressed so we can go out for a meal."
His movements were gentle as he presented Li Qiqi with garments that suited her tastes, a camel-colored leather shearling coat, a beige knitted sweater, and a pleated skirt, complemented by a hat, a scarf, and a pair of fluffy snow boots, sweet and charming.
"You look stunning."
Qi Xiaoye's long eyes narrowed slightly as the tip of his nose brushed against Li Qiqi's, affectionately nuzzling her before effortlessly lifting her into a princess carry. Li Qiqi gently wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her cheek against his shoulder, her soft voice tinged with a delicate complaint.
"Shi Yi. Have you received what you desired, which is why you no longer cherish it?"
Qi Xiaoye, perplexed, lowered his gaze slightly, his voice a husky melody.
"What do you mean?"
His eyes, tender to an exquisite degree, resembled a meandering stream thawed by the sun after a long winter, flowing gently, like the elusive stardust that slips away from her fingertips in the stillness of night, forever shimmering. Li Qiqi gazed upward, her cheeks flushed with a newfound crimson hue, as she bashfully averted her gaze.
"Then why do you not heed my words?"
"Even when I cried, you offered no comfort, only knowing how to torment me."
"I did comfort you," Qi Xiaoye retorted, lowering his eyelashes. "I was clearly trying to soothe you the entire time." "That is not the kind of comfort I meant."
"I want you to stop, like last time in the car, when you paused to tell me a story."
Raising an eyebrow,
Qi Xiaoye shamelessly confessed under the captivating gaze of Li Qiqi. There is no helping it, Miss Li is adept at embellishment and excessively alluring, making it difficult to concentrate. The conversation came to an abrupt halt, as Li Qiqi deemed Qi Xiaoye the most inhuman man she had ever encountered. His intelligence was beyond the ordinary, his stamina defied comprehension, and even his audacity surpassed that of mere mortals.
"Humph," she huffed,
genuinely wishing to take a hearty bite out of the languid man before her who cast her a sidelong glance. "I will no longer pay you any heed."
Unperturbed,
Qi Xiaoye embraced her and came to a halt, sitting beside a stone table in the courtyard, allowing the warm, gentle rays of midday sunlight to envelop them both. His voice low and enticing. The surroundings of Laban were serene and picturesque. To the east along the Cupola road lay a snow-capped mountain, its summit adorned with snow,
while the base offered a flat terrain perfect for camping and barbecuing. "Master Qi." Li Qiqi's stubborn temperament faltered within a mere 10 seconds.
Her cheek pressing against Qi Xiaoye's cold, pale neck as she murmured in a sulky tone, seeking his affection.
"I want to take a look. Are you no longer angry?" "Of course I am angry, and I am exceedingly furious."
Yet, at this moment, Li Qiqi found herself devoid of any strength to express her ire. She shook her head.
"I am hungry.
As the saying goes, let me satiate my hunger before I allow myself to be upset." Qi Xiaoye shook her gently in his embrace, preparing to rise when a series of dull thuds emanated from the nearby wooden cabin, causing a noticeable pause in his movements. She glanced sideways at the cabin and, just before he took a step forward, leapt from his arms.
"What was that sound?"
"It is of no consequence." No sooner had she spoken than the door was violently flung open with tremendous force. Xiao tumbled out, his limbs bound tightly, his mouth sealed with tape. Upon seeing Li Qiqi, his eyes reddened as he whimpered towards her. Tian Lin Ko hurried over, drawn by the commotion. The sudden turn of events left Li Qiqi's mind in disarray. Instinctively, she exclaimed, "Wait." Turning her gaze towards Qi Xiaoye, she asked, "When did you
imprison him?"
Qi Xiaoye lowered his eyes, raising an eyebrow, a smile dancing upon his lips.
"The night before last." Chapter 87, Those who dare to covet you must meet their demise. Qi Xiaoye.
Li Qiqi's frustrated cry startled the surrounding air, causing ripples to dance lightly. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she glared coldly at Qi Xiaoye, awaiting an explanation from the man. To her surprise, Qi Xiaoye exhibited an audacious disregard for the situation. Feeling no shame in his actions, with a playful flick of his finger, he ensnared a strand of Li Qiqi's hair, twirling it around his fingertip.
"Xiao likes you," he remarked. "But that does not justify confining him next door."
Li Qiqi, infuriated, found herself at a loss for words, clutching her chest as she gasped for breath.
Xiao was right next door. He had undoubtedly overheard everything that transpired last night.
The girl's delicate face flushed crimson, her gaze cast downward. Wishing fervently to vanish into a crevice in the ground, her neck and ears tinged with a soft pink hue. Observing her cheeks round with anger, Qi Xiaoye's eyes sparkled with barely contained amusement, his long lashes drooping under the weight of his mirth. "I wish to make him acutely aware of the chasm that lies between us, to extinguish any hope he harbors."
"Is there anything amiss with that?"
Li Qiqi, blushing and at a loss for words, was contrasted by the knowing glance exchanged between Lin Ku and Atai from a distance.
"Is this what competition looks like? It is utterly absurd."
Upon observing Xiao, whose eyes were so bloodshot they seemed on the verge of weeping, it was impossible to discern whether his fury stemmed from anger or restraint. Yet, it was evident that Xiao faced a humiliating defeat.
Suddenly,
a gust of wind swept through, and Li Qiqi instinctively raised her hand, seemingly intent on striking Qi Xiaoye. However, her gesture was swiftly intercepted by the man,
who deftly blocked it mid-air.
Grasping her wrist firmly, Qi Xiaoye admonished, "Miss Li, there should be limits to your ire directed at me for another man." The barely concealed anger in Qi Xiaoye's eyes sent shivers down the spines of Atai and Lin Ku, both of whom gasped in unison.
Fortunately,
that slap did not land. Had it done so, they could scarcely fathom the consequences Li Qiqi would face. After all, in this world, the only person capable of embarrassing Qi Xiaoye and surviving unscathed was none other than Su Nantian.
Li Qiqi shook her hand, demanding, "Let go of me."
The man showed no sign of relenting, gripping her wrist tightly and drawing her closer, his right arm encircling her waist.
"Are you angry because I allowed someone to overhear? Or is it because that person is Xiao? Does it make a difference?"
"There is a distinction," Qi Xiaoye replied coldly.
Li Qiqi lowered her gaze in trepidation,
her eyelashes drooping in defeat.
"It's because you allowed someone to listen."
Qi Xiaoye raised his hand and placed it against her ear, kissing her cheeks softly before signaling to Atai.
"Release him."
Atai began to untie the ropes binding Xiao, who, with a sharp gasp, tore off the tape from his mouth, grimacing in pain as he shouted at Li Qiqi.
Bang!
Qi Xiaoye drew his gun from the small of his back,
unhesitatingly pulling the trigger.
The bullet struck mere centimeters from the tip of Xiao's shoe, causing him to recoil in shock, abruptly silencing his protests.
Qi Xiaoye smirked,
aiming the gun toward the gate of the courtyard.
"In 10 seconds, if you have not escaped through that door, I will take your life." Furious, Xiao, the esteemed heir of the Black Water sect, had never endured such humiliation.
Gritting his teeth and holding back words, he found himself in a countdown initiated by Qi Xiaoye.
10, 9, just wait.
With all his might, Xiao sprinted toward the exit. As Qi Xiaoye uttered the final countdown, he burst through the gate,
seizing the last 3 seconds to exchange a glance with Li Qiqi. Bang!
Another shot rang out, grazing Xiao's shoulder. With a cry of agony, he stumbled,
rolling on the ground before rising to continue his desperate flight.
Upon witnessing this, Li Qiqi exerted all her strength to shake off Qi Xiaoye's grip on her wrist, positioning herself in front of the muzzle of his gun.
"What are you doing?"
Qi Xiaoye lifted his eyelids slightly, expressing, "I detest his calling you baby.
Initially,
I intended to take his life, sparing him is already a show of mercy."
Li Qiqi's eyelashes fluttered lightly, pausing for a considerable time before she spoke in a trembling voice. I truly do not know enough about you. It's all right. Qi Xiaoye raised an eyebrow,
a faint smile gracing his lips as he cast a sidelong glance at Li Qiqi. His gentle tone carried an unfamiliar undertone of menace.
You have a lifetime to understand me well.
For now, remember this: from the moment you declared yourself as my woman, anyone who dares to covet you must face death. Li Qiqi was suddenly taken aback, momentarily unable to comprehend the implications of Qi Xiaoye's words.
Furrowing her brow, she took a step back, pondering the thought of not going camping anymore. No longer going.
Li Qiqi shook her head, and just as she turned around,
she was embraced from behind by Qi Xiaoye.
The man rested his chin atop her head and whispered softly, I have never deceived you.
Nor will I ever cause you harm. Do not be afraid.
After uttering these words, Qi Xiaoye maneuvered to stand before Li Qiqi, and amidst her startled exclamations, he bent down and hoisted her onto his shoulder, causing her to kick and struggle in fright.
Put me down, she demanded. I will not. The vehicle then set off, following the Kapala highway eastward, with the warmth of the heater humming inside.
Li Qiqi, begrudgingly, finished a large piece of bread with a sense of frustration. Leaning against the comfortable seat of the car, she began to doze off. Qi Xiaoye, with one hand on the steering wheel, gently placed a travel pillow against her neck. Despite his soft motion, it still irritated Li Qiqi, who swatted his hand away in her half-asleep state.
Don't touch me. With a soft sigh,
the man pulled over to the side of the road, followed closely by 3 SUVs that came to a simultaneous halt, patiently waiting.
Qi Xiaoye unbuckled his seatbelt,
cupping Li Qiqi's face as he leaned in to place a gentle kiss on her rosy lips.
Don't be upset. Xiao wasn't harmed, I only witnessed the shooting.
And it was merely a startle at most. Li Qiqi remained silent, while Qi Xiaoye continued, This is a one-time occurrence, I assure you it will not happen again.
Really?
Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Xiaoye nodded and leaned in close to whisper in Li Qiqi's ear, In truth, I regretted it yesterday.
Your voice is so melodious that I cannot bear to part with it.
The man's warm, restless breath curled around the contours of her ear, prompting Li Qiqi to shyly pull away.
You said if anyone liked me, you'd kill them. That is indeed true.
Qi Xiaoye lowered his gaze, the mirth in his eyes fading, replaced by a shadow devoid of light. I am not as magnanimous as you imagine. Once I possess something,
I will never let it go. You can only have me from now on, and you will only love me.
Aside from this, I will comply with your every wish. The off-road vehicle behind them had been waiting in silence for a while, prompting Blade to step out and seek guidance.
He rapped on Lin Qi's car door,
and the window slowly descended.
Blade furrowed his brow and spoke, What enchantment does a materialistic woman possess to ensnare the boss so thoroughly? Should I take the time to investigate her?
Lin Qi smiled slightly, Good idea, go ahead.
As dusk settled,
8 tents were scattered harmoniously on the soft ground at the foot of the mountain.
Lin Qiqi, hurry up, I'm hungry.
Almost there.
Behind her,
Qi Xiaoye leaned against a rock, observing Li Qiqi's delicate face illuminated by the firelight, which cast a soft golden glow, with the flames dancing in her bright eyes. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling her hair and revealing her tender ears and graceful jawline, while her neck was snugly wrapped in a scarf. His gaze inadvertently drifted to her slender wrist, recalling the silver chain she once wore, adorned with a delicate, pale pink teardrop crystal. It was evident it had been a gift from Su Nantian.
Yet, since that fateful accident, he had not seen her wear it again.
Li Qiqi yearned for pure, untainted affection far more than material wealth, which made her choices decisive. Especially concerning Su Nantian, who had raised her, in her heart, he held an irreplaceable position.
She would never tolerate any form of exploitation or betrayal from him, and she would certainly flee.
Qi Xiaoye pondered, his thoughts deepening into shadows.
Unbeknownst to him,
the cigarette between his fingers had burned down to the end, the smoke curled around the veins on his hand. Only when the last ember flickered and turned to ash did Qi Xiaoye awaken from his reverie. Releasing the cigarette but to the ground as Ah Tai approached with a phone in hand.
Qi Xiaoye frowned, realizing that the old fox was attempting to utilize him to eliminate the Bai family's deep-rooted influence in the country,
while he would bear the blame and the fox would reap the benefits. Such a deal was far too advantageous for him.
Ah Tai nodded. Du Man mentioned that everything is negotiable.
He didn't have the chance to express himself clearly the other night when you left in haste.
He wishes to discuss a compromise with you.
Qi Xiaoye took the phone, glancing at Lin Ku and Li Qiqi by the bonfire. The delicious skewers sizzled in Lin Ku's hands, while Li Qiqi crouched beside him, her hands tucked against her chest, resembling a little rabbit, eagerly awaiting her turn.
Occasionally,
she would swallow in anticipation.
Can we eat now? I'm hungry.
Almost done, just a moment longer. Qi Xiaoye observed without speaking, while Atai, recalling previous experiences, quickly raised his fist to his lips and coughed lightly. Lin Ku's back stiffened noticeably. He glanced at Li Qiqi, whose large eyes sparkled brightly in the firelight, making her appear particularly adorable.
This woman is trouble.
I should have ended the bonfire earlier, yet here I am, willingly preparing skewers for her. It was all her fault for being so inept that she could burn even fish, and her cries of hunger compelled him to teach her.
Lin Ku frowned, exhaling in frustration as he abruptly thrust the skewer into Li Qiqi's palm.
You cook it yourself. Li Qiqi was bewildered, taken aback by Lin Ku's sudden change in demeanor. Tilting her head, her brows drooped, and her long eyelashes fluttered like delicate fans.
Her innocent and naive appearance became even more endearing.
Let's go, hurry up. Lin Ku instinctively took a step back, reaching for the firearm beside him as he stood up.
I need to patrol.
You can continue roasting the food according to my method, and eat it once it's cooked.
Oh.
Li Qiqi nodded in response. It was then that Qi Xiaoye turned his phone around and walked towards the largest tent in the center, with Atai following closely behind. Camping should have been fun and lively. Qi Xiaoye brought a considerable number of people, with over a dozen assigned to patrol duty, and 3 bonfires lit.
However,
after Lin Ku left, no one dared approach Li Qiqi. She could only sit alone by the bonfire, without anyone to converse with, and she sighed.
Fortunately,
she had become accustomed to solitude since childhood, quietly squatting by the fire and roasting dozens of skewers of meat. Thick bundles of bamboo skewers were pinched between her small fingers, and as she ate, she walked along the creek, breathing in the fresh, liberating air under the sunset's glow. Occasionally, she would kick a stone off the path and twirl around in delight. As she passed a tent shaped like a pineapple, she caught the low murmurs of Blade.
Who was complaining?
Li Qiqi paused, bent down to listen closely.
Blade lamented, the boss really is something else. Who would have thought we'd go camping? After all these years of climbing mountains and diving into the sea, hasn't that been enough? Sigh, how boring it is, truly dull.
Lin Ku chuckled. It's to cater to Miss Li's wishes, she enjoys it.
Blade scoffed, just because she likes it, must I suffer too? Aren't we pretending to be a gang? Can't we at least pretend a bit more? Once night falls, shouldn't we hit the clubs and chase after girls? Lin Ku sneered. You think the boss will take you to chase girls?
I see you haven't had enough punishment from this morning's run, and you're itching for more. Blade pulled at his chair. Ah, you have no idea, Qi is truly a weirdo. Last month, he left me alone in the rainforest for training. And I nearly perished there.
Now, without a bed to sleep on, I can't find peace. Is it the lack of a bed or the lack of a girl that troubles you?
They all laughed heartily. Blade awkwardly coughed several times, signaling them to be quiet. And spoke mysteriously, what I say is true, that rainforest was unlike any we've encountered before. It was manageable during the day, with swamps and beasts to handle. But at night, thick fog would roll in, so dense you couldn't see your hand in front of your face.
Even with the lamp on inside the tent, I couldn't see anything. After midnight, sounds would come from the tent roof, rustling and eerie, sending chills down one's spine. Who?
Blade had only spoken halfway when he sensed a piercing gaze fixed upon him from behind. Startled, he spun around, nearly firing a shot in fright.
It's me.
Li Qiqi's head peeked through the tent's skylight, and upon realizing she had been spotted, she playfully winked at the 4 men seated inside.
Are you telling them a story?
Brad, startled by Li Qiqi, stared wide-eyed and said nothing. I would also like to hear a story, and I won't come empty-handed. I can treat you all to a barbecue. With a swift motion, Lin Ku opened the tent flap without waiting for Brad to decline.
Come in. Thank you.
Li Qiqi laughed joyfully, her eyes curving into crescent shapes, and her sparkling gaze seemed to shimmer with the brilliance of countless stars. She bounced playfully around the tent.
Have you lost your mind? How could you let her in? Bradley muttered through clenched teeth, continuously exchanging glances with Lin Qiqi. Yet, Lin Qiqi remained unfazed. Turning to retrieve a blanket from the gear bag, softly stating, "Aren't you eager to investigate her? This is a splendid opportunity presented right at your doorstep, seize it wisely." That makes sense.
Bradley mused, stroking his chin in agreement as he watched Lin Qiqi drape the small blanket over Li Qiqi. Internally cursing Lin Qiqi for being such a sycophant, he then looked up and smiled cheerfully at Li Qiqi.
"Hello, sister-in-law." Li Qiqi was momentarily taken aback as Brad,
disregarding the collective disdainful glances from those around, unabashedly continued to flatter her.
"What story would you like to hear, sister-in-law? I am well versed in history and contemporary affairs,
far surpassing the past.
Just like that one."
Li Qiqi divided the barbecue among everyone and adjusted the blanket draped over her shoulders.
The rainforest adventure was fraught with danger, the more thrilling, the better. Chapter 89.
Allow me to go. After finishing the call, Qi Xiaoye sat at the table, his calm eyes scanning the information Minister Duman had sent regarding the Bai family. His gaze fixating on a location referred to as the castle, home to the largest human trafficking organization in the Mianting nation. Atai softly reminded him, "It is nearly nightfall."
"Master Qi, should we summon Miss Li?" Without lifting his head, Qi Xiaoye marked the map.
Indeed, he had thoroughly reviewed all the materials, and his subsequent plans were nearly complete. It was now 10 o'clock at night.
Is viewing the scenery and grilling barbecue truly so entertaining? Atai stepped forward to open the tent flap.
Outside, the wind howled, 2 of the 3 bonfires extinguished, and the remaining one revealed no trace of Li Qiqi.
He paused. "Master Qi, Miss Li is missing."
Qi Xiaoye's expression darkened, and he abruptly stood from the table, striding outside. His sharp gaze swept briefly,
landing on Blade's pineapple tent.
5 figures moved about within, one particularly petite and conspicuous.
He exhaled in relief, though his countenance remained grim as he approached. Hearing Blade's voice from within the tent. "Let me tell you, the rainforest training isn't all that daunting. It's the missions in the desert that truly test one's mettle.
There, the barrel of a gun is the ultimate truth."
Li Qiqi immediately chimed in, "Oh, how impressive. Do tell. Please share with me."
Qi Xiaoye halted outside the tent, while Atai stepped forward to pull open the tent flap, abruptly silencing the conversation within.
5 heads turned in unison, staring blankly as they called out, "Qi."
Casting a cold glance at the inquisitive one, who was now nestled close to Blade,
seemingly eager to be glued to his side, Qi Xiaoye noticed her fervent attentiveness.
Perhaps fearing that Blade might grow parched from speaking too long, she held a cup of water, delicately bringing it to his lips. She had never shown him such solicitude. A sudden flash of ire crossed Qi Xiaoye's eyes, causing Li Qiqi to drop the cup in her hand with a clatter, as both she and Blade simultaneously attempted to explain, "Boss Qi.
If I were to say we were merely sharing a story, would you believe me? A perfect synchrony indeed."
Qi Xiaoye, amused yet vexed, let out a brief laugh, shifting his gaze to Blade, who flinched under his scrutiny. Even the flickering candlelight seemed to tremble in response.
Blade wiped the sweat from his brow,
instinctively ready to plead for mercy, but Li Qiqi was quicker. She sprang to her feet and leapt into Qi Xiaoye's embrace, urging him to sit down by wrapping her arms around his neck. Her enchanting eyes blinked rapidly.
"Qi, had it not been for Blade, I would never have imagined your daily life could be so exhilarating and entertaining. It is truly delightful. Do you truly enjoy it?"
Qi Xiaoye inquired, his brows furrowing in curiosity.
"Indeed," she affirmed.
Li Qiqi nodded, burying her small head against Qi Xiaoye's chest, nuzzling him incessantly, her voice a soft, melodious whisper that could melt anyone's heart. Blade couldn't help but glance at Lin Qiqi, marveling at her beauty and her ability to act coy. Who could possibly resist such a lure? Lin Qiqi shrugged, her demeanor nonchalant. The oppressive and eerie atmosphere within the tent dissipated significantly, and the fury in Qi Xiaoye's eyes diminished considerably. He embraced Li Qiqi as he sat down, tilting his chin slightly towards Blade, urging him to continue his tale. Li Qiqi nestled in Qi Xiaoye's embrace and blinked at Blade, Blade, having narrowly escaped peril, let out a sigh of relief and nodded.
All right.
The story continued until 2 in the morning, and only then did Li Qiqi manage to calm her excited heart. With a slight tilt of her head, she fell into a deep slumber. Qi Xiaoye gently tugged at the small blanket draped over her, wrapping her snugly, holding her as if cradling a giant plush toy, soft and utterly comfortable. He tenderly pinched her rosy cheeks, only for her to mumble and shy away.
Across from them,
Blade reached for the teapot on the table, unable to wait any longer, pouring himself cup after cup, eventually lifting the lid and drinking directly from it.
Lin Ku was the first to speak. Master Qi, has Minister Duman relented?
Yes,
Qi Xiaoye nodded. He refused to cooperate with the Bai family,
who had taken his only daughter as leverage, thus he could provide us with all necessary assistance, with the sole request of rescuing her daughter.
Atai chimed in,
mentioning that Master Qi had reviewed the materials provided by Minister Duman, and it was nearly certain that the girl who extracted the pheromones for the narrow fragrance had entered through the Qisha ancient castle.
Ah!
Lin Ku pondered for a moment before nodding. No wonder Master Qi chose to abandon Knaqin. Knaqin was merely one of the sales points for narrow fragrance, while the procurement of raw materials and the extraction process took place elsewhere, making it easy to alert the enemy if approached from this angle.
We have already alerted them.
Qi Xiaoye gazed down at Li Qiqi's enchanting sleeping face and remarked lightly, "Do you remember the batch of alcohol we seized from Su Nantian at the dock?"
Lin Ku touched his nose, realization dawning upon him. That box of alcohol with the scent of young girls?
Thus, that night, Su Nantian incited Wenzhou to hunt you down,
which was a self-incrimination.
The men burst into laughter simultaneously, with Blade confidently tapping his forehead, amusement evident in his expression.
In that case,
all we need to do is patiently wait for his next shipment and follow him to the processing plant to obtain all information regarding the narrow fragrance.
That's not feasible. Lin Ku sighed. Su Nantian has been exposed, we too have been revealed. He will never personally appear for a shipment again. We can't possibly track every woman sold by the castle. That can be arranged.
Blade dismissed the concern.
According to my investigation,
there are 5 sales points for narrow fragrance, each selling a bottle per month, indicating he procures 5 individuals each time.
As long as we determine a fixed procurement time,
we can send a woman to infiltrate the castle, plant a tracker on her, and it will be accomplished.
Atai scoffed.
I told you to spend less time with women and more on training. Your intellect barely surpasses mine.
Su Nantian will not only refrain from personally appearing but will also not follow his previous procurement methods. How can you be certain our person will be chosen by him?
I'm certain. Blade glanced at Lin Ku, then cautiously at Li Qiqi nestled in Qi Xiaoye's arms. Master Qi, my sister-in-law escaped from Knaqin,
and Su Nantian is currently searching for her everywhere.
He remains unaware that we suspect him, allowing us to create a gap in information. We can let him know my sister-in-law is in your possession, and then appear at the ancient castle during the usual procurement time. Su Nantian will think we are trying to bait him, and he will likely buy my sister-in-law, using her as bait against you.
At that point, we simply turn the tables.
Before he could finish, Qi Xiaoye's cold, piercing gaze silenced Blade. I will not exploit her. Nor will I place her in danger.
Master Qi. The person in his arms suddenly spoke, prompting Qi Xiaoye to look down.
Li Qiqi gazed up with drowsy eyes, yet tears shimmered in their depths, disbelief etched across her face. Your uncle is the mastermind behind the narrow fragrance,
responsible for the suffering of countless innocent young girls?
Li Qiqi struggled to breathe, unable to digest the sudden news, yet she held back her tears and tremulously pleaded.
Let me go.
Chapter 90, Faith. A gust of night wind swept through, causing Brad's pineapple tent to sway gently, and everyone fell silent,
their gazes fixed intently on Qi Xiaoye. I will not allow you to go, do not even think about it.
Qi, Li Qiqi attempted to reason further.
Enough.
Qi Xiaoye interrupted her decisively, lifting her as he stood, his calm gaze sweeping over the crowd.
The difficulty in tracking does not equate to impossibility.
We have already wasted too much time, we cannot afford to linger any longer. This implied a thorough investigation. Lin Ku understood and nodded, rising alongside Qi Xiaoye.
I will make the arrangements immediately.
The man wrung out a warm towel, meticulously wiping the barbecue sauce from Li Qiqi's cheeks, then gently placed her cold feet into a basin of warm water.
Li Qiqi's heart began to warm as well. Shi Yi. If the Neroxiang truly was crafted by my uncle, would you kill him?
Qi Xiaoye fell silent for a moment before nodding. If it is indeed him, I would. Li Qiqi fell silent until Qi Xiaoye nestled into the bedding, wrapping his arms around her waist, their faces mere inches apart as they lay on the bed.
Not uttering a single word.
Qi Xiaoye's tent was opulent and spacious, featuring a skylight similar to that of Blade's tent.
Li Qiqi opened her eyes.
Her gaze traversing the transparent skylight, encountering the resplendent starry sky. As she beheld the multitude of stars densely scattered across the heavens, yet maintaining an unbridgeable distance. An ineffable sense of solitude enveloped her.
Until the age of 6, I was raised in an orphanage in the Summer Kingdom.
Li Qiqi was uncertain whether Qi Xiaoye had fallen asleep. She nestled against his chest and spoke her heart freely. Later, the orphanage disbanded. And I was taken in by a middle-aged man. Within a month, he brought me to Myanmar and handed me over to a group of traffickers. Seizing the opportunity during their shift change, I managed to escape, but I was unfamiliar with the surroundings.
After a laborious effort, I finally reached the street. Only to be captured once more.
I struggled and cried out for help, yet the people around me remained indifferent, blind to my plight. It was during one of those moments of despair that my uncle unexpectedly appeared and purchased my freedom. He offered me a piece of candy and urged me to follow him. From that moment on, he became my sole pillar of support for the past 12 years.
The person before me shifted slightly, tightening their embrace around Li Qiqi, while Qi Xiaoye remained silent.
Li Qiqi continued, recounting her tale. Aside from the times when my uncle would take me to the Yin Pui Club to soothe my anger, he mostly kept me confined within the pear orchard. I was not allowed to venture outside, nor could I attend school like other children. Each time I attempted to sneak out, the security of the orchard would tighten further. I asked him why, and he replied that as long as I had him to care for me, I did not need an education or freedom. He insisted that we were family, and family should trust one another unconditionally, vowing to never part ways.
I believed him. Li Qiqi's gaze darkened.
And a torrent of tears cascaded forth, soaking Qi Xiaoye's broad chest. She leaned her cheek against him, exerting every ounce of strength to articulate the remnants of her thoughts.
This has been my 12 years, living naively and romantically within the ethereal dream woven by my uncle. I too
only recently realized that perhaps from the very first day he adopted me, he harbored secrets unknown to others. There is a unique fragrance that envelopes me, not innate, but a result of the special potion I add to the bath at my uncle's behest. It was not until I turned 16 that I discovered a peculiar phenomenon. Every boy who came into contact with me inexplicably developed an affinity towards me. I needed not to act or speak, merely being in close proximity sufficed. My uncle claimed it was due to my exceptional beauty. From that moment onward, he insisted I wear makeup to mask my true appearance, imposing strict regulations on my outings. I never questioned his intentions.